Under the persuasion of his unscrupulous friends, Luo Geng confessed his feelings to the campus belle, Qi Qianru, only to receive a smiling retort of, "I don't believe you." Luo Geng initially perceived this as a test of his sincerity, prompting him to intensify his pursuit of her affections. However, it was only later that Luo Geng comprehended the underlying meaning of her words. "I still wish for you to continue as my devoted admirer." Ultimately, worn out and succumbing to illness, he found himself reborn, transported back to his high school days. Upon his rebirth, Luo Geng vowed never to engage with Qi Qianru again, yet she inexplicably began to entangle herself in his life anew. It was then that he discovered there had been someone in high school who had quietly cherished him all along. This person, who had always cared for him and watched over him, yet dared not meet his gaze. Chapter 97. Should I consider working to earn some money? That evening, Luo Geng lay in bed, relishing his leisure time. Otherwise, he would have been toiling away at work. He retrieved his phone, intending to send a message to Qi Xiaoyu, but before he could finish typing, he received a message from her. "Have you eaten? What are you up to?" Luo Geng chuckled softly and replied, "I've eaten, just got into bed. How about you?" The two engaged in a delightful exchange of text messages while lying in bed, rekindling the feelings reminiscent of their early days of romance from over a month ago. After a brief conversation, Luo Geng hesitated for a moment before sending a message. "I would like to travel with you, if that's all right." Meanwhile, seated at her desk, Qi Xiaoyu perused the book titled Things I Want to Do with Luo Geng, where she had checked off numerous items, such as watching movies together, yet many aspirations remained unfulfilled, including traveling together. Luo Geng is inviting me to travel. Qi Xiaoyu exclaimed in a mix of surprise and joy, her long lashes casting shadows over her deep, crystal-like eyes, which narrowed slightly in excitement. She had no reason to decline. In fact, it was precisely what she had hoped for. However, her only concern was the issue of finances. Being with Luo Geng, Qi Xiaoyu rarely spent money, as he often showered her with gifts, none of which were cheap. Whenever she contemplated spending, Luo Geng would intervene, insisting that his earnings were for her enjoyment, while her funds were her mother's, earned through hard work, meant for her own use. Thus, he invariably ended up covering their expenses. Although Luo Geng's reasoning held merit, Qi Xiaoyu did not wish to be a perpetual recipient of his generosity. "Should I consider taking a job to earn some money?" she muttered to herself. With Luo Yongfu around, Renlan's work pressure had significantly eased, allowing her to leave behind multiple part-time jobs that once burdened her, with only her position at the same factory as Luo Yongfu remaining. Due to Luo Geng's reluctance to let her spend, she had saved quite a sum, albeit all from her mother's contributions. She yearned to buy gifts for Luo Geng and treat him, but she couldn't use the money given by her mother. Otherwise, Luo Geng would undoubtedly refuse. Thus, the idea of working crossed her mind. Currently, there were numerous temporary jobs available for students during the holidays, making it quite common for Qi Xiaoyu to seek employment. Over the past month, she had assisted Luo Geng with simple tasks related to his comic work. Though he wished to pay her, she had consistently declined. She understood how much Luo Geng cared for her. The tasks were uncomplicated and light, akin to play, and even when she made mistakes, he never uttered a word of reproach. Accepting a sum greater than what Qin Xiao earned felt unjustifiable to her. Thus, she resolved to contribute as much as possible to demonstrate her worth, preparing lunch for Luo Geng or assisting with chores at his home. With these thoughts in mind, she hesitated to reply to Luo Geng, but soon another message arrived. "Don't worry about the money. I've told you, don't be polite with me. If you want to make me happy, let me spend on you." Luo Geng felt a twinge of discomfort upon sending this message, as it resembled the musings of a devoted admirer. If directed towards another woman, he could only describe himself with a derogatory term. Yet, if the recipient was Qi Xiaoyu, it seemed worthwhile. In fact, Luo Geng felt that no expense was too great for her. Upon reading Luo Geng's message, Qi Xiaoyu gently bit her lip, thinking, "He truly understands me." Just as she pondered this, Luo Geng sent another message, directly addressing her concerns. "All right, I will go with you." Oh wow. Luo Geng cheered with delight at the success of his invitation, genuinely worried that Qi Xiaoyu might refuse him. After spending over a month together, they had developed a mutual understanding during their final months of high school, allowing Luo Geng to know her well. He recognized her apprehensions regarding such matters. During casual outings or shopping, she would let him handle the small expenses without much inquiry. However, traveling implied significant expenditure, which was undoubtedly a concern for Qi Xiaoyu. Luo Geng was determined not to let her worry about such things. He cared little for the quality of his own living expenses, thus spending very little on himself. Why then did he toil so hard for money? Certainly, it was to provide for his family and his girlfriend, but both Luo Yongfu and Qi Xiaoyu frequently rejected his generosity, leaving him to question the purpose of his earnings. The following morning, Luo Geng sought out Qi Xiaoyu, wishing to relieve her of the burden of preparing lunch for him, though he relished the meal she made. He knocked on her door, and after a brief moment, it creaked open to reveal Qi Xiaoyu standing inside. Come in, she invited. Luo Geng nodded and stepped inside, inquiring, has Aunt Ren gone to work? Yes. Uncle Luo came to take my mother to work this morning. My father does everything better than I do. Luo Geng sighed with a bitter smile. Both were working to earn money, yet his father was so meticulous, while his own relationship was growing more intimate. Here he was, toiling away, believing that earning more money would enable him to treat his girlfriend better, while in reality, he was neglecting many details. This reminded Luo Geng of countless families where fathers labored tirelessly for their families, sacrificing precious time with them, only to receive grievances and misunderstandings in return. Neither party was at fault. Each had their own rationale, yet mutual understanding and coordination were required. It seemed that his father excelled at this far better than he did. Luo Geng settled onto the sofa as Qi Qianru hurriedly prepared tea for him, treating him as though he were an esteemed guest. This left Luo Geng both amused and bemused, for he had never extended such hospitality to her when she visited his home. He had made her feel at home. Do you have any places in mind for our trip? He broached the subject of their potential travel plans from the previous night. I am open to anything. I'll follow your lead, Qi Qianru replied. She had no demands of her own. The mere prospect of traveling with Luo Geng was already a source of immense satisfaction for her. Even if they merely ventured to another city for a brief excursion, she would be thoroughly content. Luo Geng pondered briefly before articulating. How about we take a trip to Chang'an? We can preview the university we are about to attend, and in the meantime, I can prepare my studio ahead of time. Otherwise, I fear I shall be pressed for time once the semester begins. Indeed, that sounds agreeable. Qi Qianru had also received her admission notice from Chang'an University, for given her exceptional academic performance. The university had gone to great lengths to invite her, unlike other institutions that merely offered scholarships, leaving her with scant opportunities. Luo Geng harbored intentions beyond merely preparing his studio. With university life looming, accommodations would be necessary unless he opted for off-campus housing. Luo Geng contemplated renting an apartment. If feasible, he wished to solicit Qi Qianru's opinion on whether she would like to reside with him. Chapter 98. Aren't the earnings of my mother all for you? Luo Geng and Qi Qianru procured 2 suitcases. Initially, Luo Geng believed one suitcase would suffice for both their belongings, considering he had little to bring. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it inappropriate, recognizing the young lady's personal garments were rather intimate. Thus, he ultimately decided to purchase 2 suitcases, knowing he would ultimately be responsible for both. Xiaoyu, may I borrow your ID? I needed to purchase train tickets. The two arrived at the train station, prepared to buy tickets, as they had no specific plans. An impromptu journey was easily achievable. Very well. Qi Qianru presented her ID to Luo Geng. He couldn't help but steal a glance at her identification photo, which bore an uncanny resemblance to her true self, still as lovely as ever. Most individuals' ID photos tend to be unflattering, but Qi Qianru had no such troubles. Luo Geng, on the other hand, found his own ID photo quite unsightly, with disheveled hair and a lackluster demeanor. Consequently, Luo Geng was reluctant for Qi Qianru to see his ID. All right, I shall proceed to buy the tickets. Luo Geng nodded and made his way to the ticket counter with both their IDs in hand. Could I please have 2 tickets for the train to Chang'an at 9 p.m.? Yes, a soft sleeper, lower berth, thank you. The journey from where Luo Geng and Qi Qianru were Chang'an would take approximately 10 hours, and he opted for an evening departure to avoid fatigue, planning to rest in the sleeper compartment. Understood. After purchasing the tickets, Luo Geng glanced once more at Qi Qianru's ID, mumbling, by the way, for your birthday, I only gifted you a hairpin. He looked at the date on the ID, realizing that nearly 5 months had passed since her last birthday. Although that hairpin had facilitated their initial connection, it was undeniably a rather thoughtless gift. Other suitors had presented her with exquisite gifts, while he had merely given a hairpin. It was no wonder Qi Qianru had not placed much significance on it. Had it been someone else, he might have found himself blacklisted. Furthermore, now that they were together, Luo Geng found it increasingly unacceptable that he had only given her a hairpin back then. I must procure a more thoughtful gift in Chang'an to make amends for Xiaoyu. Luo Geng silently resolved this, then returned to Qi Qianru's side, returning her train ticket and ID. Qi Qianru glanced at the ticket price, feeling a twinge of discomfort, for Luo Geng had never mentioned money. He always assumed the financial burden. She did not perceive this as a positive situation, for she too wished to spend money on Luo Geng. Consequently, her desire to find work grew ever stronger. However, with the holidays upon them, she sought to spend more time with Luo Geng, thus finding no opportunities to earn. Yet she had determined that once university commenced, she would seek a part-time job, as it was quite common for students to do so. Let us return and pack our belongings. I shall pick you up around 8 this evening, and then we shall set off. All right, Qi Qianru nodded before boarding the vehicle back home with Luo Geng. Upon her return home, she noticed additional shoes at the entrance, indicating her mother was present. Renlan emerged from her room and, upon seeing Qi Qianru at the door, inquired, Xiaoyu, you're back. Where is Luo Geng? Did he not accompany you? Although Qi Xiaoyu was puzzled as to why Ren Lan assumed Luo Geng would certainly return home with her, she shook her head and replied, "He has gone home." Ren Lan then spotted the brand new suitcase Qi Xiaoyu was carrying and blinked in realization, exclaiming, "Oh, you must be going on a trip with Luo Geng." "Huh, how did you guess so quickly?" Qi Xiaoyu was even more bewildered. She had merely been carrying a suitcase, and it said nothing. Couldn't it simply be luggage for her upcoming studies? How could her mother deduce they were going on a trip? "Ah, your uncle Luo mentioned it to me today, saying that Luo Geng suggested we take a trip to relax. I was thinking why you hadn't gone yet, and here you are returning with a suitcase. It can't be for anything else but travel, can it?" Your deductive skills are quite impressive." Qi Xiaoyu could only mumble awkwardly, at a loss for words. She secretly wished her mother could take a trip to unwind as well, but they had many concerns. They did not like to stray too far from home and often struggled to sleep in unfamiliar places. "Come, let me help you pack. When traveling, it is essential to bring everything. Otherwise, you'll end up buying things there, which is a waste of money. Oh, speaking of money, you can't go on a trip without it. Here, take this." Ren Lan retrieved her wallet and extracted approximately 2,000 yuan, handing it to Qi Xiaoyu. To be honest, 2,000 yuan is more than sufficient for a trip if one refrains from extravagant spending, even enough for two people. Qi Xiaoyu had never seen her mother give her such a sum. In the past, even her allowances had been in hundreds, allocated weekly, and since Qi Xiaoyu did not spend much, she often had a considerable amount left over. This, Qi Xiaoyu hesitated, feeling troubled. After all, taking such a substantial amount from her mother would weigh heavily on her conscience, especially given how hard her mother worked to earn that money, which would now be spent on leisure. But she could not forfeit this opportunity. It was a chance to travel with Luo Geng, and she could not let it slip away. Declining the money would mean she would have to rely almost entirely on Luo Geng's finances during the trip, which would also trouble her conscience. This left her caught in a dilemma, unsure of how to proceed. Ren Lan immediately noticed Qi Xiaoyu's distress, offering a resigned smile before taking her hand and placing the money in her palm. "Luo Geng is a good boy. He likely wishes to take care of everything. But if we accept his generosity without reciprocation, that would be a bit excessive, wouldn't it? If he spends on you, you should also spend on him. It is a mutual understanding, much like the relationship I share with your Uncle Luo. I cannot always let him shower me with gifts, can I? All the clothing he wears has been purchased by me." Ren Lan gently patted Qi Xiaoyu's head, smiling tenderly. "But this is money you earned through hard work. I don't want to—" "Silly girl. After all these years, we have relied on each other. Do you truly care about this? The money your mother earns is all for you. Moreover, that boy Luo Geng gifted me such an expensive phone, and I haven't found an opportunity to repay him. Just accept this on behalf of your mother and express my gratitude to him." Chapter 99. Otherwise, why not sleep on my bed? "Dear father, please take care while I'm away. If it rains, do refrain from venturing outdoors. And don't tire yourself with too much walking. Stay home and cook, do the chores, but don't overexert yourself. All right, enough already. Since when did it become your place to lecture me? You insufferable brat." Luo Yongfu shot a disdainful glare at Luo Geng, who had been incessantly fretting since the onset of their conversation. Luo Yongfu had grown weary of his son, as constant murmurs of concern. Typically, it is the parents who admonish their children, yet in the Luo household, the roles were decidedly reversed. "With you gone, there'll be more space. I'll have Aunt Ren move in. Now off you go," Luo Yongfu declared, standing at the door and lifting his prosthetic limb to give Luo Geng a playful shove, though it was light enough to merely nudge him outside. Sighing in resignation, Luo Geng gathered his luggage, preparing to depart. Just as he descended the first flight of stairs, a voice called from behind, "Hey, son." Luo Geng turned to see his father, standing at the entrance, watching him intently. "Safe travels." The casual blessing momentarily took Luo Geng by surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, a smile gently gracing his lips as he waved back, "Don't worry." His father had never been adept at expressing his emotions through words. Dragging his suitcase, Luo Geng arrived at the base of Qi Xiaoyu's building, where he found her waiting below. The evening had drawn in, and she stood alone beneath a street lamp, gazing expectantly in his direction. As soon as she spotted him, a smile blossomed on her face. "I'm here." Luo Geng approached and took Qi Xiaoyu's suitcase from her. "Have you been waiting long?" "Not at all. I just came down." Qi Xiaoyu shook her head, although in truth, she had descended an hour earlier, unable to contain her anticipation and thus choosing to wait outside. Had they not arranged to meet here, she might have gone straight to Luo Geng's building. "All right then, let us go. The train departs in an hour." Luo Geng checked the time. A taxi to the station would suffice. They hailed a cab and made their way to the train station. After passing through security and ticket checks, they successfully boarded the train. The evening schedule meant the train was not crowded, though there were a number of passengers already on board. Those without seats settled in the aisles, sitting on the floor amidst a sea of luggage of varying sizes, making movement cumbersome. However, this did not concern Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu, as they were in the spacious, soft sleeper compartment. Upon locating their room, Luo Geng entered with both suitcases in hand. The room was dim, prompting him to switch on the light. Click, as the illumination filled the space. The figure on the upper bunk stirred slightly. "Oh, there is someone here." "My apologies," Luo Geng said softly, though received no response. He occupied the lower bunk while the sleeping individual above him remained undisturbed, and Qi Xiaoyu had the upper bunk without a companion. After stowing their luggage, Luo Geng turned to Qi Xiaoyu and said, "Let us sleep. We'll arrive by morning." Qi Xiaoyu nodded and prepared to climb in her bunk. Luo Geng extinguished the light and lay down, closing his eyes to rest. The train was relatively quiet at night, the rhythmic clattering of the tracks providing a soothing backdrop, undisturbed by the noise of fellow travelers. Initially, Luo Geng had considered purchasing plane tickets, as a flight would take roughly an hour. But given the absence of an airport in their city, they would need to take a train to reach one. He ultimately decided against the hassle, reasoning that a night's sleep on the train would suffice. A few hours passed, and Luo Geng's gentle snoring filled the air, while Qi Xiaoyu remained awake, unable to find rest. The thrill of traveling with Luo Geng made her heart race, akin to a child unable to sleep before a much-anticipated outing. Suddenly, a commotion emanated from the upper bunk as the individual above attempted to rise, only to misstep and tumble down. Thud! A loud crash echoed, followed by a pained cry from Luo Geng. "Oof! Luo Geng? What happened?" Qi Xiaoyu sprang up, hastening to turn on the light. Click! The room brightened, revealing a girl sprawled atop Luo Geng, her expression dazed as if she had just awakened from a deep slumber. In her descent, she had landed directly on Luo Geng, her elbow colliding painfully with his abdomen, prompting his earlier exclamation. "What on earth?" Luo Geng found himself enveloped in the girl's hair, unable to discern the situation, merely aware of the weight pressing down on him. Qi Xiaoyu pointed at the girl, momentarily at a loss for words. The absurdity of someone falling from the upper bunk was beyond comprehension. Was it intentional? The girl appeared petite, her doll-like face round and smooth, her eyes still heavy with sleep, and her expression rather blank. The oversized jacket she wore hung loosely, as if it were several sizes too large. "I'm so sorry." The girl blinked rapidly, hastily rising from Luo Geng's lap and apologizing profusely, only now realizing her clumsiness. "Luo Geng, are you all right?" Qi Xiaoyu rushed over to check on him, noticing he was still clutching his abdomen, a pained look on his face. "Ouch, be careful. That hurt like hell and scared me half to death." Luo Geng grimaced, gazing at the girl in disbelief. He had been peacefully slumbering, and this unexpected incident nearly gave him a heart attack, not to mention the physical discomfort. "I'm really sorry. Here, let me offer you some gum." The girl continued to apologize, retrieving a piece of gum from her pocket and extending it to Luo Geng. Luo Geng regarded her with a shake of his head. "No, it's fine. Just be more careful next time." He waved off her offer, for he could hardly endure another such scare. Qi Xiaoyu observed Luo Geng, who still looked shaken, and suggested, "Why don't you come sleep on my bed?" Chapter 100. I thought you two were siblings. I don't think there is enough room for both of us on that bed," Luo Geng mumbled awkwardly, glancing at the cramped space. "Oh no, I meant we could switch places. I'll take your spot." "Oh, I see, just switching places. Well, that is all right then." Luo Geng quickly shook his head, realizing his thoughts had wandered down an inappropriate path. It was impossible for them both to lie comfortably side by side. How would they manage that? The only feasible solution would be for Qi Xiaoyu to rest her head on his arm. The girl beside them blinked, curiously inquiring, "Are you two a couple?" Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Yes, can't you tell?" "Oh, I thought you were siblings." The expressions of the two individuals darkened instantly, as though a dagger had pierced their hearts, inflicting a wound akin to 1,000 blows. "How could this be? We are clearly a couple, not siblings." "Such nonsense," Luo Geng asserted as he wrapped an arm around Qi Xiaoyu's shoulders, drawing her closer to his side. Qi Xiaoyu complied, leaning into Luo Geng's embrace, yet his voice lacked its usual confidence. The girl scratched her head, eager to articulate her thoughts, "But I feel that you two." "Oh, it must be the couple's resemblance. I've heard that a pair of lovers, through frequent contact and mutual understanding, tend to develop similar features." Yes, it's the couple's resemblance." Luo Geng didn't quite grasp the concept of couple's resemblance. He simply hoped it wasn't a sibling resemblance. Despite the fact that his father and Qi Xiaoyu's mother were together, they were not married, and thus he and Qi Xiaoyu were certainly not siblings. He was determined to obtain their marriage certificate before them. "But you both appear to be around my age, also university students?" Qi Xiaoyu inquired. She nodded in affirmation, saying, "Yes, we will be university students when the semester begins." The girl was taken aback and quickly asked, "Really? You are going to Cheng'an too? Which university?" "Cheng'an University." They replied, "Oh, then we will be future alumni. I will also be a student at Cheng'an University when the semester starts." "What a coincidence!" the girl exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Observing her spirited demeanor, Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu exchanged puzzled glances. But what are you doing in Cheng'an now? There's still over a month until the semester begins. Are you here just for fun?" "Not at all. I am here to work and earn some pocket money, so I could directly attend classes when the semester starts," she explained. The mention of working struck a chord with Qi Xiaoyu, who had also entertained thoughts of finding a job. This girl was also venturing to Cheng'an alone to earn money. She couldn't possibly spend the entire holiday playing and then ask her mother for money when university started. Could she? "Let's be friends. My name is Su Qinglu, and it's such a serendipitous encounter to meet future alumni here. Is your idea of fate the moment you fell on top of me? In that case, I must say I'm not blessed with such fortune," Luo Geng remarked, raising an eyebrow and gesturing to his abdomen, which still ached from the impact. Qi Xiaoyu quickly extended her hand to rub the area that pained him. The moment she touched him, she inadvertently found herself feeling Luo Geng's slightly protruding belly. Luo Geng felt a wave of embarrassment and tried to withdraw her hand, but it was too late. He had subtly resolved to embark on a weight loss journey. Wow! Qi Xiaoyu's heart raced with excitement as she rubbed Luo Geng's belly, growing more fond of the action, her lips curving into a smile. "I'm sorry. I was really dazed. I spent an entire day and night on the train and needed to catch up on sleep." Su Qinglu apologized, lowering her gaze. When she fell, her head was completely foggy. Frankly, if Luo Geng hadn't cushioned her fall, her head might have collided with the wall. Qi Xiaoyu, puzzled, asked, "If you travel for a whole day and night, then your place must be quite far away. Why choose such a distant location for university?" She believed that a 10-hour train ride to Cheng'an was already considerable. If someone traveled for an entire day and night, the distance must be even greater. Su Qinglu shrugged. "Of course, going to university should be a bit farther from home. You can do whatever you want without family constraints. Attending university next to home holds no appeal. It lacks excitement." Luo Geng nodded in agreement, resonating with her sentiment. However, as someone who had been through it, he earnestly cautioned, "I hope you maintain that mindset when you're alone in your dorm on weekends or scrambling for tickets during holidays." "Huh?" Su Qinglu was somewhat perplexed by Luo Geng's words, and he had no intention of elaborating, believing she would eventually understand. "By the way, you haven't told me your names yet. This way, I won't have to worry about making friends when the semester starts." Luo Geng, Qi Xiaoyu. They introduced themselves. Yet they felt a strange sense about this girl. To be accepted into Cheng'an University indicated a sufficient level of intelligence. Yet her demeanor and expressions suggested that perhaps her intellect had been solely devoted to academics. She seemed to exude a somewhat naive air. "Yes, even before the semester begins. I have made 2 friends. Here, let me treat you to some gum," Su Qinglu said, producing a pack of gum and offering it to Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu. They accepted one, smiling politely, but did not consume it. Instead, they stowed it away in their pockets. How could they casually eat gum handed to them by someone they had just met? Still, Luo Geng believed that Su Qinglu was not malicious. After all, who could she possibly deceive? Unless she were an exceptional actress, everything about her seemed genuine. "Miss Su, what kind of work do you plan to do in Cheng'an?" Qi Xiaoyu inquired, still intrigued by the subject. She wanted to work, but lacked direction and experience. "Just call me Qinglu." "Well, I'm not sure. But big cities should have plenty of job opportunities, right? I've heard that every shop posts job listings." "Job listings? What do you mean by missing persons announcements? Do you even know what you were saying?" Luo Geng rolled his eyes at her. It was clear he had been correct. This girl had undoubtedly channeled her intelligence into her studies. Typically, those who excelled academically were often less adept in everyday matters. "Huh? Aren't they all about finding people? Isn't it the same?" Chapter 101. Can we exchange phone numbers? One is for finding people, and the other is for hiring. By the way, what are your skills? Are you interested in comics? Luo Geng asked Su Qinglu, as he needed to find a studio and recruit more staff in Cheng'an. This past month had been exhausting for them, and he feared that if things continued this way, he would inevitably find himself overwhelmed like in his previous life. Not all interested. All right then. Luo Geng could only shake his head in resignation at Su Qinglu's quick response, her cheerful smile betraying her naivety. At this juncture, finding talent in that domain was indeed challenging. How could he attract more employees? Would he have to provide them with insurance? Should he camp out at the entrance of the art academy to recruit? Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoyu pondered her own skills. What could she do to support herself? It seemed she lacked any viable talents. However, she reasoned that part-time jobs didn't necessarily require specialized skills. Most were likely service-oriented roles that didn't demand much expertise. Are you both looking for work as well? Let's team up, Su Qinglu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she hoped they would accompany her to work. After all, as a girl venturing alone, the prospect was daunting. At least she felt that Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu didn't seem threatening. Oh no, we're not here to work. We came to have fun, Luo Geng replied, shaking his head. Yet, truthfully, Qi Xiaoyu felt a flutter of temptation. She wanted to work. But going solo was intimidating, especially without experience. Although Su Qinglu also appeared inexperienced, having company was preferable to being alone. But they had come to Cheng'an for leisure. Not to work? Wasn't that a bit abstract? Well then, can we exchange phone numbers? This way, when the semester starts, I can find you too, Su Qinglu suggested, pulling out her phone and blinking expectantly at Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu. Luo Geng couldn't help but admire her bravery in venturing out alone. Had she not encountered them, she might not have made it to the start of the semester. Asking for a phone number from someone she had only known for a few minutes on the train, she could have easily become a victim of human trafficking. Luo Geng cast a glance at Qi Xiaoyu beside him. After all, she was a girl he barely knew. How could he casually give her his phone number? However, Qi Xiaoyu seemed indifferent. Her possessiveness over Luo Geng was alarmingly intense, especially towards Qi Qianru, even before Bai Yi and Wen Xiao became a couple. She harbored a slight hostility towards Bai Yi. Yet, for reasons unknown, Qi Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable sense of security around Su Qinglu, as if she instinctively perceived her to be a girl utterly oblivious to the concept of romance. She had a keen eye for observing others' expressions, despite any facade. Minute changes were still detectable by her. Qi Qianru's gaze towards Luo Geng, no matter how well she masked it, was something Qi Xiaoyu could sense was extraordinary. Conversely, she felt no discernible emotion emanating from Su Qinglu. Just leave my girlfriend's number, and I'll spare you, Luo Geng replied, shaking his head. While he wished to refuse outright, if Su Qinglu was indeed truthful, they would inevitably be classmates, and if they ended up in the same major, it could lead to an awkward situation. Su Qinglu nodded and murmured, all right then. Luo Geng then lay down, covering himself with the blanket, preparing for sleep. Is that okay? Qi Xiaoyu asked, her eyes akin to clear ink, blinking as if she were playfully coaxing Qi Xiaoyu while retrieving her phone to inquire. Qi Xiaoyu took a step back, gently nodded, and said, fine then. Reluctantly, she took out her phone and exchanged numbers with Su Qinglu. After they finished, Su Qinglu stepped closer and whispered in Qi Xiaoyu's ear, seriously, are you two not siblings? No, Qi Xiaoyu replied. I'm sorry, I want to mention it again. Around 7 in the morning, the train arrived at Cheng'an Station, the final destination. Passengers disembarked, hauling their luggage as they squeezed through the exit. Well, goodbye. I hope to see you on the first day of school. Su Qinglu waved farewell to Qi Xiaoyu and Luo Geng, who responded with a wave of their own. That girl was remarkably chatty. She had kept Qi Xiaoyu engaged in conversation all night, resulting in both of them having poor sleep. At last, we arrived, Luo Geng remarked as he surveyed the expansive station. A City-S train station forms the initial impression for those arriving. And Luo Geng's first impression was that Cheng'an was a bustling metropolis, despite his perspective being shaped by years of experience. He found Cheng'an's train station to be superior to those of many third- or fourth-tier cities he had encountered in the subsequent years. Noticing Qi Xiaoyu's lack of energy, he suggested, shall we find a place to catch some rest? Dragging our weary bodies around one tea be enjoyable. Sure, she agreed. During the summer break, Qi Xiaoyu had successfully adjusted her sleep schedule. Previously, staying up late was never an issue, but now, even a slight deviation from her routine led to overwhelming fatigue the next day. At that moment, her eyelids felt heavy, making it difficult for her to enjoy any activities. Luo Geng first informed his father that they had arrived safely, easing his worries, and then led Qi Xiaoyu out of the station. Next to the train station stood a well-known hotel chain. Upon entering the hotel and approaching the front desk, Luo Geng promptly requested, 1 room, please. Without hesitation, he made this decision. In the past, he would have consulted Qi Xiaoyu, respecting her wish for separate rooms if that was her preference. However, after witnessing Wen Xiao and Bai Yi at the cinema, he felt quite displeased. He and Qi Xiaoyu had been together much longer. Why should they be outdone by that couple? Besides, they were indeed a couple, so sharing a room while traveling was hardly inappropriate. After stating his request, he glanced at Qi Xiaoyu, curious about her reaction. To his relief, she found it perfectly normal, showing little reaction as she produced her identification. Once they completed the check-in process, Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu entered their room. The most striking feature was the large bed. Luo Geng placed their luggage down and turned to Qi Xiaoyu, softly asking, do you want to take a shower? Huh. That question seemed perfectly ordinary. Yet Luo Geng sensed something amiss. Why did it feel slightly off? Was it due to having watched too many films in the past? All right, Qi Xiaoyu nodded, not overthinking it, as she had certainly needed to shower after a night spent on the train, especially considering the heat and the sweat accumulated on her body. You go ahead, she said. Qi Xiaoyu stepped in the bathroom, ready to wash up. Though the glass was opaque, it was still impossible to see inside. Luo Geng found himself at a loss for what to do in the room. His phone was useless for watching short videos. So he opted to take out his sketchpad and pens, contemplating his next artwork. The sound of the shower began to echo from the bathroom, pulling Luo Geng from his thoughts, rendering his focus elusive. While he had heard of people who could devour 3 bowls of rice while listening to the sound of water, he knew his appetite was not that vast. Yet, the notion of Qi Xiaoyu showering distracted him considerably, making concentration difficult. Taking a deep breath, he tried to push the thoughts aside and began to sketch. However, he underestimated the allure of the situation, so much so that he lost track of what he was actually drawing. It wasn't until the sound of the shower ceased that he blinked and finally regained his focus. Suddenly, he gasped, staring at his sketchpad in disbelief. What on earth had he just drawn? It was clear he was a seasoned comic artist, effortlessly translating his thoughts on a paper through muscle memory. What he had conceptualized in his mind had now manifested on the page. With a swift motion, he tore the paper to shreds and tossed it into the trash. What in the world did I just create? I've never drawn anything like that before. Am I somehow gifted? Luo Geng could hardly fathom that his skills had led him to such depths of depravity. Just then, Qi Xiaoyu emerged from the bathroom, clad in her pajamas, her hair damp and dripping. You can go now, she said. Oh, okay, Luo Geng nodded in agreement, then stood up, bending slightly as he approached her. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Qi Xiaoyu noticed his hunched posture and hurriedly inquired. Luo Geng quickly shook his head, responding, I'm fine. Just a little sore from sitting for too long. Don't mind me. He preferred not to explain why he was walking that way. Then, he entered the bathroom to shower, gazing at the sink and the drain, exclaiming, does Xiaoyu have a hair loss issue? The sink and drain were tangled with long strands of hair. Luo Geng thought that if he lost that much hair, he would surely be alarmed. Nevertheless, Qi Xiaoyu had such a thick mane that losing that amount seemed inconsequential. As he showered, the process was straightforward for him. Qi Xiaoyu had brought an array of toiletries, shampoo, conditioner, body wash, lotion, and so on, while Luo Geng simply opted for whatever was convenient. A 3-in-1 concoction of shampoo, body wash, and facial cleanser. To be candid, Luo Geng felt that it couldn't quite measure up to toothpaste, which was indicative of its shortcomings. A single bottle to address all woes. If such a marvel did not exist, one might as well resort to soap from head to toe. After his bath, Luo Geng donned his pajamas and stepped outside. While bathing, he had heard the sound of Qi Xiaoyu blow-drying her hair, and he could not fathom why it took her so long. He could finish drying his hair in under 5 minutes. Are you not asleep? I thought you must be quite tired by now, Luo Geng inquired, glancing at Qi Xiaoyu seated on the bed. I'm waiting for you, Qi Xiaoyu replied softly, her head lowered. Oh, you're waiting for me? Ahem, let us sleep now. We can play once we wake up. Luo Geng coughed to mask his embarrassment, and then plopped down onto the large bed. After a shower, lying there felt incredibly comfortable. He found himself reluctant to burrow under the covers. As he closed his eyes, relishing the moment, he suddenly felt Qi Xiaoyu's hands resting on his waist. Luo Geng let out a muffled sound, soon realizing she was giving him a massage. Xiaoyu, you didn't just say your waist hurt? Qi Xiaoyu spoke softly, continuing to knead his lower back. No, actually, Luo Geng wanted to clarify that he wasn't experiencing any back pain, but the words faltered on his lips. After all, such an experience was not one to be dismissed lightly. His girlfriend massaging him would have seemed straight out of a dream. If he hadn't been experiencing it himself, he would have sooner believed that Emperor Qin Shi Huang was still alive than accept such an occurrence as reality. Is this where it hurts? Qi Xiaoyu asked tentatively, applying gentle pressure with her small hands. That's about right. Luo Geng was uncertain about where the discomfort lay, even questioning what was pleasurable about the massage. Yet he was thoroughly enjoying it. I knew you would eventually have back pain from sitting for so long. You really should try to avoid prolonged sitting. Qi Xiaoyu's eyes reflected her concern. She feared that Luo Geng might overexert himself and suffer injuries from prolonged sitting, which would surely be quite distressing. Yeah, I'll try my best, Luo Geng replied, though internally he mused that if enduring some back pain could yield such treatment, then he'd gladly welcome the discomfort. What harm could come from that? However, this perspective stemmed from the fact that Luo Geng did not genuinely suffer from back pain. After addressing his lower back, Qi Xiaoyu moved her hands upwards, tenderly massaging his cervical spine. Not only his back, but Luo Geng's work also placed considerable strain on his neck. She often observed him stretching and cracking his neck. A moment later, Qi Xiaoyu noticed the faint sound of Luo Geng's soft snores. She paused, then broke into a gentle smile. Leaning down, she placed a light kiss on his lips and whispered softly in his ear, "Sweet dreams, chapter 103, will this be harmful to the body?" Luo Geng slowly opened his eyes, realizing he had fallen asleep. It seemed he had not slept well on the train, and Qi Xiaoyu's massage had lulled him into a deep slumber. The first sight that greeted him was the hotel ceiling. He was covered by a blanket, but aside from that, there seemed to be something else resting atop him. As he stretched out his hand, he accidentally brushed against a leg resting on him. "What is this?" Luo Geng's eyes widened in disbelief, his senses heightened to their peak. What a peculiar sensation. Was there truly such extraordinary skin? Not even a mosquito could perch upon it. It felt so smooth. Turning his head, he gazed at Qi Xiaoyu, who was sleeping soundly with her leg draped over him. So, she preferred to sleep in such a manner? Luo Geng was aware that many people slept this way, hence the existence of body pillows, which provided comfort while sleeping. He also realized that although he often stayed with Qi Xiaoyu, they had never truly shared a proper sleep together until now. And here he was, being used as a makeshift pillow. He glanced at his phone, discovering it was past 3 in the afternoon. They had arrived at the hotel around 8 that morning, and now they had slept until this hour. Was this what travel entailed? Venturing from one South-owned familiar place to another, only to sleep? Should he wake Xiaoyu? She had to eat anything and might be quite hungry. "Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, shall we go get something to eat?" He gently patted her back, calling her softly in a voice barely louder than a whisper. Suddenly, Qi Xiaoyu stirred, letting out a series of soft murmurs akin to a child's whimper, shifting slightly in her sleep. Yet, she did not open her eyes. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Luo Geng. "Just let me sleep a little longer," she murmured in a nasal tone, nestling into a more comfortable position, treating him like a human pillow. "All right," Luo Geng blinked in surprise, his body stiffening as Qi Xiaoyu held him tightly. It was his first time witnessing this side of her. She was so adorable when she acted like this upon being woken up. Who could resist such charm? However, Luo Geng found himself overwhelmed by other sensations as well. With Qi Xiaoyu clinging to him so closely, the almost non-existent physical distance made his throat tighten in nervousness. He slowly turned his head to look at her, her face nearly brushing against his. He could feel her breath against him, and she appeared restless in her sleep, her loose pajamas disheveled. Her skin, as smooth as jade, was partially exposed, subtly trembling with her breath. Will maintaining this state for hours be harmful to the body? As the clock approached 6, Qi Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes, unaware of how long she had been asleep, but she knew her slumber had been exceedingly restful. She hadn't anticipated being able to sleep so well in a hotel. Moreover, there was a body pillow. A body pillow. Qi Xiaoyu's eyes widened as she discovered she had been tightly embracing Luo Geng all along. He lay there, staring at the ceiling, utterly still, as if he had truly transformed into a pillow. Qi Xiaoyu released her hold on him, lowering her leg, and awkwardly glanced at his profile, her eyes betraying a hint of panic as her heart raced. Had she really been cuddling him for so long? And it seemed Luo Geng had been awake for quite a while, yet she had remained oblivious in her embrace. Luo Geng wanted to be upset. "Will he?" "You're awake." Luo Geng turned to look at Qi Xiaoyu, who was gazing at him with a flustered expression. "Have you been awake long?" "No, I just woke up." Luo Geng lied, unable to confess that he had been a human pillow for over 3 hours. At the very least, Qi Xiaoyu had enjoyed a splendid rest, and he didn't mind the experience too much himself. "It's my fault for sleeping for so long," Qi Xiaoyu said, glancing out the window, where the sun was beginning to set, casting the world into twilight. She couldn't believe she had slept an entire day in the hotel. "It's all right, as long as you slept well. You must be hungry. Let us go get something to eat." Luo Geng sat up, only to find his body stiff from inactivity. Moving now would surely elicit a series of cracking sounds. There is no denying that lying in bed, maintaining a single posture, can be quite exhausting. Understood. Qi Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully, recalling that her restful slumber was largely due to her embrace of Luo Geng throughout the night. Otherwise, the former version of herself would never have managed such an extended repose. While Qi Xiaoyu changed her attire in the room, Luo Geng retreated to the bathroom for his own transformation. Once they were both suitably dressed, they prepared to venture outside. Given the late hour, returning to this place was inevitable. Thus they resolved to seek out a nearby restaurant for their meal. Surprisingly, even after a full day in Chang'an, they had yet to step beyond the confines of the train station. Most of the dining establishments adjacent to the station had already shuttered, leaving only a handful still open. "Let us dine here. It seems rather lively," Luo Geng suggested, pointing to a bustling restaurant where patrons filled the seats, the atmosphere abuzz with chatter. However, it soon became evident that the establishment leaned heavily towards being a drinking den, as nearly every table was occupied by individuals indulging in alcohol. I'm agreeable to this. Qi Xiaoyu replied. Luo Geng led Qi Xiaoyu inside, settling at a small table tucked away in a corner. Yet upon their entrance, they attracted a significant amount of attention, particularly from those who had indulged a bit too much. Conversations ceased abruptly, and all eyes fixated upon Qi Xiaoyu, their expressions laden with intrigue. Whispers circulated among the tables. Luo Geng surveyed the other patrons, noting their unabashed stares fixed upon Qi Xiaoyu. Let us simply have a quick meal, as long as we fill our bellies. I shall treat you to a grand feast tomorrow, he proposed, understanding that lingering here was ill-advised. They should hasten their meal and depart. Chapter 104, Goodness. That fellow must be trained. The dishes were swiftly served to Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu. Despite Luo Geng's aversion to being the center of attention, he felt compelled to ignore the prying gazes, as they were not committing any offense by merely looking. Thus, he focused on finishing their meal as expeditiously as possible. At that moment, the waiter approached with 2 additional dishes, placing them on their table. This is not our order, Luo Geng remarked, perplexed by the waiteress' actions. This is a complimentary dish from that table over there, intended for the beautiful lady, the waiter explained, gesturing towards a group of patrons whose impish smiles betrayed their intentions. They appeared to be in their 20s, largely bare-chested, adorned with numerous tattoos. Qi Xiaoyu turned to the waiter, stating, "Kindly return it. I do not want it." The waiter hesitated, unsure how to comply without facing the ire of the rowdy patrons. They had shown little courtesy when placing their orders, and returning the dish would likely invite trouble for him. "It is fine. Let it remain here," Luo Geng sighed in resignation, recognizing the predicament of the waiter, who was merely doing his job. He then produced several bills, handing them to the waiter. "Please send them a few bottles of fine liquor." "Understood." For Luo Geng, it was merely a matter of not wanting to owe any unsavory favors. The amount was inconsequential to him. However, the group of patrons had a different perspective. When the waiter delivered the bottles to their table, the patrons' faces lit up with mischievous delight. Well, that lad knows how to play the game. Perhaps he recognizes us? Could it be that the girl asked him to send this? Regardless of their speculations, Luo Geng remained indifferent, choosing to ignore their raucous laughter and crude jokes, focusing solely on their meal. Once they had eaten their fill, they intended to leave, leaving the 2 unsolicited dishes untouched. "Are you satiated?" Luo Geng inquired of Qi Xiaoyu. "Yes," she replied, eager to vacate the smoke-filled atmosphere heavy with the scent of alcohol. "Very well, let us depart." After settling the bill, Luo Geng took Qi Xiaoyu's hand, guiding her towards the exit. As they passed by the rowdy table, the patrons' eyes continued to linger upon Qi Xiaoyu, stirring restlessness among them. "Go on, monkey. Hurry up before they leave," one urged. "Yeah, get her number and share it with us." Another chimed in, pushing a wiry man resembling a scrawny monkey, whose tattoos only accentuated his frail appearance. All right, I'll go. But if that lad gives me trouble, you all better back me up," the monkey declared, rising to his feet and straightening his hair before stepping outside. "Hey, beautiful," they heard a call from behind, prompting them to glance back, where the monkey approached with a lecherous grin. Luo Geng's brow furrowed in irritation. Such characters were far too prevalent in this era, their audacity unchecked, influenced by the underworld. "Leave your number, babe. Let's grab a meal together next time," he insisted, brandishing a cracked phone and flicking his hair, his speech somewhat slurred. He exuded an unwarranted confidence. Shoving one hand into his jeans pocket while the other gestured flamboyantly, his flip-flops contrasting his bravado. Qi Xiaoyu cast him a disdainful glance, choosing silence as she turned away and pulled Luo Geng along with her. "Hey, did you not hear me? I said leave me your number," the monkey shouted, chasing after them. Inside the restaurant, his companions erupted into laughter at his expense, watching him fumble as he pursued them, akin to a performance in a comedic farce. "What number do you want? How about my father S? If you want it, I'll give it to you. Just scram." Luo Geng snapped, unable to contain his frustration, his gaze fierce. Even Qi Xiaoyu was taken aback by Luo Geng's sudden display of anger. The monkey stood there, momentarily stunned by Luo Geng's outburst, having anticipated a meek demeanor from him, especially after he had generously purchased drinks for them earlier. You. Enough with the stammering. Go home and straighten your tongue before speaking," Luo Geng retorted, pulling Qi Xiaoyu away, wishing to dismiss the encounter. Yet the monkey, catching sight of his jeering companions within the restaurant, felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him, a stinging slap to his pride. "You son of a," he shouted, producing a small knife from his pocket, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Luo Geng's back, charging forward. "You dare insult me? I'll end you." Qi Xiaoyu turned, her heart racing at the sight of the knife, instinctively wanting to shield Luo Geng, but he pulled her behind him instead. In a flash, as the knife lunged towards him, Luo Geng reacted, swiftly sidestepping to the right and narrowly evading the blade. With a decisive motion, he struck downwards onto the assailant's wrist before swiftly following with an upward jab to the elbow joint, with his left hand gripping the wrist of the right hand. He swiftly maneuvered his right arm to encircle the upper arm of his opponent, executing a sudden throw that sent the assailant crashing to the ground in an instant. The entire sequence transpired in a mere 2 seconds. The monkey landed heavily, causing the small knife to clatter to the floor beside him. Cough, cough. The monkey spluttered, nearly dislodging the beer he'd consumed from his stomach with the force of the fall. Goodness, that fellow has trained. The onlookers in the restaurant stood up in astonishment, their eyes fixated on Luo Geng, who had executed the fluid maneuver that left them utterly spellbound, especially at the moment the monkey committed his crime. Qi Xiaoyu's gaze remained unwavering, captivated by Luo Geng's silhouette, softly murmuring, "So handsome." Chapter 105, You sullied your hands by hitting him. Qi Xiaoyu suddenly regained her composure, her delicate brows knitting together in anger as she strode toward the fallen monkey. Luo Geng, uncertain of her intentions, found her demeanor intimidating. Slap! In the next moment, Qi Xiaoyu's palm landed forcefully on the monkey's face, leaving a vivid, crimson imprint. You! The monkey was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at Qi Xiaoyu, as if questioning how this woman possessed such strength. Yet, what truly chilled him was the ferocity in her gaze. Xiaoyu, it's all right, see? I'm fine. Just calm down, Luo Geng quickly interjected, wrapping his arms around her and gently patting her back in a soothing gesture. He understood her well enough to know that she might indeed be capable of beating this miscreant to a pulp in her fury. What began as a justified act of self-defense risked becoming excessive. Yet, he couldn't believe he dared to provoke her. Don't worry. Striking him has only dirtied your hands, Luo Geng reassured Qi Xiaoyu, and as she nestled in his embrace, her emotions began to stabilize. Hey, come out! The monkey shouted at the patrons of the restaurant, but upon glancing over, he realized they had resumed their merriment, completely indifferent to his plight. His lips twitched in frustration as he attempted to rise and call out to them. Just then, Luo Geng coldly remarked, "You've been used as a pawn, and you still wish to confront them? How foolish. What do you mean?" It was evident that the monkey, with his limited intellect, failed to grasp Luo Geng's words. Enough. You have plenty of time to ponder that in the detention center, Luo Geng declared, pulling out his phone to call the authorities. Recognizing that this situation had escalated to intentional assault, which could not simply be overlooked. You can't call the police. That is not how we do things. The monkey stammered, bewildered, as he had never encountered anyone calling the police during a brawl. It was always about brute retaliation. Who said anything about rules? Luo Geng retorted, unperturbed by the unspoken codes of behavior among such ruffians. Seeing Luo Geng had dialed the authorities, the monkey bolted, swiftly disappearing from sight. Despite his lean frame, he proved adept at fleeing. Luo Geng, however, found no inclination to chase after him. If he could evade him, then surely he could elude the police as well. After reporting the incident, the police arrived promptly, confiscating the small knife, taking note of Luo Geng's contact details, reviewing the surveillance footage, and, after thorough investigation, apprehending the monkey's accomplices while allowing Luo Geng and his companions to depart. Capturing the monkey was merely a matter of time. Luo Geng mused that this was indeed a bustling metropolis, where one could encounter all sorts of individuals. Such characters, rare in his hometown, were surprisingly commonplace here. As evident from a simple outing for a meal, with the holiday season upon them, it seemed they had little else to occupy their time, or else they would likely be loitering near the entrances of various schools, targeting students as they left. Upon returning to their hotel, Luo Geng collapsed onto the sofa, considering it a form of exercise. After all, even subduing a scrawny monkey had proven to be somewhat exhausting. In his previous life, he had sought solace through learning anew, sketching comics, and engaging in various sports, including martial arts, which he had practiced, albeit his current stamina fell short of his past capabilities. Are you hurt? Qi Xiaoyu inquired. Concern etched on her face as she examined Luo Geng's physique, fearing he had sustained an injury. No, just a bit fatigued. Sitting and drawing for too long has left my body a tad out of shape. Perhaps I should consider shedding a few pounds. I'll lose weight? But I don't think you're overweight at all. Qi Xiaoyu replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice, as she quite enjoyed patting Luo Geng's stomach. And truly didn't he perceive him as having gained any weight. To her, he was perfect regardless of his size. It's your cooking that's too delicious. I inadvertently overindulged. Luo Geng chuckled, playfully pinching his belly, which was noticeably more pronounced than before. Is there a kitchen here? Should I start cooking for you again tomorrow? Oh, but we come out to enjoy ourselves. Why should you still be cooking? I appreciate it, but I prefer you to rest. I worry you'll tire yourself out. Luo Geng said, drawing Qi Xiaoyu into his embrace and allowing her to settle on his lap. I'm not tired at all. It makes me happy to cook for you. Qi Xiaoyu murmured bashfully, lowering her head, her cheeks flushed. Luo Geng glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the evening, and their first day had passed rather haphazardly. We should retire early, otherwise tomorrow will mirror today and we'll be sleep-deprived. Agreed. After changing into their sleepwear and exchanging goodnights, they turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. Luo Geng closed his eyes, intending to drift off quickly, but found even that a challenge. Oh no, having napped too much during the day, he now struggled to fall asleep at night. His eyes remained wide open, staring into the pitch blackness, yet he felt far from tired. On the contrary, he was unusually alert. What to do? If this continued, he would be exhausted again come morning. He forced his eyes shut, determined not to spend this trip merely sleeping during the day and dining at night. That would be foolish. Are you asleep? Came Qi Xiaoyu's gentle voice from beside him. No, Luo Geng realized she too was wide awake. I think I napped too much today. I'm not sleepy at all. Me too. They lay side by side, gazing at the unseen ceiling, both devoid of any drowsiness. Where shall we go tomorrow? Qi Xiaoyu slowly inquired, feeling both well-rested and excited for the day ahead, which made falling asleep a challenge. Perhaps we can visit Cheng'an University and see if we can rent a studio nearby. Sounds good. Once again, silence enveloped them, both at a loss for words, neither able to succumb to slumber. Russell. Luo Geng cautiously shifted his arm, gently draping it over Qi Xiaoyu's head, to which she responded by resting her head upon his arm. Gulp. Luo Geng swallowed hard, gradually withdrawing his arm, pulling Qi Xiaoyu into his embrace. He felt a tinge of nervousness, as his motives felt somewhat impure, fearing she might disapprove. However, her compliance brought him unexpected joy. He perceived Qi Xiaoyu nestled in his arms as delicate as a doll. At that moment, Qi Xiaoyu wrapped her arms around him, resting her legs atop his. Chapter 106. To forget the peril of battle is to court danger. The ancients did not deceive me. Will this be uncomfortable for you? Qi Xiaoyu asked softly, her own apprehension evident, as she had longed to be held by Luo Geng, desiring to embrace him tightly. However, she dare not, for she feared that Luo Geng might not appreciate her efforts. Thus, achieving this much was already a considerable endeavor on her part. No. Luo Geng shook his head, feeling as if he had transformed into a tree, with Qi Xiaoyu clinging to him like a koala. It was not uncomfortable, rather, he found himself quite willing to be embraced in such a manner. If you feel uncomfortable, do let me know. Qi Xiaoyu lay quietly in Luo Geng's arms, as if nestled in a tranquil and warm harbor. In the darkness, she lifted her gaze to behold Luo Geng's face, the corners of her lips curving into a delicate smile as she gently pressed a kiss to his cheek. Subsequently, she shifted her body slightly, tightening her embrace around him as if to draw him ever closer into her warmth. Her form was soft and warm, evoking a soothing flow of warmth within Luo Geng. Not to be outdone, he turned toward her and tenderly kissed her forehead. Feeling his response, Qi Xiaoyu's face flushed instantly. She ceased to speak, burying her face in his chest and wrapping her arms around his waist. Her body trembled softly, as if to convey that her heart was racing. They remained entwined in silence, the atmosphere thick with a hint of ambiguity. Their souls intertwined, drawing them closer in that moment, enveloped in an unparalleled sense of tranquility and security. After a brief silence, Qi Xiaoyu suddenly raised her head, as if attempting a stealthy kiss on Luo Geng's cheek. Yet, in the darkness, she could not discern his features, let alone his face. Thus, she inadvertently pressed her lips against his instead. The unexpected sensation beneath her lips startled her momentarily, but she did not pull away. Instead, she continued to kiss him softly. After a few seconds, she intended to withdraw, but suddenly, Luo Geng's hand firmly grasped her head, preventing her from retreating. In that instant, Qi Xiaoyu's heart raced, her body quivering slightly. She gasped, but Luo Geng had already deepened the kiss. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The two embraced in silence, attuned to the warmth of each other's bodies and the rhythm of their heartbeats. Their breaths gradually intertwined, creating a wordless dialogue, a genuine connection that profoundly touched their souls. This time, Luo Geng's movements were not gentle. They possessed a certain dominance. Yet, inexplicably, Qi Xiaoyu found herself drawn even more to this assertive side of him. After what felt like an eternity, Luo Geng finally released her, both panting softly as they adjusted their breathing, having barely managed to catch their breath. It was then that Luo Geng became aware of what he had done. Uncertain of the origin of his emotions, was it provoked by the recent encouragement from Wen Xiao and the others? Or was it born from his affection for Qi Xiaoyu and her passionate advances? Perhaps it was a blend of both, yet he felt no regret. Luo Geng leaned closer to Qi Xiaoyu's ear, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine. Her voice was faint, barely audible even to her own ears. Luo Geng gently caressed her hair, sensing her tremors, a wave of inexplicable tenderness swelling within him. Suddenly, Qi Xiaoyu retracted her legs, loosening her grip on him, and sat up. I'm going to wash my face. Luo Geng nodded, turning on the bedside lamp to illuminate the room for her until she switched on the bathroom light and gently closed the door, restoring tranquility to the space. Phew! At that moment, Luo Geng abruptly sat up in bed, clearly shifting into a state of alertness. It was an uncontrollable response he was undeniably affected by. Whatever it was. However, it was a natural reaction, given that kiss had left him somewhat unmoored. He rose from the bed, rummaging through his belongings. Did I bring it? That thing I keep as a talisman for unforeseen circumstances. Did I forget it? Luo Geng continued to search through his things, but it appeared he could not find what he was looking for. Damn it! At such a crucial moment, I didn't bring it. Frustrated, he collapsed onto the sofa, visibly drained from the earlier excitement, though he had calmed down somewhat. I'll make time to buy a box tomorrow. Forgetting it is perilous. The ancients were not wrong. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Qi Xiaoyu gazed at her reflection, relieved that the room had been dark for otherwise. Luo Geng would have seen just how flushed her face had become, so red it seemed it might bleed. She acutely felt the heat radiating from her body, as if a fire were igniting within her. Had she not rushed to cool down her face, she feared she might spontaneously combust. Qi Xiaoyu gently washed her face, feeling her cheeks cool, yet her heart burned like a flame. Luo Geng had been so proactive. She found herself lost in thoughts of that kiss, an indescribable feeling rising within her. She felt the electric thrill of Luo Geng's earlier boldness coursing through her, quickening her breath. When she exited the bathroom, she found Luo Geng seated on the sofa, his belongings in disarray. What happened? She asked, somewhat surprised. Nothing, just looking for some water. I'm a bit thirsty. Luo Geng quickly stood up, offering a pale explanation. Had it not been for the earlier commotion, he would have been hunched over by now. Qi Xiaoyu glanced around, saying, There's no water here. I'll go buy some for you. No, it's too late. It's fine. We can deal with it in the morning. Luo Geng interjected, for it was already past midnight, and he doubted any stores were still open. Moreover, he was lying. He had not been looking for water at all. They both settled back into bed without mentioning the kiss, sinking once more into silence. Nevertheless, their hearts remained restless, still stirred by the earlier encounter. Can I hold you while I sleep? Qi Xiaoyu's voice broke the quiet, softly inquiring. Of course, Luo Geng nodded affirmatively. Qi Xiaoyu wrapped her arms around him once more. But this time, her embrace was less fervent, tinged with a hint of shyness. Chapter 107. Would you like to live with me? Their warm breaths entwined around each other. Luo Geng gently held Qi Xiaoyu, feeling her face tremble against his chest. As time passed, their breathing steadied, and a wave of drowsiness washed over them. Eventually, both succumbed to the embrace of slumber. The following morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting soft rays into the room. Luo Geng slowly opened his eyes, only to discover he was alone in bed. He sat up abruptly, eyes wide, and spotted Qi Xiaoyu seated in a chair, tending to her hair. Her fingers delicately combed through her strands, carefully attending to each lock. Oh, you're awake, Qi Xiaoyu exclaimed, startled, nearly dropping her brush. Luo Geng sighed in relief, moving closer to her and gently stroking her hair. Really, don't scare me like that. When I opened my eyes and saw you weren't beside me, it felt like my heart had dropped. Luo Geng wrapped his arms around her neck from behind, leaning into her. Hearing his words warmed Qi Xiaoyu's heart. Yet she pouted playfully, saying, as if I could ever leave you. Really? Absolutely, I will never. Qi Xiaoyu promptly replied, turning to meet Luo Geng's gaze. As their gazes intertwined, unspoken affection radiated from their eyes. They tidied their belongings and checked out of the hotel. With their destination near Cheng'an University and unfamiliar with the route, they had no choice but to inquire with locals. Subsequently, they relied on the bus stops, transferring multiple times over a journey lasting 2 hours. Should we consider purchasing a car? Oh, but I haven't obtained my driver's license yet. Luo Geng suddenly realized that he had yet to acquire his license, but he also recognized the inconvenience of being without a vehicle. After all, he was lugging 2 suitcases around in the sweltering heat. Qi Xiaoyu repeatedly insisted on carrying her suitcase, but Luo Geng could not possibly agree. Even if she was willing, the thought of others witnessing him stroll leisurely while his beautiful girlfriend struggled with the luggage would surely lead to his condemnation. On the bus, Qi Xiaoyu sat by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, where towering skyscrapers showcased the city's prosperity. Observing her lost in thought, Luo Geng softly inquired, "Will you be staying in the dormitory after the semester begins?" Huh? Qi Xiaoyu turned to him, puzzled, unsure of what he meant. "Of course. I will stay in the dormitory. Where else would I go? I can't return home like before." "Is that so? You won't be living in the dormitory?" Qi Xiaoyu nodded, returning the question. "No, I prefer not to stay in a dormitory." Luo Geng shook his head. After all, he had experienced dorm life in his past life. To be honest, aside from the camaraderie among the boys, there was little to miss about it. The dorms were not particularly pleasant. The university he attended was subpar, resulting in cramped 8-person rooms, noisy and chaotic conditions, and cleanliness was hardly a priority. The crucial issue was that aside from Luo Geng, the other 7 occupants smoked, leaving the air thick with smoke, making it difficult to breathe at night. "Then, will you rent a place outside?" "Well, let us see if the studio can accommodate people. If it can, I'll want T need to find a separate place. If not, I'll look for a nearby apartment." Luo Geng nodded, noticing that Qi Xiaoyu seemed to have something to say, but was unsure how to express it. Although he was uncertain of her thoughts, he had something to convey. "I know this might be a bit premature, but would you consider living with me?" Luo Geng mustered the courage to voice the invitation. Although they were a couple, cohabitation felt a tad too soon. However, it seemed unreasonable for him to live outside, while Qi Xiaoyu stayed alone in the dormitory. "Is that all right?" "Of course. In fact, living together with you is what I desire most." Luo Geng nodded eagerly, though his voice dwindled to a whisper. Qi Xiaoyu bit her lip, lowering her head, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Cohabiting with Luo Geng. Though they had spent many nights together before, the prospect of long-term cohabitation caused her heart to race. It meant living together, going to school together every day, cooking meals at home, and dining together. Such a life was her dream. "I wish to live with you." Qi Xiaoyu murmured softly, revealing her thoughts. Upon receiving the desired response, Luo Geng's brow lifted slightly as he exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face. "All right then, let's search for a place we can call home together today." After what felt like an eternity on the bus, they arrived at their destination, Cheng'an University, sprawling over nearly 700 acres, boasting an impressive scale and complete facilities. Numerous residential buildings nearby offered rentals, though the prices were generally steep. After all, only the affluent could afford to rent so close to the university. Luo Geng was indeed one of those wealthy individuals. His latest round of manuscript payments had just arrived, rewarding his tireless efforts in writing. Now, not only could he afford to rent an apartment, but purchasing a similar one would also pose no challenge. The studio did not need to be excessively large, considering there were no employees to accommodate. Luo Geng contemplated the ideal size for the studio. If he were to replicate the scale of his previous workspace, this location would surely be inadequate. However, he had since tempered his ambitions. Something modest would suffice. Scanning the rental advertisements, he called the listed numbers and subsequently toured the properties with the landlords, discovering places just a 5-minute walk from Cheng'an University, featuring exquisite renovations and fully furnished interiors, thus commanding a hefty rental price. "This place seems a bit extravagant for a studio, doesn't it?" Luo Geng glanced at Qi Xiaoyu, seeking her opinion. After all, this residence was more suited for living, with its complete furnishings and refined decor. Utilizing it as a studio felt wasteful. In truth, Luo Geng believed that a studio required merely a desk and chairs, perhaps a coffee table and sofa, or an air conditioner. "I think living here could be quite nice. But as a studio, it feels a bit." Qi Xiaoyu shared the same sentiment. The crux of the matter was that the studio had no employees beyond Qin Xiao, their sole formal staff member. In all honesty, Luo Geng felt it was somewhat excessive to provide Qin Xiao with such a fine working environment, akin to feeding a mountain pig fine grains. "If you find this place too expensive, there's a simpler one next door, with rent roughly half the price. It has basic furnishings and minimal appliances." The landlord, sensing their hesitation, suggested the adjacent property, thinking they found this one too costly. "Oh, shall I take a look?" Luo Geng followed the landlord to the neighboring unit, and the significance of renovation became evident. Despite sharing the same layout, the ambience was drastically different. Though it was livable, after witnessing the other unit's decor, this one appeared somewhat shabby. Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu exchanged glances, silently acknowledging this property as suitable for a studio. It seemed to resonate with Qin Xiao's character. Perhaps they would even welcome new recruits in the future, and the size was just right. Luo Geng wandered around, finding no apparent faults, and turned to the landlord, asking, I'd like to take both this unit and the one next door. Can you offer a discount? Both? The landlord's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe his ears. He assumed Luo Geng was joking, but the seriousness in his demeanor suggested otherwise. He had thought Luo Geng was merely interested in viewing this unit because he deemed the other too expensive, only to discover he wanted both. That might not be wise. The other place is a bit pricey. Qi Qianru tugged at Luo Geng's sleeve, whispering in his ear. It's all right, you liked it too, right? So let us settle on this one. Or do you wish to explore more options? No, I'm fine with anything as long as I'm with you. Qi Qianru waved her hand dismissively. She would never be picky. Even this simpler unit surpassed her current home, let alone the other one. Certainly, I can offer a discount if you rent both units together. The landlord quickly seized the opportunity, his attitude shifting to a smile as he regarded Luo Geng. All right, if everything seems all right, let us sign a contract. I'll pay a year's rent up front. Luo Geng retrieved his bank card and identification from his wallet. The landlord, thrilled by Luo Geng's promptness, eagerly accepted the card and ID. Excellent, excellent. After both parties had affixed their signatures and fingerprints to the rental contract, the landlord handed over the water and electricity cards, along with the keys, to Luo Geng. Subsequently, a sum of over 10,000 yuan was deducted from his card as rent. The landlord exchanged phone numbers with Luo Geng and, with a smile, remarked, I won't disturb you any longer. Just give me a call if you need anything. Once the landlord departed, Luo Geng and Qi Qianru returned to the adjacent house prepared for their residence. It was a two-bedroom apartment with a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and balcony. For Qi Qianru, it was her first time living in such a place, and the thought of cohabiting with Luo Geng stirred a sense of excitement within her. Oh, right, she suddenly remembered. Luo Geng, seated on the sofa, noticed Qi Qianru rummaging through her belongings. When she produced her wallet, he couldn't help but frown. Qi Qianru withdrew her money from the wallet, which included the 2,000 yuan given to her by Renlan, along with her own savings, and offered it to Luo Geng. What does this mean? He inquired, looking at her in confusion. Qi Qianru lowered her head and spoke softly. I don't have much, but I will earn more through work eventually. Please take this for now. Why do you want to give me money? Luo Geng asked, perplexed. You've been spending on me, and now you let me live in such a nice place. Luo Geng furrowed his brow slightly and replied, You are my girlfriend. It's only natural for me to spend on you. Well, you're my boyfriend, so it's only reasonable for me to spend on you as well. Therefore, you should keep this money. Qi Qianru insisted, pressing the money into his hands. Luo Geng looked at the cash, then raised his gaze to ask, Is this money from Aunt Rin? Yes. Luo Geng stood up and returned the money to Qi Qianru, stating earnestly, Money given to you by Aunt Rin is yours. Why spend it on me? The money I spend on you is earned by me. But you spent on me even when you weren't earning. Like when you treated me to hot pot. Luo Geng was momentarily speechless, realizing that he had indeed used his father's money at that time. He hadn't expected her to turn the tables on him so swiftly. Stammering, he responded, That's not the same. I'm a man. You're a woman. What's the difference? In this day and age, there's gender equality. You spend on me, and I spend on you. Isn't that fair? Luo Geng wanted to explain to Qi Qianru that, in a decade or so, true gender equality would be a mere illusion, with persistent gender biases. However, he suspected that such reasoning would be futile, as Qi Qianru would undoubtedly find a way to return the money to him. Fine, I'll accept it then. This should put your mind at ease, right? Luo Geng took the money and placed it in his wallet. He thought that prolonging the argument was pointless. He could always find a way to repay Aunt Rin later. Suddenly, Qi Qianru narrowed her eyes and said seriously, You must not return it to me or my mother. Caught. Luo Geng let out a bitter laugh. He had only just considered such a notion when Qi Qianru saw right through him. Accepting the situation, he realized she had a point. He had been focused solely on giving. Yet in a relationship, one must also learn to accept. He pulled Qi Qianru into his embrace and softly asked, All right, I'll keep it. I want to return it to Aunt Rin, but I could buy her a gift. You would refuse that, would you? Luo Geng thought that since he couldn't return the money, he could instead convert it into a gift. Then wait for me to earn money from work before you buy anything. I want to give gifts to Uncle Luo too. You shouldn't be the only one spending money. What job will you take? Why not just help me out? I'll pay you. Luo Geng was puzzled as to why Qi Qianru would prefer to work outside rather than be by his side. After all, he could pay her too. Yet, Qi Qianru understood that working alongside Luo Geng would amount to the same as him giving her money, and she could not voice that without facing his objections. I just want to gain some experience. I can't rely on not working my whole life, can I? I need to adapt to society early on. Chapter 109. What to do if you need to sleep right after dinner. Of course, you can live without working for a lifetime. I'll support you. Luo Geng replied with an air of certainty. He had already made plans for it. Otherwise, why would he work so hard to earn money? As long as he had enough, he could provide for her, allowing his father and Aunt Rin to enjoy a life of ease. He didn't want to repeat the tragic fate from his past life, where his father perished in the rain while working tirelessly for him. Fortunately, in this lifetime, Aunt Ren and Qi Xiaoyu were by his side, preventing history from repeating itself. Therefore, he felt an unwavering sense of gratitude towards the mother and daughter duo. Merely spending money did not equate to repaying them. Qi Xiaoyu turned her head and pouted. That's impossible. You'll eventually find me useless. And I can't just not work. Luo Geng raised 4 fingers, his expression serious. As heaven is my witness, if I ever think you're useless, may I meet a terrible fate. PFF, stop saying such things. Qi Xiaoyu quickly covered Luo Geng's mouth, preventing him from continuing. She knew he would never deem her useless. Despite her shortcomings, he had always been patient with her, amplifying her feelings of guilt. All right, let us go shopping and set up our new home. Okay. Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu went to a nearby mall to purchase daily necessities, bedding, and other essentials. Qi Xiaoyu, eager to prepare meals for Luo Geng, immediately headed to the kitchenware section to buy cooking utensils and groceries. After a lengthy shopping spree, Luo Geng finally managed to haul everything back home, leaving him panting with exhaustion. Ugh, it feels like it will take forever to organize all this, he sighed, glancing at the pile of items on the floor. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. You can rest, Qi Xiaoyu said, placing a hand on Luo Geng's back with a gentle smile. However, Luo Geng noticed that Qi Xiaoyu also looked tired, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. If she were to tidy up alone, it would likely take her a considerable amount of time. It's fine. I'll handle it. Just as Luo Geng was about to speak, a thought struck him. You know what? Take your time with the cleaning. There's no rush. I'll head out to buy some more things. There are still many items we need. Okay. Qi Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. She didn't understand what else they needed, as they had already purchased quite a lot. However, before she could ponder further, Luo Geng had already dashed out the door. He had initially intended to find time to buy a gift to make up for Qi Xiaoyu's birthday, but after everything that had happened, he almost forgot. This was the perfect opportunity to act independently and quickly get a gift. Qi Xiaoyu watched as Luo Geng left, feeling a mix of curiosity and resolve. She wanted to take this chance to organize the kitchen so she could prepare meals for him. What should she cook for Luo Geng tonight? A smile crept across her face as she anticipated the moment he would enjoy her cooking. Should she tidy up Luo Geng's room first? What if he was too tired and fell asleep right after dinner? Qi Xiaoyu gazed at the 2 rooms before her, suddenly realizing something important. They had not made a decision regarding who would occupy which room, nor had they clarified whether the 2 would reside together. Was Luo Geng hoping for us to live separately, or to share a room? Qi Xiaoyu gazed thoughtfully at the bedding, lost in contemplation, unsure of how to arrange it. If she divided the bedding between 2 rooms, what if Luo Geng returned and misinterpreted it as her reluctance to share space with him? Yet, if she placed it all in one room, what if Luo Geng preferred to live apart? Would that not displease him? What should she do? Qi Xiaoyu felt quite troubled, as she truly did not know how to proceed. Ultimately, she chose to heed her own heart and brought both sets of bedding into the same room. Luo Geng strolled along the street, pondering what kind of gift would be most suitable. After all, it was meant to make amends for Qi Xiaoyu's birthday, and careful consideration was paramount. If the gift were inadequate, it would be better not to present anything at all. Just then, as he passed the supermarket, he paused, suddenly recalling that he needed to purchase something in addition to Qi Xiaoyu's gift. Clearing his throat, Luo Geng lowered his head and entered the supermarket, his objective clear as he headed straight for the family planning section. The events of the previous night were still vivid in his mind, and Luo Geng felt a pang of regret for having ventured into the fray unprepared, though he was aware that one could still engage without protection. Escaping unscathed was a feat reserved for the experienced, and as a novice, he recognized his limitations. Never did he imagine he would find himself in need of such items. Holding a box in his hand, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. In his past life, he had never required such things. His obnoxious dormitory roommates frequently used them and even borrowed from one another, yet he had remained uninvolved, as though he were still a minor. Unbeknownst to Luo Geng, many minors possessed experience. He approached the counter, ready to check out, feeling immensely awkward about purchasing such items for the first time, wishing he could don a mask or sunglasses. Thank you for your patronage. The cashier took the items and prepared to place them in a black bag. But when Luo Geng lifted his head and locked eyes with the cashier, they both froze. Pointing at each other in astonishment, they simultaneously exclaimed, "You're the girl who fell on me on the train? You are Xiaoyu's boyfriend? I am Luo Geng. I am Su Qinglu." Clearly, neither had recalled the other's name. Su Qinglu, attired in her supermarket uniform, looked awkwardly at Luo Geng and the black bag in his possession. Luo Geng, feeling even more embarrassed, concealed the bag behind him and asked, "What brings you here?" "I work here. It's close to the school, and they provide meals and accommodation. All right then, goodbye. Luo Geng hastily grabbed the bag and made to leave, eager to escape the situation, even resolving never to return to that supermarket again. The thought of being seen purchasing such items by someone who knew him was simply too embarrassing. Chapter 110. Is this the curse he has placed upon me? What kind of gift could possibly atone? As Luo Geng walked down the street, he racked his brain, uncertain about what to give. The gift not only had to be exceptional, but also unique. After all, many had presented Qi Xiaoyu with gifts during high school, each more varied than the last. And some had even been repeated. Thus, even if Luo Geng selected a popular gift, its impact would likely be minimal. Merely his personal touch could not add significant value. In that case, the difference between gifting gold and a hairpin would be negligible. While Luo Geng pondered this dilemma, a loud shout suddenly pierced the air. "Marry me!" Startled, Luo Geng stepped back, lifting his gaze to see a couple before him. The young man knelt on one knee, holding a vibrant bouquet, resembling a romantic night. His face radiated happiness, and his eyes sparkled with affection. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, her heart racing, lips curving into a slight smile. Yet her hands clutched her clothing tightly, as if awaiting something momentous. Hey, a proposal. Onlookers gathered, and in that moment, the couple became the center of attention. Luo Geng found himself drawn closer, eager to witness this romantic scene. The young man suddenly produced a ring from his pocket, causing the girl's astonished eyes to soften with tenderness. He spoke gently, "My dear, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I vowed to one day bring you home. We have been together for quite some time, and my feelings for you have only deepened. I cannot envision a life without you. I wish to dedicate my entire existence to you. I will cherish you forever. Will you marry me?" Tears welled in the girl's eyes as she replied with heartfelt sincerity, "I do." Her voice was like a clear spring, pure and enchanting. The young man slowly placed the ring on her finger, then tenderly kissed the back of her hand, and they embraced, savoring this moment of bliss. The crowd erupted in applause, witnessing this historic moment for the couple. Seeing them wrapped in each other's arms, a thought flickered in Luo Geng's mind. A proposal. He hesitated, feeling that it might be premature. After all, they had yet to even begin. His heart was torn by a powerful force. On one hand, he feared the uncertainty of the outcome, while on the other, he yearned for a happy conclusion. Luo Geng sensed that something was amiss. Such matters ought to be contemplated in depth, perhaps with more ceremony. Yet, there they were, proposing in the street and succeeding. Ultimately, those were merely excuses born of his cowardice. If it was truly Qi Xiaoyu he wished to marry, then the timing of the proposal should not present an issue. Luo Geng recognized that all of this stemmed from his unwillingness to confront reality. Had he realized Qi Xiaoyu's feelings sooner, he would not have wasted so much time. He departed from that place, leaving the joyful atmosphere behind, and walked into a shopping mall. After browsing around, his gaze fell upon a jewelry store. He stood at the entrance, staring at the facade, murmuring to himself, "A ring for proposal? Perhaps not for someone like me." With that thought, he turned to leave, but as he took a step, his pupils widened, and he abruptly halted. "What? Am I too timid to even entertain such ambition?" Cursing under his breath, he recalled words spoken by Deng Yuxuan. Was this some curse he had cast upon himself? Rubbing his temples, he slowly turned around and entered the jewelry store. "Hello, welcome." The staff greeted him warmly, and Luo Geng realized that there was no turning back. Having entered, leaving would only affirm his own inadequacy. "Hello, I would like to purchase an engagement ring." "Certainly. You are looking for a diamond ring, correct? Please come take a look. These are all quite suitable for proposals." The staff guided Luo Geng to the display case. As he gazed at the rings sparkling under the lights, he furrowed his brow. They were indeed beautiful, but the prices were exorbitant. He could not fathom why diamonds, imbued with the value of love, were so costly. A mere stone could cost thousands. While there were cheaper options priced in the hundreds, others soared into the tens of thousands. However, the disparity is indeed substantial. Those few hundred yuan small diamond rings, if not for their sparkling allure, would leave Luo Geng questioning whether they possess any diamonds at all. Nevertheless, for Luo Geng, the monetary aspect is not the crux of the matter. The amount is inconsequential as long as she can afford it. As a university student, she wonders if there are styles more suitable for her. Luo Geng is not particularly picky. At least at this moment, she cannot assert that pricier is necessarily better. Indeed, while higher-priced items often reflect superior quality, the most expensive option would still cause a significant dent in her finances. Let us examine this design. This ring does not emphasize any single diamond, but rather highlights the harmony of smaller diamonds, adorned with star-like accents that embellish the entire piece, shimmering vibrantly, yet modestly. It does not appear out of place for everyday wear and can seamlessly coordinate with other diamond adornments for formal occasions. It embodies understated luxury. The sales associate presented a diamond ring that, amongst the various styles, is of above-average quality and carries a relatively steep price, yet remains within the realm of what Luo Geng can accept. Luo Geng felt a twinge of anxiety about being taken advantage of. After all, there are numerous instances of jewelry stores deceiving novices, and she is precisely that, an inexperienced buyer. As for haggling, she is utterly unversed, as bargaining is virtually non-existent in her shopping excursions. She endeavored to present herself as a more knowledgeable customer, yet internally she grappled with uncertainty about what to articulate. Could you possibly lower the price? Ultimately, this was the only phrase she could muster, to which the sales associate nodded and replied, "Of course, if you are sincerely interested, we can offer a 3 discount. A 3 discount amounts to merely a couple of hundred yuan. She is not particularly distressed by that amount." Luo Geng is acutely aware of her limitations in negotiation and knows she cannot outsmart the shrewd sales associate. Chapter 111. I wish to propose to Luo Geng. Could you please package it nicely? She swiped her card. Luo Geng produced her card, and after considerable effort, she managed to secure a 5 discount. Very well. Please hold on a moment. The sales associate took her card with both hands and promptly proceeded to process her transaction. Shortly thereafter, the exquisite packaging appeared before Luo Geng, and she found no need for the outer bags or authentication certificates, only desiring the ring box within. Wishing you success. We welcome your next visit. Sighing. Luo Geng exited the jewelry store, astonished that she had impulsively purchased a diamond ring after merely wandering around. She could not fathom whether she had acted irrationally or if she had been swept away by the atmosphere of the proposal. She realized they were far from that stage, yet found herself contemplating marriage. Having just spent a substantial sum, she finally began to regain her composure. Perhaps this gift was somewhat inappropriate. She decided to browse a bit more for other options. Qi Qianru was at home, having nearly finished tidying up. After all, she frequently managed household chores alone, so organizing these items was no daunting task for her. All right, it's time to prepare dinner for Luo Geng. Wiping the sweat from her brow and glancing at the clock, she noted it was already afternoon. The two had only shared a light breakfast, and, after a busy day, even Qi Qianru felt a pang of hunger. Nevertheless, her foremost thought was for Luo Geng. Hoping to have him enjoy the meal she prepared upon his return. While at the market, she had purchased ingredients, so she donned her apron and entered the kitchen, eager to showcase her culinary skills. Cooking for Luo Geng felt akin to embodying a wife. Qi Qianru bit her lip. Her ears flushed with warmth as she envisioned herself as Luo Geng's spouse, a scene she had long dreamt of and fervently wished to bring to fruition through her efforts. Would Luo Geng be willing to marry me? She mused, a wave of melancholy washing over her as she grappled with the dilemma of how to propose to him. Admittedly, the norm dictates that it is typically the male who proposes, yet Qi Qianru had no intention of adhering to such conventions. How could she passively wait for Luo Geng to propose? What if he never did? Could she simply remain idle? Absolutely not. From the outset, she had planned to take the initiative and propose to Luo Geng herself. Although they had yet to reach the legal marriage age, she reasoned that they could certainly hold a wedding or even an engagement. When the time was right, they could obtain their marriage certificate. Thus, Qi Qianru thought the sooner, the better. She feared that Luo Geng might leave her, abandoning her, and hoped that this course of action would provide her with a sense of security. Even though Luo Geng had already given her ample security, Qi Qianru was a person with an insatiable yearning for his affection, akin to a black hole, absorbing all the love he offered without concern for excess or scarcity. But surely, a proposal requires a diamond ring, she pondered. How long would she need to work to afford one? Qi Qianru recognized that if she were to propose, a diamond ring would indeed be necessary, even if the traditional roles were reversed, and it would typically adorn her own hand. Yet, she could no longer afford to dwell on such details. With her adept culinary skills, the dining table gradually filled with an array of delectable dishes. However, as the sun began to set outside, Luo Geng had yet to return. Qi Qianru sat at the table, resting her chin on her hand, waiting idly for Luo Geng's arrival, her mind still preoccupied with her earlier considerations. Should she seek counsel from someone? Aware of the value of collective wisdom, Qi Qianru understood that relying solely on her own thoughts would likely yield little in the way of effective solutions. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through her contacts, but found no one suitable to discuss this matter with. Surely, she could not confide in her mother? How could she possibly phrase it? Mom, I wish to propose to Luo Geng. Do you have any good ideas? Her mother would undoubtedly think there was something amiss. The remaining contacts on her list, aside from her mother, included only Luo Geng, noted as boyfriend, and one other individual, by E. On the day of their college entrance examination, Luo Geng had exchanged phone numbers with them, and Bai Yi had also requested her number. Bai Yi had been very kind to her, especially during Luo Geng's absence, and had even called Luo Geng for advice once. It seemed reasonable to reach out to her. Qi Xiaoyu felt a strong urge to discuss her thoughts with someone, seizing the opportunity while Luo Geng was away. After all, such matters were unlikely to be spoken of with him present. Beep, the call connected, and, after several rings, Bai Yi's voice came through. Hello? Hello, is this Bai Yi? It's Qi Xiaoyu. Ah, Xiaoyu, you're actually calling me. How rare. What's up? Bai Yi responded, clearly surprised by the call. Are you free right now? I'd like to discuss something with you. Qi Xiaoyu glanced towards the door, feeling anxious at the thought of Luo Geng unexpectedly returning. Yes, I'm free. I'm home alone. Go ahead and tell me. Bai Yi nodded, reclining on her bed, swinging her legs as she awaited Qi Xiaoyu's revelation. She sensed that this must pertain to the relationship between Qi Xiaoyu and Luo Geng, as Qi Xiaoyu would not likely seek her out otherwise. After all, she was probably the only mutual friend between them, as neither Wen Xiao nor Qi Xiaoyu were particularly familiar with one another, having been classmates in middle school without any significant interaction. I want to know, how does one propose? Propose? Who is it? Did Luo Geng propose to you? Bai Yi immediately sat up, her curiosity piqued, eyes glimmering with excitement. No, it's me who wants to propose to Luo Geng. Really? Are you serious? You're not joking, are you? Bai Yi assured that this was the most astonishing revelation she had encountered in nearly 2 decades of her life. Qi Xiaoyu intended to propose to Luo Geng? What was the situation? The Qin dynasty had yet to perish? At times, she had indeed questioned and struggled to comprehend how Qi Xiaoyu had developed such profound affection for Luo Geng, and how she could be so utterly devoted to him. Despite her own fondness for Wen Xiao, she could not fathom the depths of Qi Xiaoyu's sentiments. It was as if Luo Geng had enchanted her with some sort of spell. Chapter 112. She had not changed. She was merely striving earnestly, indeed, and thus wished to inquire whether there existed any effective means. Qi Xiaoyu pronounced resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, Bai Yi felt a creeping unease, wondering if perhaps the two of them had been embroiled in some trivial dispute, or if there were ulterior motives behind her seeking counsel. She had initially assumed it was merely a matter of minor concern, but it turned out to be a veritable bombshell. How could she possibly know? How could she ascertain how to propose to a man? Xiaoyu, isn't this a bit exaggerated? I understand your affection for Luo Geng, but there's no need to go to such lengths, is there? I believe it will be wiser for you to remain calm. Bai Yi could only attempt to dissuade Qi Xiaoyu, as this matter had long exceeded her realm of understanding. After all, she too was currently in a romantic relationship, yet she felt herself vastly inferior in comparison to Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu. Exaggerated? How could it be? If I love him and wish to be with him, should I not take action? I believe that if I simply wait idly, I shall never achieve any outcome. I want a future with Luo Geng, regardless of whether that future is favorable or not. As long as it is spent with him, it is the best for me. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, slowly responding, you make a valid point. It seems your love for him is indeed steadfast, and I admire that. I suppose I am still too young. To desire to be with her beloved necessitates action. If one merely remains stagnant, no results will ever materialize. At the entrance, Luo Geng stood outside the door, initially intending to enter, but paused, listening intently to the voices within. He had returned long before, even prior to Qi Xiaoyu's phone call, and after pondering for an extended period at the door, he found himself without an alternative gift, left only with the diamond ring in his pocket and some items he had purchased from the supermarket. Lacking the courage to reveal his intentions, he tucked the items deeper into his pocket, preparing to conceal them. However, just as he was about to open the door, he overheard Qi Xiaoyu speaking. At first, he was puzzled as to whom she was conversing with, but upon listening further, he realized she was on the phone with Bai Yi. Moreover, he caught wind of an exceedingly pivotal detail. Xiaoyu was going to propose to him. Luo Geng nearly exclaimed aloud at the door. Not only Bai Yi, but this was the most shocking news he had encountered in over 30 years of life. It aligned perfectly with his own thoughts, yet contrasted starkly with his hesitant and timid demeanor. Qi Xiaoyu appeared remarkably resolute. Especially the words she spoke afterward profoundly stirred Luo Geng's heart. He touched the box containing the diamond ring in his pocket, falling into contemplation. Although he had purchased it, he had done so in a moment of confusion under the influence of the atmosphere, and afterwards he had even felt a twinge of regret. Yet Qi Xiaoyu was entirely certain of her intentions, devoid of any hesitation or regret. Luo Geng believed that if the diamond ring were in Qi Xiaoyu's hands, she would undoubtedly propose to him without a second thought. Knock, knock, knock. Luo Geng rapped on the door, only to hear Qi Xiaoyu's voice, subdued and soft, saying, Luo Geng is back. Let's talk later. Bye. To be honest, Had he not overheard the previous conversation, merely hearing that one line would have left his heart feeling half frozen. Shortly after, Qi Xiaoyu hurriedly approached and opened the door. "You're back. I prepared dinner. Let me heat it up for you. Please wait a moment." Upon seeing Luo Geng, Qi Xiaoyu beamed a warm smile, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Luo Geng found himself momentarily entranced. The scene resembled that of a wife welcoming her husband home. If he could marry Qi Xiaoyu, he would witness such moments every day. "Thank you for your hard work." Luo Geng entered the house, observing the delectable dishes Qi Xiaoyu had prepared, all of which were his favorites. The room was immaculate, devoid of any dust. While Qi Xiaoyu busied herself reheating the food, Luo Geng glanced toward the two bedrooms. In the first room, he noted the absence of bedding, which left him puzzled. However, upon entering the second room, he saw two sets of bedding laid out, with two pillows as well. "Xiaoyu intends for us to share a room, does she?" Luo Geng's throat tightened. He had not anticipated that his innermost thoughts would manifest into reality through Qi Xiaoyu's actions. At this moment, Luo Geng finally recognized that the progression of their relationship had been largely driven by Qi Xiaoyu. Whether it was embracing him in the rain after they had become a couple, or the first kiss on his cheek after he had presented her with flowers, or that night when she kissed his lips, it seemed she had always been the one taking the initiative, while he had merely followed her lead. His own timidity and shyness appeared insignificant in Qi Xiaoyu's eyes. It was hard to imagine that before they had become an item, she had been the girl who could hardly gaze at him and stammered when speaking to him. No, she had not changed. She was simply making an admirable effort. Luo Geng understood that Qi Xiaoyu remained the same person. She had not transformed. It was akin to their first meal together, when he had asked her to maintain eye contact, and she had earnestly endeavored to look him in the eye. Everything was just as daunting and intimidating for her. But her affection for him had empowered her to overcome all obstacles. "All right, let us eat." At that moment, Qi Xiaoyu had finished reheating the meal and served Luo Geng a generous bowl of rice. "Delicious." Luo Geng nodded, taking a seat at the table and beginning to eat. She did not pick up her chopsticks, but instead watched him intently, observing him consume the food she had prepared. "Is it good?" Luo Geng took a bite and smiled gently at Qi Xiaoyu. "That's wonderful." It seemed as though she had received the answer she sought, and she exhaled with relief, her expression relaxing as if she had just completed an exam. After the tension subsided, she began to eat as well, and they fell into a silence, both seemingly at a loss for words. "By the way, what did you buy this afternoon?" Qi Xiaoyu initiated a conversation, having noticed that he had not returned with any items from his outing. She assumed he had spent the entire afternoon shopping and would surely have brought back a variety of things. Luo Geng felt a twinge of embarrassment. He could scarcely disclose the contents of his pocket. Observing his reaction, Qi Xiaoyu blinked, then chuckled softly, saying, "It's all right. Let us just enjoy our meal." She did not press further, yet she was not naive. It was evident that his pocket was bulging with something, since his other pocket contained his phone and keys. It was impossible to conceal the ring box and its contents. This left Luo Geng in a state of hesitation as he grasped the diamond ring box in his pocket, his grip tightening. Chapter 113, I have something in my bag. After dinner, Qi Xiaoyu took the dishes to wash, while Luo Geng remained seated on the sofa, watching her work in the kitchen, lost in thought. After a while, he stood up and approached the kitchen, saying, "Let me help you." Qi Xiaoyu glanced at him, offering a slight smile as she replied, "It's fine. I can manage. You should rest." It was as though Luo Geng's mere offer of assistance was already a form of support, a gesture she appreciated. "You have toiled throughout the day, tidying the house, preparing meals, and washing dishes. How exhausting. You ought to take a well-deserved rest. You have been fatigued for quite some time, while I have only felt weariness for a single day, which is nothing in comparison. After finally having the opportunity to unwind, it is essential that you relax properly." Qi Xiaoyu extended her hand, playfully smearing dish soap foam onto Luo Geng's nose, revealing a mischievous smile that momentarily stunned him. He wished to cherish that smile, to possess it indefinitely and legitimately, and now the opportunity was at hand. He had prepared thoroughly. "That, Xiaoyu." Luo Geng called out to her with a seriousness that took Qi Xiaoyu by surprise, causing her to cease her actions and look at him in confusion. "I have something." Luo Geng reached into his pocket, ready to retrieve the carefully selected gift he had prepared. However, with a thud, a larger box fell from his pocket, capturing both their attention. Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu stared at the object on the floor, momentarily taken aback. Qi Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and her mouth slightly agape. Astonishment written all over her face, while Luo Geng's complexion shifted to a shade of ashen gray, his eyes wide with terror, his expression far from pleasing. "No, listen to me. This isn't something I bought this afternoon. This is, Luo Geng attempted to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Qi Xiaoyu was not naive. Could he truly deceive her into thinking it was a balloon? The fact that he had purchased it was undeniable, and it seemed that no explanation would suffice. A blush, unmistakable and deep, crept across Qi Xiaoyu's face as she lowered her head and murmured, "I have one of those in my bag." "What?" Luo Geng exclaimed. "No, please don't misunderstand. It's not for me. My mother helped me pack, and she just put one in my bag." Qi Xiaoyu recalled the day before their trip when Renlan had assisted her in packing, fully aware of the possibilities that could arise when traveling together. Thus, she had discreetly placed one in her bag without informing her. It wasn't until Qi Xiaoyu arrived and changed into her sleepwear at the hotel that she discovered it. So that's how it is. Luo Geng thought about how he had searched tirelessly in his suitcase the previous night for that item, only to find that Qi Xiaoyu had one in her bag. How could he have anticipated this? Who would have thought Qi Xiaoyu would possess such an item? Yet, what did Aaron mean by this? Did it imply consent? Qi Xiaoyu's reaction was not as he had imagined. She did not regard him with unusual eyes. Could this be considered an implicit acceptance? A silence enveloped them as Luo Geng slowly bent down to pick up the item that had caused him such embarrassment, turning to exit the kitchen to put it away. Qi Xiaoyu remained silent, continuing to wash the dishes, though her mind was no longer at ease. It was in disarray, her hands nearly causing the plates to slip from her grasp. After all, knowing that Luo Geng had bought that item could not simply be for amusement, right? The intention was evidently clear. Luo Geng, seated on the sofa, felt he had ruined everything. In critical moments, he became the most flustered, unable to accomplish anything. What am I truly afraid of? What am I so anxious about? This is hardly something to be anxious about. Most people in the world have experienced this. Luo Geng attempted to calm himself, striving for a state of tranquility. By now, darkness had fallen, and it was around 8 o'clock in the evening. The room was illuminated, though the light was dim and somewhat somber. Qi Xiaoyu, clutching her belongings, entered the bathroom and softly announced to Luo Geng, "I'm going to take a shower first." "Ah, okay," Luo Geng nodded. Although the light was dim, he could still see that Qi Xiaoyu's face was slightly flushed. He surmised that she was still embarrassed about what had just transpired. As the sound of the shower filled the air, Luo Geng retrieved the ring box from his pocket and began practicing his proposal in silence. Kneeling on one knee, he opened the box, careful not to make any noise. He thought to himself that saying, "Will you marry me?" felt a bit premature. After all, they had only been together for a little less than 2 months. Proposing at this stage seemed rather absurd. Thus, Luo Geng reasoned that this should be viewed as an engagement, albeit an early one. Perhaps they would marry upon reaching the legal age or after graduating from university. It was uncertain. It resembled an arranged betrothal. Even if they did not marry, they would still have a commitment, signifying that their relationship had progressed further. With this thought, Luo Geng felt significantly more at ease. To be candid, if he hadn't bought a ring, he wouldn't have to ponder so much. He could simply regard it as a belated birthday gift. However, presenting a diamond ring as a mere birthday gift would certainly lead to misunderstandings, possibly causing Qi Xiaoyu to think he was reluctant to propose. Clearing his throat, Luo Geng stood up, encouraging himself as he tucked the ring box away, seemingly ready. The sound of water ceased in the bathroom, and Luo Geng realized Qi Xiaoyu had finished her shower. She might even take another half-hour drying her hair. Qi Xiaoyu stood before the mirror, gazing at her reflection, her long, damp hair still dripping. She pinched her waist and muttered, "Have I gained weight? Does Luo Geng think I'm fat?" If Luo Geng were aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly disagree, for Qi Xiaoyu was far from being overweight. Her waist was almost devoid of excess flesh, her stomach flat, and even hinting at the outline of abs. She began the lengthy task of drying her hair, her heartbeat accelerating, as though she were about to face something significant, feeling quite nervous. After drying her hair, Qi Xiaoyu glanced at her lingerie. She typically wore a bra beneath her sleepwear. She inspected the new set of lingerie she had brought with her, which was coordinated. After a brief pause, she donned a matching set, then slipped on her sleepwear. Chapter 114. The apology method is to kneel directly. "I'm done showering. You can go now." Qi Xiaoyu emerged, looking at Luo Geng seated on the sofa, speaking softly. "Ah, okay." Luo Geng promptly stood up, his movements somewhat stiff, feeling a rush of warmth coursing through him. He truly needed to take a shower to cool down. As he brushed past Qi Xiaoyu while holding his sleepwear, he paused momentarily, inhaling her delightful fragrance. Luo Geng vowed he was not a pervert, nor did he deliberately seek to catch a whiff of Qi Xiaoyu's scent, yet it was undeniably enchanting. Even a simple brush against her allowed him to perceive it. He entered the bathroom, disrobing, and placed the ring box in a safe spot. As the bathroom door closed, Qi Xiaoyu turned to glance in that direction, her cheeks flushed reminiscent of someone who had indulged in too much wine. While Luo Geng showered, she sat on the living room sofa, watching television. Though the program held no allure for her, her thoughts were far from the screen. Eventually, she stood and walked towards the bedroom, opening her suitcase to retrieve her bag, which contained the items her mother had packed for her. Moments later, she slipped that item beneath her pillow. Qi Xiaoyu herself did not comprehend the rationale behind her precautionary behavior, but knowing Luo Geng's intentions, she could hardly remain indifferent. Once prepared, Qi Xiaoyu returned to the sofa, now even less able to concentrate, her eyes frequently darting toward the bathroom. Even when the sound of water ceased, she trembled, her heartbeat quickening. With a sigh, Luo Geng emerged from the bathroom, clad in his pajamas, towel in hand to dry his damp hair. He found it refreshing and had no intention of using a hairdryer. He then tucked the ring box into the pocket of his already thin pajamas, making it all the more conspicuous, akin to a large tumor sprouting on his thigh. Impossible for even the blind to overlook. Luo Geng settled beside Qi Xiaoyu, both enveloped in silence, unsure of what to say. Especially Luo Geng, whose mind was a blank slate. The first thought that crossed his mind was how absurd it was to propose while dressed in pajamas. He had truly acted rashly. He glanced at Qi Xiaoyu, who remained silent. Yet, a fleeting look revealed something that raised his eyebrows. Her light-colored pajamas were quite sheer, and the dark undergarments she wore beneath were visible. Ahem, it's already 10 o'clock. Time flies, doesn't it? Luo Geng coughed to mask his embarrassment, glancing at the clock as he spoke. Are you tired? Qi Xiaoyu lowered her head, her ears flushing, mistakenly believing Luo Geng was suggesting it was time for bed. I'm fine. Luo Geng dared not admit his fatigue, especially with something yet unresolved in his pocket. Regardless, he knew he had to present it tonight to avoid the potential for complications later. The two fell silent once more. After a moment, Luo Geng abruptly picked up a glass of water from the table, took a sip, and cleared his throat. Ahem, Xiaoyu, when I came back, I heard you on the phone. Who are you talking to? Luo Geng was aware that Qi Xiaoyu had been conversing with Bai Yi and knew the content of their discussion. He merely sought to steer the conversation toward the proposal topic, hoping to seamlessly unveil the ring. Qi Xiaoyu was taken aback, not expecting her phone call to be discovered. Unsure of how to respond, she pondered whether to confess she had been speaking with Bai Yi, knowing he would inquire about their discussion. About traveling, she finally replied. Really? What did you two discuss? Luo Geng pressed, sensing the conversation was unfolding according to his plan. If Qi Xiaoyu mentioned anything about proposals, he would know it was time to act. Slowly, Qi Xiaoyu replied, we were discussing our travel plans. Luo Geng was surprised by her deception. While lying about such matters was trivial and understandable due to the inherent embarrassment, it jeopardized his plans. Clearing his throat loudly, Luo Geng straightened up, realizing it was time to take a bold step. Actually, I heard everything from the doorway. Qi Xiaoyu's head shot up, her eyes wide with panic. I didn't mean to deceive you. I'm so sorry. She quickly apologized, understanding that her lie had been exposed. Initially, she thought admitting the truth might only bring her mild embarrassment, but now that Luo Geng had overheard everything, it felt like a far greater transgression. Seeing Luo Geng's serious demeanor, tears welled in Qi Xiaoyu's eyes and spilled over. I was wrong. Please don't be angry. I won't lie to you again. She abruptly knelt, one knee on the floor, intending to drop to both knees when Luo Geng hurriedly intervened. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling? I'm not angry. Please get up. Luo Geng quickly lifted her, thinking that Qi Xiaoyu's earnestness in apologizing was excessive. With such dynamics, he could hardly bear the weight of their familial roles. Had she truly knelt, it would have left him sleepless, berating himself for being unworthy. But I don't know how else to apologize. Qi Xiaoyu confessed, genuinely frightened that her deception would incur his displeasure. She felt at a loss for words beyond mere apologies, desperately wanting to convey her sincerity. Luo Geng gently guided her to sit on the sofa, saying, I'm really not angry, and you mustn't do this again. Otherwise, I might actually get upset. Okay, I understand. I want to do it again. Qi Xiaoyu nodded fervently, placing her hands on her lap and burying her head, unable to meet Luo Geng's gaze. Chapter 115. Reserving your place as my husband. Luo Geng had not anticipated the situation to escalate in this manner. He merely wished to broach the topic. He truly held no grudge against Qi Xiaoyu for lying. You heard everything I said. Once Qi Xiaoyu regained her composure, a wave of embarrassment washed over her as she recalled how Luo Geng had overheard her words, igniting an impulse to vanish. Luo Geng nodded gently, his voice soft. Indeed, I heard all clearly. I never expected you to harbor such thoughts. Well, how should I put it? It seems we have quite the synergy, even our thoughts align. Huh? Qi Xiaoyu looked up, astonished by the expression on Luo Geng's face, which bore a hint of mirth. Luo Geng took a step back, saying, "Actually, when I went out this afternoon, I intended to buy you a gift as a belated birthday present. After all, I only gave you a hairpin for your birthday, which was rather thoughtless." Qi Xiaoyu sprang to her feet, her expression earnest. "It wasn't thoughtless. I loved it. As long as it's from you, I cherish it. There is no need for any more gifts. I knew you would feel that way, but I have my own thoughts." Luo Geng turned to face her again, continuing, "I'm not particularly adept at expressing my feelings or charming you with sweet words. My approach may be clumsy, yet I hope it conveys the emotions I cannot articulate." Before Qi Xiaoyu could respond, she watched as Luo Geng reached into his pocket and withdrew the ring box. "This is..." He opened the box, revealing a magnificent diamond ring. The sparkling gem seemed to embody a star in their love, radiating an eternal glow. Luo Geng slowly knelt on one knee, presenting the ring box to Qi Xiaoyu, his gaze filled with tenderness and resolve. Qi Xiaoyu covered her mouth, her astonishment evident. For a moment, she questioned whether she was dreaming, pondering if she had dozed off on the sofa after a shower. The scene before her was straight out of her dreams. Was Luo Geng truly proposing? "I understand this might be premature, and that we are still quite early in our relationship, having been together for less than 2 months, but I can already affirm that I wish to commit to you for life. You are the only one I want to marry. Therefore, I hope to secure your place as my wife. I don't want anything to happen that would drive you away. You have become an indispensable part of my life. The more time I spend with you, the more I realize I cannot live without you. Marriage may seem distant, as we are still navigating the challenges of our relationship. But whether we hold a wedding soon, or wait until after graduation, or even if you prefer to marry later, I will wait for you. Thus, I wish to reserve your position as my husband." Luo Geng spoke with unwavering determination, his voice infused with a tone of hopeful anticipation as he endeavored to convey the depths of his feelings to Qi Xiaoyu. She listened intently, her patience wearing thin. In fact, the moment Luo Geng produced the ring, she had yearned to exclaim her willingness. As she absorbed his heartfelt declarations, her emotions became increasingly uncontrollable. Her heart raced, her blood surged, and her breath quickened. A profound sense of joy blossomed from within her, revealing just how exhilarated she truly was. "Why, oh why, must you always be one step ahead? This time, I wish to be the brave one and take that step forward." Qi Xiaoyu's voice trembled, her dark eyes glistening with unshed tears, threatening to spill over with the slightest blink. "How can this be? It seems you are the one taking the initiative. I've been so timid, and it is precisely why I wanted to muster the courage this time." She interrupted Luo Geng, her voice rising. "It is I who was timid. After loving you for so many years, I never found the courage. And in the end, it was you who confessed your feelings. Why can't you give me a chance?" Luo Geng slowly rose to his feet, muttering, "Are you unhappy with me being the one to take the lead?" In the next moment, Qi Xiaoyu leapt into his arms, embracing him tightly. "I am overjoyed. I'm terrified that this is merely a dream," she whispered hoarsely in his ear. Luo Geng smiled and gently inquired, "So, are you willing to accept?" "Of course I am." Luo Geng retrieved the ring and carefully placed it on Qi Xiaoyu's finger, as if it were custom-made for her. It fit perfectly and accentuated her elegance. Clearing his throat, he placed his hands on her shoulders, gazing at her tear-streaked face, and softly declared, "I love you." Those 3 words detonated in Qi Xiaoyu's heart like a bomb. If she could entrust her heart to Luo Geng, she would do so without hesitation. "I love you too," she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him. When their lips met, Luo Geng momentarily froze, then instinctively encircled her slender waist with his arms, pressing her against the wall. In that instant, time ceased to exist, and the world fell silent, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats. After what felt like an eternity, they parted, breathless, gazing into each other's dazed eyes. Their faces flushed with warmth, the inner turmoil intensifying. Luo Geng lifted Qi Xiaoyu effortlessly, carrying her into the room, where under the tranquil night sky, their pent-up emotions erupted. In the depths of night, Qi Xiaoyu lay nestled in Luo Geng's embrace, stealing glances at the peacefully sleeping figure beside her. Her cheeks were flushed, and she felt enveloped in a cocoon of happiness. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her porcelain skin. She raised her hand to admire the diamond ring, a symbol of their love, her heart still unable to calm from the overwhelming joy. Even now, she struggled to fully comprehend the happiness she felt, perhaps realizing it would take a lifetime to truly digest. Taking their relationship a step further was the greatest gift she could have received. She picked up her phone, glancing at her contacts. What was once labeled the person I like now bore the title boyfriend. In a moment of exuberance, she deleted those 3 words and replaced them with a new trio, fiancé. The following morning, Luo Geng gradually opened his eyes to the sunlight streaming through the curtains, struggling to adjust. The stiffness in his body prompted him to move, but as he did, his hand brushed against something smooth and delicate. Turning his head, he discovered he had inadvertently touched Qi Xiaoyu's velvety skin. He could scarcely believe how exquisite her complexion was, evoking an irresistible desire to caress it. As memories of the previous night flooded back, he realized it had not been a dream. It was all too real, yet he found it hard to believe. He felt as if he had transformed into a different person, reflecting on how wild his behavior had been. The thought that he had crossed the ultimate threshold with Qi Xiaoyu left him pondering whether it had all happened too hastily. He had always imagined such moments would occur on a wedding night or during a more romantic occasion. Yet it had unfolded on an ordinary day, devoid of significance. Yet he had proposed to Qi Xiaoyu, transforming it into a momentous occasion. Their emotions had reached a tipping point, and being a man who had been single for so long, Luo Geng understood that this was not the end of their romance, but rather a new beginning. A pang of concern hit him as he recalled the sight of Qi Xiaoyu in tears from the pain of their intimacy. He felt a twinge of regret. Now, as he gazed at her peacefully sleeping beside him, he was overcome with tenderness, wanting to shower her with affection. However, he wished for her to have a restful sleep. So he quietly slipped out of bed and made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. In that moment, he caught sight of his reflection in the mirror and noticed what appeared to be bite marks on his shoulder. He winced, touching the tender spots, still aching as he struggled to comprehend that such marks could have come from the gentle Qi Xiaoyu. The reality of their engagement felt surreal, and he began to contemplate how to share this news with his father and Aunt Run. He was certain his father would approve, but he sensed Aunt Run might have reservations, although he believed it would ultimately be okay. Returning to the bedroom, he stood at the bedside, mesmerized by Qi Xiaoyu's sleeping face. Moments later, she stirred, letting out a soft sound before slowly opening her eyes, looking a bit dazed. Seeing Luo Geng, dressed and gazing at her, she inquired, "Where are you going?" Her voice, still heavy with sleep, was soft and sweet. "I'm not going anywhere, don't worry," Luo Geng replied, bending down to kiss her forehead, smiling affectionately. After the kiss, Qi Xiaoyu's mood visibly brightened as she cheerfully asked, "Are you hungry? I'll make you breakfast." Sitting on the edge of the bed, Luo Geng gently stroked her hair, indulgently saying, "I'm not hungry. You should rest a little longer. There's no rush to get up today. We're not going anywhere. Just take the day to relax." "Okay," she replied, though she wanted to say more. However, her body betrayed her. She was still quite tired and felt that getting up now would only lead to discomfort. Last night, she had struggled to sleep, lying in Luo Geng's embrace and watching him until the early hours before finally succumbing to slumber. Now, only 3 hours had passed, and she still felt weary. Observing her drift back to sleep, Luo Geng chose not to disturb her and quietly exited the room to allow her to rest peacefully. With time on his hands, Luo Geng retrieved his sketchpad and pencils, preparing to create new artwork. Unlike his previous hasty attempts, he now took his time to carefully consider each stroke, occasionally jotting down notes on the draft paper. Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from Jia Mo. "Hello? Lao Jia? What's up?" After answering the call, Luo Geng inquired with a hint of perplexity, uncertain as to why Jia Mo was calling at this hour. Had he not already provided him with ample finalized sketches? "Oh, it's nothing much, Teacher Luo. I apologize for disturbing you during your break. As you know, it's quite normal for editors to maintain frequent communication with authors." "Oh, speak on, I'm listening. Regarding the content of your new work, do you have any ideas yet? I just wanted to inquire." Jiamo's status had significantly ascended due to his connection with Luo Geng, and he was now overseeing an increasing number of authors. Yet, none could match Luo Geng's caliber, which left Jia Mo solely focused on him. For Luo Geng alone could yield results equivalent to that of a dozen individuals. We'll discuss that later. By the way, how's the matter of opening a branch office in Chengyan coming along? I've already secured a studio there. If I have to send my manuscripts myself, it becomes quite a hassle, so I might as well look for another publisher. No. I've already brought up the branch office to the president, and it should be finalized soon. However, as you know, establishing a branch is no small feat. Personnel adjustments are a considerable issue, so we must cultivate sufficient expectations. Luo Geng comprehended the situation. It was likely the president had sent Jia Mo to inquire about his new work. Otherwise, if he were unable to produce any creative output, establishing a branch would be rather futile. "Rest assured, I already have direction. Production will commence shortly." "Really? That's wonderful. As expected of Teacher Luo, will this new work continue the style of the previous one? After all, many have been imitating your work, and it's quite popular." "Oh no, it will be a completely different style." Jia Mo paused momentarily, then replied, "Oh, Well, that's fine. After all, it's a creation by teacher Luo, so it's bound to be a hit. Not necessarily. It might not be popular at all, so perhaps you shouldn't harbor too great expectations. Huh? Jia Mo was momentarily taken aback, and after a few seconds of silence, he spoke. Well, teacher Luo, shouldn't we create another piece in that style? It's quite profitable. Luo Geng remained silent, gazing at the empty ring box beside him, staring intently for several seconds. No, I have my own vision for what I wish to create. With that, Luo Geng ended the call, paying no heed to whatever Jia Mo might have said afterward, and inscribed the title of his new work, Luo Yu, onto the sketch. Chapter 117. Do you still wish to revive the ashes? In front of store, Bai Yi stood anxiously, repeatedly glancing at her watch. I'm here. At that moment, Bai Yi heard Wen Xiao's voice nearby, casting him an accusatory glance. She was about to admonish him, but was taken aback by his appearance. What is this attire? Bai Yi scrutinized Wen Xiao, who was clad in a sharply tailored suit, polished leather shoes, and sporting a slick-back hairstyle. He appeared quite formal, akin to someone preparing for a corporate interview. Yet in Bai Yi's eyes, this ensemble seemed utterly incongruous on him. Aren't we meeting your parents today? You told me to dress formally. Wen Xiao, perplexed by Bai Yi's comment, was unaware that this was the very outfit he had painstakingly selected and ironed at home, not to mention the time spent polishing his shoes. His hair, too, had undergone multiple arrangements before achieving its current state. When I said to dress formally, I didn't mean this. Just wear something normal. I simply meant not to wear your basketball attire. Bai Yi sighed, exasperated, as she found no solution for this fool. Oh, is that what you meant? Should I go change? Forget it. We don't have time. Let's just go buy something. Bai Yi grasped Wen Xiao's arm, pulling him along. If he went back to change, they would surely be late. But why are your parents suddenly eager to meet me? Bai Yi shot him a glare, exasperated. This is your fault. You insisted on walking me home, and I told you it wasn't necessary. And now my dad has seen you. I thought you were just being polite. Bai Yi found herself admiring Wen Xiao's obliviousness. She had never realized before how slow he was to grasp things. She initially thought he was merely dull when it came to matters of the heart, but it turned out he was rather slow with everything. The only exception being his perceptiveness regarding others' romantic affairs. Honestly, I can't believe you once helped Luo Geng with his strategies. You must have had a tough time. Bai Yi was incredulous that Luo Geng had ever listened to him, considering he couldn't even see through his own romantic entanglements, yet had the audacity to meddle in others' affairs. Of course, that's because my emotional intelligence is quite high. On that point alone, I must respectfully disagree. Suddenly, Bai Yi recalled something and said to Wen Xiao, Yesterday, Qi Qianru called me. Guess what she said? Wen Xiao paused, asking what? She invited us to her wedding with Luo Geng. That's close. She's actually planning to propose to him. What? Seriously? Is that true? Wen Xiao's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. This was the most astonishing news he had ever heard. It felt like something out of a science fiction tale, beyond his imagination. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? By the way, I want to know what happens next. Could you subtly ask Luo Geng about it when you have the chance? Bai Yi was eager to gossip about their developments. If Qi Xiaoyu really proposed, it would certainly satiate her curiosity. Wen Xiao seemed equally intrigued, his eyes sparkling with excitement. By the way, have you mentioned this to Qi Qianru? Please, don't bring her up again. She has finally calmed down, and you want to stir the ashes? Bai Yi felt a headache at the mere mention of Qi Qianru. Those moments when Qi Qianru was in distress were truly exhausting. She had a chat with her, manage her emotions, and guide her future. Thankfully, Qi Qianru was now more composed and preparing to retake exams. Otherwise, she would surely still be clinging to Bai Yi. Wen Xiao smirked knowingly and said, I just want to see her reaction. Do you think if we inform her about this, she might lose her mind and seek to end things with Qi Xiaoyu? You're truly a harbinger of doom. Stay out of their affairs and mind your own business. Just keep in mind what to say and what not to say. But he couldn't help but admire how Wen Xiao remained so composed and jovial. Even with her father preparing a grand banquet at home, it seemed like a trial for him to meet her parents. But if he could navigate this successfully, it would be a complete victory. The two arrived at the shopping mall to prepare gifts for Wen Xiao's visit, as Bai Yi knew her father enjoyed good wine. So she bought a fine bottle, along with skincare products for her mother. Naturally, Bai Yi also provided Wen Xiao with some money to cover the expenses, considering these items were rather pricey, and he couldn't afford them on his own. Wen Xiao had not mentioned today's meeting with Bai Yi's parents to his own, knowing they would surely offer him money. After completing their purchases, Wen Xiao followed Bai Yi back to her home. Remember to pay attention to my cues and listen to what I say. Bai Yi reminded him once more the door. Okay. Wen Xiao confidently gestured, exuding confidence, while Bai Yi felt a pang of uncertainty in her heart. Bai Yi retrieved her keys and unlocked the door. Upon entering, she called out, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." "Ah, little E is home. Come in quickly." A woman promptly emerged, her face alight with a smile as she gazed at Bai Yi and the figure hiding behind her, Wen Xiao. Wen Xiao cleared his throat, bowed slightly, and greeted ahem. "Hello, uncle. Make sure you recognize him before you greet him," Bai Yi whispered sharply, giving Wen Xiao a light pinch on the arm. "Huh?" Wen Xiao looked up at the still smiling woman before him, a wave of awkwardness washing over him as cold sweat trickled down his brow. The confidence he had just mustered evaporated in an instant, and he hadn't even set foot inside. Bai Yi's mother, Lu Yunfang, observed the tall, flustered boy before her and couldn't help but chuckle softly, saying, "It's quite all right, come in. You must be Wen Xiao." Wen Xiao nodded and, in a nervous tone, responded, "Yes, that's me. Annie, you and Uncle must share such a harmonious couple's resemblance that I failed to recognize you." Bai Yi's lips twitched, shooting him a warning glare as she replied, "I beg you, please stop talking." Reluctantly, Wen Xiao fell silent, placing the items he had bought aside before removing his shoes and entering the house. In the living room, seated on the sofa, was Bai Yi's father, Bai Linwei. His mature face, marked by faint wrinkles, exuded a solemnity akin to the earth itself, stern, unyielding, and formidable. Bai Yi led Wen Xiao into the living room. Standing before Bai Linwei, she softly introduced, "Dad, this is my boyfriend, Wen Xiao." "Hello, uncle," Wen Xiao quickly bowed in greeting. However, Bai Linwei's expression remained rigid, his countenance unwelcoming and seemingly oblivious to Wen Xiao's salutation. "Please, have a seat," he eventually said, pointing to the sofa across from him. "Oh, all right," Wen Xiao replied, sitting down awkwardly, appearing obedient yet somewhat timid, his hands clenching tightly together beneath the table, palms slick with sweat. The earlier air of confidence had completely dissipated. "I'll get you a glass of water," Bai Yi said, noticing Wen Xiao's anxiety, and stood up to leave the living room. As Wen Xiao watched the only person who could shield him depart, a wave of dread washed over him. This meant he would be alone with her father. He held his breath, his heart pounding, and glanced inadvertently at Bai Linwei, only to find him staring back. Hee, Wen Xiao nodded lightly, offering an awkward smile, uncertain of the meaning behind the gaze fixed upon him. After a moment, Bai Linwei slowly spoke in a voice imbued with authority. "Young man, how long have you been together?" Almost a month, I suppose," Wen Xiao replied after a moment of contemplation. He couldn't comprehend why they were meeting parents so soon after starting a relationship, but there was little he could do now that he had been caught. "How are your studies?" "My studies are certainly not as good as Bai Yi's," Wen Xiao said, pausing to scratch his head and chuckling nervously. "Oh, which university do you plan to attend?" Well, a well-chosen university," he stammered. "It's quite close to Bai Yi's university. That was my primary reason for choosing it." In truth, it was Bai Yi who had opted for Beizhou University to be nearer to him. But faced with Bai Linwei's imposing presence, Wen Xiao struggled to maintain his composure. "A good university? It's very close to Beizhou University, if I recall correctly." "That's a vocational college?" Bai Linwei's tone was flat, devoid of emotion, as if he were simply informing Wen Xiao of his disapproval rather than questioning him. Wen Xiao slowly lowered his gaze. The words struck a nerve. He recognized that he and Bai Yi were mismatched in terms of future prospects. They were on entirely different paths. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he understood that he might be holding Bai Yi back. Perhaps she could find someone better. However, the notion of giving up was out of the question. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, as Bai filled a glass with water, she was unexpectedly halted by her mother. "Lu Yunfang, stay and chat with me for a moment," her mother insisted. "Huh?" Bai Yi furrowed her brow, unsure of her mother's intentions. Lu Yunfang intentionally obstructed her, and Bai Yi, not being naive, sensed something amiss. Was her mother deliberately keeping her from joining the conversation between Wen Xiao and her father? Was there something they wished to discuss in private? Bai Linwei rose, speaking in a calm tone. "Young man, do not utter phrases like 'I truly love Bai Yi' or 'I'll strive to improve.' Those words are futile. If you genuinely care for Bai Yi, do not waste your time. Sometimes, letting go is the best choice." "Uncle, is academic achievement truly that important?" Wen Xiao finally ventured to ask after a long silence. Bai Linwei regarded him with a critical eye and continued, "While academic credentials may not be the most crucial factor, they serve as a simple metric for evaluation. I do not wish for Bai Yi to spend years proving that academic success is not paramount. I simply desire for her to follow the most straightforward path." Bai Linwei's words were blunt. They implied that while Wen Xiao might possess the potential to shine in the future, he did not want Bai Yi to gamble on him. He hoped she would seek someone who was already radiating success. After all, as a parent, wanting a less complicated life for one's daughter is not unreasonable. Wen Xiao bit his lip and pressed on. "But what about Bai Yi's own wishes? Are they not significant? Her wishes? Bai Linwei narrowed his eyes, fixing a piercing gaze on Wen Xiao. I believe she would understand. My daughter has always been sensible and obedient. She follows the path we set for her without complaint, which has been a source of comfort for us. In matters of right and wrong, she always chooses the most appropriate course of action. However, Bai Linwei's tone shifted, his eyes narrowing as he continued. Since meeting you, it seems she has chosen the wrong path. Are you aware that she declined admission to Cheng'an University to attend Beizhou University because of you? Do you understand the emotions of a parent in such a situation? Huh? What? Wen Xiao was taken aback, utterly stunned by the revelation. He had no knowledge of this. He recalled asking Bai Yi about her plans, and she had mentioned that nothing was decided yet, stating that Beizhou University was also a good option. He had no idea she had given up on Cheng'an University. Indeed, after the results were released, the homeroom teacher visited us, believing Bai Yi's grades were sufficient for Cheng'an University, which delighted us. Yet, she suddenly changed her mind that day and insisted on attending Beizhou University. At that moment, I sensed something was amiss, and everything fell into place once I learned of your existence. Bai Linwei's brows furrowed deeply, his gaze toward Wen Xiao laced with hostility, as if he were confronting an adversary. She chose Beizhou University for me? Wen Xiao's expression turned despondent. Had he known this sooner, he wouldn't have sat there like a fool. How could her parents not be upset? She had a far better option at Cheng'an University, but opted for a vocational college instead. No parent could possibly feel pleased about that. Wen Xiao now realized that he had been a significant hindrance to Bai Yi. Now that you understand, how do you feel? Do you still wish to know Bai Yi's true feelings? Bai Linwei observed Wen Xiao's reaction, his anger subsiding slightly as he took a seat. He could see that Wen Xiao was unaware of the situation. He had initially presumed that Wen Xiao had manipulated Bai Yi into attending Beizhou University, but it appeared that Bai Yi had concealed her intentions from him willingly. Chapter 119. Let us part for now. Wen Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, his mind a blank slate, and his heart drumming incessantly within his chest. He had indeed questioned whether Beizhou University was the optimal choice for Bai Yi, knowing her potential could lead to even greater achievements. Yet, why had he failed to recognize this sooner? He realized he should have discerned this while they were together. His own dullness was undeniable. I do not harbor any dislike for you, nor do I intend to make things difficult. I hope you can comprehend the sentiments of a father. Bai Linwei observed Wen Xiao's demeanor, a flicker of sympathy in his gaze. He could see the turmoil within, and it was evident that Wen Xiao was not a bad child. I understand, uncle, Wen Xiao murmured, lowering his head. Initially, he had been puzzled by Bai Yi's father's treatment of him. Was he truly so inadequate? But now he recognized that he would not wish to act differently were he in Bai Linwei's position. The fact that Bai Linwei had not cast him out was a testament to his character. With a sigh, Bai Linwei continued, if you are unaware, the fault does not lie with you. Bai Yi is simply too willful. Nevertheless, at the end of the day, she is our most cherished daughter. Can you grasp that? I understand. Since you do, then. However, uncle, I do not wish to give up on Bai Yi. Bai Linwei narrowed his eyes, a frown etching his brow. What do you intend to do? If I can prove myself, would you grant me another chance? Just 1 year. That is all I ask, and during this time, I promise not to disturb Bai Yi. Wen Xiao rose, his gaze resolute, staring earnestly at Bai Linwei. Bai Linwei fell silent for a few moments, breathing heavily before speaking. Are you planning to retake the college entrance examination? To repeat your final year? Yes. Is there a difference? Are you suggesting I could leave from a junior college to Beizhou University in just 1 year? The gap is not merely a few points. Bai Linwei struggled to believe Wen Xiao's words. It seemed a fanciful dream to accomplish such a significant feat in a mere year. I will give it my all. Please believe in me. Bai Linwei shook his head, sipping his tea as he replied. That is of no concern to me. As long as you do not interfere with Bai Yi, does it truly matter whether I believe you? I will inform you in advance. If I discover any contact between you and Bai Yi during this period, I will take firm action. I understand. I will certainly not. Wen Xiao assured him. Once I am admitted to Beizhou University, I will seek Bai Yi out. This year, it was likely that Bai Yi's feelings could change. After all, she would be exposed to numerous exceptional individuals at university and would have many new experiences. Do not harbor resentment towards her if that happens, Bai Linwei cautioned. Wen Xiao hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, I will not, if Bai Yi truly changes her mind and finds someone else she likes. I shall not pursue her further. Very well, you have my word. A man must adhere to his promises, Bai Linwei nodded, gazing at Wen Xiao with a newfound appreciation. At the very least, he admired such determination and awareness. Whether or not it was mere words did not concern him. As long as Wen Xiao stayed away from his daughter, the outcome was inconsequential. I shall take my leave for now. I need to discuss this with my parents. Wen Xiao said, bowing slowly. After all, Retaking the college entrance examination was no trivial matter, and the financial implications were not insignificant. Whether his family would agree remained uncertain. Coughing lightly, Bai Linwei raised his voice, and in response, Lu Yunfang opened the door, allowing Bai Yi to step outside. Bai Yi frowned slightly, glancing at her mother before hurrying out. She had tried to eavesdrop on the conversation, but had heard little, only catching a few excited words from Wen Zhao that remained unclear. As she emerged, she spotted Wen Zhao at the door, preparing to put on his shoes and leave. "You're leaving?" Bai Yi asked, her expression perplexed as she observed the strange demeanor of Wen Zhao. She then glanced at Bai Linwei, who calmly sipped his tea, seemingly indifferent. Yet he urged Bai Yi, go see him off. Confused by the exchange between the two, Bai Yi sensed an unspoken communication. Bai Linwei fixed his gaze on Wen Zhao, who nodded slightly as if understanding an unvoiced message. This feeling of being left in the dark irked Bai Yi, compelling her to seek clarity. She accompanied Wen Zhao downstairs, her impatience bubbling over as she inquired, "Wen Zhao, what did you and my father discuss?" She sensed something was amiss with Wen Zhao. He appeared somewhat despondent, yet it was not sadness. Wen Zhao paused, slowly responding Bai Yi, "Let's part for now." This statement left Bai Yi stunned, her heart jolting painfully as despair washed over her. Her eyes widened, disbelief etched across her features. She initially thought Wen Zhao was jesting, but his earnest expression and gaze spoke volumes, far more serious than when he had confessed his feelings. "Did my father say something? I will ask him." Bai Yi clenched her fists, attributing all responsibility to Bai Linwei, and turned angrily to ascend the stairs. In an instant, Wen Zhao grasped her wrist, halting her. "Your father said nothing, but revealed some truths I needed to know." "What truths?" Bai Yi halted, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart as she looked at Wen Zhao, tears beginning to well in her eyes. "And I said for now because I wish to repeat my studies and retake the examination. I aspire to enroll in your university. If I succeed, then..." Bai Yi interrupted, "I understand now. So, this is what you were discussing. You agreed to this separation, and you will retake your studies?" Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably as she bit her lip, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Yes, I agreed. In fact, it was my proposal." Bai Yi trembled, breathing heavily, and nodded. "Very well, Wen Zhao, but what if you do not get accepted?" Chapter 120. Brother. I miss you. Bai Yi was not entirely opposed to the idea of a temporary separation. She still held on a hope. Yet, she did not anticipate the response she received. "Then I shall not delay you any longer. You deserve someone better." Wen Zhao lowered his gaze, his voice lacking confidence, rough around the edges. "Wen Zhao!" Suddenly, Bai Yi shouted in anger, causing Wen Zhao to lift his head abruptly, astonished by her outburst. He had never witnessed Bai Yi in such a state of fury, nor had he seen her disregard everything to raise her voice. Bai Yi's breath came in quick bursts as she gritted her teeth, her tear-filled eyes glistening. "So, just in these few minutes, with these few words, you would cast me aside? Who do you think I'm doing this for? For whom do you think I am striving to enter Beizhou University?" Wen Zhao, equally stirred, retorted, "I know it is for me. That is why I feel so guilty. My grades are abysmal, while yours are exceptional, in terms of education and prospects. Does that matter?" Bai Yi countered, causing Wen Zhao to falter, stepping back as he regarded her with confusion. "Does that not matter?" He silently questioned himself. Bai Yi, her voice quavering, asked, "Did you ever think that being with me was because of my academic success or my future prospects?" "Of course not. When I am with you, I do not care about your grades. Have you ever considered what lies ahead for you? Do you view yourself in the same light as they do? Is it possible that you equate emotions with academic achievements and future prospects? Or do you perceive love as conflicting with these pursuits?" At that moment, Wen Zhao found himself momentarily speechless, gazing at Bai Yi with a sense of trepidation. His heart was beset by tumultuous waves of uncertainty, especially since Bai Yi had chosen to attend Beizhou University for his sake. Now, he was suggesting a temporary separation, with the looming possibility that failure to succeed academically could lead to a permanent split. For Bai Yi, this felt akin to betrayal. "I tore up my application to Cheng'an University and resolutely enrolled in Beizhou University because I love you. I do not care about the prestige of the university, nor do I concern myself with whether you are attending a vocational college. All I desire is to be by your side. And now you wish to cast me aside?" Bai Yi's voice trembled with emotion. "I don't need you to be exceptionally intelligent or emotionally astute. I simply want you to stand firmly beside me. Is that too much to ask?" For Bai Yi, she was prepared to disregard everything because her affection for Wen Zhao was genuine. Even though she recognized the folly of her actions, a consequence of youth that would likely lead to future regret and disappointment of her parents' expectations, and the potential gossip from others, the mere presence of Wen Zhao beside her made her feel invincible. Yet, now the one person who supported her, her sole pillar of strength, was about to abandon her, leaving her to confront the challenges ahead alone. But I cannot hinder your future. A resounding slap echoed through the air, striking Wen Xiao's face. He stood in shock, hand on his cheek, bewildered by Bai Yi's fury. Today, he had witnessed a side of her he had never seen before. Bai Yi bit her lip until it bled, her brow furrowed as she glared at him. On what grounds do you presume that you would impede my progress? What have you ever hindered me from achieving? Are you seeking a grand excuse to discard me? You have utterly disappointed me, Wen Xiao. So be it. With that, she turned on her heel and ascended the staircase, leaving Wen Xiao standing there. His mind a chaotic storm. Bai Yi burst into her home, carelessly tossing her shoes aside as she rushed to her room. Lu Yunfang stood anxiously at the door, wishing to comfort her, but was stopped by Lin Wei. Leave her be. Let her have some time alone. Moments later, anguished sobs erupted from within her room. Wen Xiao wandered the streets like a mere shadow of himself, his meticulously styled hair now a disheveled mess. Passers-by occasionally cast him curious glances, but he was indifferent to their scrutiny. He cradled his burning cheek, feeling the sting, yet harboring no resentment towards Bai Yi. In fact, part of him believed she had gone easy on him. He paused at a shop entrance, slowly stepping inside to purchase a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of liquor. In a dim alley, he settled onto a dilapidated step, oblivious to the pristine suit he wore. He uncorked the bottle of liquor, taking a swig that seared his throat, intensifying his discomfort. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, despite being a novice smoker, as he had heard it could soothe sorrow. Coughing violently as smoke filled his lungs, Wen Xiao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nausea threatening to overtake him. Struggling to compose himself, he fished out his phone and, after a moment of hesitation, dialed a number. Hello, came Luo Geng's voice, surprised by the unexpected call. Wen Xiao's hoarse tone immediately raised concern on the other end. Wen Xiao, is that you? What's wrong? You don't sound well. Wen Xiao's lips quivered and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He had not cried in years, perhaps since middle school. But now he was utterly helpless, his lips moving silently. Wen Xiao, speak to me. What happened? Luo Geng prompted, anxiety lacing his voice. Wen Xiao slowly raised a hand, taking another drag of the cigarette before discarding it and taking a swig of the liquor. After a few moments of silence, he wiped his tears and finally spoke. His voice choked with emotion. Brother, I miss you. Chapter 121. You seem to be smiling more than before. Really? So does this mean you've broken up? I think she's just upset. When she calms down, you both should talk it out. I'll see you when I return. Just don't do anything rash. Luo Geng listened intently, his brow furrowed in concern. He could hardly fathom Bai Yi's anger. Was it truly possible for her to be angry? As the conversation unfolded, it became clear that both sides were equally stubborn, each holding their ground. It was impossible to determine who was right or wrong. Perhaps they both were. After hanging up, Luo Geng remained worried for Wen Xiao, fearing he might spiral into despair, especially considering the age group often faced such turmoil. Without the means to rush back or send money, he found himself at a loss. As he absent-mindedly twirled a paintbrush, he contemplated the sudden rift in their relationship. The age-old dilemma of in-law dynamics was ever present, and he felt fortunate to be free from such entanglements. What would he do if Qi Qianru's father vehemently opposed their relationship? What's the matter? You seem troubled. Startled, Luo Geng looked up to find Qi Qianru, clad in her pajamas, smiling at him. You're awake? He realized he had been so absorbed in thought that he hadn't noticed her emergence. Yes. I came out to find you with that long face. What is going on? Qi Qianru perched on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, leaning into him. Seeing her, there stirred something within him. If he faced such a situation with her, he might feel even more anguish than Wen Xiao. He recounted the events to Qi Qianru, who listened intently. Upon hearing of their breakup, her brow furrowed with concern. Is that so? Qi Qianru nodded, pondering. Wen Xiao must really need you right now. Should we go back? She understood the importance of companionship during such trying times, recalling her own moments of solitude when she had no one to rely on. Xiaoya, what would you do if you were in his position? She paused, pointing at herself. Me? My perspective might not be applicable since I'm already with you. No matter the obstacles, I wouldn't let go, even if the sky were to fall. What if I were the one to initiate a breakup? Just a hypothetical. This is merely a reference. I swear I have no such thoughts. After Luo Geng finished speaking, he hurriedly began to explain himself in a flustered manner. However, Qi Qianru pressed her finger gently against Luo Geng's lips, smiling as she said, Of course I know. After a moment's contemplation, she added, If it were you, Luo Geng, who initiated a breakup, I suppose I would be utterly devastated, wouldn't I? Observing Luo Geng's reaction, Qi Qianru chuckled softly and continued, I'm just joking. If it were my fault, I would certainly do everything in my power to keep you. It would be my mistake, and I would have to make amends. But if you, Luo Geng, have found someone else you adore, or simply do not wish to be with me anymore, I would respect your feelings, for what matters most is your happiness. Luo Geng was not surprised by her response. He genuinely believed that Qi Xiaoyu would act that way. Yet, he was also captivated by another thought. He reached out, caressing Qi Xiaoyu's cheek, and softly remarked, "You've become more cheerful than before." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu lowered her gaze, her ears subtly flushed with warmth. In a barely audible voice, she whispered into Luo Geng's ear, "I'm just happy." Her joy was unmistakably radiant, entirely stemming from the happiness Luo Geng had brought into her life. Last night, while nestled in his embrace, she found herself grinning foolishly for an extended period, simply gazing at the diamond ring on her finger. Luo Geng cherished Qi Xiaoyu's laughter, which never failed to stir his heart. Regardless of the outcome, he felt confident that purchasing the diamond ring was indeed the right decision. "Shall we head back?" Luo Geng pondered. They had only been here for 2 or 3 days, which, while able to trip, had involved almost no activities. Wait, it seems we've done quite a bit. He hadn't anticipated that so much could transpire in such a brief span. Was this the enchantment of traveling? I'll follow your lead. After all, both our accommodations and studio arrangements have been settled, and I believe this journey has already been quite fulfilling. Qi Xiaoyu was indifferent to where they might go. For as long as she was with Luo Geng, even staying at home would be the best experience. Luo Geng shared the same sentiment. He understood that it wasn't traveling itself he adored, but rather the joy of traveling alongside Qi Xiaoyu. As long as she was with him, he felt content. Then let us return for now. After all, school will be starting soon. Luo Geng felt a tinge of worry for his father, though it had only been a few days since they left, and the concern seemed unnecessary. Yet, having experienced the loss of his father, he was acutely aware of the pain that negligence could bring, and he had no desire to make a similar mistake again. All right. Qi Xiaoyu nodded and began to pack her belongings. Over the past few days, she had also thought of her mother. After all, she had rarely been apart from her throughout her life. Whenever Renlan returned home, Qi Xiaoyu would always be there. With college approaching and the prospect of living away from home, she realized that she had yet to spend quality time with her mother, as both of them had been burdened with their own pressures. Now that their stresses had eased, she yearned to accompany Renlan more. Once they had packed their luggage and turned off the electricity and water, Luo Geng hailed a taxi. Not to the train station, but directly to the airport. He wished to avoid a lengthy train journey back, even if it meant changing trains upon arrival. The entire journey would take approximately 3 hours. While waiting for their flight in the terminal, Luo Geng called Luo Yongfu. "Hello, Dad, Xiaoyu and I will be back tonight." "Huh? Why are you returning after just 2 days? Are you coming home to stay?" Luo Yongfu's voice came through the phone. Luo Geng sensed something amiss and replied, "I cannot come back. What do you think?" "Well, you'd best not come back." "Understood." Luo Geng ended the call and turned to Qi Xiaoyu, saying, "You don't need to call Aunt Ren. She will likely know soon enough, and besides, we'll be staying at a hotel tonight." Chapter 122. Queuing on the path of heartbreak, Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu arrived at the hotel around 6 in the evening and checked into their room. Although Luo Geng longed to collapse onto the bed and rest after the exhausting journey, thoughts of Wen Xiao lingered in his mind, filling him with concern. Thus, he turned to Qi Xiaoyu and said, "I'll go find Wen Xiao now." He felt a bit uneasy about leaving Qi Xiaoyu alone in the hotel, but he believed it was crucial for him to seek out Wen Xiao. After all, if Wen Xiao were to break down in tears, having Qi Xiaoyu present might make him feel awkward. Before he could finish, Qi Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Go ahead. I'll wait for your return." All right. Luo Geng exited the hotel and called Wen Xiao. At that moment, Wen Xiao sat alone on the basketball court bench in the park, the very spot where he and Bai Yi had solidified their relationship, clutching a bottle of alcohol, resembling a drunken soul, with cigarette butts scattered around him. Upon hearing his phone ring, he hastily retrieved it, only to find that it was Luo Geng calling. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. What was I expecting? Wen Xiao muttered to himself. Naturally, he had been hoping it would be Bai Yi reaching out. His emotions were a tangled web. He had been the one to suggest a temporary separation, yet the absence of any news from Bai Yi left him feeling desolate. It had only been half a day, and he wondered how he could endure such a state for an entire year. He considered calling Bai Yi to explain, but fear and the violation of his own words held him back. "Hello." Wen Xiao picked up the call, his voice hoarse and lacking energy. "Hey, where are you?" Queuing on the path of heartbreak. "You're quite humorous." "I'm back. Where are you?" "I'll come find you." Hearing Luo Geng's return, Wen Xiao's eyes brightened, and he leaned against the backrest of the bench. "At my usual basketball spot." "Got it. I'll be there shortly." Luo Geng ended the call and headed toward the park. It seemed that Wen Xiao hadn't done anything foolish or made any mistakes, though he was sad. He was not the type to lose control of his emotions. Moments later, when Xiao spotted someone approaching, and as he looked up, he saw Luo Geng standing before him, holding a bottle of alcohol. Luo Geng shook his head as he regarded Wen Xiao's face. He sat down, opened the bottle, took a sip, and remarked, "What a spectacle. So this is how you look when you're heartbroken. I've learned something new. Did you come just to laugh at me?" Wen Xiao shot Luo Geng a glare, irritation evident in his tone. "That was part of it, but my primary intention is to help you." "Help me?" Wen Xiao was puzzled by Luo Geng's words. He was at a loss for what to do, and how could Luo Geng possibly assist him? Did he mean to help him emerge from the shadows of heartbreak, or to reconcile with Bai Yi? Why need to sigh so heavily? Wasn't this your decision? Shouldn't you be focusing on your studies and striving for success? Wen Xiao understood this reasoning, yet the thought of Bai Yi's final attitude instilled fear within him. But Bai Yi already. Isn't that entirely normal? She is going to comfort you with a pat on the shoulder and say, "You're right. Let us break up then, is she?" It's perfectly reasonable for her to feel angry. That is true. Luo Geng observed Wen Xiao and shook his head, saying, "And you never intended to uphold your promise, did you? I perceive that your urgency is palpable over the course of this year. Can you truly assert that you have not sought out Bai Yi even once? Or do you genuinely believe that Bai Yi has found affection elsewhere and that you are indifferent to it?" Such a notion is utterly implausible. He is aware of this. How could he possibly refrain from reaching out to Bai Yi? Even within the span of this afternoon, he has pondered whether to call her countless times. Moreover, if Bai Yi were to indeed fall for someone else, he knows he would be tenfold more miserable than he is now. It would feel as if he had shamefully pushed Bai Yi away into another's embrace, a decision he would likely regret for a lifetime. Bai Yi is correct. The pursuit of knowledge and love need not be mutually exclusive. Should a conflict arise, it merely reflects a deficiency in self-discipline. Indeed, I struggle with self-control. Wen Xiao acknowledges that Luo Geng is right. Otherwise, he would not have been influenced by his comic books. Despite the impending Gaokao, he finds himself unable to suppress his desire to indulge in them. Similarly, when it comes to studying and romance, Wen Xiao candidly admits that if a message from Bai Yi were to arrive while he is studying, he would undoubtedly cast his books aside, disregarding his academic responsibilities entirely. Luo Geng believes that the most formidable individual in this regard is undoubtedly Qi Qianru. Any conflict with her studies is effortlessly resolved through her diligence. If one is not exceptionally gifted, then sheer effort suffices. Wen Xiao merely relies on the remnants of his past life to perform well academically. He is neither a genius nor particularly industrious, while Luo Geng considers Qi Qianru to be a rare blend of talent and hard work, a truly formidable combination. Luo Geng calmly remarked, "Therefore, consider this. You may retake the Gaokao, focus on your studies, or choose to temporarily refrain from contacting Bai Yi to concentrate on your preparations." I believe she would understand. Why go to such lengths? My self-control has always been lacking. I think to myself, if I wish to concentrate on my studies, I must take drastic measures. Otherwise, I am certain I would falter. If you are willing, then why not embrace this? You could dedicate yourself to your studies. There are many uncertainties to wager upon. The hope of achieving outstanding results, the bet that you will not seek out Bai Yi during this period, and the gamble that Bai Yi will not develop feelings for another, none of which can be guaranteed. Upon hearing this, Wen Xiao shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "I cannot accept this." Luo Geng smiled with an air of satisfaction and then stood, placing a reassuring hand on Wen Xiao's shoulder. "If you cannot accept it, then what troubles you still?" Wen Xiao lifted his gaze, a look of confusion crossing his face as he regarded Luo Geng. "I must commend my Xiaoyu. If you have numerous aspirations, be it balancing studies, romance, or family, why not exert a little more effort? Show some resolve. Even if it means sacrificing a few hours of sleep or foregoing basketball and comic books, the outcome you achieve will surely be worth it." To be honest, Wen Xiao did not fully absorb Luo Geng's words. Yet one phrase resonated clearly. "I suspect you are merely here to boast about your Qi Xiaoyu." Chapter 123. Have you twisted yourself into a pretzel? Luo Geng could not help but smile lightly, concealing his pride in his girlfriend. Who would not wish to share such joy? Wen Xiao's envy transcended mere words. He sighed and suggested, "I understand now. Perhaps I should take the initiative to speak with Bai Yi." Luo Geng pressed a hand on his shoulder, preventing him from retrieving his phone. No. Look at your current state, dazed and tipsy. What wise words could you possibly utter? Moreover, nighttime tends to incite impulsivity. It would be best to wait until morning when you are more clear-headed. Wen Xiao paused, glancing at Luo Geng, and mumbled, "What about now? Judging by your appearance, you haven't eaten, and I doubt you have the appetite. Come, let me treat you. We can do whatever you desire." Luo Geng grasped his arm and pulled him up. With the counseling concluded, it was time for a simple diversion. At least after their talk, Wen Xiao felt markedly lighter. Otherwise, he might have found it impossible to eat or engage in any enjoyment. When Xiao observed Luo Geng's retreating figure, chuckling softly, "Ah, brother, what would I do without you? It's a pity you're a man." A chill raced down Luo Geng's spine. He quickly released his grip and turned in alarm. "What? Are you suggesting you become twisted? That idea is perilous. If you continue with such thoughts, I might truly lose my temper." Just then, the doorknob clicked, and the door creaked open, revealing Bai Yi, her eyes swollen and red from tears. Lu Yunfang immediately turned her gaze toward her, realizing the extent of her distress. "Little Yi, you must be hungry. Come, let us eat," she urged gently. "No, Mama, I wish to go for a walk," Bai Yi replied, shaking her head. She approached the door, slipping on her shoes. Before Lu Yunfang could say more, Bai Yi exited, shutting the door behind her. Lu Yunfang turned to Bai Linwei, glaring at him. Bai Linwei blinked in surprise. "Look at what you've done. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable." Lu Yunfang shouted, her frustration palpable. She had conspired with Bai Linwei to allow him to speak privately with Wen Xiao. Yet she had not anticipated such a heavy price, her beloved daughter weeping for so long. She had nearly rushed into the room multiple times, wanting to assure Bai Yi that she could be with Wen Xiao as long as she ceased her tears, but Bai Linwei had always restrained her. Sighing heavily, Bai Linwei lamented his daughter's plight. She had never been a source of worry for them, excelling in both academics and character. How could they not love such a child? Yet, the more they loved her, the harder it became to watch her be taken away by someone else, especially knowing that young love rarely leads to lasting outcomes. It is expected that as she approaches university, engaging in romance is commonplace. Subsequent breakups are equally normal. Yet, Bai Linwei wished to spare her the pain of heartbreak. He had asked Wen Xiao how long they had been together, only to learn it was less than a month. He assumed their bond was superficial, and that parting would not be too painful. Little did he know, the emotional aftermath was profound. He had never witnessed Bai Yi cry for such an extended period. Was it truly possible for feelings to run so deep after such a short time? He struggled to comprehend the intensity of young love, a sentiment that felt distant to him. As Bai Yi walked away from home, gazing up at the night sky, her emotions were tumultuous. The relationship she had longed for with Wen Xiao now seemed like a fleeting mirage, as if the past experiences had been but a dream, albeit a longer one than usual. She never anticipated that they would part ways. Had she known, she would have chosen to apply to Cheng'an University instead. Sighing, she reflected, "I was too immature to make such a decision. I have only myself to blame. Why should I place the blame on Wen Xiao?" Bai Yi recognized her actions as profoundly immature and thoughtless. She had willingly engaged in this, yet she found herself casting all the blame upon Wen Xiao, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Initially, I had advised Ruru to engage in conversation with friends and take a stroll to lighten her spirits. Yet now, what right do I have to utter such words? After weeping alone in my room for so long, am I not in the same predicament?" Bai Yi gently rubbed her swollen eyes, wandering aimlessly. However, she quickly regained her composure after several hours of crying. She felt an urge to step outside and clear her mind. Friends, Bai Yi retrieved her phone, pondering whether she should reach out to someone. In moments like these, one often longs for a companion to converse with. Yet as she scrolled through her contacts, although she had numerous friends saved, none were the type with whom she could share her innermost thoughts. It was as if they would exchange pleasantries when meeting or discuss important matters over the phone. But casual conversations were rare. Would it be appropriate to call them and share her woes? The only suitable confidant was Qi Qianru. Yet Bai Yi hesitated to intrude on her life. Bai Yi's gaze fell upon her call history, where she noted the name of Qi Xiaoyu, with whom she had spoken just yesterday. Although Bai Yi understood that her relationship with Qi Xiaoyu was merely that of casual acquaintances, she recalled that Qi Xiaoyu had reached out to her regarding certain matters. Perhaps now was an opportune moment to converse with her. After all, among her contacts, Qi Xiaoyu seemed the most fitting option. Clear her throat, Bai Yi dialed Qi Xiaoyu. After a few rings, the call connected, and Qi Xiaoyu's voice resonated on the other end. "Hello? Bai Yi? Yes, it's me. Xiaoyu, are you free now?" Without hesitation, Qi Xiaoyu replied, "I am. Do you want to chat? Should I come to you?" "Oh, right. Come to me? Aren't you traveling with Luo Geng?" Bai Yi momentarily faltered, perplexed, especially by Qi Xiaoyu's eagerness, as if she were aware of Bai Yi's need for companionship. "We returned today. Luo Geng went out to meet, Although Qi Xiaoyu did not finish her thought, Bai Yi deduced that Luo Geng had gone to meet Wen Xiao. Suddenly, everything made sense. It seemed Wen Xiao had indeed found Luo Geng. Thus, Qi Xiaoyu must already be aware of the events that transpired between them. Chapter 124. "So, you're wearing it today? If possible, let us meet and talk." Bai Yi pressed her lips together, contemplating that since Wen Xiao now had Luo Geng to confide in, it would be better for her to seek someone to converse with as well. Alright, I need to check with Luo Geng first. Okay. After hanging up, Qi Xiaoyu called Luo Geng to inform him of Bai Yi's outreach. Although Luo Geng was surprised that Bai Yi had contacted Qi Xiaoyu, he consented to let her go and keep Bai Yi company, knowing she must be feeling quite distressed. Unlike Wen Xiao, she might be more adept at managing her emotions and could provide a calming presence. Qi Xiaoyu and Bai Yi arranged to meet at a tea house. When Qi Xiaoyu arrived, she found Bai Yi sitting by the window, lost in thought. I've kept you waiting. Qi Xiaoyu approached and took a seat across from Bai Yi, drawing her out of her reverie. Ah, Xiaoyu, you're here. Bai Yi ordered a cup of tea and pushed it toward Qi Xiaoyu. Gazing into Bai Yi's eyes, Qi Xiaoyu could see that she had been crying for a long time. Her eyes were swollen and red, filled with an expression of profound desolation. Seeing Bai Yi in such a state reminded Qi Xiaoyu of Qi Qianru during their last meal together, when she had wept for Luo Geng, appearing utterly worn and pitiful. At that moment, however, Qi Xiaoyu had felt a sense of satisfaction, relishing the sweetness of a fruit she had tasted while others could not. Tell me, what do you wish to discuss? Qi Xiaoyu gently inquired. Bai Yi nodded and said, You're aware of the situation between Wen Xiao and me, right? Yes. Luo Geng has filled me in. Do you think I made a mistake? Qi Xiaoyu was taken aback, unsure why Bai Yi would pose such a question. She had anticipated that Bai Yi would seek solace and vent her frustrations about Wen Xiao, not question her own actions. Honestly, it's hard for me to say, but I believe Wen Xiao doesn't genuinely wish to part ways with you. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so distressed. Is he really that upset? Bai Yi was unaware of Wen Xiao's current state. All she knew was her own anguish. Indeed, Luo Geng mentioned that when he called, he was in tears, and Luo Geng hurried back out of concern for his well-being. I haven't witnessed it myself, but I'm curious. Bai Yi mumbled softly, harboring a strong curiosity about Wen Xiao's tears. Bai Yi lowered her head, speaking solemnly. But with such a significant matter, he should have consulted me beforehand, right? He made a unilateral decision without considering my feelings, merely informing me afterward. Isn't that akin to being cast aside? Her hands were clasped tightly on the table, fingers digging in as if to inflict pain. Fortunately, her nails were short, where she might have drawn blood. Qi Xiaoyu placed her hand over Bai Yi's, saying, I believe he may have acted without sufficient thought. You both need to take a step back and communicate openly with each other. Bai Yi was not fully attentive, her gaze drawn to the dazzling diamond ring adorning Qi Xiaoyu's finger. Ah! Bai Yi's eyes widened, fixated on the ring, her mouth agape in astonishment. It was evident what wearing a ring on the middle finger signified, yet she never anticipated that Qi Xiaoyu would announce such a momentous event. Hadn't she assumed Qi Xiaoyu was jesting about a proposal? Actually, I think that between two people it's essential to... Wait, Xiaoyu, let us set that aside for now. Bai Yi interrupted, pointing at the diamond ring on Qi Xiaoyu's finger, her eyes sparkling with a desire to uncover the story behind it. Oh, this is quite coincidental. After we hung up yesterday, Luo Geng proposed me last night. Qi Xiaoyu recounted, her cheeks flushed with a faint pink as she stumbled over her words. Wow! Bai Yi gasped in disbelief, processing the shocking news that would linger in her mind for the entire year. Luo Geng had truly proposed to Qi Xiaoyu? Having shared 9 years of compulsory education and attended the same high school, how had he become so exceptional? While classmates were busy gaming at internet cafes or reveling with friends, Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu were getting engaged. At that moment, Bai Yi felt immense admiration for Luo Geng, recognizing him as a true artist, achieving the extraordinary in reality that seemed more fitting for novels and comics. Could you elaborate? I want to gather some insights. Bai Yi was eager to understand the circumstances that had transformed their relationship from mere friends to engaged partners in just 2 to 3 days. The pace of their relationship seemed faster than a rocket launch. Consequently, what had begun as Bai Yi seeking counsel about her own situation had turned into an exchange of Qi Xiaoyu recounting her experiences with Luo Geng. After a brief interval, Bai Yi listened intently to Qi Xiaoyu's narrative about their recent adventures. Yet upon conclusion, she furrowed her brow, feeling utterly bewildered. Had she missed several years' worth of context? The progression seemed unnatural. One moment they were shopping for linens, and the next they were engaged? Surely, there must have been countless omitted details. Had she not been informed? Left to imagine the nuances? She desperately wanted to comprehend their emotional states during that time. Merely hearing about their activities failed to convey the true essence of their experience. My goodness, is he really Luo Geng? How is it that my impression of him seems so utterly different? Bai Yi reclined in her chair, clicking her tongue. She simply could not fathom how this version of Luo Geng could be the same person who once trailed behind Qi Qianru in her mind. It was as though he had secretly evolved, hiding his transformation from everyone. As Bai Yi gazed at the enchanting Qi Xiaoyu, her eyes sparkled with affection when she spoke of Luo Geng, as if she could vividly imagine the events that had unfolded, completely enveloped by a sense of happiness. Even Bai Yi could sense that although she had prompted the conversation, many of the details Qi Xiaoyu shared seemed to deliberately embellish Luo Geng's character, portraying him as exceptionally wonderful and utterly flawless. Bai Yi couldn't help but suspect that Qi Xiaoyu was somewhat boasting about her beloved Luo Geng. Chapter 125. Do not underestimate the young and poor. Those who do not perish will surely rise. After listening to Qi Xiaoyu's account, Bai Yi felt increasingly troubled, as if all the beautiful romances belonged to others. Her boyfriend paled in comparison to others, and she felt inadequate compared to other girlfriends. With a sigh, she inquired, "Do you think I truly like Wen Xiao?" Qi Xiaoyu, taken aback by Bai Yi's question, found it perplexing that she would doubt such a matter. If she genuinely didn't like him, how could she have cried so much over him? This was indisputable. She must have feelings for him. Qi Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Bai Yi, gazing earnestly at Qi Xiaoyu, declared, "But I cannot be like you. I believe you would never argue with Luo Geng or become angry with him. That is what true affection must be, isn't it?" "Huh? Me?" Qi Xiaoyu pointed at herself in confusion, questioning whether she had misheard. Was her own love not genuine? There was no doubt she adored Luo Geng, but their relationship thrived because he accepted her flaws and embraced her. Otherwise, who could endure her almost obsessive affection? Although she indeed never quarreled with Luo Geng, that did not necessarily define true love. Qi Xiaoyu felt that her form of affection would not work for Bai Yi. Do not doubt it. You surely have sincere feelings for him. There is no single definition of true love. Only you can know your heart. And each person's experience is unique, making comparisons futile. Qi Xiaoyu consoled Bai Yi, then softly urged, "Share your unspoken thoughts about Wen Xiao with me. It might lighten your burden." "Really?" Bai Yi lifted her gaze, meeting Qi Xiaoyu's eyes, a flicker of anticipation crossing her own. She understood that voicing her feelings could provide relief, but the act itself felt daunting. If everyone could openly express their emotions, the phenomenon of unrequited love would cease to exist. Nonetheless, while she struggled to articulate her feelings to Wen Xiao, she found solace in confiding in Qi Xiaoyu. Having someone to listen to her troubles was undoubtedly a blessing. "Of course it's true. I'm here to chat with you precisely to hear your thoughts. While I may not have solutions, I'm always willing to lend an ear." Bai Yi nodded, contemplating for a moment before slowly admitting, "In truth, I do not blame Wen Xiao too harshly. I know he is doing it for me. My father must have said many difficult things to him, yet he remains undeterred and resolute, facing challenges head-on." "Then why are you angry with him?" Qi Xiaoyu questioned. As Bai Yi had just stated that Wen Xiao's actions were all for her benefit. Was her reaction not somewhat excessive? "I was simply caught up in the moment," Bai Yi replied. "He mentioned that if he didn't pass the exam, he would genuinely break up with me, which I found hard to accept. Moreover, he repeatedly spoke of how he was delaying me, and that was what infuriated me the most. We have just graduated from high school, with a long road ahead of us. No one can predict what the future holds. I may not necessarily surpass him. Yet he says things like that, as if one exam score determines a person's entire future. Whatever challenges may arise, he should discuss them with me. We can face them together. If he wants to retake the exam, I can help him study in my spare time. If at first he doesn't succeed, there will always be second and third chances. When it comes to earning a diploma, there will always be opportunities to try again. But he made a unilateral decision without consulting me, and I find that incomprehensible. There are not so many parents who approve of their children's unions. Yet isn't this a solvable issue? I believe this pales in comparison to the larger challenges we will face in life. If such matters warrant such upheaval, then what will we do when more formidable obstacles arise in the future?" Qi Xiaoyu listened quietly, a wry smile creeping onto her face as she thought. I never expected her to explode like this. Just moments ago, Bai Yi had struggled to articulate her feelings, yet now she poured out her heart without restraint, as if these thoughts had been pent up for far too long. Therefore, I feel that Wen Xiao has fundamentally failed in communication. Ding! Luo Geng ended the call, abruptly silencing Bai Yi's voice, while in front of him, Wen Xiao remained deep in thought, reflecting on the conversation. "You heard everything, didn't you?" Luo Geng glanced at the few minutes of the call logged on his phone with Qi Xiaoyu before shutting it off and slipping it back into his pocket. Moments earlier, Qi Xiaoyu had quietly called Luo Geng. However, the other end had not engaged with them, but continued a normal conversation. Wen Xiao had assumed they were merely chatting. But Luo Geng quickly grasped Qi Xiaoyu's intent, especially when she suggested, "You should voice your unspoken thoughts about Wen Xiao to me first." This remark made Luo Geng realize that she wanted Wen Xiao to hear Bai Yi's feelings, prompting him to switch to speaker mode. As Bai Yi expressed her thoughts, Wen Xiao listened intently, remaining silent. Luo Geng could not discern Wen Xiao's thoughts, but he could tell that he was undoubtedly affected. As Bai Yi noted, this was merely a trivial matter in the grand scheme of their long lives. If Wen Xiao found it burdensome to tackle this alone, why not enlist Bai Yi's help? Solving problems together was far more effective than facing them alone. Wen Xiao nodded slightly, slowly admitting, I was overthinking it, believing I could shoulder everything by myself. Exactly. And you're just getting started. At your age, Am I age? What are you talking about? Aren't you the same age as me? Wen Xiao stared at Luo Geng in confusion, mumbling. Ahem, yes, that's true. But can I truly manage this? Wen Xiao still harbored doubts about his capabilities. Acutely aware of his own limitations and the vast disparity between him and Bai Yi, which naturally undermined his confidence. Luo Geng nodded, patting Wen Xiao on the shoulder, stating, Of course you can. Remember, the river flows east and west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Those who do not perish will surely rise. Flowing? Are you inflamed or something? Why are you so concerned? You know what to do now, right? How to resolve this issue. Wen Xiao took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, responding, Yes, I will take care of it. Chapter 126. I would rather believe a pig could climb a tree. All right. It's nothing to worry about. He will surely understand your feelings and may even reach out to you tomorrow. As Qi Xiaoyu and Bai Yi strolled through the park, Bai Yi felt considerably lighter, having shared her thoughts with Qi Xiaoyu. Without someone to confide in, she would likely have continued to suffer in silence. Bai Yi curled her lips in disdain, pondering the sluggish mind of Wen Xiao. How long would it take for him to grasp her thoughts? An eternity, perhaps? He would certainly not come seeking her. Shaking her head, Bai Yi realized that such musings were unlikely to be shared with Wen Xiao. Or perhaps there would be no opportunity to express them at all. Yet, a flicker of hope remained. Perhaps he would suddenly enlighten himself. Qi Xiaoyu shrugged, fully aware of her own actions. If that call were not connected, it was likely that Wen Xiao would remain oblivious to Bai Yi's sentiments for a lifetime. Enlightened? I would sooner believe that a sow could climb a tree. Before Bai Yi could finish her thought, two figures appeared before them. Luo Geng and Wen Xiao had also come for an evening stroll in the park. It was quite late, and they had assumed the place would be deserted. Yet by sheer coincidence, they encountered the two of them. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, staring at Wen Xiao for a few seconds before abruptly turning her head away, refusing to look at him any longer. Wen Xiao, equally astonished, felt his intoxication dissipate at the sight of Bai Yi. His eyes widened as he reached out, only to realize the distance between them was insurmountable. Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Their meeting was purely accidental. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Bai Yi grasped Qi Xiaoyu's wrist and said, Let us go, Xiaoyu, pulling Qi Xiaoyu along as they passed by Luo Geng. Bai Yi glanced at him and said, I'm sorry, Luo Geng, but I need Xiaoyu to accompany me a bit longer. Ah, of course, replied Luo Geng, noting the cold indifference in Bai Yi's gaze as he nodded with a pained smile. Subsequently, Bai Yi intended to leave with Qi Xiaoyu, but just as they took a few steps, they heard Wen Xiao wait. Bai Yi halted but did not turn back. Instead, she slowly released Qi Xiaoyu's wrist. Qi Xiaoyu observed the peculiar tension between the two, blinking at Luo Geng before saying, Oh, right, Luo Geng, I haven't had dinner yet. I'm a bit hungry. Luo Geng immediately understood, moving closer to grasp Qi Xiaoyu's hand. Oh, my dear Xiaoyu, what are we waiting for? Let's go eat. They hurriedly departed the scene, leaving only Bai Yi and Wen Xiao standing back to back. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling Bai Yi's hair as she finally spoke. What is it? Her tone was flat, her demeanor cold, yet within her, a tempest brewed. She was uncertain why Wen Xiao had suddenly called out to her. In her recollection, upon seeing her, he would surely lower his head, feign ignorance, and retreat far away, perhaps uttering some infuriating remark about fearing her anger. Regardless of the reasons, a flicker of anticipation lingered in her heart. Wen Xiao slowly turned to face Bai Yi's back and softly said, I wish to apologize. Apologize? Wen Xiao nodded, saying, Yes, I was wrong. I am sorry for not consulting you beforehand and for making unilateral decisions. I should not have uttered those irresponsible words about not disturbing you. Bai Yi's heart jolted, her eyes widening in disbelief. A sow climbing a tree, turning to face Wen Xiao, she noted the sincerity etched upon his features. He did not appear to be jesting. Confusion washed over her. What had prompted this sudden clarity from him? She acknowledged that she hadn't been entirely rational at the time. But no, she had never truly considered your feelings. Could you grant me one more chance? Just one last time. I promise to communicate with you about any issues in the future. Wen Xiao stepped closer, standing directly before Bai Yi, his voice tinged with excitement and volume. Listening to his words, Bai Yi remained silent, though she was taken aback. How had he discerned her thoughts? If Wen Xiao were merely apologizing, she would have felt merely surprised, yet his ability to articulate these sentiments left her astounded. It felt akin to overhearing her conversation with Qi Xiaoyu. Yet Qi Xiaoyu had been by her side throughout and hadn't communicated with Luo Geng. There was no reason for him to know. Could it be that he genuinely understood? Are these words from your heart? Bai still found it hard to believe, suspecting that perhaps Luo Geng had prompted him to say such things. Wen Xiao nodded firmly, declaring yes. While he indeed spoke from the heart, these sentiments were not entirely his own realization. Truth be told, without Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu's assistance, he might have never fathomed Bai Yi's thoughts. Bai Yi fell into silence, her gaze fixed on Wen Xiao's eyes as she gently bit her lip, feeling the remnants of a previous wound. If what you say is true, forgiving you isn't out of the question. After all, I too have erred. Your intentions were good, yet my attitude was appalling. And I even struck you. I'm sorry. Bai Yi offered her own apology, though Wen Xiao cared little for it. In his heart, he had never held a grudge against Bai Yi. What truly mattered was her willingness to forgive him. Really? You can forgive me? Wen Xiao grasped Bai Yi's shoulders, his eyes brimming with hope and joy. Be gentle, will you? Oh, Wen Xiao released his grip, realizing he had become overly exuberant. I can forgive you, but you must refrain from uttering those words again. If issues arise, remember to inform me, and we shall resolve them together. Of course. Wen Xiao nodded enthusiastically, eager to comply with any condition she said, as long as she would forgive him. Bai Yi chuckled softly, realizing that her initial belief in Wen Xiao's transformation was misplaced. He remained the same naive Wen Xiao. Yet, it was precisely this aspect of him that she adored. Since I have forgiven you, I shall begin teaching you starting tomorrow. You cannot refuse. Wen Xiao nodded vigorously. And what if I fail the exam? Bai Yi shot a glance at Wen Xiao, inquiring. Straightening his posture, he replied resolutely, Then I shall never give up, no matter what. I must earn my uncle's approval. Bai Yi let out a light laugh, waving her hand dismissively. You needn't worry about that matter. Why not? Leave my father to me. You focus on your studies. Since I have decided to assist you, how could I possibly allow you to face it alone? Chapter 127. Should we try arguing? Wen Xiao took a step back, feeling a sense of wonder. Having Bai Yi's support felt incredibly reassuring. Had he known he should have sought her counsel sooner, why had he chosen to shoulder everything alone when he could not bear the weight? What? Wen Xiao exclaimed in mock distress, though he was not genuinely crying. He opened his arms, approaching Bai Yi with the intention of embracing her. However, Bai Yi recoiled repeatedly, raising a hand to block him. You reek of alcohol. How can I go home smelling like this? Don't say that. Just one hug, please. Truly. You are something else. Luo Geng commended Qi Xiaoyu, surprised by her clever maneuver. A single phone call had resolved the issue. This must surely be the most expedient solution. Qi Xiaoyu contemplated her exchanges with Bai Yi, realizing that in Bai Yi's eyes, she felt envy towards her for not quarreling with Luo Geng. Bai Yi believed that such a dynamic signified genuine affection. Argue? Qi Xiaoyu turned to observe Luo Geng's profile, pondering what a quarrel with him might entail. Would it resemble Bai Yi and Wen Xiao's disputes? Would she shout and scream? Such events had never occurred. Moreover, she could never bring herself to strike Luo Geng. He was too precious to her, cherished as if he were a fragile treasure. After the two had finished their meal, they returned to the hotel. On the way, Qi Xiaoyu found herself preoccupied with thoughts of their future. She could hardly fathom what it would be like to argue with Luo Geng. Yet she sensed that disagreements were bound to arise eventually. Sitting on the bed, she turned her gaze toward Luo Geng, who was engrossed in his phone on the sofa. Suddenly, she spoke up Luo Geng. Luo Geng lifted his head, meeting Qi Xiaoyu's eyes with a faint smile. He then rose and settled beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, and inquired, What's on your mind? Shall we try having an argument? Sure. How do you envision it? Luo Geng responded without hesitation, his words escaping his lips before he could fully process the idea. Try arguing? What sort of game is that? Though this is my first love, I've never heard of couples attempting such a thing. Isn't the norm to avoid arguments? No. I think you'll definitely get angry with me in the future. And I want to experience what an argument feels like beforehand, so I'll know how to handle it. Oh, so you want to prepare yourself in advance. But why would I argue with you? I have no reason to be upset with you. Luo Geng was still somewhat perplexed. He couldn't imagine having a quarrel with Qi Xiaoyu. She was already everything he could wish for. Let us just say, I want to know what you'd be like when you're angry, so I'm not completely at a loss when that day comes. Luo Geng gazed at Qi Xiaoyu's face in silence for a long moment before finally shaking his head, saying, I can't imagine that. Just looking at you makes it impossible for me to feel angry. I can't even conceive of a scenario. Really? Qi Xiaoyu felt a surge of happiness at his words, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. However, she continued to inquire, then what do other couples argue about? In truth, she couldn't envision what Luo Geng could do to provoke her anger. Luo Geng pondered for a moment before suggesting, differences in opinion? That is unlikely. I wholeheartedly agree with everything Luo Geng thinks. Perhaps a lack of communication, like by Ian Wen, but I believe that ultimately comes down to understanding, right? As a devoted follower of Luo Geng, I feel I can comprehend anything you do. So even if you don't communicate with me, what a devoted follower of Luo Geng you are. Luo Geng teased, playfully pinching Qi Xiaoyu's cheek without applying too much pressure, eliciting a giggle from her. He released her and continued to muse. What else could it be? Disappointment, perhaps? For instance, repeatedly unmet expectations or promises unfulfilled. Qi Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with determination as she declared, I will definitely fulfill the promises I make to you. And what if I don't keep my word? For example, if I say I'll take you out tomorrow, but I happen to have something come up? That. Qi Xiaoyu conceded, acknowledging that such a situation would indeed bring about a slight sense of disappointment. If she had packed her bags, brimming with excitement for a trip with Luo Geng, only to have the plans fall through the next day, she would undoubtedly feel quite let down. Well, if you have something urgent come up, there's really nothing that can be done. If I were to argue with you over that, it would make me seem rather unreasonable. Let us set that thought aside for now. Perhaps such a scenario will actually occur in the future, and this precaution is indeed warranted. Luo Geng nodded, assuring her that he would certainly keep his promises to Qi Xiaoyu, but he acknowledged that unforeseen circumstances could arise, which would inevitably lead to disappointment. Next, he proposed, what about infidelity? Cheating? As soon as the words left his mouth, he and Qi Xiaoyu locked eyes for a few seconds. Then, unexpectedly, they burst into laughter simultaneously, exclaiming, impossible, with unwavering conviction, as if the mere suggestion had been a jest. However, Luo Geng realized that while he was certain such a scenario would never come to pass, the mere thought of Qi Xiaoyu being unfaithful filled him with dread and trepidation. He had no desire to experience such a situation. The two continued to list potential triggers for conflict, but most were dismissed. They remained unperturbed, recognizing that their current sentiments were merely theoretical when faced with reality. They had already braced themselves for whatever might come. Then there is one last possibility, Luo Geng said slowly, bowing his head. The final scenario is the fading of passion. The beginning of a relationship is often filled with romance and fervor, but as time passes, love tends to become more subdued. It becomes difficult to maintain the initial intensity, and eventually, underlying issues may surface, leading to arguments. Qi Xiaoyu curled her legs on the bed, resting her head on her knees as she observed Luo Geng's expression shift to one of melancholy. Will there ever come a day when you no longer like me? Luo Geng turned to her, affirming, never. My hope is to journey with you from romance into life, from passion to tranquility. I wish to have you by my side always. So do I. Chapter 128, A Falsehood Without You. I am mighty Luo Geng carried Qi Xiaoyu's luggage upstairs and escorted her home. With Renlan off to work, the house was empty. Luo Geng lingered for a while, pondering how to explain things to Aunt Ren. He grasped Qi Xiaoyu's hand, gesturing toward the diamond ring adorning her finger. He felt a twinge of apprehension that Renlan might disapprove, thinking it too early or inappropriate to gift such an expensive item, fearing she might insist on returning it. Just be straightforward. There's no need for elaborate explanations, Qi Xiaoyu reassured him, untroubled by the situation. She knew her mother well and was confident that she would warmly accept Luo Geng. Is that all right? Of course. Rest assured. It won't be like what happened with Wen Xiao and his family. She comforted him, understanding Luo Geng's concerns about parental disapproval. That evening, when Renlan returned home, she noticed the shoes at the door and called out, Xiaoyu, you're back? Qi Xiaoyu peeked out from her room, nodding, yes, I came back this morning. What about Xiao Geng? Didn't he come? He just left to go home. Left? Why didn't you keep him for dinner? Were you afraid of me? Renlan chuckled lightly. Though she considered herself an open-minded parent, she was still Qi Xiaoyu's mother, and she imagined that Luo Geng might feel a bit shy about being affectionate in front of her. He had to go take care of Uncle Luo. True. Uncle Luo must be missing Xiao Geng these days. Let them have a good chat. Renlan watched as Qi Xiaoyu exited her room, her gaze sweeping over her daughter before landing on the diamond ring on her finger. Renlan raised an eyebrow, directing her attention to the ring. Did Xiao Geng give you that? You noticed? Qi Xiaoyu replied, somewhat surprised. With how it sparkles, how can anyone miss it? The lights are on, and it shines so brightly, it's hard to overlook. Yes, it's from Luo Geng. Before she could finish her sentence, Renlan interrupted, her eyes widening in surprise. Are you two getting married? Qi Xiaoyu quickly shook her head, clarifying, no. He just proposed to me, but we haven't made any plans for marriage yet. Really? He proposed? Wow, look at that kid. He's better than his father. Renlan exclaimed, her astonishment evident. Time had flown by so quickly. In the blink of an eye, her daughter was getting engaged. It felt too soon. Renlan inadvertently glanced at the portrait on the cabinet, a likeness of Qi Xiaoyu's father. She mused that had he still been alive, he would undoubtedly have disapproved of Qi Xiaoyu's early engagement. Perhaps you should refrain from wearing that diamond ring once you begin university. It might be best to leave it off to avoid losing it, Renlan cautioned Qi Xiaoyu. After all, as a college student, sporting a diamond ring could attract undue attention, and who knows, it might even tempt someone to steal it. Wearing it every day would surely draw the eyes of the watchful. Qi Xiaoyu remained silent, her gaze fixed on the ring adorning her finger. She was reluctant to remove it. If possible, she wished to wear it during her university years, provided that school regulations permitted. After all, how else would others recognize her as Luo Geng's fiancée? Come, let us sit down and discuss the details with Mom, Renlan urged, pulling Qi Xiaoyu onto the sofa, eager to hear the unfolding story. However, in stark contrast to the buoyant atmosphere in Qi Xiaoyu's household, the ambience in Luo Geng's home appeared rather different. At the dining table, Luo Geng and Luo Yongfu were having their meal when Luo Geng suddenly declared, "Dad, I proposed to Xiaoyu, and she accepted." Luo Yongfu nodded calmly, responding, "Impressive, you have certainly inherited your father's flair." "Really? Or perhaps not. You are far more formidable than I. At 20, I was already a father. Just remember, you were born when I was 18. The decision is yours to make." "But you didn't go to college," Luo Geng retorted. "I can't very well bring a child with me to university, can I?" Luo Yongfu scoffed. "If you were to have a child, do you think you could handle the responsibility? Dream on. That would certainly fall to me. A child must know from the start that grandpa is the best. Is that true? You would take care of the child?" Luo Yongfu playfully tapped Luo Geng on the head, saying, "How could you possibly think otherwise? Have I not grown up? Are you missing limbs? Did I not raise you?" Luo Geng paused, a smile creeping onto his face as memories of his father's dedication surfaced. Now that he had matured, it was time for him to care for his father. "Dad, why not accompany me to Chang'an? We could live there together." Luo Geng hoped his father would join him, as that would allow him to see him more often, not just during the holidays. "Forget it. I'd prefer to stay here with Aunt Ren. You should focus on your studies and not worry about me," Luo Yongfu replied, steadfast in his decision. Luo Geng was undeterred, continuing, "Of course, you and Aunt Ren can come too. I'll rent a place for you both, and you won't have to work. I'll provide for you." Luo Yongfu shook his head, chewing his food. "Come now, my boy, we're not incapacitated. You can't expect us to rely on you. I've lived in this house for nearly 10 years. I'm not keen on moving. Being in a new place might give me anxiety and disrupt my sleep. Let it be." Luo Geng sighed, realizing that his obstinate father would not be swayed easily. "Are you afraid of causing me trouble, or is it that you don't want to spend my money?" "Nonsense. I simply don't want the hassle. Is it necessary to uproot our lives for school? I'll return home during the breaks," Luo Yongfu insisted, gesturing to his prosthetic limb, indicating that he, too, was a person with limitations who preferred not to be disturbed. Yet, Luo Geng understood his father's perspective, whether it was concern about being a burden, reluctance to endure upheaval, or merely a desire to remain with Aunt Ren. All were valid reasons for his refusal. Resigned, Luo Geng shook his head and extended his hand, saying, "All right, then, just leave me your bank account number, and when the time comes, I'll send you some money." "Don't. Keep it for yourself." "I have no need for extra funds," Luo Yongfu replied, waving off Luo Geng's offer. "Why are you so polite? I want to show my filial piety." "But you make it impossible," Luo Geng lamented. "Just listen to me. That is the greatest show of respect. Save your money for Xiaoyu. I have my salary, social security, and a roof over my head. I'm all taken care of," Luo Yongfu assured him. As summer quietly slipped away, students preparing for the upcoming school year endeavored to capture the last remnants of the season, eagerly anticipating the commencement of their university lives. "Ask you again, Dad. Are you truly not coming with me?" Luo Geng inquired of Luo Yongfu, having posed the question countless times throughout the summer, always receiving the same response. "No. Hurry and pack your belongings for tomorrow's departure. Don't inconvenience Xiaoyu," Luo Yongfu urged, as they were set to leave the following day, with Luo Geng having already purchased their plane tickets. During this time, their lives had been relatively uneventful. Luo Geng focused on his new project, sharing his drafts with Jia Mo for feedback. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoyu chose to spend quality time with Renlan, as she was soon to leave home for school. Feeling a twinge of reluctance, Luo Geng attempted to persuade Renlan, hoping she would convince his father, but their minds were set, they would not budge. Although Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu frequently met during the month, their interactions remained simple, strolling and dining together. Despite the lack of change, Luo Geng felt unfulfilled. They had already crossed a significant threshold in their relationship, yet he yearned for more intimate moments. However, opportunities seemed elusive, and he felt too shy to voice his desires. The first proposal had come naturally, but now, the atmosphere felt perpetually out of reach. He couldn't possibly propose again. Could he? The only chance he had encountered was thwarted by the wretched timing of her menstrual cycle. Luo Geng reflected on how he had transformed from a lovesick fool to a hopeless romantic. Nevertheless, he defended himself, insisting he was not hopelessly infatuated, for he was still quite young. He was not in a hurry. Soon, he would be cohabiting with Qi Qianru as they began university together. With his belongings packed, Luo Geng reclined on his bed, chatting with Qi Qianru over the phone. He eventually heard her soft, rhythmic breaths, signaling that she had drifted off to sleep. He ended the call and followed suit. The following morning, Luo Geng rose early, freshened up, donned his clothes, and settled on the sofa, waiting for the departure time. Knock. Knock. The sound of a knock echoed through the air. Luo Geng rose to answer the door, revealing Qin Xiao, who stood there with a suitcase, dressed as if embarking on a journey. Good morning, Boss Luo. She greeted him with a salute and a smile. Luo Geng appraised her, noting that her attire was nearly all brand new and designer, likely a testament to her recent spending spree, typical of a month-to-month earner. Come in. We have some time to kill before we leave. Luo Geng invited her inside. Qin Xiao nodded, then hoisted her suitcase with effort, struggling to cross the threshold. What on earth did you pack? Is it that heavy? Luo Geng frowned, eyeing the suitcase that appeared ready to burst. It's fine, really. Besides my work tools and toiletries, I have a few dozen pieces of clothing. Qin Xiao admitted sheepishly, scratching her head as she realized she had indeed overpacked. And where's old Jia? Oh, my cousin left for Cheng'an a few days ago to handle matters for the branch office, Qin Xiao whispered as she moved closer to Luo Geng. I heard he was promoted to deputy editor of the branch. That was fast, Luo Geng exclaimed, surprised. In his previous life, Jia Mo had only reached the position of deputy editor in his 30s. It seemed that thanks to Luo Geng's influence, he had advanced several years ahead of schedule. Just months prior, he had been a mere novice. This rapid ascent was undoubtedly due to Luo Geng's support. Oh, by the way, I must inform you of something important in advance. Luo Geng settled down, gazing earnestly at Qin Xiao, and stated, the studio is ready. The upcoming new project does not demand such a high intensity of work. The workload has significantly diminished, and therefore, your salary must inevitably decrease in accordance with the reduced workload. Teacher Luo, is there a draft of the new work? I would love to take a look. Qin Xiao responded, prioritizing her curiosity about the new project over her concerns regarding her salary. Luo Geng opened his bag, revealing a suitcase filled with personal belongings, alongside a backpack designated for manga-related materials. He produced the manuscript for the new work and handed it to Qin Xiao. As she received it, she began to scrutinize it intently, her eyes flitting across each panel, occasionally lighting up with surprise. Teacher Luo, this is wonderful. I truly believe this will be a hit. Qin Xiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she regarded Luo Geng with sparkling eyes, convinced this was the embodiment of her ideal comic and a remarkable piece of work. However, Luo Geng remained unfazed, knowing that although Qin Xiao deemed the previous work unsatisfactory, it had nonetheless achieved considerable market success. Her current enthusiasm was merely a reflection of her personal tastes, for she found romantic narratives far more appealing than tales of otherworldly heroes. While the previous work attracted a male readership that constituted approximately 90% of its audience, this new endeavor would likely appeal to a higher percentage of female readers. Luo Geng aimed to cater to both genders. Ahem, you may stay at the studio. Accommodation is included, but meals are not. The working hours are from 8 in the morning to 6 in the evening, with overtime compensated accordingly. You will have 2 days off each month. Sick leave will be deducted 1 for 1, while personal leave will be deducted 2 for 1. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. I will adhere to the arrangements set forth by leadership. Qin Xiao nodded without hesitation. She had long desired to develop her career in Cheng'an, and residing in a major city fulfilled her aspirations, alleviating her worries about accommodation, whilst allowing her to engage in her professional endeavors, an opportunity she felt was nearly impossible to find. Luo Geng continued, due to my academic commitments, your work pressure may increase slightly, although it will certainly be less taxing than before. The base salary is 2,500. And once this work begins serialization and we gauge its reception, we can determine your commission. Does that sound acceptable? Previously, he had offered her a higher salary. Recognizing the immense popularity of the work and the accompanying pressures, extensive workloads, and long hours, all exacerbated by the lack of a proper studio. However, upon calculation, Luo Geng found himself at no loss, considering that a typical serialization would take at least 6 months to a year to complete. Instead, compressing the workload allowed Qin Xiao to earn over a month's salary while accomplishing approximately 6 months' worth of work, thanks to Luo Geng's swift drawing style. With the new project, however, he was uncertain and could not afford to offer her the same salary, lest he incur a loss. That's fine. Qin Xiao hesitated slightly, not out of dissatisfaction, but rather due to the stark contrast from 4,000 to 2,500, which felt rather significant. Nevertheless, given that the work would be less strenuous and provided accommodation, she deemed 2,500 quite reasonable for the current state of the manga industry, and thus accepted with a sense of contentment. Chapter 130. What kind of boyfriend can afford to support you quickly, or else you'll miss out? Luo Geng urged with mild exasperation as he glanced back at Qin Xiao. Coming. Qin Xiao replied, struggling with her suitcase, which, despite having wheels, felt impossibly heavy. Luo Geng found himself at a loss, realizing he would soon need to assist Qi Xiaoyu with her luggage as well, given her penchant for bringing excessive belongings. Upon arriving at Qi Xiaoyu's residence, they spotted her waiting downstairs and, upon noticing Luo Geng, hurriedly approached, tugging her suitcase along. Let me help, Luo Geng said, taking Qi Xiaoyu's suitcase with a smile, noticing its lightness, akin to that of a travel bag. Xiaoyu, why does your suitcase seem so light? Did you forget to pack clothes? Qin Xiao, exhausted, plopped down on her own suitcase and curiously inquired about Qi Xiaoyu's seemingly weightless luggage. I packed some, but not much, Qi Xiaoyu replied with a nod. In truth, she had deliberately minimized the contents of her suitcase to lessen its weight, fully aware that Luo Geng would likely assist her. However, upon hearing this, Luo Geng realized a significant oversight. While he frequently bought Qi Xiaoyu gifts, whether flowers or jewelry, as tokens of his feelings, he had neglected to procure practical items like everyday necessities, clothing, or shoes. No worries, if you didn't bring anything, I will take you shopping once we arrive, Luo Geng assured her with a smile, recognizing that girls often appreciate beauty and a variety of clothing, a desire he was more than willing to fulfill. It's fine. I have enough clothes, Qi Xiaoyu replied, knowing that politeness wouldn't change the situation. Yet she couldn't help but express herself, as she had simply opted not to bring them. How wonderful it is to have a wealthy boyfriend who can take you shopping. Will I find someone like that? Qin Xiao remarked with envy, wishing for a partner who would indulge her in such luxuries, especially someone as financially capable as Luo Geng. Though she was unaware of the exact amount of his earnings, she was certain it was a substantial figure. What kind of boyfriend can afford to support you? Luo Geng scoffed, glancing sideways at her. Her future boyfriend would likely face quite a challenge, as she would probably demand diverse dining experiences and an avalanche of clothing, surely spending lavishly. Turning to Qi Xiaoyu, he inquired, is Aunt Ren at work now? Yes, I will inform her once we arrive, Qi Xiaoyu replied. Luo Yongfu and the others had intended to see them off, but both Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu declined, finding it unnecessary to exert themselves, especially since Luo Yongfu had difficulty walking. As a result, Luo Geng tried to minimize his father's exertion. They traveled by train to the airport in a neighboring city, preparing to board a flight to Chang'an. If you wish to smoke, you should do so quickly. Once inside, you'll have to discard your lighter, Luo Geng advised Qin Xiao. She shrugged, chuckling lightly. I've quit smoking. Quit? That was rather quick, wasn't it? It's only been a little over a month, Luo Geng remarked, surprised. Qin Xiao recalled her initial days of quitting, shaking her head as she explained, my cousin pressured me to quit. Honestly, it's been easier now. The first few days were quite tough, and I felt rather despondent. Luo Geng, unfamiliar with the struggles of quitting smoking, remarked, I've heard it's quite difficult. You must not have smoked for too long, so it should be manageable. Well, I've been smoking since high school, about 6 or 7 years, Qin Xiao reflected. I truly don't want to reminisce about that period. It was quite torturous. Thankfully, I had my salary to help suppress my desire to smoke. Upon their arrival at the boarding time, they boarded the plane, only for Qin Xiao to realize she had lost sight of the two of them. Luo Geng had purchased business class tickets for himself and Qi Xiaoyu. After approximately 2 hours, the plane landed in Chang'an. Qin Xiao, dragging her heavy suitcase, stepped out of the airport, her heart brimming with anticipation as she gazed upon the city before her. I wonder how long it will take to buy a house in this big city, she mused, feeling her current savings of just over 3,000 was a distant dream. Although the previous month had been exhausting, leaving her drained for quite some time, she preferred the arduous work, as it was genuinely rewarding. Turning around, she observed the jovial exchange between Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu as they exited slowly, and she couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. Teacher Luo must already be able to afford a house here. He truly is accomplished at such a young age. Qin Xiao felt not just envy, but a tinge of jealousy, recognizing Luo Geng's prowess, as she had never encountered a master in her field. In her current understanding, Luo Geng was already the epitome of excellence in the realm of comics. The trio hailed a taxi to the district of Chang'an University, arriving at Luo Geng's studio. As Qin Xiao stepped into the studio with her luggage in hand, She blinked and glanced around, exclaiming, "Oh, this is exactly how I envisioned a studio to be." Luo Geng had already furnished the space with tables and chairs, along with charming decorations, flowers, and plants. Qi Xiaoyu had tidied it up, making it resemble a proper workspace. There were 2 rooms. She could choose whichever she preferred to stay in, and there was a shopping mall nearby, where she could purchase bedding and other necessities later. Luo Geng pointed to the 2 rooms within, each containing a bed devoid of any bedding, leaving the spaces rather desolate. "All right, by the way, Teacher Luo, are you and Xiaoyu planning to stay on campus?" Qin Xiao inquired with a hint of confusion, as she did not believe that someone of Luo Geng's caliber would be unable to rent an apartment off campus. "No, we'll be living next door," Luo Geng replied, patting the wall and indicating the adjacent unit, then muttered softly, "I wonder how good the soundproofing is." "Next door?" Qi Xiaoyu, having placed her belongings down, approached and said, "I'll go buy some groceries. How about you join us for dinner tonight, Xiao Xiao? Would that be all right?" She looked to Luo Geng, seeking his approval. In the past, while assisting Qi Xiaoyu, Qin Xiao had been considerate of her, ensuring she did not overexert herself, and they had often engaged in pleasant conversations, fostering a strong bond. Luo Geng, not daring to decline Qi Xiaoyu's suggestion, nodded and replied, "Sure, that sounds good. I'll help you out. Although I'm not adept at cooking, I can certainly assist." Qin Xiao rolled up her sleeves, smiling as she said this to Qi Xiaoyu. Following her, they made their way to the neighboring residence occupied by Luo Geng and his companions. However, as soon as Qin Xiao stepped inside, her smile faded, and she stood frozen at the doorway, her mind racing and eyes darting in bewilderment at the surroundings. The decor of this place was an entirely different realm compared to the studio. It was a stark contrast, utterly unrecognizable as the same type of dwelling. What on earth? Is this door a portal? Have I entered another world? Chapter 131. Surely she is being supported by a wealthy benefactor. Qin Xiao retracted her previous thoughts, initially believing the studio to be quite splendid, only to find the neighboring apartment utterly eclipsing it. The disparity in decor was astonishing. It was clearly not in the same league at all. Qi Xiaoyu intended to tidy up the place, but at that moment, Luo Geng approached and said, "Xiaoyu, why don't you and Qin Xiao go grocery shopping together? She also needs to buy bedding, so I'll handle the cleaning." "Okay." Qi Xiaoyu set down a broom, glanced at the still-dazed Qin Xiao, and encouraged, "Let us go, Xiao Xiao." "Ah, yes." Qin Xiao finally snapped out of a reverie and left with Qi Xiaoyu. She called Jia Mo to inquire about the location of the sub-branch, as she would need to go there for future submissions. She learned that it was not very far from Cheng'an University, but she would still need to take a bus for about 2 stops. However, it was much closer than Luo Geng's residence to the publishing house. Tomorrow marked the official start of her enrollment. Nearly all the hotels and goose houses nearby were fully booked, and the streets were bustling with students. The 2 arrived at the mall, where Qi Xiaoyu held a shopping basket, ready to buy groceries. She stood before the shelves, meticulously comparing prices and quality, resembling a diligent housewife. At that moment, a young man strolled by, whistling leisurely, appearing to be around the same age as Luo Geng and seemingly university student himself. He seemed to be meandering aimlessly, glancing left and right, showing no intention of actually purchasing anything. As he passed the vegetables section, he cast a brief glance in that direction, but that fleeting glance ensnared him. The young man widened his eyes, fixated on Qi Xiaoyu as she selected vegetables, utterly captivated. Words eluded him, yet his gaze conveyed awe beyond measure. As Qi Xiaoyu finished her shopping and prepared to depart, she brushed past him, and he instinctively inhaled a faint yet delightful fragrance wafting into his nostrils, snapping him back to reality. However, when he turned around, he found that Qi Xiaoyu had already walked away. "Wan Qi, what are you doing? Buying groceries?" At that moment, a voice called from behind him, prompting him to turn and see Fan Juanjia. "I just fell in love at first sight," Wan Qi exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he moved closer. Fan Juanjia, observing his friend's behavior, took a couple of steps back, questioning, "With whom? That auntie buying vegetables? Get lost. I just saw a stunning girl. She was here buying groceries, truly breathtaking." Wan Qi insisted, his eyes gleaming with desire. "Is she from Cheng'an University too? What is she doing here buying groceries?" "I don't know, but I must find her. I want that kind of serendipitous encounter where our hands accidentally touch while reaching for the same item," Wan Qi declared, turning to follow the direction Qi Xiaoyu had taken. Fan Juanjia, skeptical, thought to himself that his friend must be out of his mind. After all, how could a girl be that extraordinarily beautiful? He had seen many beautiful women before, but none had ever made such an impression on him. "Wow!" Fan Juanjia exclaimed as he stood beside Wan Qi, watching the girl engrossed in selecting soy sauce. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, especially when Qi Xiaoyu tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her exquisitely delicate profile, leaving them both momentarily speechless. See? I wasn't lying, she is truly stunning. Fan Juanjia patted Wan Qi's shoulder and remarked, all right, just feast your eyes and move on. You'd only embarrass yourself if you tried to approach her. To her, you might just be a pesky bug. Wan Qi furrowed his brow and retorted, what bug? Have you ever seen a bug as handsome as me? Handsome? Well, compared to a bug, I suppose you could be considered handsome. Could be. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. I've already decided what my future child will be named. Have you ever read any comics? The male and female leads always start from such encounters. My romantic story is about to begin. While you should focus on finding a big truck to facilitate your own adventures. Wan Qi adjusted his collar and hairstyle, inhaled deeply, and prepared to approach Qi Xiaoyu. Fan Juanjia made no attempt to stop him. Instead, he quietly awaited the moment of embarrassment that would surely ensue. As Wan Qi approached Qi Xiaoyu, a smile graced his lips, and he opened his mouth to utter, excuse me, beautiful. However, before he could finish his compliment, his gaze fell upon the sparkling diamond ring on her finger. In an instant, his heart sank, and his eyes widened. His emotions plummeted like a roller coaster, crashing into despair. The visions of a bright future he had conjured were suddenly transformed into a nightmare, and the thought of their future children evaporated in that very moment. The perfect encounter had just begun to unfold, but it felt as though the first chapter's title had barely been penned before it abruptly concluded. Do you need something? Qi Xiaoyu turned her head to regard Wan Qi, who appeared utterly dazed, taking a small step back and furrowing her brow in confusion. I can't find what I'm looking for. How frustrating. Where could it be? Wan Qi glanced at the shelves, feigning to search for an item while subtly retreating, distancing himself from Qi Xiaoyu until he returned to Fan Juanjia. Hey, what's up, handsome bug? Did you have your encounter? Where did you flop? Fan Juanjia crossed his arms, amusement dancing in his eyes as he teased Wan Qi, who seemed utterly defeated. He had warned him, and he was self-aware, at least regarding his own limitations. But it was evident that Wan Qi was oblivious, brimming with boldness and confidence. She is actually someone else's fiancé. I can't believe it. Just kill me now. Wan Qi gripped Fan Juanjia's shoulders, a grown man shedding a tear in that moment. Is this for real? She looks our age. I assume she was also a student at Cheng'an University. How is she already engaged? Fan Juanjia was somewhat taken aback as he glanced in the direction of Qi Xiaoyu, only to discover that she had already departed. Wan Qi wiped away his tears and exclaimed, I don't know, but that diamond ring is enormous. It must be quite valuable. Her fiancé can't possibly be a mere student. How could a student be so affluent? She must certainly be supported by a wealthy benefactor. Are you resorting to slander simply because you cannot attain what you desire? You truly are pathetic, a scoundrel. Fan Juanjia retorted disdainfully, openly expressing his contempt for this thoroughly despicable individual. Wan Qi shot him a sidelong glance, wearing an expression that suggested he believed Fan Juanjia was utterly clueless. TCH, it's evident that you are oblivious to the sordid nature of society. Do you believe that her fiancé is some dashing young man? No, he is undoubtedly a balding old man, merely toying with her affections, using the engagement to deceive her while lavishing her with gifts. Luo Geng was sweeping the floor when he suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Did dust get in my nose? Chapter 132. Humans require foreplay. Fan Juanjia shook his head in exasperation at Wan Qi's narrow-mindedness and remarked, perhaps you are viewing things too sordidly. It is entirely possible that her fiancé is genuinely wealthy, not necessarily a second-generation rich kid. Wan Qi stroked his chin, nodding in acknowledgement. Well, let's move on. This might be the only encounter you have in this lifetime. Let us find a place to eat. Fan Juanjia pulled Wan Qi along, ready to drag him away. Both were freshmen at Cheng'an University and had been high school classmates, hence their joint arrival for registration. As Wan Qi was being pulled along by Fan Juanjia, his eyes lacked luster as he muttered, I can't accept this. Why is it that someone as handsome as I am has no girlfriend? Because you're not handsome at all, and you are broke. Could you just leave off? That strikes a sore spot. In the evening, Qin Xiao joined Luo Geng and the others for dinner, during which Luo Geng shared his thoughts on comics. Ideally, he wished to delegate approximately 80% of the work to Qin Xiao. If they needed more hands, they could hire additional help. This way, he could free up some time. Having already earned some money to address immediate concerns, he found himself lacking nothing, only wishing to spend more time with Qi Xiaoyu during their university days. After all, he had worked himself to exhaustion drawing comics in his past life, and he was loath to repeat that grueling effort. Of course, he would need to personally oversee the initial stages. It was impossible to leave everything to her. Well, Teacher Luo, I'll head back next door now, so I won't impose any longer. After finishing her meal, Qin Xiao stood up, preparing to leave. All right. Luo Geng nodded, surprised that after more than a month apart, she had become a bit more socially astute. In the past, she would likely have lingered and smoked a couple of cigarettes, no doubt influenced by Jiamo's teachings. Luo Geng sat on the couch, observing Qi Xiaoyu washing the dishes in the kitchen. He drummed his fingers on the table, contemplating, how should I create the right atmosphere? It was now around 7 in the evening, darkness had fallen outside, and it was nearly time for bed after tidying up and showering. Thus, Luo Geng pondered how to recreate the ambience from that day. After all, he could hardly endure a moment of discomfort when he finally had Qi Xiaoyu alone. Once Qi Xiaoyu finished tidying up, she came over to the couch, prompting Luo Geng to quickly make room for her to sit down. "You've worked hard," he remarked, gazing at her slightly fatigued expression. Upon hearing his words, Qi Xiaoyu smiled faintly, as if that single phrase could alleviate her weariness. "It's nothing. Would you like some tea? I can brew it for you." "Oh no, no need." Luo Geng swiftly grasped her hand as she stood to leave, pulling her back. Qi Xiaoyu settled into Luo Geng's embrace, relishing the comforting sensation that brought her peace. She glanced at the diamond ring on her finger, lost in thought. Whenever she did housework, washed dishes, or cooked, she would carefully remove it and store it away, but otherwise, she wore it constantly. However, with school starting tomorrow, she was still undecided about whether to wear the ring. "Luo Geng, do you think I should wear it to school tomorrow?" she asked, seeking his advice. "Well, it should be fine. There are no strict regulations against wearing rings. But ultimately, it's your decision. Whether you wear it or not makes no difference, as you have already accepted my proposal. Even if you were to throw the ring away now, it wouldn't change anything." Qi Xiaoyu instinctively covered the ring, saying, "I would never throw it away. Actually, my mother advised me not to wear it too much. She's worried I might lose it." Luo Geng nodded in agreement. Indeed, Aaron has a point. After all, items tend to go missing in college, especially with so many people around. If you're not careful, it could genuinely be lost. Then I'll just leave it at home. If I lost it, I would be devastated. Qi Xiaoyu expressed her fears. At this moment, the diamond ring held more importance to her than anything else. If it were lost, she would search every inch of the earth to find it. Seeing her distressed expression, Luo Geng chuckled softly and patted her head. "Don't worry. If it gets lost, I can always buy you another." "That's not the same. It's just not." After a while, Qi Xiaoyu went to take a shower. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Geng walked to the bedroom and retrieved the box of items he had bought during his last trip to the supermarket. How should he broach the subject? Should he hint at it or be more direct? If he placed this out in the open, would it be too obvious? Would it be considered a hint or a direct suggestion? Luo Geng took one out and placed it on the pillow, but the more he looked at it, the more he felt something was amiss. Did it not give off a vibe of the willing shall take the bait? What if Qi Xiaoyu pretended not to see it, leaving him feeling awkward? No, he decided to be more prudent. He tucked it under the pillow, believing it best to restrain his primal instinct a little. After all, he was human, and humans require foreplay. Moments later, Qi Xiaoyu emerged from the bathroom clad in her pajamas, her cheeks flushed, likely due to the lack of ventilation in the bathroom. "I'm done showering." "Oh good." Luo Geng stood up from the couch, feigning nonchalance as he prepared to shower, as if he had been sitting there the entire time. In reality, the television was off, and he hadn't been drawing comics. Who could sit idly on that couch for half an hour? Shortly thereafter, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Qi Xiaoyu returned to the bedroom. Gazing at the neatly made bed, she bit her lip, standing there for a moment before slowly walking to the drawer to retrieve the item Luo Geng had just taken. Her face turned slightly red, and she felt a twinge of shyness about her current actions, unsure of what inner drive compelled her to do so. Carefully, she lifted the pillow, intending to place it underneath, just as she had done previously. However, upon lifting the pillow, she discovered something underneath. Since she had made the bed, she knew there was no way anything could be there, which meant it must have been placed there by Luo Geng. In that instant, a delightful blush crept across her cheeks. Realizing the situation, she returned the item she had brought to the drawer. Luo Geng finished his shower and dried his hair with a towel. When he entered the bedroom, he found Qi Xiaoyu already lying on the bed. "I'm done showering." Luo Geng paused for a moment, taking in the sight of Qi Xiaoyu lying beneath the covers, her delicate shoulders exposed. Clearing his throat, he felt a dryness in his throat, uncertain whether his actions were a hint or a suggestion. However, he now believed that Qi Xiaoyu was indeed suggesting something. Don't catch a cold," she murmured softly, shifting aside to make room for Luo Geng. "All right." In the adjoining room, Qin Xiao lay on her bed, reading a comic under the light of her desk lamp. After a while, she heard the creaking sounds of a bed from next door. Initially taken aback, she quickly realized what was happening and felt her face flush with embarrassment. Covering half her face with her quilt, she muttered to herself, "I should buy some earplugs tomorrow." Chapter 133. Perhaps that is her young paramour. On the following morning, as the time for reporting drew near, Luo Geng had already prepared himself and stood at the door awaiting Qi Xiaoya. Are you ready, Xiaoya? Yes, I'm coming. Qi Xiaoya carefully placed her diamond ring in the drawer and stepped outside. After a moment's consideration, she decided against wearing it, fearing it might get lost. The two of them made their way to the university, where the streets were bustling with fellow students heading to campus, predominantly freshers like Luo Geng. The morning heralded the freshmen's orientation ceremony, which primarily consisted of listening to speeches, followed by lunch in the cafeteria for those who wished to partake. In the afternoon, students residing on campus would be assigned their dormitories. Today, I shall find myself a girlfriend and embark on a 4-year romantic journey. I must not miss out on this opportunity, Wan Shi exclaimed excitedly as he navigated through the crowd, already scoping out potential targets, youthful and radiant female university students who captivated his attention. I truly question whether your brain is situated in your lower regions. As there seems to be a lack of serious thoughts in your mind, Fan Juanji yawned, trailing beside Wan Shi with a distinct lack of enthusiasm, utterly bewildered by his friend's exuberance. You speak without understanding. You had a girlfriend in high school. I did not. Do you have any idea how long I have waited for this moment? Wan Shi grinned widely, clutching Fan Juanji's collar, resembling a rabid dog barking madly. The reason you didn't have a girlfriend in high school was due to your son, Fan Juanji began, but Wan Shi swiftly covered his mouth, glaring daggers at him as he hissed, Are you trying to ruin my university life? Fan Juanji removed Wan Shi's hand with an exasperated sigh. All right. Just be thankful that there are no other classmates from high school around. Wan Shi sighed, gazing up at the sky, lamenting, Will I ever see that beautiful girl from yesterday again? I hardly slept last night. Every time I closed my eyes, she was there. Isn't she already engaged? What difference would it make to see her again? Fan Juanji replied. Wan Shi shook his head dismissively. I merely wish to befriend her. I want to spend money on her. As long as she occasionally speaks with me, I would be content. Don't you desire a beautiful girlfriend like that? Suddenly, Fan Juanji's eyes lit up as he snapped his fingers. Oh, have you been reading that popular Ice Guy manga lately? There's a character in it who resembles you precisely. That term is called, what was it? A dog licker. Yes, the drawings are exquisite, and that character aligns perfectly with you. Dog licker? Lick what? You are beyond saving. Fan Juanji quickened his pace, pretending not to know him. Walking alongside this fellow was utterly embarrassing. He simply couldn't bear it. TCH, as if I would run into her again. How unfortunate. I should have seized the opportunity to capture her on my phone yesterday. Wan Shi strolled leisurely, hands clasped behind his head. Suddenly, Fan Juanji rushed back to him, startling him as he thought he might be attacked. What are you doing? Fan Juanji pointed ahead, whispering, Hey, that beauty. I see her up ahead. Where? Wan Shi's whole body trembled as if jolted by an electric shock, his spirit invigorated. Eyes wide with excitement. With his chest puffed out, he dashed forward. They weaved through the throng and soon caught sight of Qi Xiaoya. Look, isn't that her? Yes. I can recognize her silhouette. Wan Shi nodded, but before he could revel in his excitement for even a second, he noticed Luo Geng walking alongside Qi Xiaoya. Is that her fiancé? He is a freshman, just like us. And you called him a balding uncle. How awkward. Fan Juanji patted Wan Shi on the shoulder, chuckling softly. Nevertheless, Wan Shi stared at the retreating figures of Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoya, lost in contemplation, his mind racing. No, you are mistaken. That is absolutely not the case. Not what? What are you stubbornly denying? Fan Juanji exclaimed, a look of disbelief on his face. With a smirk, Wan Shi's eyes gleamed with insight, declaring, That is certainly not her fiancé. Perhaps he is simply her young paramour. Fan Juanji's lips twitched, frowning as he scolded. Are you out of your mind? On what basis do you make such assertions? Based on your dog licker instincts? Wan Shi shook his head. No. Look closely. Although they are holding hands, the diamond ring is absent. He pointed between Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoya, where their fingers were intertwined, yet the sparkling diamond ring on Qi Xiaoya's finger was conspicuously missing. Fan Juanji scrutinized the scene, muttering, Now that you mention it, it does seem to be absent. So what does that prove? My deductions were indeed correct. It is a chain of events, one leading to another. Her fiancé supports her financially, but that balding uncle is simply not presentable. She must be using that money to maintain a young paramour. Hence, she cannot wear the ring, or else it would expose her. Is it not possible that she simply chose not to wear it? Wan Shi slapped Fan Juanji on the back, his expression filled with disdain. You are far too naive. If it were you, wouldn't you feel uneasy if your fiancé suddenly removed her engagement ring? Wouldn't you be angry? This is a declaration of ownership. Wearing the ring symbolizes their engagement and signifies that she is already taken. Perhaps her boyfriend asked her to take it off. After all, it is quite conspicuous. and she would fear losing it. Why do you have such a vivid imagination? Instead of making baseless accusations, why not directly ask her? Fan Juanjia suggested, pointing towards Qi Xiaoyu. When Qi scoffed, asked, "Of course I shall ask, but not now. I shall wait until that man is alone and then inquire. If I am correct, I might save him. That would be a kind deed. And if you are wrong, then it is plan B. Befriend him. If that truly is his fiancée, think about it. Though we may have no chance, her friends would surely be of similar beauty, while we may not measure up. If we befriend that man." "Oh, you mean if we dine out together, and that beauty brings her friends along, then he would introduce us, granting us an opportunity to approach her?" Wow, your thinking is quite comprehensive. Your desire to find love is remarkably strong. Fan Juanjia felt a mix of admiration and disdain for Wan Qi. This guy managed to get into university, so his intellect must not be lacking. Yet he certainly did not apply it in the right areas. In such a short time, he had already devised a plan for pursuing romance. Wan Qi lowered his head, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "You simply do not understand the feeling of equating time spent single with aging." Chapter 134. Was that your fiancé just now? Inside the classroom, Fan Juanjia and Wan Qi sat together, while Wan Qi's gaze remained fixated on the front row. What a coincidence. We share the same major as them. Heaven is on my side. Wan Qi clenched his fists, whispering excitedly as he pointed at Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu seated ahead. So what? What does that change? Are you planning to annoy them? Fan Juanjia appeared as if he had just awakened, propping his head up with his hand, nearly dozing off. Wan Qi rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. If I wish to forge a strong friendship with that guy, I must act swiftly. What do you plan to do? With your current demeanor, approaching him might lead to his fiancée shooing you away. Then I shall wait until he is alone. As noon approached, the freshmen prepared to head to the cafeteria, their anticipation for the food therein palpable. Although Luo Geng and the others could forego dining at the cafeteria, they decided to partake at least once since they were already there. Shall we head to the cafeteria? Sure. Luo Geng grasped Qi Xiaoyu's hand as they exited the classroom, drawing the gaze of numerous onlookers. It was merely the first day of university, yet this striking pair had already become the subject of envy, particularly among the male students who cast longing glances at Qi Xiaoyu, their expressions rife with resentment. "I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom," Luo Geng announced, turning to enter the men's room, while Qi Xiaoyu nodded and proceeded to the ladies' room to wash her hands and await his return. An opportunity had arisen. Now, Wan Qi's eyes narrowed as he and Fan Juanjia trailed Luo Geng for quite some time. This was the moment he had been waiting for, a chance to confront Luo Geng alone. Sighing heavily, Fan Juanjia followed Wan Qi into the men's restroom, contemplating how he might intervene should a confrontation ensue between the two. Inside the restroom, Luo Geng caught a glimpse of Wan Qi and Fan Juanjia entering, but paid them little mind. Strangely, the expansive restroom was devoid of any other patrons. With a line of urinals before him, Wan Qi boldly approached Luo Geng's side. A sense of foreboding washed over Luo Geng as he felt an ominous shiver. Yet he refrained from meeting Wan Qi's gaze, eager to exit the premises swiftly. "Excuse me, my friend, may I ask, was that your fiancée I just saw?" Wan Qi squinted, leaning in closer to Luo Geng and whispering his inquiry. Fan Juanjia watched Wan Qi's antics, prepared to pull him away should he provoke Luo Geng's ire. Luo Geng furrowed his brow, momentarily taken aback. Is this guy for real? Asking such a question in the restroom? Yes, do you need something? Luo Geng replied, his confusion evident. Receiving an answer, Wan Qi nodded silently before turning to Fan Juanjia. Plan A is clearly a no-go, he muttered in a low voice. Are you now going to execute your foolish plan B? Absolutely. Watch closely as I swiftly forge a friendship, Wan Qi declared, a confident smile gracing his lips as he raised an eyebrow, then turned to approach Luo Geng with a cheerful demeanor. Luo Geng's eyes widened, instinctively taking a half-step back, his posture shifting into a defensive martial arts stance, ready to confront the encroaching Wan Qi. Having merely sought a moment of solitude in the restroom, he was now faced with two individuals thrusting themselves into his personal space, asking bizarre questions and whispering conspiratorially. Any rational person would be apprehensive, surely fearing they were encountering a couple of oddballs. Hey buddy, what a coincidence. You're here to use the restroom too. Wan Qi feigned ignorance of the previous exchange, greeting Luo Geng with a facade of calmness. Fan Juanjia, behind him, covered his eyes, unable to bear the awkwardness unfolding before him. It was nothing short of cruel. Luo Geng was utterly bewildered, grappling with the bizarre behavior of this stranger. He was certain that should Wan Qi approach any closer, he would undoubtedly send him sprawling to the ground. With a smirk, Wan Qi reached into his pocket and produced a crisp $100 bill. nonchalantly tossing it to the floor. "Oh, what's this? $100? Is this yours, buddy?" he exclaimed, gesturing toward the bill with exaggerated flair, showcasing his ultimate icebreaker technique. This was his signature strategy for making friends. Sacrificing $100, he knew that even if the recipient realized the money wasn't genuinely his, they would still claim it. Thinking, why not? Even if a genuine friendship did not blossom, it would at least leave a lasting impression for future encounters. This method, he believed, was foolproof when engaging with women. Each time, they would smile and thank him, pocketing the cash, ensuring future conversations. Yet he remained perplexed as to why this approach had never led to a romantic relationship. Fan Juanja, having lowered his hand, stared in disbelief. It was his first encounter with such a clumsy approach to initiating conversation. Was there truly a difference between this and outright declaring oneself a fool? Confident that his tactic would succeed, Wan Qi was taken aback when Luo Geng slowly sidestepped away, carefully maintaining his distance. His eyes fixed on Wan Qi as if wary of an impending attack. Only when Luo Geng reached the restroom door did he finally exhale, muttering under his breath, "Crazy." Fan Juanja, having anticipated this outcome, sighed and walked over to the now stunned Wan Qi, picking up the bill and casually slipping it into his own pocket. "Are you out of your mind? You know that S his fiancée, and that extravagant ring was undoubtedly a gift from him. Can you really compete with that? You have a knack for complicating what could have been a straightforward conversation. Now, it's nearly impossible for you to befriend him. You've turned it into a hellish scenario." Patting Wan Qi on the shoulder, Fan Juanja mused, "No wonder you're still single. It's quite understandable." Wan Qi turned his head slowly, glaring at Fan Juanja as he retorted, "You, setting aside the facts, don't you bear any responsibility? Why didn't you help me? Did you just come to watch the spectacle? Now that I can't make friends, you can forget about it too. Those campus beauties won't give you the time of day either. I had no intention of participating in your nonsensical schemes. This is merely your delusion, not mine. Wake up and step out of your fantasy world." Fan Juanja chuckled, shaking his head in exasperation before turning to leave the restroom. Luo Geng, not daring to linger, hurried to the break room to wash his hands. When he returned to Qi Xiaoyu, he appeared visibly shaken. "What's wrong?" she inquired. "Oh, just encountered a bizarre individual in the restroom." "Strange individual?" "Indeed, this place seems to be crawling with odd characters." Luo Geng took a deep breath, feeling his tension ease somewhat. "I encountered a peculiar individual while grocery shopping yesterday," Qi Xiaoyu recalled, remembering the man who had pretended to search for something nearby, leaving her somewhat unsettled. "We should be cautious moving forward." Luo Geng took Qi Xiaoyu's hand, leading her toward the dining hall for a meal. Inside, the cafeteria was bustling with students, the food counters brimming with options. The scene was divided. One group comprised freshers eagerly selecting the finest dishes, while another group, presumably older students, donned casual attire, their meals sparse, embodying the essence of frugality. After procuring their meals, Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu found a seat together. "Although we often dine together, this is the first time we've shared a meal at school. Isn't it?" Luo Geng remarked. Qi Xiaoyu paused, then nodded in agreement. "Yes, it is." During high school, she had always brought her own lunch, rarely visiting the cafeteria, and was often too shy to even glance at Luo Geng, let alone dine in the same space. Having a girlfriend, no, a fiancé, was what made the school experience truly fulfilling. Luo Geng suddenly recalled the strange inquiry from the restroom. Why had he been asked if she was his fiancée rather than his girlfriend? Upon hearing the term fiancé, Qi Xiaoyu's heart suddenly raced, and her ears flushed crimson. She recalled that in her phone, she had designated Luo Geng as fiancé, which satisfied a small, secret longing within her, something she dared not share with him. Although Luo Geng had proposed, she had heard that an engagement typically required both families to dine together to discuss the wedding date, accompanied by a formal engagement banquet. Thus, she feared that Luo Geng did not regard the proposal with the seriousness it deserved. Now, hearing the title of fiancé slip from his lips felt akin to riding a roller coaster, her emotions soaring to dizzying heights, her heart fluttering with delight. "I also believe that having Luo Geng in my academic life is the best," Qi Xiaoyu whispered softly. As they were dining, a person approached with a tray, her excitement palpable. "Xiaoyu." Upon hearing the call, both Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu lifted their heads, looking at the newcomer with curiosity. Su Qinglu's face lit up with joy upon seeing Qi Xiaoyu, as if she had encountered a long-lost friend. However, Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu exchanged a glance filled with confusion. They remembered her, of course, as it had not been long since their last meeting, but her name had completely slipped their minds. Su Qinglu took a seat beside Qi Xiaoyu, preparing to eat, while Qi Xiaoyu fished out her phone and glanced at her contacts. They had exchanged numbers, and upon seeing the name, Su Qinglu, it all came rushing back. Ah, Su Qinglu, right? Qi Xiaoyu smiled politely at her. Yes, I never expected to run into you here. It truly is fate. Su Qinglu nodded in agreement, returning her smile. Throughout this exchange, Luo Geng remained silent, as Su Qinglu had not intended to engage with him, nor did he wish to acknowledge her. Su Qinglu then inquired, "Have you two settled into your dormitory?" Qi Xiaoyu shook her head and replied, "No, we are not staying on campus." "Oh, so you live off campus together?" "Yes." Su Qinglu's mouth formed an oin surprise as her eyes darted to Luo Geng, her expression suggesting she understood everything. Initially, she had hoped to share a dorm with Qi Xiaoyu, but it seemed they were already cohabiting off campus. "By the way, Xiaoyu, are you considering taking a part-time job?" Since sharing a room was out of the question, she sought to invite Qi Xiaoyu to join her in pursuing a part-time position. A part-time job? Qi Xiaoyu's interest piqued as she turned her gaze to Su Qinglu. Having already contemplated the idea of working part-time, Luo Geng merely glanced at Qi Xiaoyu, offering no further comment, for he understood her aspirations. They had previously discussed this notion, and he knew that advising her against it would be futile. Yes, there's a restaurant on campus hiring part-timers, offering $8 an hour. After a few hours, that would cover your meals for the day. Qi Xiaoyu hesitated, as while she desired to work, she did not intend to save a significant amount. Her goal was merely to earn a little to buy Luo Geng a gift. However, she remained uncertain about the cost of such gifts, leaving her undecided on how long she would work. What about the working hours? You can work any time during the day when you don't have classes, and it's daily pay. There are many places hiring part-timers. If you want to work, you can. Qi Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, "Can I decide when to finish? I can't return too late." "Huh, aren't you too?" Su Qinglu paused, pointing at both Qi Xiaoyu and Luo Geng, as if implying that they were cohabiting and questioning whether there were curfews. However, Qi Xiaoyu softly stated, "I need to return early to cook for Luo Geng." Su Qinglu leaned back in her chair, involuntarily emitting a surprised sound. Luo Geng felt a touch of embarrassment, lowering his head slightly, yet his lips could not suppress a smile, for such blissful domesticity was a dream he had long held. Attending university and returning home to find his beautiful fiancée preparing a meal was a scenario he had never dared to envision. Wan Qi and Fan Junja had just finished getting their meals in the cafeteria and were searching for a place to sit. Before long, they spotted Luo Geng, Qi Xiaoyu, and Su Qinglu. "There's an extra girl. That must be his friend." Wan Qi's eyes widened as he focused on Su Qinglu, attempting to discern her features more clearly. Fan Junja elbowed him, saying, "Stop staring. It doesn't concern you anymore. It's your fault. If it weren't for you, I could have been sitting there chatting with her. You owe me a girlfriend." Fan Junja slowly turned, furrowing his brow, and coldly replied, "Do you believe I 1T smashed that tray over your head? I'm sorry, bro." In the cafeteria, Wan Qi and Fan Junja found a spot near Luo Geng and the others, though they remained unnoticed. Wan Qi acted like a paparazzi, keeping his head down to feign serious eating while straining to hear. "I say, is this really necessary? This is university. There's so many female students to choose from. Why torment her?" Fan Junja tapped Wan Qi's tray with his chopsticks, weariness etched on his face. "Shoo, keep your voice down." Wan Qi raised a finger, signaling for quiet, then raised an eyebrow and whispered, "So what do you think of that girl?" Fan Junja glanced in the direction of Luo Geng and the others. Noting that Wan Qi was pointing at Su Qinglu, he nodded and replied, "She seems nice, but you definitely have no chance. If I were you, I'd start with someone easier." "Like whom?" Fan Junja pointed toward the cafeteria counter and said, "Like the lady who just served you. I think she gave you an extra scoop of rice." "Do you think?" "Hiss. I'm not joking, really. Do you think I should ask her for her contact information?" "I'm not joking either. I think the odds are slim." Wan Qi, exasperated, abandoned his meal and began chewing on his nails, gazing longingly at Su Qinglu. Suddenly, he seemed to catch a significant piece of information, perking up his ears as his frown gradually eased and a smile crept onto his lips. "Aja, we're going to get part-time jobs. You go ahead. I'm not interested. My allowance is sufficient." Fan Junja shook his head, ignoring him, and focused on his food. Wan Qi grasped Fan Junja's wrist, pleading, "Bro, I beg you, accompany me. There's no harm in it." "I won't go. I refuse to partake in your foolish antics. I'll wash your socks for 2 months." "Deal." After finishing their meal, Luo Geng and the others prepared to leave. Su Qinglu inquired of Qi Xiaoyu, "So, Xiaoyu, are you going to give it a try? It's only the start of the semester, and their living expenses are quite sufficient. Part-time positions are scarce, and once they realize their funds are insufficient, it will be harder to find work." Qi Xiaoyu pinched the hem of Luo Geng's shirt, feeling hesitant, as she knew he had always opposed her working part-time. She was reluctant to defy his wishes and dared not voice her thoughts. Luo Geng observed her expression and sighed helplessly, saying, "Why not just give it a try? I'll go too. If I think it's not suitable, you must promise to listen to me and not entertain such thoughts anymore. To spend my money honestly." Listening to such heart-wrenching words, Su Qinglu's expression morphed into one of despair, as an inexplicable sadness enveloped her. She toiled tirelessly at her part-time job to cover living expenses. Who would willingly endure such labor? Surely, the ease of university life is far more appealing. This stark contrast led Su Qinglu to realize the immense significance of her boyfriend. All right, Qi Xiaoyu nodded in agreement with Luo Geng's assertion. However, this also implied that if Luo Geng truly deemed her part-time work inadequate, then her opportunities would dwindle significantly. "Let us depart," Su Qinglu declared, leading Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu away from the scene, trailed by two others. Wan Qi, clutching a tray, hastily shoved a couple of bites into his mouth before discarding the tray into the washing sink and hurriedly following suit. Wait a moment. Fan Juanjia ambled behind them at a leisurely pace. Albeit reluctantly, securing someone to wash his socks for 2 months seemed a worthwhile trade-off. The campus was dotted with numerous shops, and several restaurants frequently employed university students for part-time positions. Upon arriving at a Chinese restaurant, Su Qinglu navigated with familiarity, pushing the door open and stepping inside. It was midday, and the restaurant bustled with patrons and busy waitstaff. "Hello, welcome." The cashier, a female college student donned in work attire, instinctively greeted them upon hearing the door open. However, her demeanor shifted upon recognizing Su Qinglu. "Ah, it's you, Xiao Lulu." "Aning Jia, I'm here," Su Qinglu exclaimed, trotting over to greet her. "Quickly change into your uniform. We're swamped," Aning urged. "By the way, this is my friend, Qi Xiaoyu. She's interested in trying out a part-time job too." Su Qinglu pulled Qi Xiaoyu over for the introduction. "Xiaoyu, this is Aning, a senior." "Hello, senior," Qi Xiaoyu responded with a brief greeting. Aning scrutinized Qi Xiaoyu with a hint of skepticism, turning to Su Qinglu and asking, "Are you serious? She doesn't seem like the type to take on such work." "Absolutely. I genuinely wish to give it a try," Qi Xiaoyu affirmed, casting a casual glance at Luo Geng, who had already settled into a vacant seat inside. It appeared he truly intended to act as her overseer here. "Oh, Xiao Lulu, you should take her to find the manager," Ing suggested, still somewhat incredulous, pointing towards the interior of the restaurant. "Sure." After Su Qinglu and Qi Xiaoyu ventured further in, Wan Qi and Fan Juanjia arrived outside. Wan Qi, observing the cashier and waitstaff, all female university students radiating youthful vigor, found himself momentarily spellbound. "Heaven," he whispered, summing up his impression of the restaurant. To step through that door felt akin to entering paradise. Why are there no male employees? Fan Juanjia noted the absence of any male figures among the staff. "Who cares? We'll be the first," Wan Qi exclaimed, pulling Fan Juanjia into the restaurant. Upon entering, Luo Geng immediately spotted them. The sight of Wan Qi cast a shadow of foreboding over Luo Geng, stirring an ominous premonition. "Excuse me, is there a need for part-time help here?" Wan Qi inquired at the cashier's counter, and then glanced up and promptly nodded, "Yes, especially for male students. You can find the manager in the back." She gestured for them to head further inside, and Wan Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of being especially needed. All right, a short while later, Wan Qi and Fan Juanjia donned their work uniforms and found themselves in the bustling kitchen. "Hey, you two newcomers, stop dawdling. Go peel those 100 pounds of potatoes over there. Once done, wash the dishes in the sink," the head chef bellowed amidst the cacophony of the kitchen. Scanning the area, Wan Qi noticed that the kitchen was devoid of any female presence. It was entirely composed of men. "What's going on? Looks like the male staff are all back here," Fan Juanjia remarked with a resigned shrug. He had been puzzled by the abundance of female employees up front and wondered how there could be none in the kitchen. The heat in the kitchen was stifling, and beads of sweat quickly formed on their brows. "I'm leaving," Fan Juanjia declared, turning to exit, but Wan Qi seized his wrist, pleading, "Brother, don't be foolish. 3 months. I'll wash your sock for that long. Besides, didn't you come here for that girl? She's right out front. And you're stuck back here. What's the benefit?" Fan Juanjia furrowed his brow, glancing at Wan Qi. "What do you mean by near water? The tower gets the moon first. She'll eventually come to the kitchen. Just be patient. Actually, I admire your confidence. Whether it's making friends, requesting a number, or pursuing romance, it should be straightforward. A direct path. Why complicate things? Do you possess some unique ability to complicate matters?" Wan Qi was left speechless, aware that Fan Juanjia had a valid point. Yet, for others, what seemed simple could feel daunting to him, leading him to take the long way around. It was no wonder he had yet to experience a romantic relationship. Remember that term simp? I've realized my mistake. At least they have the chance to treat girls well and spend on them. You don't even have that opportunity now. So you're essentially just a creep. An elite version of a creep. Ugh, what do I do, brother? Please help me. I really want her number. I desperately want a date. Wan Qi lamented, embracing Fan Juanjia in a moment of despair. Get off me. Is it not hot enough already? Fine, fine. I'll help you, but let go. The head chef, spotting their embrace, shouted disapprovingly. What are you two doing? Here to flirt? Get back to work. All right. Meanwhile, Luo Geng sat at a table, sipping a drink, having opted for a fruit salad since he could hardly manage to eat anything else. With a click, the door to the staff changing room swung open, and Su Qinglu emerged alongside Qi Xiaoyu. Luo Geng glanced over, noticing Qi Xiaoyu now clad in the restaurant's uniform. White top, dark apron, and her hair pinned up. Oh! This was Luo Geng's first glimpse of Qi Xiaoyu in such attire, and it struck him as refreshingly novel. Though it was merely an ordinary work outfit, yet his imagination wandered to the idea of her in a maid outfit. Clearing his throat, Luo Geng shook his head, attempting to dispel the fanciful image. He mused that it seemed a stereotype, considering that in manga, girls working part-time often don maid costumes, as that was what sold. Watching Qi Xiaoyu deftly transition into her job, serving dishes, clearing tables, he noted her agility, especially compared to other female students who appeared somewhat clumsy and overwhelmed. Waitstaff, would you like to order? A nearby table of young men called out, with Qi Xiaoyu being the closest, prompting her to hurry over with a notepad and pen in hand. Hello, what would you like to order? The group of young men appraised Qi Xiaoyu, their attention wholly diverted from the menu. One boldly blurted out, can I have your phone number? Huh? Qi Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, stepping back in surprise as she regarded them. His companion gave him a light tap and addressed Qi Xiaoyu, saying, I apologize, please don't take it to heart. Luo Geng sat at his table, propping his hands against it to conceal his mouth, his brow slightly furrowed as he observed the unfolding situation with Qi Xiaoyu. He was acutely aware that such occurrences were entirely commonplace, and those individuals were not being overtly bothersome. Qi Xiaoyu would never share her phone number with anyone. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a profound sense of discontent. Perhaps it was the fact that he was witnessing it firsthand. What if some unruly patrons appeared while he was unaware? As time passed, the flow of customers increased, and the number of male classmates grew. Some even whispered in hushed tones right in front of Luo Geng, gesturing towards Qi Xiaoyu. It was unclear who had spread the word, but many had flocked over, their intentions ambiguous, though their gazes invariably followed Qi Xiaoyu. Within an hour, she had been asked for her phone number 5 or 6 times, leaving her bewildered as to what she had done wrong. She was merely performing her duties and engaging in normal conversation, without any flirtation or suggestive behavior. Why, then, was she subjected to this? Luo Geng, however, was all too familiar with the dynamics of university life, where students were often like wolves in search of prey. While they did not harass Qi Xiaoyu in a brazen manner, their eyes tracked her incessantly, and their conversations felt more like playful banter among friends than respectful interactions with a server. Ah, how popular Xiaoyu was. Su Qinglu shook her head in resignation. Although she wished to assist Qi Xiaoyu, she could not possibly suggest that she intentionally downplay her appearance. She had no control over the ravenous male classmates. Ning shrugged and remarked, just ignore them. Most of these fellows have never been in a relationship and are eager to rush into one now that they are in college, determined not to waste a single day. I've seen plenty of them, and they rarely end up with anything worthwhile. Huh? Wan Qi, who was peeling potatoes in the kitchen, suddenly turned around, looking puzzled. Fan Juanjia inquired, what's the matter? Nothing, just a momentary lapse in concentration. Wan Qi found it odd, but dismissed it, returning to his task. Yet, he felt an itch of restlessness. He had already made several trips to the restroom for the sole purpose of getting closer to the front. When the head chef questioned Fan Juanjia about his frequent restroom visits, Fan merely replied with nonchalance. He has a weak bladder and needs to urinate often. He was acutely aware that paradise lay just ahead, yet he was currently enduring torment in this sweltering hell, which only exacerbated his agitation. Wan Qi looked at Fan Juanjia and asked, Bro, how are you going to help me? You just want that girl's number, right? I can get it for you in a bit. It's no big deal. Fan Juanjia rolled his eyes, his expression implying that such a trivial task should not require his involvement. However, Wan Qi genuinely believed it was no simple matter and couldn't help but give Fan Juanjia a thumbs up, exclaiming, No wonder you're bro, Juanjia. You can accomplish what I cannot so effortlessly. Once I get the number, dinner is on me. Luo Geng could no longer tolerate the situation. He rose from his seat, feeling the frustration boil within him. It was evident that few of these individuals were genuinely here to dine. Most had come to gawk at the female students. And among them, Qi Xiaoyu stood out as the center of attention. The sight of so many people, as though they had never seen a woman before, was deeply unsettling for him. Luo Geng approached Qi Xiaoyu and blocked her path. She was momentarily taken aback, noticing his displeased expression, and instinctively wondered if she had done something wrong. Change your clothes. Come with me. All right. Qi Xiaoyu didn't protest or inquire about the reason. She presumed she had somehow displeased Luo Geng. She proceeded to the changing room to switch out of her work attire. Is it really that simple? The onlookers were dumbfounded. They had requested her phone number for so long, engaging in amiable conversation. Yet this individual waltzed in and, with just 6 simple words, whisked away the most attractive girl. Her boyfriend? This person has been sitting there for ages. I didn't even realize they were a couple. One of them mused. Perhaps I should try that too, and see if I can take one away. Su Qinglu walked over to Luo Geng and patted him on the shoulder, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. Luo Geng glanced at her and replied coolly, It's not your fault. I'm just being a bit petty. All right then. Luo Geng held no one accountable. He merely considered himself a somewhat jealous person. Such commonplace events irked him immensely. Before long, Qi Xiaoyu emerged from the changing room, her head bowed, hesitant to meet Luo Geng's gaze. He reached out and took her hand, leading her away from the scene. Once outside, Luo Geng turned to her and noticed that she still kept her head down, as if she had done something wrong and was afraid to speak. I'm sorry. After a moment of silence, Luo Geng softly uttered, causing Qi Xiaoyu to look up in confusion, her eyes widening in surprise as she gazed at his retreating figure. She could not comprehend why he was apologizing to her. Shouldn't it be she who owed an apology? You've always wanted to take on a part-time job and earn your own money, yet I couldn't help myself. I'm a bit possessive. Seeing you being teased by so many people was hard for me to accept. Luo Geng admitted his feelings. In the past, he might have kept such thoughts to himself, but he realized that by intervening, he was somewhat disregarding Qi Xiaoyu's wishes. He felt the need to clarify his actions, lest he seem unreasonable. Is that so? Qi Xiaoyu murmured softly, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly, revealing her happiness. Do you blame me? Luo Geng paused, turning around to look at her earnestly. Qi Xiaoyu immediately shook her head, saying, No, because if we switch places, I wouldn't be able to accept it either. We're both in the same boat. She embraced Luo Geng, resting her head against him, feeling a sense of reassurance upon understanding his thoughts. Yet, Luo Geng appeared to have more to say. His expression was somewhat stiff. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. Does our previous agreement still stand? Luo Geng referred to their discussion in the cafeteria, where they had agreed that if things didn't feel right, she should let go of the idea. Since he had intervened, and nothing truly inappropriate had occurred, he worried that their agreement might no longer be valid. But to let me spend your money feels a bit too. You're my fiancé. By all accounts, you're already my wife. And there are no rules dictating who must earn or who cannot spend the other's money. From the perspective of our relationship, I understand your feelings of discomfort. Or perhaps Aunt Ren has taught you not to spend solely from my purse. But can't you make an exception for me? Luo Geng particularly appreciated Qi Xiaoyu's quality of not taking it for granted to spend his money. It was indeed a rarity. After all, who would want someone to spend money on them? In his past life, he had lavished money on Qi Qianru, who, despite her disdain, still relished the feeling of being treated. However, Qi Xiaoyu did not share this sentiment. Rather, spending his money made her feel guilty. People often pursue what they lack. And Luo Geng was not in want of money. He could earn it, making it easy for one person to earn for 10. In his previous life, he had initially struggled financially, even unable to afford his father's funeral expenses. After working tirelessly to amass wealth, he found himself no longer in need, yet ultimately, he had collapsed in a hospital bed, alone and devoid of anyone to care for him. All he desired was Qi Xiaoyu by his side. That was enough. An exception. Qi Xiaoyu's emotions were not as intricate as one might assume. She simply wished to reciprocate the multitude of gifts she had received from Luo Geng by earning her own money to present him with gifts in return. She was unaware of the depths of Luo Geng's thoughts or his contemplations. All she recognized was that accepting his kindness without offering something in return would not bode well. Much like Qi Qianru, who ultimately found herself despised by Luo Geng, an outcome she fervently wished to avoid. I understand your feelings, and I hope you can comprehend mine as well, all right? Luo Geng raised his hand to embrace Qi Xiaoyu, allowing her to feel the rhythm of his heartbeat. The tragedies of his past life, born from financial woes, losing his father, lacking a beloved, haunted him. Now that he had wealth, his father was unwilling to spend his own money, and his lover was even less inclined, leaving Luo Geng perplexed. Why was this so? Were not these calamities a result of money? After a moment of silence, Qi Xiaoyu slowly spoke. I understand you, so I shall assist you in your studio without pay, and you must not deliberately lighten my workload. All right, Luo Geng nodded, recognizing this as a significant concession, at least keeping her close. Suddenly, he recalled a saying, behind every successful man, there lies a great woman. Now he understood that it was precisely such a woman who enabled a man to unleash his potential and achieve his ambitions. Even if Qi Xiaoyu did not venture out to work, she would ensure everything at home was in order, allowing him to focus on his endeavors. Luo Geng released Qi Xiaoyu, took her hand, smiled gently, and said, "Let us return. I shall introduce you to your role as my little assistant." "Very well, boss," Qi Xiaoyu replied, her eyes sparkling with warmth, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness from the warmth emanating from Luo Geng's hand. As they walked, Luo Geng pondered whether he should cut Qin Xiao's salary again. Chapter 139. I prefer those who are clingy. Qin Xiao was diligently working in the studio, processing the sketches left by Luo Geng. She found herself more intrigued by this particular comic than the previous one. By the way, why does the female lead look so familiar? She picked up the sketch, staring at the protagonist, lost in thought. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed, and Luo Geng entered, accompanied by Qi Xiaoyu. "Teacher Luo, you're here." "Yes," Luo Geng replied, approaching Qin Xiao. "Could you show Xiaoyu the ropes and let her assist, just like before?" He gestured toward Qi Xiaoyu, who stood behind him. Qin Xiao paused momentarily before picking up a nearby sketch for comparison. "Ah, so that's why she looks so familiar. The female lead is modeled after Xiaoyu." Luo Geng settled down to work while Qin Xiao and Qi Xiaoyu tended to the already completed sketches. Thanks to her prior experience, Qi Xiaoyu required no guidance from Qin Xiao, and the tasks were straightforward and uncomplicated. Luo Geng inquired of Qin Xiao, "Have you informed old Jia about the studio's location? Is he busy? Did he mention when he might come?" "I have told him. He's currently preoccupied with branch matters and likely won't be able to come for a while." "Ah, I see," Luo Geng mused. The sketches had yet to be shown to Jia Mo, and the serialization had not been finalized. With the branch affairs demanding attention and several authors under his wing, transitioning him here would complicate matters further. Suddenly, Qin Xiao asked, "Teacher Luo, how's your university life? Are there any handsome guys?" Luo Geng looked up, puzzled by the eager glint in her eyes. "How would I know? Am I supposed to be fixated on handsome men? Surely there must be quite a few. There are so many students." Qin Xiao poked her chin with her pen, murmuring, "How wonderful. I want to explore when we take a break. It would be splendid to encounter a handsome guy. What do you intend to do? Are you chasing after younger guys?" "I recently graduated. You know, the age gap isn't that significant." In truth, witnessing Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu's displays of affection daily had rendered her somewhat desensitized. Yet she recognized that there was always more love to be shared. Living in such an environment greatly influenced her own state of mind. Initially, she held no interest in romantic relationships. Shopping with friends seemed far more enjoyable. However, during a recent break, she sought to invite her friends for a shopping spree, only to find they were all busy with dates. She could not deny that she now harbored a desire for romance. Qi Xiaoyu, observing Qin Xiao lost in her daydreams, inquired, "What type do you like? Perhaps I could keep an eye out for you." "Really? You're the best, Xiaoyu," Qin Xiao exclaimed, embracing her and playfully rubbing her cheek against hers. Luo Geng watched from the side, narrowing his eyes as if ready to intervene. "First and foremost, he should have some financial stability. My expenses are substantial, but I know students typically have little money. Let's set that aside for now. As for looks, I consider someone handsome if I like them, so I have no stringent requirements. I prefer someone who is somewhat clingy." Luo Geng nodded, responding, "Your criteria seem reasonable. A bit of financial stability, someone you find presentable, and a fondness for being close. Those should be easy to find. Not clingy. Clingy people," Qin Xiao retorted. "Why does that sound so vulgar?" With an air of resignation, she turned to Qi Xiaoyu, adopting a gossiping demeanor, and asked, "Does Teacher Luo cling to you often?" Luo Geng interjected Qi Xiaoyu glanced at Luo Geng, unsure if he could be considered clingy. However, she was acutely aware that she was particularly attached to him, longing to be by his side at every moment. Cough, cough. "Is that all you require? That seems rather easy to find." Luo Geng interrupted their conversation, not wishing for Qin Xiao to delve deeper into gossip. "Additionally, it would be great if he shares an interest in comics and shopping, someone I can converse with. Also, I have a bit of a temper. I prefer someone with a gentler disposition. If you were also hot-tempered, we'd likely argue daily." Luo Geng sighed. "Indeed, given your foul temper, few could match it. And your ability to read the room is quite lacking. Do you realize how much trouble you've caused me?" Qin Xiao chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head. Hee, that's all in the past. I was a bit foolish then, and my cousin has already scolded me. I've reflected on it deeply. Thank you for your hard work, everyone." That evening, Wan Qi and Fan Junjia finished work and collected their hard-earned wages. However, Wan Qi's attention remained fixated on Su Qinglu. After changing clothes, Su Qinglu linked arms with an Ing, smiling as she said, "Let's go, sister and Ing." "Okay, I know of a great place to eat. Let's head there." The two departed, prompting Wan Qi to anxiously tap Fan Juanja's shoulder. Ja, they're leaving. Didn't you say you'd help me get her phone number? Ah, I know. Stop pestering me. Just wait. Fan Juanja frowned and stepped outside, trailing behind Su Qinglu and Ning. He relaxed his brow, sprinted forward, and softly called out, "Excuse me. May I interrupt?" Su Qinglu and Ning turned in confusion to look at the approaching Fan Juanja. "Sorry to bother you, but could I have your phone number?" Fan Juanja asked Su Qinglu, feeling particularly helpless about assisting Wan Qi in this endeavor. "Phone number? Oh no." As Su Qinglu began to respond, Ning quickly tugged her back, signaling her to hold her tongue. Leaning closer to Su Qinglu's ear, she whispered, "Casanova." Su Qinglu froze momentarily, widening her eyes in surprise as she blinked in bewilderment. Ning smiled gently, gazing at Fan Juanja, and said, "If you need my number, that's perfectly fine. We're about to head out for a meal. Would you care to join us?" Fan Juanja paused, furrowing his brow slightly, and replied, "Dinner? Ah, my friend is still waiting for me." Ning raised an eyebrow and quickly suggested, "Why not invite your friend along? It would be much more lively with more people." "Oh, all right then. I'll go call him." Fan Juanja nodded and turned back toward the restaurant. Su Qinglu glanced at Ning and inquired, "Is this all right?" Ning, "Yeah. Don't worry, Xiao Lulu. You've just begun your university journey and may not fully grasp this yet. We never impose on anyone," Ning reassured her. Upon returning to the restaurant, Fan Juanja was immediately approached by Wan Qi, who excitedly asked, "What is the phone number?" "Hold on. Those two are going out to eat and need a sugar daddy to join them. Are you going or not?" Wan Qi's eyes sparkled at the suggestion, and he eagerly nodded. "Of course. Why wouldn't I go? It's an opportunity not to be missed." Chapter 140. A word from you, and I could save a decade of study. Fan Juanja frowned, thinking Wan Qi hadn't understood him. "Huh? No, wait, did you not hear me? I said they need a sugar daddy, and you want to go?" Wan Qi puffed out his chest as if it were the most natural thing in the world, saying, "Of course. Why not? There are plenty of guys here. Why don't they find someone else? This opportunity is one to seize." "Wow, a word from you, and I could save a decade of study," Wan Qi declared. "Even if you refer to it as being a simp, I would rather be the supreme version of it. As long as there is something to gain, who needs a bicycle?" As Wan Qi resolutely stepped out, his face transformed into a charming smile. Fan Juanja stared at him in bewilderment, as if observing a peculiar creature. The next day in class, everyone appeared lethargic except for Wan Qi, who was brimming with excitement. "So, buddy, did you get the numbers?" "2 of them." "How impressive." Wan Qi triumphantly patted Fan Juanja on the shoulder. "Yes, you just spent half a month's living expenses for 2 phone numbers. Wasn't that easy? It's fortunate they didn't stop you, or you would have spent everything." This was the first time Fan Juanja witnessed girls being startled by a sugar daddy. It seemed to have left them feeling rather unsettled. Forget the process. The result is what matters. This is my first step toward success. They say all beginnings are tough, and I must seize this chance. Wan Qi didn't mind the expenditure. To him, spending money on women was immensely gratifying. Luo Geng took Qi Xiaoyu's hand as they entered the classroom and settled into the front row. For them, attending class together was a refreshing experience. Wan Qi, observing Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu, remarked, "How much do you think it would cost to date someone of that caliber?" "It varies by person. They are a match made in heaven, and money may not hold much significance for them. As for you, money isn't everything. Spending a fortune won't help," Fan Juanja replied. Wan Qi's expression darkened, and he muttered, "That is quite hurtful. I admit I'm not the most handsome, but surely I'm not the type that would make someone want to vomit at first glance." Fan Juanja quickly shook his head, clarifying, No, you don't understand. Compared to your other shortcomings, whether you're handsome or not is secondary." "Shortcomings? Do I have any?" Wan Qi frowned slightly, seemingly indignant. "Do you? I initially thought you were just pretending to be foolish, but it turns out you were genuinely naive. If it weren't for the close ties between our families, I wouldn't want to admit knowing you," Fan Juanja admitted, thinking he had made a significant point. Fan Juanja expected Wan Qi to take it to heart. However, Wan Qi lowered his head and began contemplating the phone numbers on his phone, murmuring, "Which one should I pursue? The cute classmate of the same age or the alluring senior? I'm so torn. Your audacity and thick skin are quite impressive," Fan Juanja remarked, after class, as Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu prepared to leave. Luo Geng inadvertently glanced back and spotted Wan Qi and Fan Juanja sitting in the back row. "What the? Those creeps!" Luo Geng exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. He had not realized that these two were in the same major as him and still couldn't comprehend the bizarre behavior he witnessed the day before. "Ah, that oddball." Qi Xiaoyu recognized Wan Qi, recalling his peculiar attempt to engage her while she was grocery shopping. "That weirdo? So, he is the one you meant? He truly is strange." Seated in his spot, Wan Qi noticed Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu whispering to one another and poked Fan Juanjia, asking, "Do you think you're discussing me? What's going on? Am I that eye-catching? Are you genuinely oblivious to the disdain, contempt, and scorn in their gazes? Or are you just pretending not to see? Have you forgotten what you did to them?" Fan Juanjia shifted his body away from Wan Qi, opting to distance himself from the weirdo aura that seemed to cling to him. "Hey, should I just go over and greet them? I'm a social genius." Wan Qi clapped his hands and stood up, striding directly toward Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu. "What?" Fan Juanjia, his eyes nearly popped out, his mouth twitching. "What kind of thought process is this? They are clearly looking down on you, and you're going to greet them? How has he survived this long? He never acted this way in high school." Fan Juanjia shook his head in disbelief. During high school, Wan Qi had seemed to suppress himself, focusing on his studies due to his inability to date. Now that he was in university, all that pent-up energy had exploded forth. As Wan Qi approached, Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu exchanged apprehensive glances, their expressions betraying their discomfort at the sight of his peculiar smile. "What is happening? What does he want?" Luo Geng's brow furrowed, his fists clenched tightly as he prepared for anything. Qi Xiaoyu hid behind Luo Geng, not fearing any criminals or malicious villains, but feeling quite intimidated by this eccentric individual. Who knew what he might do? Wan Qi stood before Luo Geng, cleared his throat, and slightly bowed, saying, "Hello. My name is Wan Qi. I sincerely apologize for my actions yesterday. It was unintentional. I merely wish to befriend you." "Huh? He can speak normally?" Fan Juanjia was genuinely taken aback, struggling to comprehend this new side of Wan Qi. He had anticipated some inane comment about their shared major, but instead, Wan Qi had delivered a proper greeting. Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu exchanged puzzled looks, their faces reflecting their confusion. Luo Geng, especially baffled, thought, "Be friends? Who makes friends like this? Is he trying to mock me? What exactly do you want?" Luo Geng protectively shielded Qi Xiaoyu, unafraid for himself, but concerned for her safety. Hey buddy." Fan Juanjia rushed over, positioning himself between Wan Qi and Luo Geng, offering an awkward smile as he said, "Hello, I'm Fan Juanjia. Please disregard this fool. He lacks social awareness, but means no harm. Also, this classmate here has indeed wanted to strike up a conversation with you in the mall. But when he saw your ring, he thought better of it. Rest assured, he would never harass you." Chapter 141. Stop talking, I'm scared. Luo Geng was somewhat perplexed. How could a seemingly normal person be found alongside such an eccentric individual? Is it not said that like attracts like? Wan Qi bypassed Fan Juanjia and once again stood before Luo Geng and his companions, earnestly stating, "Please forgive my foolish behavior. To express my contrition, allow me the honor of treating you to a meal. A normal meal, I assure you, nothing peculiar will occur. I implore you." "Oh no, it's quite all right. We really don't need it." Luo Geng hastily shook his head, grasping Qi Xiaoyu's hand as he attempted to depart. However, Wan Qi stepped forward, imploring, "I beg you, let me make amends. I wish to treat you to dinner." Fan Juanjia was taken aback by Wan Qi's sudden outburst, retreating a few paces as others in the vicinity turned their attention toward them. "What on earth are you trying to achieve?" Luo Geng's expression darkened, feeling the weight of embarrassment in such a public setting. Wan Qi lifted his gaze, his eyes resolute, as he earnestly looked into Luo Geng's face. "I genuinely wish to apologize. Please grant me this opportunity." Luo Geng found himself utterly bewildered by this individual, yet he realized that if this continued, it would certainly incite a commotion. The crowd was growing larger, and although he wanted to leave with Qi Xiaoyu, Wan Qi persisted in following them. "There is no need for a meal. Simply keep your distance and refrain from speaking to us again." He waved his hand dismissively. Though he did not comprehend why Wan Qi felt the need to apologize, having done him no wrong, Luo Geng was merely disgusted by the situation. He and Qi Xiaoyu hastily made their exit, escaping the throng. Once they were gone, Fan Juanjia inquired, "Now, tell me, what absurd scheme is this?" Wan Qi's sudden change in demeanor, insistent on treating them to dinner, surely held some ulterior motive, something Fan Juanjia had grown accustomed to. Wan Qi produced his phone and handed it to Fan Juanjia, revealing a text message exchange with Su Qinglu. "You invited her out for dinner?" Fan Juanjia scrolled through the messages, astonished to see that Wan Qi had actively invited them to dine once more, willingly playing the fool. Yet, the response he received was far from encouraging. It merely stated, "There is a girl in your major named Qi Xiaoyu, the most beautiful one with a boyfriend. If you can invite her and her boyfriend to dinner, then we will go." So, is that the reason? Clearly, they knew you would never be able to fulfill such a condition. It was merely a way to dismiss you. Fan Juanjia returned the phone, incredulous. What difference is there between this condition and outright refusal? You can't even get them to join, yet you think you can invite someone with a fiancé? Fan Juanjia had assumed there was a legitimate reason behind such a ludicrous condition, yet Wan Qi seemed undeterred. Yes, it's exactly because of this. She didn't tee outright refuse, but rather offered me a glimmer of hope. If she truly didn't want to come, why not just decline? Why not block me? Enough. I'm terrified. Fan Juanjia covered his ears and hastily retreated. He had stood up for Wan Qi, thinking he had finally gained some sense and would no longer engage in such absurdity. Yet here he was fully entangled with the eccentric. He silently vowed never to concern himself with Wan Qi again. His fate was no longer of his concern. Finally, Luo Geng led Qi Xiaoyu away from that perilous place, convinced that lingering there would only bring misfortune. Surely, Wan Qi must have some ulterior motive. Who else would behave so erratically? Qi Xiaoyu also found the situation peculiar. This was a university, not a mental institution. While there were indeed many odd characters, their eccentricities stemmed from differing backgrounds, not from aimless madness. Whatever she thought, knowing it was unlikely to lead to anything good, the only seemingly normal person beside her, Fan Juanjia, made her wonder how he could associate with such a strange individual. As Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu arrived outside the teaching building, it was break time. They had no classes in the morning and would not return until the afternoon. Thus, this time became their opportunity to relax and stroll. Beneath the swaying willow trees, numerous couples wandered about, chatting, scenes that were certainly absent in high school. Buzz! Qi Xiaoyu's phone rang, revealing a call from Su Qinglu. She glanced at Luo Geng, who was also fixated on his phone screen. Noticing the call was from Su Qinglu, his brow slightly furrowing. Unsure of what to do, she looked to Luo Geng for guidance. If he was reluctant, she would refrain from answering. Go ahead and answer it. All right. Qi Xiaoyu picked up the call, asking, hello, Su Qinglu. Xiaoyu, do you have time a day after tomorrow? Su Qinglu's voice came through the line. The day after tomorrow? Qi Xiaoyu glanced at Luo Geng, contemplating. It was the weekend, and she had planned to assist Luo Geng in his studio, so she continued, I don't have much time. Is there something you need? Luo Geng, perceiving Qi Xiaoyu's intentions, understood that she was declining for his sake. While he wished for her to remain by his side, he did not wish to confine her. He could grant her some space to enjoy her friendships. Otherwise, if he were ever overwhelmed with work and unable to accompany her, she would be left in a lamentable situation. I'm unavailable, as it happens. The day after tomorrow is my birthday, and I would like to invite you to celebrate with me. Don't worry, there won't be any boys, just girls. Su Qinglu's tone turned slightly despondent. A birthday, you say? Qi Xiaoyu blinked, initially thinking Su Qinglu had no serious matters to discuss. You can go, it's fine. It's good to occasionally spend time with friends. At this moment, Luo Geng interjected, recognizing that he had extensive work obligations and was stretched thin. Qi Xiaoyu had been simplifying her life to accommodate him, but at her age, she should be out enjoying herself with friends. He certainly did not want to deprive her of a normal youth because of his own circumstances. On the other end, Su Qinglu, hearing Luo Geng's comment, quickly responded, hey, if your boyfriend agrees, you should definitely come. This is my first birthday away from home, and I hardly have any friends. You're one of my few friends, and if you don't come, I will feel very disappointed. Qi Xiaoyu hesitated, but upon hearing Luo Geng's encouragement, she felt she could attend. Furthermore, she hoped to make friends who could offer her advice on various matters. All right then, I can go. Great. I'll call you the day after tomorrow. Su Qinglu's tone brightened once more before she hung up. After ending the call, Qi Xiaoyu turned to Luo Geng, inquiring, is it all right? You seem to dislike her. She could sense that the relationship between Luo Geng and Su Qinglu was strained. While he was generally indifferent toward her, his attitude toward Luo Geng was notably cooler. How could I possibly hold a grudge against the girl? Luo Geng shrugged, speaking nonchalantly as if such matters were trivial to him. Moreover, if she is inviting you to her birthday, you should probably prepare a gift, Luo Geng remarked, pulling out his wallet and offering Qi Xiaoyu some cash. He was uncertain of the amount, but the stack looked substantial. Qi Xiaoyu waved her hands in protest, saying hurriedly, no, I have my own living expenses. Take it. You can buy whatever gift you wish for her. Just ensure you have enough money for your outing. One cannot go out without sufficient funds. Luo Geng, with an air of insistence, pressed the money into Qi Xiaoyu's hands, denying her any chance to protest. He then affectionately ruffled her hair, a teasing glimmer in his eyes, as he remarked, what does it matter if the money belongs to you? After all, you are mine. Qi Xiaoyu momentarily froze, a wave of warmth flooding her cheeks, her breath catching in her throat as an intoxicating heat enveloped her. With her head bowed, she softly murmured in acknowledgement, then, on her tiptoes, swiftly pressed her lips against Luo Geng's. The sentiment in his words stirred her heart profoundly, leaving her mind awash with thoughts of her affection for him. Oh, Wan Qi, having exited the classroom, trailed behind Luo Geng and his companions, lurking behind a tree. Witnessing this tender exchange filled his eyes with envy. Whether it was the casually displayed stack of cash or the enchanting kiss from a girlfriend as beautiful as a celestial being, both scenes seemed like unattainable dreams for him. Yet today was Su Qinglu's birthday. Why hadn't she informed him? Had she simply not found the time to do so? What sort of gift would be appropriate? Wan Qi realized he had gleaned the most coveted piece of information, Su Qinglu's birthday. He yearned to procure an extravagant gift that would captivate her heart. But his wallet sadly disagreed. With merely 200 yuan left, his budget for the next fortnight, he had no time to squander. Part-time job. Wan Qi resolutely turned away, invigorated with determination to earn some money. The few hundred yuan for living expenses he had brought from home had dwindled alarmingly in just 2 days of classes. After their afternoon lessons, Luo Geng and his companions returned to the studio. Good afternoon, Teacher Luo, Qin Xiao greeted, raising her hand as she spotted him. She was quite content with her current job. Although the salary was not as high as before, she genuinely enjoyed the work. And the convenience of her schedule allowed her to rest immediately upon entering her room and to work as soon as she stepped out. Sometimes, she would even take leisurely strolls after work. So, did you submit your manuscript to old Jia today? Luo Geng inquired, as this piece had yet to be reviewed by Jia Mo, prompting him to send Qin Xiao to seek his input. Yes, I submitted it, but he didn't say much, only that he wanted to show it to the chief editor and the president first. Luo Geng frowned slightly and asked, is that so? What's the matter? Is it not passing? Qin Xiao shook her head, explaining, oh no, I asked. And it seems the comic style might not be suitable for serialization in the weekly magazine. So Jia Mo wants to pursue the possibility of publishing it directly as a standalone book. Really? Jia Mo has such foresight now. If he can secure that, I must treat him to a nice meal. Luo Geng expressed his surprise, recalling how difficult it had been in his past life to get Jia Mo to assist with anything. He never expected that the same person, now under his guidance, would proactively advocate for his interests. However, but Teacher Luo, this direct publication rather than serialization would likely require a significant portion of self-funding, as my cousin's publishing house might not have the capacity or courage to cover all expenses. Well, that's all right. Self-funding isn't an issue. Luo Geng was unconcerned about the publication costs. Although he couldn't guarantee a profit, he had the confidence to take that risk. His understanding of the current market might be limited, but he was well acquainted with future trends. While this work might not align perfectly with future demands, it was certainly more than adequate for now. Leveraging a successful project for free promotion would ensure it did not fade into obscurity. Arriving at his workstation, Luo Geng glanced at the sketches laid out on his desk. He picked one up for a closer inspection, somewhat astonished, for these sketches were not his own. Did you draw this? He asked Qin Xiao, who sheepishly scratched her head and replied, yes, I just wanted to give it a try. Having worked alongside you for a while, I've learned a bit, so I thought I'd give it a shot like submitting homework. Please check it and point out any flaws. Quite good. Luo Geng nodded, continuing to peruse her sketches. Encouraged by his praise, Qin Xiao beamed with joy. Aside from some minor imperfections, this could very well serve as my formal submission. These flaws are inconsequential. The style is sound, though it may need some adjustments, common issues for newcomers. As he examined her work, he felt compelled to commend Qin Xiao's talent, noting that her artistic style bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. If he hadn't known better, he might have mistaken her work for his. Really? Thank you. Teacher Luo, Qin Xiao exclaimed, rising to bow in gratitude. Having spent time working alongside Luo Geng, she felt that she had learned far more in this month than in her entire time at school, and the knowledge was far more practical. Excellent. It seems this comic aligns perfectly with your major. Put in a little more effort, and if the sales are good, your commission won't be lacking. Accumulate experience, and you'll surely become a competent manga artist in your own right. Luo Geng offered encouragement while painting an optimistic picture for Qin Xiao's future. She, blissfully unaware of the metaphorical pie he was baking, nodded eagerly. Sure, no problem. Luo Geng was pleased, realizing that employees of Qin Xiao's age were still willing to embrace such hopeful promises, unlike the older generation who had grown disillusioned with workplace realities. He was genuinely glad for her progress, as it made his own responsibilities much lighter, a dream scenario for any employer, capable employees alleviating pressure without needing to discuss salary increases. Chapter 143. If you're going to lick, you might as well lick a whole bunch. On the weekend, few remained in the boys' dormitory. Some were out on dates. Others were online, while a few sought their own serendipitous encounters. Fan Juanja lounged in his room, engrossed in a comic. Aja, help me out. How's this gift? Wan Qi burst through the door, leaping onto Fan Juanja's bed with a finely packaged small gift in hand. Fan Juanja closed his comic, sitting up with an expression of exasperation. Huh, what gift? Today is Su Qinglu's birthday. I saved up for my part-time job to buy her this gift. What do you think? Wan Qi opened the box to reveal a lipstick lying within. Huh? Seriously, dude? ISNT, that rather expensive? Fan Junja winced. Recalling how Wan Qi had been working part-time, even skipping meals to save money, he had assumed there would be no more foolish antics. Only to discover this was all preparation for a grand gesture. What's wrong with that? ISNT, that what shows my sincerity? Wan Qi retorted. Do you think she can feel the sincerity? I don't know. What color is it? He opened the lipstick cap to examine the shade. Fan Junja's brows furrowed in confusion as he scrutinized the lipstick up close, his expression a tapestry of bewilderment. Pink? Don't all girls love pink things? Wan Qi shrugged, stating what he believed to be obvious. Fan Junja tilted his head back, as if he'd just heard something profoundly shocking, his eyes widening. Trembling, he replaced the cap and handed the lipstick back to Wan Qi. She will definitely sense your sincerity. I firmly believe that. Fan Junja laid back down, flipping open his comic, as if nothing had transpired, dismissing it all as irrelevant to him. Really? I told you. It's impossible for anyone not to be moved by my sincerity. Wait for my good news, bro. Wan Qi exclaimed, a wide smile illuminating his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he took the lipstick and exited the room. Fan Junja shook his head, muttering, you can't really blame him. He is the ultimate sycophant. His psychological fortitude is simply astonishing. As she prepared to leave, Luo Geng stood at the door, offering a series of admonitions to Qi Qianru, who was about to step outside. His demeanor resembled that of a parent watching their child venture out for the first time with friends, filled with concern. Qi Qianru, standing before him with a radiant smile, quietly listened to his chatter. After a moment, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her soft, delicate lips against his, rendering him speechless. Luo Geng blinked in surprise, then grasped her shoulders, stepping back slightly and squinting as he teased. What is this? Do you find my words tiresome? Prompting you to silence me? Qi Qianru shook her head, her gentle smile illuminating her face. Not at all. I simply adore how you were just now and couldn't resist kissing you. All right, go and have fun, he said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Okay, she replied, stepping outside with a gift for Su Qinglu in hand. She had yet to present Luo Geng with a gift of her own, feeling that nothing she could offer would match his standards, especially since he had given her such extravagant gifts. Within the campus, Qi Qianru made her way to the designated meeting spot Su Qinglu had informed her about. There, she found 3 girls, all of whom she recognized. Su Qinglu and Ning, both students in their 3rd year, along with a younger girl, petite and charming, with skin as flawless as ivory and eyes shimmering like a tranquil autumn lake. Xiaoyu, Su Qinglu exclaimed, rushing over to envelop her in a warm embrace. Taken aback by this intimate gesture, Qi Qianru instinctively recoiled slightly. All right, Xiao Lulu. Can't you see you've startled her? Ning interjected, gently patting Su Qinglu's shoulder. This is for you. Happy birthday. Qi Qianru presented the gift she had been holding. Su Qinglu released her, her eyes sparkling with delight as she accepted the present. Thank you, Xiaoyu, she exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Meanwhile, the girl standing beside Ning eyed Qi Qianru curiously and whispered, she's so beautiful. Indeed, and it seems she is already engaged, Ning pointed out, indicating the diamond ring adorning Qi Xiaoyu's finger. Since she was venturing out alone today, Qi Qianru had naturally worn the ring. Wow, her boyfriend must be quite impressive to be so fortunate as to have such a stunning girlfriend. Su Qinglu, having released Qi Qianru, positioned herself beside the younger girl, preparing to introduce her. However, the girl stepped forward before Su Qinglu could finish, extending her hand and saying, Hello, I'm Su Mingnan. Hello, I'm Qi Qianru, she replied, shaking her hand. While they chatted, an individual had already taken refuge behind a nearby tree, observing them intently. Wow, there's so many beauties. I should have brought more gifts. Each one deserves something. Wan Qi lamented, glancing at the lipstick in his hand, feeling regretful for not being more considerate. Even for Su Qinglu's birthday gift, he could have afforded to buy several presents for the lovely girls. Naturally, the one who was already engaged was an exception. He wouldn't want to embarrass himself by hanging around her. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Wan Qi contemplated how best to make a memorable entrance. Should he feign a casual stroll before surprising them with a gift, or perhaps kneel down to present it? The dilemma was perplexing. What if she were so moved that she invited him to join her birthday celebration? With so many beautiful girls around, he would have no regrets. As he pondered, he noticed the 4 girls approaching his direction. Here they come. Wan Qi's eyes widened, and he straightened his posture, stepping forward to greet Su Qinglu, his heart racing as he considered how to present his gift elegantly. This is for you, Wan Qi began, pulling the gift from his pocket and extending it towards Su Qinglu. However, As if by some unspoken agreement, the girls bypassed him completely, ignoring his presence. Hey! Wan Qi turned to see Su Qinglu and her friends walking past him, completely disregarding him. Wait, how does it feel? He called out, trying to halt the quartet. Su Qinglu stopped, frowning, her expression a mix of bitterness, helplessness, and disdain. Ning mirrored her reaction, sighing, while Qi Xiaoyu dared not look back, wishing to distance herself from this odd character. Only Su Mengnan turned, puzzled, and inquired of the others, do you know him? Ning exhaled sharply, muttering, not really. I can't even recall his name, but you can call him Brother Kai. Brother Kai? Su Mengnan echoed, her voice laced with curiosity. He voluntarily takes on that title, and is somewhat unervingly proactive. Ning vividly recalled that night, when she had only intended for him to treat them to dinner, never intending to con him out of money. Yet this person had exceeded her expectations, leaving them to wonder if he was some wealthy heir when in fact he was just a simpleton. Wan Qi hastily jogged over, positioning himself behind Su Qinglu and presenting the gift. Happy birthday. This is for you. He flashed a grin he believed to be irresistibly charming, attempting to sound profound. Though Su Qinglu was reluctant to associate with him, she felt obliged to accept the gift since it was given with a birthday wish. With an unwilling sigh, she turned to him, accepting the present while forcing a smile. Thank you. Not all. Open it. Wan Qi urged excitedly, unable to contain his anticipation for her reaction. Su Qinglu, finding it difficult to refuse, unwrapped the gift in front of him, revealing a tube of lipstick. Wait, lipstick? She expressed her surprise, having expected something far less desirable. She was taken aback by the thoughtfulness behind the gift. Is this really from him? Oh, quite thoughtful indeed, and from a well-known brand. What shade is it? Ning leaned in to examine the lipstick, piquing the interest of both Qi Xiaoyu and Su Mengnan, who gathered to take a closer look. As Su Qinglu opened the lipstick, revealing a vibrant pink hue, the group collectively gasped, a wave of astonishment washing over them. Their eyes were captivated by the striking color, a myriad of unspoken thoughts swirling in their minds. Truth be told, Su Qinglu had nearly discarded it moments ago, feeling that such a bold color would deter her from wanting to leave the house or even eat. You really put thought into this. Who suggested you buy it? Your friend? Ning remarked, a hint of sarcasm in her tone as she gave Wan Qi a thumbs up. Wan Qi, pleased, shook his finger in the air, crossing his arms with pride. Him? There's no way he could have come up with such a brilliant idea. It was all me. I believe he wouldn't have thought of it at all. Only you could come up with such a concept. Ning nodded in agreement with his assertion. Let us go. Su Qinglu spoke coldly, then turned away, leaving with others who shared her silence. Wan Qi, somewhat taken aback, murmured, Hey, aren't you inviting me along? After the group had distanced themselves, Ning glanced at the nearby trash bin and inquired, Are you going to throw that away? Su Qinglu tucked her lipstick away, shook her head, and replied, I'll use it as a paintbrush, though I'm not quite sure what I can create with it. Qi Xiaoyu, still feeling the residual unease, recalled that she had nearly called Luo Geng just moments ago. How did you all come to know him? He's quite a peculiar character. Su Mengnan, witnessing this rare specimen for the first time, reflected on the charming types of men she had encountered before, those who employed flattery to attract girls. Yet, this was her first encounter with someone who drew attention through self-deprecation. Nevertheless, he had indeed succeeded, leaving a deep impression on her that she would likely remember for a lifetime. How should I put it? A fateful entanglement. Su Qinglu lamented that night, regretting her decision to invite him to dinner, thus unlocking a chapter of torment in her life. The group then drove to the largest shopping mall in Chang'an, preparing for a leisurely stroll, while Qi Xiaoyu, in the car, kept Luo Geng updated with her whereabouts via text message. Do you really need to report your location to your boyfriend? Ning teased, sitting beside Qi Xiaoyu as she sent her messages. Well, Qi Xiaoyu nodded without denial, responding softly, I want to let him know. That's understandable. If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I wouldn't feel at ease either, Ning remarked. Qi Xiaoyu shook her head, saying, No, it was my initiative to message him. Ning paused, slightly taken aback, as such actions typically stem from a boy's. She had never heard of a girl taking the initiative to send such messages. Oh, I see. You two have a wonderful relationship, she admitted, feeling a twinge of envy. Although she was 2 years older, she had yet to encounter such a fulfilling romance. By the way, how's your relationship progressing? What stage are you at? Ning lowered her voice and whispered in Qi Xiaoyu's ear. Qi Xiaoyu looked at Ning and noticed a mischievous grin on her face, her eyes brimming with curiosity. What stage? We are engaged. No, I'm going to ask how far you've gone physically. Since you're engaged, surely. Ning whispered the last few words, causing Qi Xiaoyu to blush and lower her head slightly. After a moment, Qi Xiaoyu gently nodded, yes. And then? How does it feel? Feel. Qi Xiaoyu was taken aback, having assumed Ying's inquiries were merely casual gossip, but this question felt rather intrusive. At that moment, Su Qinglu leaned in to interrupt in Ying's relentless questioning, saying, Sister Ning, could you tone it down a bit? You're going to scare Xiaoyu. Turning to Qi Xiaoyu, she explained, Sister Ning isn't just being nosy. Her mind is filled with all sorts of inappropriate thoughts. Su Qinglu recalled when she first met Ning, who had bombarded her with personal questions about her dating history and whether she had engaged in any intimate relations, even asking if she ever felt. Ning shrugged, seemingly unbothered by her own inquisitiveness, and replied nonchalantly, What's wrong? Boys talk about this stuff all the time. Isn't that completely normal? Chapter 145. Ultimately, it all leads to the bedroom. Luo Geng's phone would occasionally buzz, prompting him to immediately set aside his work to check the messages. Qin Xiao, unable to bear the sight any longer, remarked, Teacher Luo, Xiaoyu is finally out having some fun. There's nothing to worry about. Me? Nonsense. How could I be worried? It's just a trip out. I'm not that sentimental. My heart is quite large. Luo Geng scoffed, putting his phone down, but his gaze still occasionally darting towards it. Qin Xiao sighed, recognizing Luo Geng's contradictory nature, and suggested, if you're that concerned, why not just call and ask? I'm not worried. What is there to worry about? Honestly, drop it and focus on your work. Luo Geng tucked his phone into his pocket, resolutely choosing not to look again. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room, and both Luo Geng and Qin Xiao looked up in confusion at the door, wondering who it could be at this hour. Qin Xiao stood to open the door, revealing Jia Mo standing there. Cousin, what brings you here? She blinked in surprise, having informed Jia Mo of the address, but he had not mentioned a visit. Is Teacher Luo home? I'm here. Come in, Luo Geng called from inside. Jia Mo entered, holding the manuscript that Qin Xiao had submitted earlier. Qin Xiao poured him a glass of water and invited him to sit. What brings you here? Is there something up? Luo Geng asked, glancing at the manuscript in Jia Mo's hands with curiosity. Well, Teacher Luo, I took the manuscript to the editor and the president last time. The editor suggested you publish a book directly, while the president proposed launching a separate weekly magazine, one that caters more to a female audience. I want to get your thoughts. Oh, I see. Luo Geng nodded, contemplating. The president's suggestion seemed primarily aimed at increasing profits, given the ongoing impact of his previous work. Launching a magazine now would serve as free advertising for him. What are your thoughts? Luo Geng turned to Jia Mo, seeking his opinion. Jia Mo hesitated for a moment, then said, I think we could start with serialization and discuss the standalone book later, just like the last work. After all, it's more secure than self-publishing. Luo Geng remained silent, looking over at Qin Xiao. What about you? Qin Xiao pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly. I believe serialization isn't quite suitable for this work, as it doesn't generate the same level of anticipation as the previous one. It lacks cohesion and is a slow burn type of story. There's a good chance that after reading the first issue, the excitement for the second will diminish. If it's not cohesive, even the exciting parts may fade from memory due to the lengthy serialization, resulting in a lackluster impact. Old Jia, did you catch that? Luo Geng smirked slightly, looking at Jia Mo and raising his chin. Yeah, I got it. Jia Mo scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed that he hadn't grasped this as well as Qin Xiao did. Luo Geng nodded, saying, then let us go with your editor's suggestion and skip serialization. Once you return, calculate the cost for the book number and printing, and just let me know. Understood. Inside the mall, Qi Xiaoyu and the others were browsing clothing stores, reveling in the joy of trying on multiple outfits. Unlike the others, Qi Xiaoyu seemed less focused on selecting clothes for herself and was instead perusing men's fashion. What do you think of men's clothing? Oh, are you looking to buy something for your boyfriend? Ning approached Qi Xiaoyu, patting her shoulder with a smile. Yes, but I'm not very good at choosing. Qi Xiaoyu admitted, unable to deny her struggle in selecting men's attire. No matter how she looked, she couldn't discern what was good or bad. Even imagining how a particular outfit would look on Luo Geng, the conclusion remained the same. He would look good in anything. It felt as though the appeal lay not in the clothes themselves, but in Luo Geng as a person, rendering Qi Xiaoyu unable to look away. I've seen your boyfriend. Let me help you choose according to his style. Ning nodded and began assisting Qi Xiaoyu in selecting men's clothing. Qi Xiaoyu glanced at her and softly said, Thank you. No problem. We're friends after all. Look, these few pieces align well with your boyfriend's style. The prices are reasonable too, and the quality is good. Ning handed a few garments to Qi Xiaoyu with a gentle smile. Qi Xiaoyu was taken aback. She had spent a considerable amount of time selecting clothes without any clear outcome, yet Ning was so adept at it. Deep down, she harbored a question she yearned to discuss, but she couldn't find a suitable confidant. However, upon gazing at Ning, she felt she was the perfect person to approach. Sister Ning, I have something I wish to ask you and would greatly appreciate your advice. Go on, Ning replied. My boyfriend, my fiancé, has his birthday in a few months, and I'm at a loss for what gift to give him. I would love to hear your suggestions. Qi Xiaoyu had etched Luo Geng's birthday firmly in her mind. It fell at the year's end, during the winter when the new year approached. She had previously prepared numerous gifts for him, but each time she faltered at the last moment, plagued by overthinking. What if Luo Geng refused it? What if it didn't like it? But now it was different. They were together, and Qi Xiaoyu wanted to prepare a truly special birthday gift for him. What are you discussing? Su Qinglu and Su Mingnan approached, intrigued by the conversation. Birthday gifts. A gift for a boyfriend is easy, but for a fiancé, it's quite a challenge, Su Mingnan remarked with a slight pout, adding, it sounds as if you were talking about two different people, which is a bit unsettling. Ning turned to Qi Xiaoyu and inquired, what did he give you for your birthday? A hairpin, but we weren't together then. He probably didn't even like me at that time. Qi Xiaoyu hurried to defend Luo Geng, noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the three. Ning pondered for a moment before casually suggesting, I believe any gift would suffice. In the end, it all leads to the same destination. Why not simply declare that the gift is me, and then purchase a few sets of intimate apparel? Ugh. Su Qinglu quickly covered Ning's mouth, her eyes wide with alarm, fearful that she would continue. Qi Xiaoyu blinked, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Ning's meaning. Chapter 146. Yet, I'm happier when I'm not with you. The discussion yielded no fruitful results, as all the suggestions were met with Qi Xiaoyu's disapproval. Even though they hadn't been together for long, Qi Xiaoyu understood Luo Geng better than anyone else. She knew that choosing a gift was futile, yet she was equally uncertain about what to give him. Thus, the matter was temporarily shelved, especially since today was Su Qinglu's birthday, and Luo Geng's celebration was still some time away. The four wandered through the mall, laughing and chatting, until they passed by a bookstore. Su Mingnan suddenly exclaimed, wait, and rushed inside, heading straight for the comic section. Qi Xiaoyu and the others exchanged puzzled glances, while Su Qinglu seemed to have anticipated this. She is probably off to look at comics. The dorm is filled with the ones she bought, and I can't fathom what is so captivating about them. Comics? Qi Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised, considering her deep connection to them. After all, her fiancé was a comic artist. The three followed her into the bookstore, discovering Su Mingnan engrossed in a comic in front of shelf. Qi Xiaoyu approached her and asked, do you enjoy comics? Indeed, although I also draw. I've never formally studied it. It's more of a hobby for me, Su Mingnan replied, flipping through the pages with a contemplative expression, her tone tinged with melancholy. Noticing something amiss, Qi Xiaoyu asked, have you submitted any of your drawings? Perhaps they're quite good. I could never dare to. Challenging a professional with my hobby seems absurd. Once I create something I'm proud of, I might consider submitting it. Su Mingnan returned the comic to its place and exited the bookstore with Qi Xiaoyu. Although she longed to reveal that her fiancé was a comic artist, she refrained, fearing it might complicate matters for Luo Geng. After browsing a few more stores and purchasing some items, the group realized it was around 5 in the evening. All right, let us go eat. I've ordered a cake, Su Qinglu announced as they exited the mall, ready to retrieve the cake and enjoy their meal. Qi Xiaoyu took out her phone to message Luo Geng, not only to inform him of her whereabouts, but also to check if he had eaten. Since she was out having fun, she couldn't prepare a meal for him. Yet, as she glanced at her messages, she noted that most were from her to Luo Geng, with none initiated by him. He must be busy, or perhaps he wants me to enjoy myself, she mused. Although she said this, a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart. As the others chatted and laughed, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Luo Geng, wondering what he was doing and if he missed her. After collecting the cake, the four arrived at the restaurant, where the atmosphere was vibrant, though they chose to drink beverages instead of alcohol. Su Qinglu clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and made a wish. I hope to strike it rich, earning plenty of money to buy whatever I desire. Ning rested her chin on her hand, teasingly remarked, Xiao Lulu, wishes lose their magic once spoken aloud. What should I do now? Can I take it back? It's fine. Wishes rarely come true anyway. Su Mingnan reassured her, patting the anxious Su Qinglu. Ning fiddled with her fork, looking at Su Qinglu, and suggested, you could find a wealthy boyfriend. That way, your wish might come true more swiftly and easily. A boyfriend? No thanks, I'm not very interested in dating. But that Kai seems quite interested in you. During our last meal, he kept chatting with you, asking for your number. This time, he even brought you a birthday gift. I can't imagine you told him your birthday, so he must care about you. Ning persisted. Then I'd rather die. Su Qinglu grimaced at the thought of Wan Qi, her distaste evident. She couldn't fathom how someone who was even unattractive could annoy her so profoundly. Compared to his flaws, his appearance was almost irrelevant. Qi Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, saying, that person seems to have some sort of mental illness. It's best to keep your distance. Su Mingnan sighed, adding, though I'm unaware of what he has done to you, I concur. having only met him once. I can already tell he is quite the oddball. Achoo, achoo, achoo. In the dormitory, Wan Qi was sneezing uncontrollably. Fan Juanja, lying on the bed, frowned and shouted, "Hey, if you're going to sneeze, do it outside. Don't spray your saliva everywhere. How disgusting. How strange. Could someone be thinking of me?" Wan Qi sniffled, puzzled. Fan Juanja wore a disgusted expression and retorted, "Give me a break. You're sneezing so much because someone is cursing you. Impossible. Do as you please." As night fell, the outside world grew dark, yet Qi Xiaoyu and her friends were still engrossed in their conversation, their laughter echoing. Is it still not over? Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, a figure had been observing them for quite some time. It was Luo Geng. He had been pacing outside, seemingly waiting for a long while. Knowing that Qi Xiaoyu and the others were dining here, he had refrained from responding to her messages, wanting her to enjoy herself without interruption. However, that did not mean he was devoid of worry. He had arrived 2 hours earlier and was still waiting for them to finish. Just then, it appeared that Qi Xiaoyu and her friends were preparing to leave, gathering their belongings. As Su Qinglu rose from her seat, she inadvertently cast a glance outside and suddenly spotted Luo Geng standing there. In a flurry, she tapped Qi Xiaoyu and pointed towards the window. Qi Xiaoyu turned to look outside, meeting Luo Geng's gaze. She paused for a moment, then hurriedly stepped out of the dining hall. "Luo Geng, this is indeed Xiaoyu's fiancé," Su Mingnan whispered to Ning. "Yes, indeed. Quite handsome, isn't he? They truly make a perfect pair," Ning replied with a nod. A smile gracing her lips as she observed the two. "Xiaoyu, I'm here to take you home," Luo Geng said, a hint of awkwardness in his voice. Unsure of how to explain to Qi Xiaoyu that he had been waiting outside for quite some time. "Take me home?" Qi Xiaoyu, who had felt a twinge of disappointment at Luo Geng's earlier silence, found all her worries dissipating in an instant. The presence of this person before her rekindled a warmth and happiness within her. She took long strides, hastening towards Luo Geng, and then leaped into his embrace, wrapping her arms around him. "Did you have fun?" Luo Geng asked gently, stroking her hair as he gazed down at Qi Xiaoyu nestled against his chest. "I did, but it wasn't as enjoyable as when I'm with you," she murmured softly. Chapter 147. Also, I am the most formidable author here. 2 months had elapsed since Luo Geng and his companions began their university journey. Living together with Qi Xiaoyu, Luo Geng felt that time flew by remarkably fast. His new work had been published, garnering substantial acclaim. Although it did not reach the sensational heights of his previous money-making endeavor, the income was still incomparable. Serialized in a weekly magazine, a significant portion would typically be siphoned off by the publisher, but this time, as Luo Geng had self-published, his earnings were nearly several times greater than before. Not bad at all. Luo Geng stood before the ATM, checking his balance with a sense of elation. For this was indeed the most he had earned thus far in these few months. He withdrew several tens of thousands and placed them into his wallet before exiting the bank. Qin Xiao performed well. I should allocate her a bit more bonus, he mused, knowing that Qin Xiao had contributed significantly to this work, thereby alleviating much of his own pressure. However, following such success, the workload at the studio had intensified. Even as both he and Qin Xiao hastened to meet deadlines, time remained insufficient. Perhaps it's time to hire more staff, he pondered, noticing a recruitment notice nearby. The thought crossed his mind that he might indeed need additional help, as the demands of publishing a book differed from those of a serialized magazine, requiring nearly 20 issues worth of content for a complete volume. I should consult Old Jia, Luo Geng decided, recalling that he had yet to visit the branch of the publishing house. Since he was already out, he might as well take a look around. Luo Geng took a vehicle to the address provided by Jia Mo and arrived at the publishing house. Upon entering, he encountered the receptionist who was responsible for guidance. Approaching her, he said, "Hello, I am looking for Jia Mo. Editor Jia is currently busy. Please wait a moment," she replied. "Busy? That guy is still occupied." Luo Geng thought, somewhat perplexed, but he took a seat on a nearby sofa and casually picked up a magazine from the table. Meanwhile, in Jia Mo's office, he was examining a set of sketches, with the creator of those sketches standing before him. After reviewing the artwork, Jia Mo looked up and asked him, "Young lady, you must be a university student?" Yes, I just started my freshman year," the creator of the sketches, Su Mingnan, who was Su Qinglu's roommate and a manga enthusiast, replied. Over the past 2 months, she had produced a piece of work and was eager to present it to the publishing house for professional evaluation. As enjoying her own creations was one thing, but she sought the judgment of an expert. Freshman, just like Teacher Luo. Indeed, there could be no peer surpassing Teacher Luo in your age group, Jia Mo murmured, then placed the sketches on the desk, spreading them out. "Young lady, I've looked over your sketches. It's evident that you possess some foundational skills. However, you still have a considerable distance to go to meet the standards for serialization in our magazine. Of course, for your age, this is quite commendable. Take your time, and you will surely become a competent manga artist. Jia Mo delivered his critique in a rather gentle manner, implying that the submission was not yet suitable for publication. I understand. Su Mingnan nodded, not surprised by the verdict, recognizing that her passion was merely a hobby, and it was only natural for professionals to have a discerning eye. You might consider looking at some exemplary works, for instance. Jia Mo suggested, retrieving a comic book from his drawer, the title on the cover reading Luo Yu. Su Mingnan's eyes widened as she pointed at the book, exclaiming, "Ah, I know this one. It's been particularly popular lately. Many of my classmates are reading it." Is that so? Have you had the chance to read it? Yes, I have. Especially the stories within are utterly captivating, and the character designs are exquisite, embodying a style that feels almost timeless. As a manga enthusiast, Su Mingnan was well acquainted with the latest hits. And this particular book had left a significant impression on her, even influencing her own sketches, which were inspired by it. Indeed, this is a work published by our house, authored by none other than our most formidable master author, Jia Mo proclaimed proudly, standing tall as he basked in the glory of Luo Geng's success, deeply admiring him for producing 2 consecutive hits that had monopolized the market among both male and female consumers. Author Luo Geng? Su Mingnan glanced at the name on the book cover, a flicker of confusion crossing her face, as she was familiar with many renowned manga artists. Yet this name did not ring a bell. Knock, knock. The door to Jia Mo's office was rapped upon, and the receptionist peeked in, softly announcing, "Editor Jia, there is someone outside looking for you." "Oh, all right, I understand. I'll be right out," Jia Mo nodded, standing up to gather Su Mingnan's sketches and handing them back to her. He then exited the office with her in tow. As soon as they stepped outside, they spotted Luo Geng lounging on the sofa, casually sipping coffee while perusing a magazine. "Teacher Luo, what brings you here?" Jia Mo exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before hastening over with a beaming smile, reminiscent of an eager attendant. "Oh, I'm just out running some errands, and thought I'd drop by," Luo Geng replied, setting down his coffee and nodding. He raised his gaze towards Jia Mo and noticed Su Mingnan standing behind him. "Ah, you are Qi Qianru's boyfriend?" Su Mingnan exclaimed, pointing at Luo Geng in surprise, capturing his attention. "And you are?" Luo Geng inquired, a hint of bewilderment evident as he scrutinized the girl before him, struggling to place her, yet recognizing that her mention of Xiaoyu indicated their acquaintance. "I'm Su Mingnan, a friend of Xiaoyu's. We often hang out together." "Oh, I remember now," Luo Geng replied, recalling the few girls who were frequently in Qi Xiaoyu's company. He had only ever focused on Xiaoyu, seldom bothering to remember the faces of her friends. Thus he had little recollection of Su Mingnan despite having seen her a few times. Jia Mo turned to Su Mingnan, saying, "So you are a friend of Xiaoyu's? Ah, do you also know her boyfriend? You know Xiaoyu too?" Su Mingnan was somewhat perplexed, as moments ago, this editor had referred to Xiaoyu's boyfriend as Teacher Luo. Teacher Luo? Su Mingnan suddenly had an epiphany, glancing at the manga book in her hands, and then at the author's name, Luo Geng. Jia Mo scratched his head, saying, "You're Xiaoyu's friend, yet you didn't know? Xiaoyu's boyfriend, Teacher Luo, is the author of this work, Luo Geng." Chapter 148. Would you be able to teach me a bit more? Ah, really? Su Mingnan's eyes widened in astonishment, her face a canvas of disbelief as she gazed at Luo Geng. How could she fathom that the creator of such a sensational work was, like herself, merely a freshman? And to further astonish her, he was the boyfriend of Qi Xiaoyu, who had never mentioned her partner's identity as a comic artist. Mingnan still found it hard to believe. For Luo Geng's demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a traditional artist. It was indeed a testament to the adage that one cannot judge a book by its cover. Furthermore, his artistic prowess was exceptional, and the success of his work explained the exquisite jewelry adorning Qi Xiaoyu, including that magnificent diamond ring. Her boyfriend must be quite affluent. "Are you here?" Luo Geng inquired, puzzled by the presence of Xiaoyu's friend. Could she be yet another relative of the old Jia? "Oh, I'm here," Mingnan replied, a bit flustered. "It's nothing, really." She instinctively reached to present her sketches, but then hesitated, quickly concealing them behind her back, feeling that her amateur drawings were best kept hidden to avoid embarrassment. However, Jia Mo interjected, "She is here to show me her sketches. She has also created some pieces." "Really? Would it be convenient for me to take a look?" Luo Geng expressed surprise, not expecting to find a peer engaged in comic artistry. In a sense, that made her more impressive than himself. Mingnan felt a pang of trepidation, having recognized the inferiority of her work, and was reluctant to reveal it. Yet Jia Mo was undeterred and continued to advocate for her. "Show it to Teacher Luo. Perhaps he could offer some guidance, which would be beneficial for you." "All right, but promise you won't laugh at me." Mingnan relented, retrieving her sketches and handing them to Luo Geng. Upon receiving them, Luo Geng glanced over the drawings and swiftly concluded. She possessed potential, albeit limited. It was evident that she had not undergone formal training. Her work was driven by passion, resulting in a haphazard amalgamation of various styles. Come, Luo Geng beckoned, placing the sketches on the table. Meng Nan hesitated, fearing criticism for her lackluster artistry, which left her feeling somewhat intimidated. However, as she approached him, he began pointing out issues within her sketches, explaining them in detail. Here, the technique is clearly flawed. The visual impact is lacking, and it feels overly rigid. It should be more fluid. Additionally, here Meng Nan listened in awe as Luo Geng meticulously addressed the flaws in her work. Her initial skepticism faded, replaced by admiration in every professional aspect. Luo Geng was indeed a remarkable comic artist. Teacher Luo, you truly deserve your title. You are incredibly professional. Are you really my age? She exclaimed, her eyes reflecting deep respect. It's nothing, you have talent. With more practice, you could become a comic artist. Of course, if you view it merely as a hobby, your current level is sufficient for casual enjoyment, Luo Geng replied, shaking his head and sipping his coffee nonchalantly. Could you teach me more? Teach me how to draw comics. Luo Geng blinked in surprise at her earnestness, feeling somewhat taken aback. I don't teach students, and honestly, you don't have much I can teach you. Just practice more. Meng Nan, undeterred, blinked and continued. But you are a comic artist, right? I could practice under your guidance. Surely, a comic artist needs an assistant. Ahem. Teacher Luo already has an assistant. Jia Mo interjected, clearing his throat, aware that Luo Geng's assistant was Qin Xiao, and he could not allow any threat to her position to go unchecked. I don't need a salary. Really? Luo Geng's eyes widened, suddenly alert, sitting up straighter as he focused intently on Meng Nan. An assistant willing to work without pay? Although her artistic skills were not exceptional, Luo Geng required someone for simple tasks that didn't necessitate advanced artistry, which could serve as practice for her. This would alleviate some pressure from both himself and Qin Xiao while resolving the issue of hiring someone. Really? Meng Nan nodded eagerly. Before her stood the author of a currently trending work, a passion for comics burning within her. Yet her family opposed her pursuits, and no one was available to teach her. Given this opportunity, she could not let it slip away. Luo Geng nodded. All right. I actually have some opportunities for you to practice. You will personally participate in the production of this work. I believe your skills will improve remarkably. Really? That's wonderful. Meng Nan's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement as the prospect of contributing to a popular work unfolded before her. And without any tuition fees. Let us go. I'll take you to my studio. Xiaoyu is there too. Luo Geng stood, preparing to leave, and Meng Nan quickly nodded, following closely behind. Meanwhile, Jia Mo stood bewildered, feeling somewhat lost. Hadn't she come to find him? Why had she left with a new assistant? In the car, Meng Nan turned to Luo Geng and asked, Teacher Luo, is this your first work? How come I've never heard of you before? Well, my previous work was serialized in a magazine. It's not surprising you didn't know about it. Then your current fame seems quite low. The work is popular. But you are not well known, Meng Nan remarked, puzzled by how someone could create such a successful piece without any prior recognition. Isn't it enough that the work is popular? Why does the person need to be famous? If a person is famous, it can boost the work's popularity. Some fans might follow you because they admire you and look forward to your next creation. That certainly has its advantages, Meng Nan reasoned. Luo Geng pondered this logic. Oh, how can I become famous? Should I make the author name larger? Maybe a signing event? A signing event. Luo Geng recalled that in his previous life, some had suggested he hold a signing event, but he had declined, preferring to remain out of the public eye. However, perhaps it was time to reconsider. It could enhance his visibility and accelerate sales, thus elevating the work's fame. That makes sense. I'll consider it. Chapter 149. See how you can make the decisions. As long as she agrees, it's settled. Why has teacher Luo returned yet? Qin Xiao sat in the studio, eagerly anticipating her salary day as it was time for her payment. Qi Xiaoyu sat nearby, assisting with some simple tasks, glancing at the phone resting on the desk, which showed no notifications. Perhaps he was delayed by other matters, Xiaoyu suggested softly. Qin Xiao turned to Xiaoyu, asking, Xiaoyu, don't you ever worry about teacher Luo being out with girls? Not at all. Xiaoyu shook her head, feeling secure in her understanding of Luo Geng, knowing he was not that type of person. At that moment, the sound of keys unlocking the door caught their attention, as only Luo Geng possessed the key to enter. Go ahead, Luo Geng instructed, allowing Meng Nan to enter first. Both Qin Xiao and Xiaoyu exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of who Luo Geng was speaking to, until Meng Nan walked in, causing Xiaoyu to gasp in surprise, thinking she had been mistaken. Just after claiming not to worry about Luo Geng being with girls, He had returned with one. Xiaoyu. Meng Nan exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to her. Oh, what brings you here? Qi Xiaoyu found herself somewhat perplexed. However, upon glancing at the design in her hands, she swiftly deduced that it must pertain to comic art. Otherwise, she could hardly fathom any connection between Su Mengnan and Luo Geng. Pouting slightly, Su Mengnan expressed her mild grievance, saying, "You're being rather inconsiderate. You never mentioned your boyfriend is a comic artist." To which Qi Xiaoyu responded, "Well, whether I mention it or not seems inconsequential. You adore comics, not necessarily comic artists." Qin Xiao, appearing somewhat surprised, inquired, "Xiaoyu, is she your friend?" "Yes. Her name is Su Mengnan, an avid comic enthusiast." Qi Xiaoyu replied with a nod. Luo Geng then entered, taking a seat on the sofa, and remarked, "Qin Xiao, please guide her through some straightforward tasks." "Huh, is she the new assistant?" Both Qin Xiao and Qi Xiaoyu were momentarily taken aback, exchanging astonished glances with Luo Geng. Luo Geng shook his head, clarifying, "No, just think of her as an apprentice. There's no salary involved. You can teach her some basic tasks, and perhaps a little about drawing comics. As if my skill level is sufficient to teach her." Qin Xiao muttered, lacking confidence, feeling that she hadn't grasped the essence of the craft from Luo Geng herself, making it difficult to instruct another. She was no longer the arrogant person she once was. "Hello, how should I address you?" Su Mengnan immediately extended her hand to greet Qin Xiao, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "You can simply call me Qin Xiao." "Qin teacher." The sudden address sent a shiver down Qin Xiao's spine, as if a wave of electricity coursed through her body, evoking an indescribable sensation. Qin Xiao's lips quivered as she quietly asked, "What did you say?" "I said Qin teacher." Su Mengnan reiterated. "Oh." Qin Xiao relished this title, her lips curling into a smile revealing her small canine teeth as she contentedly leaned back in her chair. Su Mengnan turned to Qi Xiaoyu, remarking, "No wonder you rush home with your boyfriend right after class. I thought you two were indulging in a world of your own. But it turns out you're quietly working on comics here." "Ah, I don't draw comics. I merely assist with some very simple tasks," Qi Xiaoyu replied, scratching her head awkwardly. She didn't comprehend much about comics. She simply filled in areas where Qin Xiao marked, engaging in such rudimentary activities. Noticing 2 empty rooms in the studio, Su Mengnan asked, "Do you live here?" Qi Xiaoyu shook her head, explaining, "I reside next door. Xiao Jie stays here." She pointed to the inner room, indicating the other one was vacant. "Oh, can I stay here?" Su Mengnan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she saw the empty room. Living in a comic studio would feel like paradise to her, especially with the pile of comics beside Qin Xiao illuminating her gaze. "Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the dormitory?" "Dormitory life is so dull. Shala goes for part-time jobs every day while everyone else is busy socializing with boys. I feel so out of place." Su Mengnan sighed, reflecting on her loneliness as a female college student who loved comics. Unable to find kindred spirits, and thus confined to her dormitory. Compared to the dorm, this place represented her ideal sanctuary. "I can't decide that." Qi Xiaoyu sighed, casting a glance at Luo Geng who was seated on the sofa. Su Mengnan also looked toward Luo Geng, her expression pleading. To their surprise, Luo Geng merely exchanged glances with them before lowering his head, feigning interest in the sketches as he stated, "Xiaoyu can make the decision. If she agrees, that's that." Ah, Luo Geng had handed the decision directly to Qi Xiaoyu, instilling a sense of foreboding within her. Su Mengnan then squatted down, wrapping her arms around Qi Xiaoyu's waist, playfully pleading, "Xiaoyu, please. We'll have each other for company, and I promise not to intrude on your world with him. I'll just follow Qin teacher to learn." Hearing Qin teacher once more, Qin Xiao let out a long sigh, feeling extraordinarily pleased. "All right," Qi Xiaoyu acquiesced with a nod. In truth, her concern regarding Su Mengnan's request to stay was not about what she would do, but rather the fact that she would do nothing. As long as she didn't inconvenience Luo Geng and didn't disrupt their time together, it was inconsequential. "Yay, I'm off to cancel my dorm stay and move my things over," Su Mengnan exclaimed, leaping with excitement before dashing out of the studio. She hadn't anticipated having a roommate. It was wonderful, as being alone at night was far too dull. Qin Xiao also felt delighted, knowing that after work, Qi Xiaoyu would undoubtedly spend time with Luo Geng, leaving her to navigate her evenings alone, unsure of what to do, particularly when she was by herself. Luo Geng set aside his sketches, turning to Qin Xiao and remarked, "I believe she fits your criteria quite well. Otherwise, why would you be so strict about gender?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Qi Xiaoyu blinked, finally grasping the implication as she pointed out. "Well, Su Mengnan loves comics, enjoys shopping, is quite affectionate, has a good temperament, and apparently comes from a well-off family, considering how many comics she owns." Hey, what does that imply?" Qin Xiao stood up, sensing something amiss. Luo Geng shrugged, saying, "Doesn't T that meet all the requirements you've set, apart from the gender difference? Everything else seems to align perfectly. The gender difference alone renders it completely unfeasible." Chapter 150. Are you always staring at my figure? It's getting chilly, and I can't afford warm clothes. Wan Qi strolled outside, observing the barren trees stripped of leaves, his body shivering slightly from the cold wind. For quite some time, he had been pursuing Su Qinglu according to his own whims, yet had made no discernible progress. His funds were depleted, and it felt as though his expenditures had been misplaced, with no reciprocation from her, leaving him financially strained. The living allowance from home was meant for clothing, but as winter approached, he found himself unable to buy any. Fan Juanjia seemed entirely unconcerned about his situation. Time to seek a part-time job, or I might starve to death. He genuinely couldn't comprehend if everything he had done was wrong. Gifts purchased, meals treated, love letters sent, and public declarations made. Were these not standard courting practices? Why had he made no progress whatsoever? As Wan Qi walked along the road, he looked up, his eyes widening in recognition as a familiar figure approached. "Jia, where are you headed?" Wan Qi observed Fan Juanjia, dressed neatly, clearly having taken time to prepare, indicating that he wasn't merely stepping out casually. Fan Juanjia narrowed his eyes, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, surprised to encounter this guy here, which left him rather annoyed. "I'm going on a date." "Oh, what? A date? With whom?" Wan Qi's mind exploded with disbelief, his eyes growing wide with shock. He was still lamenting the fact that 2 months had passed without securing a girlfriend, while Fan Juanjia seemed to be going on a date without a word. "Aning, that senior? How'd you manage to get her?" "What do you mean by get?" "We were just having a normal conversation." Fan Juanjia rolled his eyes, thankful for Wan Qi's earlier assistance, which had led him to acquire an Ing's phone number that night. "Normal conversation? Enlighten me. What exactly did you do?" Wan Qi clasped his hands together, his expression one of desperation. "I did nothing out of the ordinary. I just talked to her about her interests, then proposed we date, and that was it." Wan Qi's mouth fell open in disbelief, his eyes blinking in confusion. "Just like that?" "Yes, otherwise, what did you expect? You didn't buy any gifts?" "Nope." "You didn't treat her to a meal? Aren't we just about to go eat?" "You didn't declare your feelings publicly?" "No, just asked her over text." "Goodness." Wan Qi staggered backward, feeling as if his head was spinning. He now sensed that he no longer belonged on this planet. Such simplicity had him exhausting himself, losing all his money, and achieving nothing in return. Total loss on both counts? "Nothing much. I'm leaving now. Remember to wash my socks when you get back. I've left them in your basin. As for me washing, cough cough, zhiga, all of this can be discussed. I beg you, could you possibly bring Su Qinglu out, and then take me along?" Wan Qi grasped Fan Juanjia's arm, pleading earnestly. Fan Juanjia sighed, then slowly turned around, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "Don't even think about it. If you come along, I assure you, I will beat you to death. Really, I mean it quite cruelly." With that, he turned away and departed, leaving Wan Qi standing alone in the cold wind, trembling. Fan Juanjia quickened his pace, muttering, "TSK, wasting time." Upon reaching the agreed-upon location, he discovered Ning already waiting there, clad in a trench coat that accentuated her slender waist. The length of the coat was just right, revealing her long legs. She adjusted her long hair, the gentle waves adding a touch of grace that made her all the more enchanting. Her makeup was simple yet natural, with lightly tinted lips complementing her fair complexion, stirring one's heart. Fan Juanjia paused momentarily, evidently captivated by her appearance that day. "Over here." Ning waved her hand, beckoning him over. Passers-by glanced at Fan Juanjia, curious to know who the fortunate individual was that had secured a date with such a beauty. "Have you been waiting long?" "Sorry, I encountered some delays on the way," he said with a slight smile as he approached her briskly. "Not all. I haven't been waiting long either." "Aren't you cold dressed like that?" Ning observed the thinness of Fan Juanjia's attire. "Of course, I'm a man. This little chill is nothing." "Oh, a man indeed." Ning teased playfully, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips. Despite Fan Juanjia's prior romantic experiences, he felt his cheeks flush slightly at her jest. As they strolled along, engaging in light conversation in anticipation of their meal, she inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be working a part-time job today?" "No, someone is covering for me. I've taken leave." Ning shook her head, and after a moment's silence, she glanced at Fan Juanjia, who appeared to be struggling to conjure up conversational topics. Ning chuckled softly and asked, "By the way, what is it that drew you to me? What do you like about me?" Like Fan Juanjia hesitated, not quite knowing how to articulate his feelings for Ning, whom he hardly knew. "I suppose it's the impression you give. It starts with your looks, certainly. You're quite beautiful." After a moment's contemplation, he softly added, "I like that you're pretty." "Oh, A face value admirer. Are we? Ah, no. I'm not just a face value admirer. It's not solely because you're beautiful. It's also about your figure. Ning smiled knowingly, pretending to step back, covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "Oh, so you often gaze at my figure?" Fan Juanjia cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, responding cough, to say I don't look would be disingenuous. How could one not? Ning leaned closer, grinning as she asked, "So what specifically do you like?" Caught off guard by the question, Fan Juanjia stammered, What do I like? Your legs, they're quite long? Oh, a leg admirer. Why must you label it as such?" Fan Juanjia felt a sense of helplessness. Why did she always manage to voice things he found difficult to respond to? Ning stood before him, stating, "Because I need to understand what you like about me, so I can accentuate my strengths and downplay my weaknesses." Accentuate? I feel like it's already quite tsk. Ning shook her head, stepping closer to whisper in his ear, "Suppose you were a leg admirer. What if I were to wear?" Fan Juanjia inhaled sharply, watching Ying's sensual smile as she raised an eyebrow and then turned to continue walking. He remained rooted in place, his mind swirling with tantalizing thoughts. Chapter 151. Teacher Luo would surely love to join you. Old Jia, what brings you here? Luo Geng stood at the entrance, opening the studio door to find Jia Mo holding a letter. "I'm here to deliver something, Teacher Luo." Jia Mo stepped inside, glancing at Qin Xiao, still at work, before handing the letter to Luo Geng. "What is this?" Luo Geng took it, initially puzzled, then opened the envelope. "This appears to be from the City and Comic Artists Association. They sent it to the publisher since they didn't know your address." "Oh, the Comic Artists Association." Luo Geng nodded, noticing that the letter was indeed an invitation to join the association. In his previous life, he had been a member, frequently attending seminars and various events. It had its benefits, as it aligned him with the mainstream, lending a prestigious label to his work. Non-mainstream endeavors would undoubtedly become increasingly challenging in the future. "I understand." Luo Geng tucked the letter away, noting that it included an application form to be filled out and returned, after which his membership identification would be sent back. And this Jia Mo pulled 2 vouchers from his pocket and handed them to Luo Geng. "What are these?" Jia Mo smiled slightly, explaining, "These are benefits from our president, a lottery prize for a day and night at a hot spring hotel. I won, but clearly 2 tickets require 2 people. And since I don't have a girlfriend, I thought I'd gift them to you, Teacher Luo." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao turned her head, exclaiming, "Hey, cousin, that's quite biased. Why not give me one?" "Sure, focus on your work." Jia Mo shot her a glare, thinking to himself, "Isn't this for you too? After all, she was his cousin, and he should look out for her." Yet, she was not the most socially adept, and her actions could easily displease Luo Geng. He often found himself apologizing on her behalf, frequently bringing gifts to maintain her position. Though those vouchers might only be worth a few hundred, it was the sentiment behind the gift that mattered. "Really? Old Jia, you're quite thoughtful. Thank you." Luo Geng smiled as he examined the vouchers, understanding Jia Mo's intentions. He had been quite lenient and accommodating towards Qin Xiao, offering her a decent salary and bonuses. However, Luo Geng was pleasantly surprised by Jia Mo's attentiveness. He had initially feared that Jia Mo might harbor some resentment, especially since this project wouldn't yield significant results for him as it was self-published and not serialized under the publisher's banner. But now it seemed he might have misjudged Jia Mo's character. "Now that I've delivered the items, I'll take my leave." With a smile, Jia Mo bid farewell to Luo Geng and exited, closing the door behind him. Once Jia Mo departed, Luo Geng sat on the sofa, contemplating the vouchers. Meanwhile, in the work area, Su Mingnan whispered to Qi Xiaoyu beside her, "Xiaoyu, looks like you're going to the hot springs." "Ah, not necessarily. Luo Geng is quite busy. He might not have the time." While Qi Xiaoyu said this, her heart brimmed with anticipation. She wished to accompany Luo Geng to enjoy that outing together. Yet, due to work commitments and his teaching schedule, he was perpetually occupied. Thus, she prepared herself mentally, determined not to exhibit disappointment even if the opportunity slipped away. "Xiaoyu," at that moment, Luo Geng softly called out to Qi Xiaoyu, who immediately turned her head to face him, responding, "What is it? Do you have time this weekend? Would you like to go?" Luo Geng lightly shook the voucher in his hand, extending an invitation to Qi Xiaoyu. He inquired if she had any free time, hoping to discern whether she would be going out with friends over the weekend. After examining the voucher, he realized it would expire next weekend, making this weekend the only opportunity to utilize it. "You see, Teacher Luo is certainly eager to join you," Su Mingnan interjected, as if she could see right through the situation, gently patting Qi Xiaoyu's shoulder. "Sounds wonderful." Qi Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, her expression inscrutable, yet her heart brimmed with joy. The prospect of spending time with Luo Geng was undoubtedly her greatest desire. Thus, The notion of not having time was utterly unfathomable, even if her schedule was tight. She would carve out moments, prioritizing this above all else. Oh, by the way, you have a day off this weekend, right? You've been working so long without a proper break, Luo Geng remarked, standing up to address Qin Xiao and Su Mingnan. Though Qin Xiao had previously taken a break, she had not truly rested, as she found herself unsure of how to spend her time alone without company to shop or enjoy leisure activities. So she continued working. Luo Geng had even ensured her salary was unaffected during her time off. However, things are different now. He had heard that Qin Xiao and Su Mingnan often went out for walks and shopping after work. When he arrived at the studio the next day, he could see remnants of snacks and litter left behind, occasionally catching snippets of their hushed conversations in the evenings. Absolutely. Su Mingnan eagerly nodded, then turned to Qin Xiao, asking, Teacher Qin, I heard there's a comic exhibition happening this weekend in Cheng'an South. Shall we go together? Although she had no salary to worry about and could rest at will, Qin Xiao was not in the same position. Su Mingnan had to wait for her to be free or finish work before they could go out. Cheng'an South was quite a distance from Cheng'an North, and it would take a considerable amount of time to travel there. Moreover, after finally having a day off, she was expected to engage with comics as well. Qin Xiao looked at the enthusiastic Su Mingnan, surprised by her genuine passion for comics, perhaps even more than her own. For Qin Xiao, comics were primarily a means of earning a living. Her dream was to earn enough to indulge in shopping sprees. Let's go, please. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Su Mingnan pleaded, grasping Qin Xiao's arm, her insistence rendering Qin Xiao somewhat helpless. All right, I'll accompany you, Qin Xiao relented, though she had once mentioned enjoying clingy individuals. This level of attachment was somewhat overwhelming. What she sought was a balance, someone who considered their own needs without neglecting her own, appreciating mutual space while still wanting to partake in each other's lives, rather than behaving like a child clinging to her. Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu exchanged knowing glances, observing the pair's dynamic, which resembled a girlfriend playfully coaxing her boyfriend, who, while somewhat reluctant, ultimately acquiesced. Qin Xiao mused quietly to herself that if her future boyfriend were to exhibit such clinginess, she might prefer to remain single. Chapter 152. Did he allude with his girlfriend? On the weekend, Su Mingnan rose early and made her way to Qin Xiao's room. As for what transpired, Luo Geng and the others were unaware, only hearing Qin Xiao's wails from the next room. Let us go, Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu prepared to head out. The hot spring hotel was not too far away, but it would still take about an hour's drive. Okay, Qi Xiaoyu nodded, having eagerly anticipated this day since last night. The idea of spending time with Luo Geng was incredibly enticing, as it promised a myriad of new experiences with him. The list of things she wished to do with Luo Geng had remained largely unfulfilled, and despite the many activities left to explore together, she saw no progress. Upon their arrival at the hotel, they discovered it was a renowned establishment in Cheng'an, a must-visit destination for travelers. Consequently, it was bustling with visitors. It seems old Jia truly put thought into this gift. I wonder if he was genuine about winning it, Luo Geng remarked, observing the throng of guests entering and exiting the Grand Hotel. However, he did not dismiss the possibility that Jia Mo had personally funded it, downplaying the gesture to put him at ease. He must want you to look after Sister Qiao. Given her somewhat worrisome disposition, Qi Xiaoyu thought back to the past, recalling that although Qin Xiao had treated her well, her temperament was challenging to describe, blunt, perhaps, but often lacking tact, leading to unfiltered remarks that could dampen one's spirits. While she had improved significantly, there were still moments when her words could be disheartening. Yet it seemed she had found someone capable of managing her temperament. Qi Xiaoyu wondered how well they were faring now. Perhaps it was Su Mingnan dragging a reluctant Qin Xiao along. Luo Geng chuckled softly, acknowledging that Su Mingnan's clinginess could sometimes be overwhelming for Qin Xiao. However, regardless of Qin Xiao's temperament, she was unable to resist Su Mingnan's good-natured demeanor. Unlike a bouncy ball that could rebound, Su Mingnan took everything in stride, never holding grudges, and remained unfazed by Qin Xiao's occasional outbursts. As they entered the hotel, greeted by the welcoming staff, Luo Geng presented the vouchers at the front desk. Hello, may I inquire if these are valid? He asked. The receptionist examined the vouchers and confirmed their validity, explaining that the hot spring was a public area shared with other guests, and that their room would be a standard double, inclusive of breakfast. A public area? Luo Geng frowned slightly, apprehensive about the hygiene concerns of mingling with others. Even if everyone was clad in yukatas, he considered his own comfort, but worried for Qi Xiaoyu, whose well-being was paramount. Is it possible to upgrade for a private experience? He inquired. Yes, we offer a package for 998 yuan, which includes all meals and a luxurious suite. While we do not have individual hot spring pools, We do provide separated areas where bathing attire is optional, the receptionist replied. Very well, I'll take that. Luo Geng nodded, retrieving his wallet and covering the additional cost. Since they had made the effort to enjoy a day out, he saw no reason to be stingy. After completing the check-in process, the receptionist handed the room key to Luo Geng. Your room is on the 3rd floor. The restaurant is on the 2nd, she informed them. All right. Luo Geng took Qi Xiaoyu's hand as they ascended to the 3rd floor. Once they located their suite, they placed their belongings inside. The spacious suite featured a bedroom, a living area, and a dining room, with a large bed ample enough for 4 to 5 people. It's still early. Let us head to the restaurant for a meal. We should eat something before soaking in the hot spring, Luo Geng suggested, glancing at the clock, which indicated it was only around 11 in the morning. Sounds good. They agreed, making their way to the bustling restaurant on the 2nd floor. The atmosphere was lively and noisy, filled with the sounds of boisterous chatter and children crying, which left Luo Geng feeling somewhat irritable. Yet, such was the nature of weekends. Crowded locales attracted many visitors. Thus, they opted to have their food delivered to their room instead. After finishing their meal, they rested for over an hour. By early afternoon, they changed into their yukatas, preparing to enjoy the hot spring. Be careful not to overheat. If you start feeling dizzy, just step out and return to the room, Luo Geng advised Qi Xiaoyu, his tone reminiscent of a caring adult instructing a child. Though Qi Xiaoyu found it somewhat amusing, she also appreciated his concern. Got it, she replied with a smile. The two individuals entered the respective male and female hot springs. Although these were not private baths, the number of patrons was scarce, as most opted for the public pools. In the public pools, wearing yukata was mandatory, but here it was not. Luo Geng removed his yukata, secured his belongings, and stepped into the swirling mist of the hot spring. He exhaled deeply, as if trying to expel all his fatigue. The hot spring was tranquil, with only 3 or 5 individuals quietly resting with their eyes closed, savoring the comfort in a serene silence. Surely, there could not be any peeping holes here, could there? Luo Geng opened his eyes and glanced at the wall separating the male and female sections. He acknowledged that his imagination had run a bit wild, similar to his previous fantasies about working as a maid. In manga, hot spring escapades typically involved a male mistakenly entering the female pool, only to be berated as a pervert, or a female inadvertently trespassing into the male area, shrieking in horror. Alternatively, there was the ever-predictable voyeurism trope, either eavesdropping by the wall or seeking out peeping holes. However, fantasy remained just that, fantasy. Luo Geng couldn't genuinely believe such occurrences would transpire. After all, should anyone dare to spy on Qi Xiaoyu, he swore he would gouge out that scoundrel's eyes. Luo Geng closed his eyes once more to continue his respite. But at that moment, he heard someone nearby muttering, "Ugh, so annoying. Perhaps I should bury him one moonless night and tell his family he eloped with a girlfriend? What on earth?" Luo Geng's eyes widened as he focused on the direction of the murmuring voice. He swore he wasn't eavesdropping intentionally. It was just that the words were too explosive and the voice sounded oddly familiar. When Luo Geng turned to look at the source, the individual happened to glance back, locking eyes with him. "Ah, you are." Luo Geng pointed at him, realizing why the voice seemed familiar. This was none other than the relatively normal friend of that eccentric person. "Your name is Fan Juanjia, if I'm not mistaken." Chapter 153. His label is Friend of the Eccentric. Fan Juanjia nodded, a look of bewilderment on his face. He hadn't anticipated encountering someone he knew in this place. He pointed at Luo Geng and said, "You're Luo Geng, right? I've heard Ning mention you." Upon hearing his name, Luo Geng paused momentarily struggling to recall who Ning was, but soon connected the dots and replied, "Ning? Oh, that's Senior. You've heard her mention me? You and she." "Yes, we are dating," Fan Juanjia replied with a nod. "Oh, I see. So you came here with her today?" "Yes, and you came with your girlfriend, right?" "Oh no, I should say your fiancée." Indeed, their conversation flowed back and forth, and as Luo Geng spoke, he found it astonishing that he and the eccentric were friends. Fan Juanjia appeared to be a perfectly normal person. Meanwhile, Fan Juanjia was surprised that Luo Geng hadn't distanced himself from him due to his connection with Wan Qi. After all, thanks to Wan Qi, everyone in their major had come to know both of them. Wan Qi was virtually infamous, and Fan Juanjia, by association, had been labeled as eccentric, making it nearly impossible for him to form other friendships. He felt a tinge of sadness, realizing he had done nothing to deserve such a label, yet found himself ignored by others. Even a mere glance would send people scurrying away. He had made every effort to distance himself from Wan Qi, but the latter continued to haunt him. Today, when he tried to sneak out, Wan Qi had caught him and incessantly nagged him about where he was going. Eventually, he turned off his phone and shook him off, resulting in his earlier muttering, "By the way, Why are you friends with that person? You seem very different. Luo Geng voiced his curiosity, almost saying the eccentric, but realizing it might not be appropriate to label him in front of friend. However, Fan Juanjia understood what he was alluding to and sighed, saying, "Sigh, I didn't T1 either. We were high school classmates, and he was fine back then." As the pressure of the college entrance exam kept him focused on his studies. But after entering university, he completely let loose. I had no idea it would go this far. Our families were quite close during high school, so it was natural for us to become friends. Fan Juanjia expressed this with a sense of resignation, as if those few words carried the weight of countless bittersweet memories. Luo Geng, surprised, remarked, "I can't believe he only started to let loose in university. I thought he had always been like that. Impossible. I would never have considered becoming friends with him." Luo Geng chuckled, adding, "You must have it tough too. After all, everyone likely categorizes you alongside him now." Leaning against the edge, Fan Juanjia tilted his head back and replied, "Isn't that the truth? It's quite distressing. A harmonious society has truly saved him." Qi Xiaoyu removed her yukata and cautiously approached the door, first peeking in and discovering the hot spring empty. Though any occupants would have been women, she still felt a twinge of embarrassment. Seeing no one inside, she stepped in, but before she could immerse herself in the water, suddenly, a pair of arms wrapped around her from behind. "Ah!" Qi Xiaoyu shrieked, and upon hearing the commotion, Luo Geng immediately stood up, his eyes wide as he glanced towards the female pool. Fan Juanjia, seemingly anticipating the event, waved a hand at Luo Geng and said, "It's nothing. It's surely just her playing a prank." For a brief moment, Qi Xiaoyu's mind went blank. It was her first encounter with harassment. However, this did not mean she would remain passive. She swiftly turned around, shaking off the person's grasp, and delivered a sharp slap. The resounding sound echoed through the room as Qi Xiaoyu recognized the individual behind her, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Ouch, wow, you hit hard." Ning covered her cheek, a handprint forming on her face, wincing in pain but with a hint of a wry smile. "Ning, what are you doing here?" Qi Xiaoyu blinked in surprise, gazing at Ning. "Just like you, I'm here to have some fun," Ning replied softly, rubbing her face. Upon hearing the chatter between Fan Juanjia and Luo Geng next door, she realized Qi Xiaoyu had arrived, prompting her to hide and play a trick, only to be met with a forceful retaliation that nearly left her dazed. "I'm sorry. Are you okay?" Qi Xiaoyu approached, noting in Ying's reddened face. She hadn't held back at all, nearly using all her strength, leaving Ning's cheek slightly swollen. Ning chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. Let us just call it even." Ha! The slap felt good. After a while, as they soaked in the hot spring, Qi Xiaoyu asked, "Did you come here alone?" Ning shook her head, replying, "No, I'm with my boyfriend, the one I mentioned to you before." Qi Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before realizing, "Ah, I got it. He is the friend of that eccentric." Ning burst into laughter, exclaiming, Yes, yes. His label is indeed friend of the eccentric. If he hears that, his heart would surely shatter." "I heard that," came Fan Juanjia's voice from next door, tinged with a hint of a sob. He too wished to know how to shed that label. However, Ning didn't mind. Otherwise, no girl would ever want to be with him due to that tag. "By the way, Xiaoyu, you have an amazing figure. You don't quite notice it when you're dressed, but seeing you now, it's truly impressive." Ning scrutinized Qi Xiaoyu from head to toe, clicking her tongue in astonishment. Qi Xiaoyu felt a bit uneasy under her gaze, attempting to shield her body with her hands and arms. However, Ning, undeterred, closed the distance between them and softly whispered in her ear, "Has your boyfriend ever asked you to wear something?" Upon hearing Ning's words, Qi Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed crimson, her face burning with embarrassment. How could such a thing even be possible? It was utterly strange, wasn't it? Why would it be strange? It's quite normal, especially with your figure. It would be a shame not to showcase it. Perhaps your boyfriend might even have a particular fondness for it, don't you think? Qi Xiaoyu's gaze darted about, her lips trembling slightly. Though she had never contemplated such matters and lacked understanding, she found herself intrigued by the topic. Would Luo Geng genuinely like it? Chapter 154. Would you like to come to our room tonight for some fun? Who knows? I've never deceived you before. Many men enjoy it. Ning raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression that suggested she knew more than she let on, causing Qi Xiaoyu's cheeks to redden even more. "But this..." Ning snapped her fingers and said, "Oh, you're unsure about how to purchase the right items, aren't you? No worries. Next time we go shopping, I'll take you with me." Qi Xiaoyu bit her lip, feeling overwhelmed by Ning's words. "No. Oh dear. Let us talk about this another time. Then I shall take your silence as a yes." After teasing Qi Xiaoyu, Ning reclined contentedly at the edge, savoring the warmth of the hot spring. In contrast, Qi Xiaoyu was no longer at ease. She submerged herself, leaving only her head above water, lost in her thoughts. The group fell into a tranquil silence, relishing the momentary peace as the soothing waters washed away their restless minds. It wasn't until they felt a bit lightheaded that they decided it was time to leave and conclude their leisurely time. Luo Geng, let us head out as well. It wouldn't due to faint from prolonged soaking, Fan Juanja announced as he stood, beckoning Luo Geng to join him. Luo Geng opened his eyes, nodded in agreement, and prepared to rise. As he stood, Fan Juanja's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Luo Geng's private area. What? This is... Fan Juanja's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief, his mind racing with astonishment. Instinctively, he grabbed a towel to cover himself. Python. Huh? What did you say? Luo Geng blinked, confused. It's nothing at all. Are you truly of Asian descent? Not something else? Huh? What do you mean? Just a bit skeptical about your ethnicity. Fan Juanja's mouth twitched. It was indeed infuriating to compare oneself to another. He hadn't anticipated that. In a realm of charm and wealth, he would find himself lacking. Now, even in physique, he felt inferior. Dressed in their bathrobes, Luo Geng and Fan Juanja exited, coincidentally bumping into Qi Xiaoyu and Ning, who were also leaving. Hi, Ning greeted, and Luo Geng politely responded. However, when he turned his gaze to Qi Xiaoyu, he noticed her face was flushed. Concerned, he asked, what is wrong? Have you soaked for too long? Luo Geng placed his hand on Qi Xiaoyu's forehead, finding it warm. No, it's fine. Qi Xiaoyu shook her head. She wasn't overheated from the hot spring, but rather from the time spent alone with Ning, during which she seemed to have learned many things she had never understood before. She wasn't sure if it was an increase in knowledge or experience. Shall we return and rest for a while? Luo Geng asked as he wrapped his arm around Qi Xiaoyu's shoulders, pulling her close to him. She widened her eyes in surprise, her heart racing. She couldn't comprehend why she reacted this way. This wasn't the first time Luo Geng had embraced her. Was it the notion of resting that stirred her feelings? At that moment, Qi Xiaoyu attributed her tumultuous emotions to Ning. If not for her sharing so much, she wouldn't be in this predicament. Rest, huh? Yes, that sounds good. Ning, true to Qi Xiaoyu's expectations, smiled mysteriously at the two, nodding enthusiastically. Suddenly, Luo Geng had a thought and said, since we've encountered each other here, how fortuitous. By the way, would you like to come to our room tonight for some fun? Yeah, us too. I didn't expect that, Luo Geng. I didn't realize you were into... Sure. Fan Juanja quickly covered Ning's mouth, his eyes wide with fear, terrified she might say something inappropriate. He stared intently at her, his expression pleading, as if to say, please don't say anything strange. He felt a sense of déjà vu akin to when he was around Wan Qi, worried the other might blurt out something nonsensical, albeit one spoke bizarrely while the other was exceedingly awkward. Fan Juanja forced a laugh, saying, ah, sure. After the hot spring, how about some drinks? Do you drink? Luo Geng, unsure of the situation, nodded and replied softly, beer is fine. Okay then. We'll bring snacks and beer to find you tonight. Ning should have Qi Xiaoyu's number, right? We'll contact you then. For now, we'll take our leave. Bye. Fan Juanja seemed eager to escape, dragging Ning away after speaking. Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what had just transpired. Luo Geng had been contemplating that Qi Xiaoyu should have friends to hang out with, to go shopping. In that moment, he realized he seemed to lack friends of his own. With Wen Xiao absent, he was keen on initiating friendships, preferring to prioritize Qi Xiaoyu and family, followed by himself and his work. Friends barely made the list. Yet, during the time spent with Fan Juanja in the hot spring, their conversation flowed smoothly, leading Luo Geng to believe he might indeed be a normal person, and perhaps someone he could befriend. Once back in their room, Luo Geng lay comfortably on the bed, stretching and letting out a loud yawn. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoyu stood nearby, nervously gripping the hem of her bathrobe, gazing at Luo Geng with inner turmoil. She yearned to know if Luo Geng truly liked those things. If so, it would be delightful for Qi Xiaoyu to cater to his preferences. Yet, she didn't know how to ask or how to approach the topic as naturally as Ning did. It felt far too daunting. Should she enlist Ning's help? Perhaps she could ask her without hesitation. Qi Xiaoyu thought to herself, admiring Ning's confidence. Though they were both girls, and Ning was merely 2 years her senior, their mindsets seemed worlds apart. It felt as though they had received different versions of education in that regard, with Qi Xiaoyu receiving a basic juvenile edition, while Ning had acquired an elite, advanced version. I'll go call Ning to let her know our room number, Qi Xiaoyu said. All right, Luo Geng nodded, suspecting nothing as Qi Xiaoyu stepped out to make the call. Luo Geng lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and soon drifted off to sleep. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the outside world, Luo Geng was jolted awake by a series of knocks on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Luo Geng opened his eyes to see Qi Xiaoyu sitting beside him. She heard the knocking and stood to answer the door. Upon opening the door, she found an Ing and Fan Junjia waiting outside, the latter carrying an abundance of snacks and beer, while an Ing held a bottle of beer in her hand. She walked into the room and, spotting the still sleepy Luo Geng, pointed the bottle at him with a smile, declaring, "Wake up. The most thrilling game of truth or dare is about to begin." Chapter 155. Surely there won't be any request for disrobing during this game of truth or dare, right? Luo Geng currently felt somewhat disoriented, partly due to lack of sleep and partly because of Ying's nonsensical remarks. He glanced over at Qi Xiaoyu, who had her head lowered and was silent, making him feel as if he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Before long, the four of them settled around the table, which was adorned with snacks and beers in front of each person. "All right, let me explain the rules," Ning announced, surveying the group. Qi Xiaoyu's state was unclear. Fan Junjia appeared resigned, as though he had been coerced into participating, and Luo Geng was still in a state of bewilderment. Ning was quite pleased with the situation. The rules are quite simple. We've all played truth or dare before, and will also include rock, paper, scissors. The one who loses must face a penalty, which involves choosing between truth and dare alongside a drink penalty. Wait a moment, I have to ask, how far can we go with this? It won't be too extreme, will it? Luo Geng raised his hand, puzzled. If overly outrageous requests were made, what could he do? He couldn't exactly say he was afraid of playing. Rest assured, the limits should be, acceptable to you. And he nodded, her words vague and evasive, leaving Luo Geng with a sense of foreboding. Surely there won't be any request for disrobing, right? He added, instinctively covering himself and Qi Xiaoyu with his hands. Upon hearing this, an Ing and Fan Junjia exclaimed in unison, "Absolutely not. Though I consider myself to have a decent figure, Qi Xiaoyu is so stunning that even I can't help but steal a glance." Disrobing? That would be self-degradation. For Luo Geng to disrobe? To reveal that giant python? Please. There's no harm without comparison. I cannot allow such a thing to happen. And Ing and Fan Junjia each harbored ulterior motives. Yet their shared objective was clear. The concept of disrobing was utterly off limits. Such an idea would undoubtedly inflict significant damage upon them. All right, let us commence the game. Remember, it's only fun if we take it seriously. Truth must be honest, and dare must be executed. Otherwise, it's 10 times the drink penalty. Ning stretched her joints as if warming up before the game. The other three nodded in agreement, extending their hands in readiness. Rock, paper, scissors. The four of them simultaneously revealed their choices. In the first round, Qi Xiaoyu emerged victorious, while the others lost. "Xiaoyu, will you choose truth or dare?" Ning asked, her smile seeming to harbor an implicit threat in Qi Xiaoyu's eyes. "Truth," Qi Xiaoyu replied, taking a sip of her drink. Ning turned to Luo Geng, inquiring, "So, will you ask, or shall I?" "You go ahead," Luo Geng replied, nodding in satisfaction. "All right then, Xiaoyu, may I ask, how many people have you liked before meeting Luo Geng, and what were their names?" Luo Geng's eyes widened at the question, his heart fluttering. He realized he had never asked Qi Xiaoyu about her past relationships, although she had mentioned liking him since middle school, who hadn't had crushes during their youth. Fan Junjia frowned slightly, whispering to Ning, "Hey, her fiancé is right here. Is it appropriate to ask that?" Ning shot him a glance, replying, "Then shall I pose this question to you as well?" "Definitely not." The group waited expectantly for Qi Xiaoyu's answer, and without hesitation, she stated, "The first and last person I've liked is Luo Geng. My first love is also Luo Geng. There won't be anyone else." "Oh." And Ing and Fan Junjia acted as if they were the cheerleading squad, mouths agape and hands clapping in a show of raucous delight. Meanwhile, Luo Geng felt a pang of guilt inside. He had been completely unaware that the first person she had liked was not her, but Qi Qianru. Although Qi Xiaoyu would likely not hold this against him, he feared his obliviousness might have hurt her for quite some time. Next round, rock, paper, scissors. In the second round, both Luo Geng and Fan Junjia lost simultaneously. Since the game didn't require a single loser, both accepted the penalty together. The two looked at their outstretched fists, realizing they had lost to the girl's paper, their hearts heavy with concern. Fan Junjia recalled Ning mentioning she would soon ask him a similar question. He dreaded the thought. Discussing past crushes in front of his current girlfriend was far too awkward. Luo Geng felt the same. He certainly didn't want to reveal anything about past affections. "I choose dare." "Me too." Without hesitation, both opted for a dare. Ning turned to Qi Xiaoyu, asking, "Will you assign him a penalty?" Qi Xiaoyu bit her lip, initially hoping that if Luo Geng chose truth, She could inquire about things she was curious about. However, with the dare, she was at a loss for what to impose as a penalty. And she didn't want to punish Luo Geng. No, you go ahead, Ning. Thus, Qi Xiaoyu relinquished Luo Geng's fate to Ning, confident that she wouldn't suggest anything too outrageous. Luo Geng leaned closer to Fan Juanjia, whispering, "What do you think your girlfriend will come up with for a penalty?" Fan Juanjia shook his head, responding, "I have no idea, as long as it's not something like making us kiss after a moment of contemplation," and Ning declared, "All right. Luo Geng, you will give Fan Juanjia a foot massage." The two gasped in shock, staring incredulously at Ning. What sort of dare was this? Who was being punished here? Of course, you must do it with all your strength. Apply as much pressure as you can. And Ning added, pointing at Luo Geng. Understood. Let's go, buddy. Lie down, Luo Geng instructed, gesturing toward the nearby sofa. Fan Juanjia's lips twitched. Although he was the one being massaged, he couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom. He cautiously approached the sofa, lying down and resting his feet atop it. Luo Geng sat on a small stool, stretched his arms, and grinned. "Hello, sir. Technician number 38 is pleased to serve you. Just be gentle, and if I start foaming at the mouth, call 120 for me." Fan Juanjia covered his eyes, unable to bear the anticipation of what was to come. Yet he knew he was about to endure a torture session. Chapter 156. How can it not hurt? It's even somewhat pleasant. I know acupressure points. Let me tell you where to press. And Ning approached Luo Geng with enthusiasm. A mischievous grin plastered across her face as she observed Fan Juanjia's feet. Here Ning pointed to the center of Fan Juanjia's soul, identifying it as the acupressure point for the kidneys. All right. Luo Geng extended his hand, pressing down on Fan Juanjia's foot, then bent his fingers, forcefully targeting that acupressure point. What the hell? Fan Juanjia cried out in agony, his hands digging into the sofa. Had Luo Geng not held his foot firmly, he would have yanked it away long ago. And Ning watched him with a beaming smile, inquiring, "What's wrong? Does it hurt? If it hurts a lot, it means that area isn't healthy. My goodness, it hurts like hell. What is this?" And Ning paused, contemplating, before replying, "Well, that's the liver. Is your liver not in good shape? Really? TSK, if that is the case, I guess my liver might indeed be problematic. This is excruciating. Let us try a different spot." Fan Juanjia quickly waved his hands, unable to endure anymore. If the pressure continued on that point, he might really start foaming at the mouth. Then let us press here next. And Ning pointed to the acupoint on Fan Juanjia's foot that corresponded to the liver. Luo Geng nodded, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Understood. Subsequently, Luo Geng summoned all his strength and forcefully pressed against that acupoint. "Hiss! What is this?" Fan Juanjia gasped, drawing in a breath of cold air, turning to Ning with a questioning look. And Ying's lips curled into a slight smile as she replied, "This is the kidney. Push harder. How can it not hurt? It's rather pleasant." Fan Juanjia completely reclined, closing his eyes with a look of enjoyment, as if the previous gasp had not emanated from him at all. "Well, I really am pushing hard," Luo Geng remarked with a smirk. He pressed down forcefully on the liver acupoint once more. Fan Juanjia's body quivered under the pressure, yet he kept his eyes tightly shut, lips pursed, silent as a statue. Cough, cough, push harder, attack vigorously. Alas, perhaps this organ is just particularly resilient. Fan Juanjia mumbled through gritted teeth, although in reality, his right hand was discreetly gripping his thigh. His face gradually reddened, but he uttered not a single complaint of pain. After a few minutes, noticing the slight redness around Fan Juanjia's eyes, Luo Geng finally ceased his assault, asking, "Is that enough?" "Yes." "All right, you've completed the punishment." Ning nodded with satisfaction and returned to her seat. Luo Geng gave Fan Juanjia a thumbs up, a mysterious smile playing on his lips as he said, "Well done. Buddy, your kidneys seem quite robust. Not a peep from you after all this." "Of course." Cough. "My kidneys are impervious. The strongest organ in my body." Fan Juanjia felt a tingling in his feet, as if he could no longer sense them. Even standing required considerable effort. Shaking his head, he continued, "However, the first spot you pressed was the liver, and that was excruciating. Is my liver made of paper? How fragile can it be? I can hardly believe it. I nearly felt like I was dying." And Ning giggled, pointing at him as she said, "Indeed, that was quite fragile. You must take good care of it. Wash your hands, wash your hands," Luo Geng exclaimed, clicking his tongue as he hurried to the restroom. This punishment was manageable for him, but for Fan Juanjia, it was sheer agony. All right, on to the next round. In this round, Fan Juanjia lost again, but this time it was solely him. "I choose truth." Fan Juanjia took a sip of his drink, shaking his head gently. He would rather divulge something embarrassing than endure that pain again. "Qi Xiaoyu, you ask him." And Ning thought having been the one to impose the punishments and questions so far, wishing to involve Qi Xiaoyu as well. Qi Xiaoyu was unsure what to ask. Given her lack of connection with Fan Juanjia, though she was quite curious to pose a question to Luo Geng. Based on dislike, rank the girls you know. Limited to university. Fan Juanjia blinked, murmuring, huh? I don't know many girls in college, just you 4. Ning nodded, saying, that's fine. Then rank us 4 according to your level of dislike. This. Fan Juanjia glanced at Ning, then at Luo Geng. Considering how to rank the 4 girls based on dislike, wouldn't that offend someone? The least disliked must be Ning. Your girlfriend, that's reasonable. Luo Geng concurred with a nod. Next would be Qi Xiaoyu. Fan Juanjia pointed to Qi Xiaoyu, as she was sitting right there, making it a fitting choice to follow his girlfriend. Then there asked the girl named Su Mingnan. Oh, you dislike Xiao Lulu the most. And Ning replied with a sly smile, as if she had just heard the answer she most wanted to hear, patting his shoulder. Dislike the most? I just rank you 4. I'm not particularly familiar with any of you 3, so dislike is hardly applicable. Fan Juanjia recognized that this was a trap set by Ning, eagerly waiting for him to fall into it. Nevertheless, even though Ning had exposed her intentions, she pressed on, leaning in with keen interest and asking, what do you dislike about her the most? My question has already been answered, right? Hurry up. Ning disregarded any rules, already ensnared in the trap and eager to hear something entertaining. She seems to struggle with understanding the appropriate distance with you all, and gives off a vibe of not wanting to befriend me. I resonate with that. Luo Geng nodded in agreement, extending his hand for a high five, which they shared in silent camaraderie. So, do you want to befriend her? Fan Juanjia quickly shook his head, insisting, not at all. I have no need to befriend any other girls. Ning flashed a mischievous smile, whispering conspiratorially in Fan Juanjia's ear, oh, so you're afraid she might steal me away from you? Exactly. Fan Juanjia surrendered completely, realizing that facing Ying's teasing head-on was the best approach. The more flustered he became, the more it delighted her. With a hearty slap of his hand, he nodded in affirmation, his demeanor earnest. Even Luo Geng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, praising his fortitude. So that is how it is. How about I make it up to you? Ning gently bit her lip, leaning closer to Fan Juanjia and whispering something inaudible to him. Afterward, they saw Fan Juanjia's previously bold posture deflate, his aura gradually diminishing, and a flash of panic crossed his dark eyes. After Ning stepped back, she threw him a flirtatious glance, exuding allure. Fan Juanjia swallowed hard, letting out a resigned sigh. Damn it, I've lost again. Chapter 157. So you really like her? The game continued, though Qi Xiaoyu's luck seemed to wane. Losing more than half of the 10 rounds played, Ning struggled to elicit anything interesting from her, as Qi Xiaoyu had no relevant gossip to share, with romantic matters solely concerning Luo Geng. Even without any juicy questions, Qi Xiaoyu was becoming somewhat tipsy from the consecutive drinks, given her limited tolerance. She had already pushed her limits by blocking drinks for Luo Geng, and now even beer was proving to be a challenge. Oh, I lost. This time, it was Luo Geng who faltered. He was done with the dares and opted for a drink instead. This time I choose truth. Oh, your first choice of truth. I must think of something entertaining. Ning raised her brows, glancing at Qi Xiaoyu, who seemed to be losing focus, occasionally leaning against Luo Geng's shoulder. Ning quirked an eyebrow and whispered, have you ever thought about letting Xiaoyu or something that would get your blood racing? Something exhilarating? Huh. Luo Geng was momentarily caught off guard, his thoughts lagging, but soon a realization dawned on him. You mean thrilling cough? He abruptly halted, his gaze drifting to Qi Xiaoyu, who appeared oblivious, merely fixated on the cup before her, leaning against him. Luo Geng glanced at Ning, who wore a playful smile, then turned to Fan Juanjia, who wore an expression of helplessness as if to say, I can't help you here. Is it mandatory to answer? Of course. It's a game. Daring to speak is what makes it fun. Ning nodded, propping her chin on her hands, seemingly eager for Luo Geng's response. Well, I have thought about it. So you really like her? Stop. I've answered your question. Can we move on to the next round now? Luo Geng interjected, regretting his choice of truth, wishing he had opted for a dare instead. He cast another glance at Qi Xiaoyu, only to find her still unresponsive, seemingly truly intoxicated. Initially, he had expected that uttering such words would elicit some reaction from her. All right. Let us move on to the next round. Having successfully gleaned the answers Qi Xiaoyu sought, Ning blinked at her, but it appeared that her subtle cue went unnoticed. In the subsequent round, Qi Xiaoyu lost again. I'll drink on her behalf. Luo Geng seized Qi Xiaoyu's glass and downed its contents in one go, having observed that she was truly unable to drink any further. Xiaoyu, do you prefer truth or dare? Qi Xiaoyu murmured dare softly, her gaze hazy. Oh, I see. Ning regarded Qi Xiaoyu thoughtfully, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Geng and smiled faintly. She then pointed at Luo Geng and said, "Then you should kiss Luo Geng, all right? It has to be a long kiss, lasting over a minute without a moment's hesitation." Qi Xiaoyu nodded in agreement and turned toward Luo Geng, inching closer to him. Before he could utter a word, Qi Xiaoyu had already pressed her soft lips against his. Ning patted Fan Juanjia, who understood the unspoken cue, and the two stealthily made their way to the door. With her hand on the switch, Ning whispered, "Goodbye, good night," and promptly extinguished the lights, leaving Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu in the pitch-black room, locked in their kiss, their emotions intensifying. The following day, as Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu prepared to check out of the hotel, they encountered Fan Juanjia and Ning, who were also checking out. "Xiaoyu, did you rest well last night?" Ning lightly tapped Qi Xiaoyu on the shoulder, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. A blush crept onto Qi Xiaoyu's cheeks. She hadn't anticipated that her inebriated state would lead to such a scenario. However, Luo Geng appeared remarkably refreshed, exuding vitality. "All right, let us go." Fan Juanjia took in Ying's hand, eager to whisk her away before she could utter anything perilous. After bidding farewell to Luo Geng and the others, the two departed. Meanwhile, Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu hailed a taxi to return home, where they stowed their luggage. "You should rest a bit more. You woke up rather early today, and you didn't seem very energetic at noon," Luo Geng observed, noting Qi Xiaoyu's lingering drowsiness from the previous night's revelry. She had indeed consumed quite a bit of alcohol and had not slept well, leading to a slight dizziness and heaviness in her head. All right, Qi Xiaoyu did not resist, but instead turned to retreat into her room for some much-needed rest, while Luo Geng made his way to the adjacent studio. Upon entering the studio, Luo Geng spotted Qin Xiao slumped over the table, emanating an aura of exhaustion, even struggling to grip the paintbrush in her hand. "What is the matter?" Luo Geng furrowed his brow and approached Su Mengnan, who was assisting nearby. "Perhaps she's just a bit tired." Su Mengnan replied with an awkward smile, speaking softly. Hearing this, Qin Xiao slowly lifted her head, her expression one of disbelief as she stared at Su Mengnan. "A bit tired? Teacher Luo, do you have any idea how much this girl walked yesterday? From 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening, without a moment's rest. She wouldn't even let me sleep properly at night, dragging me to her room to read comics together." As Qin Xiao lamented her plight, Luo Geng noticed the dark circles under her eyes, which indicated a lack of sleep and would inevitably affect her work. Sighing deeply, he turned to Su Mengnan and spoke sternly. "This cannot happen again. Qin Xiao has work to do, and you must not hinder her rest. Otherwise, you will no longer be welcome here." "Oh, I'm sorry, I understand now." Su Mengnan lowered her head, nodding gently and murmuring. She acknowledged that she had perhaps been overly enthusiastic and too clingy with Qin Xiao. For Qin Xiao, dependence had become a flaw, an unfriendly trait in her current criteria for companionship. "Hey, Teacher Luo, where is Xiaoyu?" Su Mengnan inquired, glancing around to see that Qi Xiaoyu was not in sight. Luo Geng pointed to the adjacent room, saying, "Xiaoyu is a bit tired and is resting." "A bit tired? Should I come over in the evening to keep her company? It must be quite lonely being home alone," Ning suggested as she and Qi Xiaoyu strolled together, engaged in conversation. Lately, Qi Xiaoyu had been seeking Ning's company more frequently, as she had previously spent most of her time with Luo Geng. Hearing from Fan Juanjia that Qi Xiaoyu had been attending classes alone for several days without seeing Luo Geng, Ning couldn't help but inquire further. "Luo Geng has some matters to attend to in another city," Qi Xiaoyu replied softly, lowering her head. Although her tone was casual, she deeply missed Luo Geng, having not seen him for an entire week. As the weather gradually turned cooler, signaling the onset of winter, she gazed at the diamond ring on her finger, her eyes reflecting her longing for Luo Geng. During these cold days, she found herself reminiscing about the warmth he provided when he held her hands. Being apart from Luo Geng for a week had been excruciating. "Ah, so you've been all alone for so long. You must feel quite lonely," Ning remarked. "Yes, quite lonely," Qi Xiaoyu candidly admitted, wishing fervently that Luo Geng would appear before her, allowing her to leap into his embrace. After relying on him for so long, his sudden absence felt as though he had taken her heart with him, leaving her room feeling desolate and empty. Ning was taken aback by Qi Xiaoyu's forthrightness and blinked in surprise. "Really? Would you like me to come over tonight? It must be quite dull being at home alone." "Sure, come over." Qi Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, feeling bored at home. Although she could visit the studio next door to see Qin Xiao and Su Mengnan, she refrained from doing so out of consideration, knowing that Qin Xiao was under immense work pressure and hardly had any time to rest. Her days consisted of merely waking to paint and sleeping when she could. With Su Mengnan's assistance, Qi Xiaoyu felt no need to add to their burdens, preferring to keep to herself. "Leaving your beautiful fiancé home alone," Luo Geng really has a lot of faith in me, doesn't he? Isn't he afraid that a villain like me might secretly follow you home? Ning teased, her hands mimicking a squeezing motion, a knowing smile gracing her face. Qi Xiaoyu had grown accustomed to Ning's playful jests, recognizing them as mere banter. That evening, Ning accompanied Qi Xiaoyu back home, intending to stay the night. Upon reaching the upstairs, Qi Xiaoyu opened the door and stepped inside first. Just as Ning was about to follow, a hand suddenly reached out and patted her shoulder. Startled, Ning turned to see someone behind her, whose finger was placed against their lips in a shushing gesture, prompting her to quickly cover her mouth. Nodding in understanding, Ning quietly slipped away. With the sound of the door shutting, Qi Xiaoyu had yet to turn around when arms encircled her from behind. Ning, stop joking around. Are you hungry? I'll go make dinner, Qi Xiaoyu said, believing Ning was merely playing with her. However, the person behind her spoke softly. I'm hungry. Qi Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, for the voice that reached her ears was not that of Ning, but rather a male voice, one she was intimately familiar with. Luo Geng? She turned around to face the person behind her, and to her astonishment, it was indeed the one she had been yearning for day and night these past few days. It was hard for her to believe her eyes. After all, she had returned with Ning. How could it suddenly be Luo Geng? What's wrong? Did you miss me? Luo Geng observed Qi Xiaoyu frozen in place, and smiled gently before opening his arms, inviting her closer. Qi Xiaoyu bit her lip lightly, took a half step forward, and in the next moment, she leapt into Luo Geng's embrace. Oh! Luo Geng wrapped his arms around Qi Xiaoyu, watching as she buried her head in his chest, her body trembling slightly as she clung to him tightly. I missed you so much. Her voice emerged muffled against his chest, as if she wished to hold him forever, unwilling to let go. Luo Geng was somewhat surprised during their phone conversations. He had not sensed how much she longed for him. However, he speculated that she must have been pretending to be strong, not wanting to worry him. Then I'll take you with me next time, okay? He declared, unwilling to part with her again. He had been longing to return for days, his heart distracted. The work on the other side would take a considerable amount of time, and if Luo Geng continued his supervision there, he would not be back for at least 2 to 3 months. Thus, he had no choice but to convey his thoughts to the staff there, making it unnecessary for him to remain. He returned today without informing Qi Xiaoyu, hoping to surprise her. Really? I'll hold you to that. You must take me with you next time. Qi Xiaoyu looked up at Luo Geng, her nose slightly red, and her eyes glistening as if she were on the verge of tears. Ah, truly. Luo Geng gazed at her with affectionate indulgence, gently stroking her head. He then reached into his pocket and produced a small box. This is a gift. Luo Geng opened the box to reveal an exquisite bracelet, each crystal shimmering with a translucent brilliance. Its simple design exuded a unique beauty, and when observed from different angles, the colors of the crystals subtly shifted, radiating an enchanting allure. I don't need any gifts, I just want you by my side. Qi Xiaoyu wrapped her arms around Luo Geng's neck, planting a soft kiss on his lips, her eyes sparkling like stars. I know, of course. Luo Geng smiled tenderly, taking the bracelet and fastening it around Qi Xiaoyu's wrist. While the crystals were originally the focal point, they became a mere complement to her beauty. You just said you were hungry. How about I go make you something to eat? Qi Xiaoyu hesitated to release her hold, but recalling Luo Geng's earlier statement about being hungry, she relented. Luo Geng nodded, saying, sure, I've missed your cooking. Right now, my appetite can't bear anything else. Qi Xiaoyu made her way to the kitchen, casting a smile over her shoulder as she remarked, that's good, because you'll be eating my cooking from now on. Chapter 159. No man dares to approach Qi Xiaoyu. That evening, Luo Geng lay on the bed while Qi Xiaoyu gave him a massage, kneading his back. You must be quite tired these past few days. Your back seems a bit stiff. As she massaged him, she could only imagine how exhausting his daily tasks had been. It's all right. It's just not time to rest yet. With the year-end approaching, there's an abundance of work, and in a few days, there's a signing event. There's still much to handle, Luo Geng replied, lying on the bed in utter relaxation. His eyes closed as if he might fall asleep at any moment. Seeing the weariness etched on his face, Qi Xiaoyu felt a pang of sympathy. Why push yourself so hard? Take it step by step. At least it won't be so exhausting. Because I want to have everything wrapped up before the new year. That way, when we celebrate our first new year together, we won't have so much to worry about, he explained. Ah, I see. Qi Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed a soft pink as she stammered. She hadn't anticipated that Luo Geng was also looking forward to their first new year together. She thought she was the only one with such anticipation. However, for Qi Xiaoyu, there was another significant event looming before the new year, Luo Geng's birthday. His birthday was fast approaching, and with winter already upon them, she had yet to decide on a gift. She had considered knitting a scarf or gloves, but living together made it challenging to keep her plans a secret. Before long, as she pondered, she heard Luo Geng's steady breathing. He had fallen asleep. Qi Xiaoyu ceased her motions, smiled, tucked him in, and leaned down to kiss his cheek. Good night. The following day, Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu attended classes, as usual. Upon seeing Luo Geng, Fan Juanjia greeted him. You're here, Luo Geng. Don't worry. I've been keeping an eye on things for you these past few days. No man dares to approach Qi Xiaoyu. Haha, really? Luo Geng chuckled, nodding in jest. His relationship with Fan Juanjia had blossomed into a solid friendship, and Fan Juanjia had gradually shed the label of being the friend of a weirdo, primarily because Wan Qi was no longer around. About half a month ago, for reasons unknown, Wan Qi had left school without taking any of his belongings from the dormitory. Fan Juanjia was puzzled, but chose not to pry. Suspecting that Wan Qi might be up to something again, or, in a rare twist of fate, had perhaps found a girlfriend and eloped. After lunch, Luo Geng, Qi Xiaoyu, Fan Juanjia, and Ning gathered in the cafeteria. Su Mingnan approached with a tray and sat beside them, sighing, Honestly, sitting next to you all is rather uncomfortable. Here I am, all alone while you two couples bask in your love. It makes me feel quite out of place, not out of envy, but out of loneliness. If only Teacher Qin were here, Su Mingnan muttered to herself, though she knew Teacher Qin had to work and wouldn't be coming to the university cafeteria to keep her company. Where's Xiao Lulu? Why aren't you with her? Ning inquired, glancing at Su Mingnan. She? I don't know when she started dating someone. She is currently in the throes of romance. But she was the one who claimed to have no interest in relationships. Now it seems she is the most enthusiastic one, Su Mingnan remarked, clicking her tongue. Since moving out of the dormitory, her contact with Su Qinglu had diminished, as she mostly spent time with Qin Xiao. It seems Su Qinglu had also sensed her solitude. Qi Xiaoyu was wholly devoted to Luo Geng, and Ning was enjoying her time with Fan Juanjia. Even Su Mingnan, after class, would leave quickly, claiming she was going to study comics. Feeling isolated, she eventually crossed paths with her boyfriend and began a relationship. Never had she envisioned herself in a romantic relationship, as she had previously claimed disinterest. After all, she had never experienced one. But now, she realized there was a reason why others enjoy being in love. She is dating someone? Who? That Kai Gu. Ning furrowed her brow, puzzled. She had not noticed anything unusual while working part-time with Su Qinglu. She seemed just the same as before. Enough of this nonsense. Fan Juanjia cast a fleeting glance at Ning. Setting aside how long it has been since Wan Qi last made an appearance, who in their right mind would be with him if he were here? Are you certain her romantic interest is a boyfriend and not a girlfriend? Luo Geng furrowed his brow, harboring suspicions about Su Qinglu's orientation, which is why he had consistently advised Qi Xiaoyu to maintain a distance from her. I cannot say for certain, but she seems to feel isolated by us. As if her foray into romance is somewhat coerced, Su Mingnan shrugged. In truth, no one was isolating her. The two couples were engrossed in their own worlds, and she was preoccupied with her comics. There was no way she could accompany her every day. However, at this age, girls are often prone to such feelings. Their relationships are quite fragile, and it is possible that any day could bring discord. She had heard that several dormitory rooms for girls were rife with conflict, leading to daily quarrels. I've finished my meal. Ning, would you accompany me to buy a bottle of water? After finishing her food, Qi Xiaoyu stood up and looked at Ning. Ning lifted her head, momentarily taken aback, and upon noticing Qi Xiaoyu's subtle gesture, she quickly nodded, saying, Oh, sure. I just finished as well. Thus, she rose and departed with Qi Xiaoyu. Luo Geng and Fan Juanjia observed their exit, exchanging glances and shaking their heads, as if silently communicating their mutual confusion about the situation. What's going on? Ning inquired of Qi Xiaoyu, sensing that being called aside meant there was something significant to discuss. Do you remember the last time I asked you about Luo Geng's birthday? Qi Xiaoyu prompted. Oh yes, I recall. Is his birthday approaching soon? Yes, but I still haven't decided what to do. Qi Xiaoyu nodded, troubled by the matter, as she found herself constantly near Luo Geng, making it impossible to secretly plan a surprise. Hence, she sought in Ying's assistance. What day is it? I'd like to prepare a gift for him along with Fan Juanjia. Chapter 160. Because I basically do not celebrate birthdays. Half a month later? That is nearly the end of the year, and Christmas is almost upon us. It's too late to knit scarves, gloves, or hats now. Ning pondered, analyzing the situation for Qi Xiaoyu. If she were to give Fan Juanjia a gift, the options would be plentiful. However, the same could not be said for Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu. To be honest, even Ning was at a loss for what to give. What is he like? Ning asked Qi Xiaoyu. Besides you, she added. Qi Xiaoyu found herself in a quandary, for she knew Luo Geng quite well. From her observations, He didn't have any particular favorites. Since middle school, she had been watching him. Sometimes he engaged in sports, leading her to think he had a penchant for it. But it was merely an occasional interest, not a passion. Occasionally, he would draw, and she believed he enjoyed art, only to realize later that he did not cherish drawing comics. He merely regarded it as work. By the time high school arrived, she finally discerned what Luo Geng truly liked, and to her surprise, it turned out to be the school bell. Thus, she began to observe Qi Qianru. Now, Qi Xiaoyu could assert with certainty that Luo Geng harbored feelings for her. Yet beyond her, she knew not what else he might like. Boys tend to value the sentiments of others more than the gifts they receive for their birthdays. I believe he thinks this way too. Any gift you bestow upon him would bring him joy. I understand, but I don't want him to feel I'm being perfunctory. I wish for him to comprehend the depth of my feelings, that my intentions extend beyond mere birthday wishes. Qi Xiaoyu gazed at the diamond ring on her finger, the bracelet on her wrist, and the necklace around her neck, each imbued with Luo Geng's sentiments, whether it was the affection he expressed when he confessed, the intention behind his proposal, or the feelings of longing. Thus, Qi Xiaoyu wished to reciprocate by offering a gift rich with her own sentiments. Your sentiments? Of course. I have an idea. And Ying's eyes widened as she quickly leaned closer to Qi Xiaoyu and whispered her thoughts into her ear. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu's mouth fell slightly ajar, and she blinked in surprise, asking, "Is that feasible?" "I believe it is, for if the gift is purchased as you suggested, the sentiment may not be as apparent. But it seems a bit troublesome. Don't worry, I'll assist you." And Ying assured her with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. At that moment, Luo Geng and the others emerged from their meal, noticing the two engrossed in conversation, and approached them. "What's the matter? Weren't you two going to buy water?" Luo Geng inquired, unable to discern the content of their discussion. Yes, we were just chatting about some girl talk." And Ying laughed lightly, then tugged at Qi Xiaoyu's arm, leading her away. Luo Geng and Fan Juanjia exchanged puzzled glances and shrugged, following suit. However, they had not exchanged many words before noticing Qi Xiaoyu and Ying halting before a bulletin board. "What are you looking at?" Luo Geng and the others approached, peering at the poster displayed on the board. "Cultural festival performance? Actively seeking participants. The date is half a month from now. It coincides with my birthday." Luo Geng expressed surprise, realizing that the cultural festival's date aligned with his own birthday. Your birthday is in half a month? I just found out. Why didn't you tell me sooner so I could prepare a gift?" Fan Juanjia remarked, turning to Luo Geng. Luo Geng merely shook his head, replying, "It's because I generally don't celebrate birthdays." Why not?" And Ying turned to Luo Geng, astonished. "There's no particular reason. I just don't celebrate. It's not a tradition for me." Luo Geng stepped back slightly, casually stating this. In his memory, celebrating birthdays felt like a distant memory, something that belonged to his elementary school days when his family would acknowledge his birthday. However, ever since his academic performance declined, his mother ceased to celebrate it, leaving only his father to clandestinely slip him 20 yuan on his birthday. After the divorce, their already modest household faced further hardship. How could they afford to celebrate birthdays? Most of his friends were unaware of his birthday, since he had never mentioned it, and thus he had never received gifts from anyone. The group fell silent, somewhat bewildered. Qi Xiaoyu was equally unaware of Luo Geng's aversion to celebrating birthdays. She had assumed his family would celebrate upon his return home. After a moment of contemplation, Ying suddenly spoke up. "By the way, Luo Geng, do you have any talents you could showcase?" I do have some skills, but what does that matter?" "You aren't suggesting I sign up for this, are you?" Luo Geng frowned slightly, pointing at the poster that stated the registration deadline was in 3 days, followed by 10 days of rehearsals. Setting aside the fact that Luo Geng had no interest in participating in such events, he simply lacked the time. "Yes, because Xiaoyu is eager to see." And Ying turned to Qi Xiaoyu, who appeared puzzled, and blinked at her. Qi Xiaoyu understood the implication and nodded. "Say yes, indeed. I want to see you perform, Luo Geng." "Really?" Luo Geng asked, somewhat perplexed. "Yes, truly." Luo Geng felt a flicker of uncertainty. Despite not comprehending why Qi Xiaoyu expressed a desire to see him perform, how could he refuse when his girlfriend showed interest? Wasn't this an opportunity to impress her? Sighing, Luo Geng glanced at the poster and said, "Where do I sign up?" Since it was Qi Xiaoyu who wished to attend, he certainly would not refuse. When Luo Geng went to sign up for the event, Qi Xiaoyu seized in Ying's arm and inquired, "Sister Ying, why do you want Luo Geng to participate in this? Isn't that day his birthday?" She did not truly comprehend Ying's reasoning, yet instinctively chose to trust her. And Ying patted Qi Xiaoyu's shoulder and smiled. "It's all for you, of course. Don't you want to prepare a surprise? If Luo Geng is by your side on your birthday, how can you plan anything? This opportunity will give you the time you need." In the vast venue, Luo Geng was directing workers as they arranged the setting for his inaugural signing event. He was set to launch the latest volume of his comic. which had not yet been officially released. This was a pre-sale with a limited edition of 2,000 copies available until sold out. Prior to this, Luo Geng had enlisted Jia Mo to promote it online. If the response was lukewarm, he would cancel the event as it would be a financial loss. Surprisingly, the anticipation was quite high, spurred on by the popularity of his previous work, as Jia Mo had highlighted that he was the author of the most popular series in the weekly magazine. Under Jia Mo's guidance, Luo Geng had posed for promotional photos, filled out information forms, and crafted a personal biography. Teacher Luo, ever since your promotional photos were released, it seems people online are more interested in your appearance. Jia Mo remarked, observing the survey results in his hands. While most showed little interest in the work itself, they were intrigued by Luo Geng as a person, young, a member of the Comic Association, and with a trending series. Su Mengnian was also assisting at the venue. She approached Luo Geng and patted his shoulder, saying, "See, Teacher Luo, I told you that if you held a signing event, it would surely be a hit. It's all to boost the popularity of your work. I have no interest in fame myself." Luo Geng was seated, taking a moment of respite. Although these tasks were not exhausting, they were quite demanding. At that moment, a hand reached out, offering a towel to wipe the sweat from Luo Geng's brow. He looked up to find Qi Xiaoyu standing beside him. "Xiaoyu, what brings you here?" he asked. "I asked Sister Qiao Qiao to bring me. I came to help you," Qi Xiaoyu replied with a gentle smile, handing him a bottle of water for a sip. "Why endure this when you could be resting at home? How could being by your side be considered suffering?" Qi Xiaoyu said, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she gently brushed her fingers against Luo Geng's cheek. In that instant, Luo Geng felt his fatigue dissipate. Indeed, no matter the task at hand, a spiritual anchor was essential, and Qi Xiaoyu was his. Regardless of how weary or busy he became, as long as she was present, his worries would vanish. Buzz just then, Luo Geng's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Wen Xiao. "Hello? Hey bro. I saw your promotional photo. Looking sharp." Wen Xiao's voice came through, sounding quite excited. "You've seen it? So the promotional efforts are paying off, then?" Luo Geng shot a glance at Jia Mo, realizing he had indeed exerted himself for this endeavor, as even Wen Xiao was aware of it now. "Of course. Why didn't you hold a signing event here?" "I can't come to Cheng'an," Wen Xiao continued. Luo Geng shrugged. "Forget it. What do you need my autograph for? I'll sign 100 for you when I get back." "Hey, remember to mail me a copy. I must relish this early viewing privilege." Wen Xiao replied, "Are you still reading comics? How's school? What about Bai Yi? Bai Yi's gone to university, and I should be doing well in my studies. I hardly read comics anymore. Just occasionally for a break," Wen Xiao admitted, sounding a bit sheepish. Luo Geng chose not to press further, believing Wen Xiao would focus on his studies, as he would surely follow through with what he said. "That's good. Just study hard. When you ace your exams, I'll give you an entire set of comics to enjoy." "All right, you said it." Wen Xiao eagerly agreed, aware that the complete set would cost several hundred yuan. Though nominal for Luo Geng, it was a significant sum for Wen Xiao. "Let us leave it at that. Good luck." Luo Geng concluded the call, deciding not to distract him further. He recalled how comics had affected Wen Xiao's performance during the last college entrance exam, hoping he would exhibit stronger self-control this time and resist temptation. "Teacher Luo, it's time to start. There are already many people waiting outside," Jia Mo indicated towards the entrance, where a crowd had gathered. Some even donned in costumes of characters from Luo Geng's previous work. Though the craftsmanship was lacking, the enthusiasm was evident, particularly from those wielding swords, who had become the center of attention among the boys. "All right, let them in," Luo Geng said, settling at the signing table, picking up a pen in preparation for the event. As the doors swung open, a throng surged in, each having pre-purchased tickets, as the books were limited. To maintain order, each person was allowed to buy only one copy, and they could then approach Luo Geng for signatures. The first to step forward was a rather theatrical youth clad in a costume, brandishing a sword. He stood before Luo Geng, drew the sword, held it aloft, and proclaimed, "When darkness envelopes the earth, I shall transform into the arbiter of souls. With boundless power and fragmented verses, I shall effortlessly transcend the shackles of time and space." Luo Geng, holding his pen, stared at the youth in bewilderment, his expression revealing a blend of innocence and confusion, clearly taken aback. He turned to Qin Xiao and whispered, "What is he saying?" "Teacher," he asked, mimicking the protagonist's lines from your own work. "Have you forgotten? Goodness, you nearly scare me to death." "That is so ridiculously over the top." Luo Geng chuckled, surprised he had penned such melodramatic dialogue, now recited before him, although the participants seemed impressive and exhilarating. To Luo Geng, it felt akin to a public display of embarrassment. "Rest assured, there are many more," Qin Xiao murmured, seemingly quite familiar with the situation. Thus, a series of impersonations unfolded before Luo Geng, who could only smile and nod in approval, all the while his shoes were being worn down from his anxious fidgeting. In this realm that transcends dimensions, filled with infinite power and wisdom, I feel the call of the cosmic stars. My heart ignites with epic fervor. The swirling sword light radiates brilliance in the heavens as I wield my sword against the demons of the night. Yes, this is my singular confrontation with destiny. The power of the contract infuses my being, bestowing upon me boundless. Luo Geng struggled to comprehend why attendees at a signing event were publicly reenacting lines from his previous work, which only left him feeling awkward and uncomfortable. Yet, since it was all part of his creation and they had paid, he couldn't voice any discontent. He genuinely felt that earning money was a challenging endeavor, and somehow he had unexpectedly become a judge for an imitation contest, with fans asking him after each performance, "How many points do I get?" Qin Xiao and Su Mengnan were struggling to stifle their laughter behind Luo Geng, their hearts heavy with empathy for him. The corner of the tablecloth on his desk had been picked apart, a testament to the turmoil within him as he sat there. "I swear I will never draw such things again," he thought. Despite the smile on his face, his molars were ground to dust, and the sight of these overly enthusiastic youths before him was nothing short of torture. It was only after the boys, satisfied with their books, departed that he finally exhaled in relief. "Luo Geng, may I have a handshake?" A girl approached him, extending her hand eagerly for a greeting. "Of course. Thank you for your support," he replied with a gentle smile, shaking her hand. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she left, elated. Nodding to himself, Luo Geng mused that this was more like it. The earlier antics were utterly nonsensical. He glanced back at the remaining crowd, hoping they had returned to a semblance of normalcy and that none were contemplating a mimicry competition. "Luo Geng, can I have a hug?" "Ah." He was taken aback by the girl's request and inadvertently glanced at Qi Xiaoyu, seated in a nearby corner, who was smiling at him. If he had a few more ounces of courage, he still wouldn't dare embrace this girl. A handshake would suffice, he decided, awkwardly laughing as he complied. "Luo Geng, can I kiss you?" "Absolutely not. And, buddy, you're a guy, right?" That thought is quite dangerous. Luo Geng realized he had misjudged the situation. It seemed that genuine fans were a rare breed among his followers, most of whom were rather eccentric. What followed was a whirlwind of demands. The boys who had recited cringe-worthy lines departed, replaced by a new wave of requests. While handshakes and photos were reasonable, there were also requests for him to draw characters on the title pages, and some even brought blades tucked within their books, asking him to enhance the female characters. One audacious individual even inquired about his daily rate. After signing the last book, the 3-hour book signing event finally concluded. Luo Geng slumped into a chair, utterly devoid of hope. "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Luo." Qin Xiao's face was flushed from suppressing her laughter. She had indeed witnessed an extraordinary signing event. What went wrong? Are all these fans this eccentric? I don't think it's entirely the fans' fault. I believe the responsibility lies equally with you. Qin Xiao replied with a light chuckle. After all, other signing events were typically normal, with fans behaving accordingly, but Luo Geng's event resembled a gathering of oddballs, with him as their leader. Most of his fans were around his age, with very few exceeding 30. This realization struck Luo Geng profoundly. It seemed that his somewhat frivolous work had inadvertently harmed many. He had assumed their interest was merely casual, but it had escalated to this extent. Having never investigated this aspect, he turned to Qin Xiao and asked, "Surely, there must be some merchandise by now?" "Of course. Your work is immensely popular. There are countless pirated editions, merchandise, and even counterfeit versions of you. You and T be able to file complaints against all of them." Luo Geng was taken aback, realizing the gravity of his predicament. It was likely that more than just one Xiao had failed exams due to his influence. He felt fortunate that irate parents had not come after him, perhaps aiming for those counterfeit versions instead. "Must be exhausting, huh?" Qi Xiaoyu took his hand, gently massaging his palm, having observed how tiring it must be to sign so many books without respite. "It's all right, once I finish this, I'll have time to spend with you," he said, pulling her into his lap. Qi Xiaoyu blushed, whispering, "But there are so many people around in truth." Aside from Su Mengnan, who was relatively inexperienced, both Qin Xiao and Jia Mo were accustomed to such scenes. Luo Geng called out to Jia Mo, who was busy with the staff. "Old Jia, how about dinner tonight? Are you free?" Jia Mo paused, then eagerly nodded. "Oh sure, I can treat you." "No, I'll treat you. Qin Xiao and Su Mengnan, you should join us too. You've worked hard lately." "Yay!" Su Mengnan exclaimed, jumping up in excitement, while Qin Xiao, wanting to share in the joy, was quickly silenced by a glance from Jia Mo. "All right, thank you, Teacher Luo," Qin Xiao said, bowing slightly with a smile. Casting a sidelong glance at Jia Mo, Luo Geng couldn't help but chuckle imagining how thoroughly Jiao Mo had reprimanded Qin Xiao with just a look. Qin Xiao, you picked the restaurant. Anything you desire. He gestured towards her, then leaned closer to Qi Xiaoyu, whispering, is that all right? Qi Xiaoyu nodded. She never had objections to Luo Geng's decisions, especially when it came to letting Qin Xiao choose the restaurant. All right then. When evening arrived, the group set off to a restaurant. Qin Xiao chose a reasonably priced establishment rather than an extravagant one. During the ordering process, she remained silent, allowing Luo Geng to choose the dishes. Qi Xiaoyu felt a pang of sympathy for her. She was a stark contrast to her usual self. However, Su Mengnan, unaware of Qin Xiao's previous demeanor, was blissfully cheerful, the liveliest at the table. Teacher Luo, I toast you. Su Mengnan raised her drink, clinking it with Luo Geng's. Her once elusive dream of becoming a manga artist had materialized significantly under his guidance. Participating in a manga's creation and learning numerous techniques without tuition fees, along with accommodation. Such fortune was hard to find elsewhere. As they feasted and chatted, Luo Geng received a phone call. After listening intently, he frowned slightly, agreeing a few times before hanging up. What's wrong? Qi Xiaoyu inquired, her eyes full of concern. Oh, it's nothing, just the cultural festival rehearsal. They want me to practice tomorrow. Tomorrow? You haven't had a proper rest yet. Qi Xiaoyu's expression softened as she observed Luo Geng's exhausted countenance, wishing to alleviate his burden but unsure how to assist him. It's fine. Once this is over, I won't be so busy anymore. Chapter 163. This is the birthday gift I prepared for you. Tomorrow marks Luo Geng's birthday and the cultural festival performance. Meanwhile, it was already 9 in the evening, and Luo Geng had yet to return home. Qi Xiaoyu waited at home, dressed in her pajamas, sitting on the bed with her phone in hand, anxiously awaiting news from him. She couldn't help but wonder if her phone was malfunctioning, preventing her from receiving messages. Luo Geng had been extraordinarily busy lately, immersed in both creating comics and rehearsing, leaving little time for rest. Qi Xiaoyu could only catch glimpses of him during classes or when they were both at home in the evenings. However, due to his rehearsal schedule, Qi Xiaoyu had ample time to prepare. Thanks to the promotion of the manga, Luo Geng had gained some notoriety at school, occasionally encountering fans on the street. Bang! The sound of a door opening echoed from outside. Qi Xiaoyu's eyes brightened, and she quickly hopped out of bed to greet him. Upon stepping out, she found Luo Geng looking somewhat fatigued, dark circles under his eyes, likely from insufficient rest. Xiaoyu, you're still awake? Luo Geng smiled at her as he noticed her waiting for him. Yeah, I was waiting for you. Qi Xiaoyu nodded and handed Luo Geng his slippers, assisting him as he entered. Could you please help me conceal these dark circles tomorrow morning? Otherwise, I won't be in the best shape on stage, Luo Geng remarked, gesturing towards his pronounced dark circles. Indeed, without a touch of foundation, they were starkly evident, especially under the stage lights. All right then, he replied. I really must get some rest. I'm both exhausted and weary. We have one final rehearsal tomorrow morning. Luo Geng collapsed onto the bed, too fatigued to even change out his clothes. The performance would commence in the afternoon and stretch late into the night. Fortunately for Luo Geng, he was first to perform, and once he finished, he could finally relax. Qi Xiaoyu watched as Luo Geng fell asleep almost the moment his head hit the pillow, a pang of sympathy tugging at her heart. It was his birthday, yet he said nothing about it. Perhaps he simply did not place much importance on his own birthday. Still, Qi Xiaoyu wished to convey to him that, even if he did not care about it, there were those who did. The next day, Luo Geng's alarm clock rang early, and he struggled to open his eyes. He turned to the side only to find the bed empty. Qi Xiaoyu was not there. However, the sounds of cooking emanating from the kitchen warmed his heart. He thought to himself that Qi Xiaoyu must have risen even earlier to prepare breakfast for him. Having such a supportive girlfriend made all his fatigue worthwhile. Yawning, Luo Geng got out of bed and stepped out of his room. His assumption was correct. Qi Xiaoyu, donning an apron, was bringing out the dishes and setting them on the table. Good morning, Luo Geng. Happy birthday, she exclaimed, raising her brow slightly before flashing a gentle smile. On the table lay a bowl of longevity noodles. Oh, my birthday. I almost forgot to thank you, Luo Geng said, scratching his head as the realization dawned on him. He had truly never cared much for his own birthday. As he sat down to enjoy the bowl of longevity noodles, he noticed Qi Xiaoyu still bustling about. Xiaoyu, you really don't need to make a fuss over my birthday, he said. Qi Xiaoyu paused for a moment, turned to him, and simply smiled, saying nothing. This left Luo Geng a bit puzzled, but he chose not to press the matter and focused instead on his noodles. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. With noodles still dangling from his mouth, Luo Geng glanced towards the door, curious about who might visit at such an early hour. After all, it was only 6 o'clock in the morning. Qi Xiaoyu wiped her hands on her apron and walked to the door, opening it to reveal Qin Xiao and Su Mengnan. "What are you doing here?" Luo Geng asked, narrowing his brows in confusion. "Happy birthday, Teacher Luo. This is a birthday gift I prepared for you," Su Mengnan exclaimed as she stepped inside, revealing a piece of drawing paper from behind her. Luo Geng blinked, examining the drawing, which depicted a scene of himself and Qi Xiaoyu in a romantic comic style. "You drew this?" he asked, looking up at Su Mengnan in disbelief. The improvement in her skills was evident. He could easily recognize both himself and Qi Xiaoyu in the illustration. "Of course," she replied, beaming. "It's lovely, thank you." Luo Geng nodded, taking a closer look at the scene where he and Qi Xiaoyu were holding hands. The feeling was oddly reminiscent of a child receiving a drawing from their parents, yet it was undeniably heartfelt. His spirits lifted significantly as he realized that someone remembered his birthday and was willing to give him a gift, a sentiment he had long overlooked. "Teacher Luo, I didn't know what you liked, so I just picked something at random." Qin Xiao chimed in, producing her own gift from behind her, a sizable box. When she opened it, it revealed a complete set of art supplies. "I noticed you've been using poor quality brushes that frequently break, so I thought you'd appreciate this." Luo Geng blinked at the exquisite art set, clearly a fine gift. "How thoughtful. I really like it, thank you." He smiled at Qin Xiao, pleasantly surprised by her practical and elegant gift. He had expected something quirky, but found it to be quite normal instead. "Oh, and the rest also a gift from my cousin. He has a meeting today and can't come in person, but he asked me to wish you a happy birthday and give you this," Qin Xiao said, pulling out another smaller gift from her bag. It was from Jiamo, and when Luo Geng opened it, he found an electric shaver inside. A rather practical gift for a young man. "Wow, this isn't cheap. Please thank your cousin for me," Luo Geng replied, noting the quality of the gift. "Well, we won't keep you any longer. We'll head back next door," Qin Xiao said as she and Su Mengnan exited, appearing a bit sleepy, likely having just woken up themselves. Luo Geng gazed at the gifts on the table, reflecting on how something he had taken for granted had garnered the attention of others. Chapter 164. Let us share it equally. As Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu prepared to head to school, he placed the 3 gifts he had received that morning in order. Receiving 3 presents so early in the day had significantly improved his mood. However, he couldn't shake off a particular thought. Had Qi Xiaoyu prepared a gift for him? He found this line of thinking peculiar, as he had insisted she needn't bother with gifts, but deep down, he felt a tinge of disappointment at the idea of not receiving anything from her. Throughout their journey, he covertly observed Qi Xiaoyu, yet he couldn't discern any hints. Upon arriving at the classroom, as class had yet to commence, Fan Juanzhe walked in, a box in hand, and headed straight for Luo Geng. "Brother, happy birthday. This is for you," he said, presenting the box to Luo Geng. "Ah, thank you." Luo Geng examined the box, which resembled a shoebox, indicating that he might be receiving a pair of shoes. While he was particularly knowledgeable about footwear, the branding suggested they were likely expensive. Fan Juanzhe scratched his head, recalling something. "Ning also has a gift for you. She'll come find you after class, but don't get your hopes up." "Huh? How could I? Since it's a gift for me, it can't be too outrageous." After class, Ning approached Luo Geng, holding a large box filled with items. "Happy birthday. This is my gift for you. It's definitely practical," she said, patting him on the shoulder with a grin. "What is this?" Luo Geng asked, his lips twitching as he realized the box contained items he had at home, specifically a year's supply of products bought from the supermarket, filling an entire large box. He shook the box, hearing the clattering sound of numerous items inside. "How many of these are there?" It's for a whole year, over 700. "Why is it calculated at 2 per day? This is for a lifetime." Luo Geng couldn't help but complain, realizing he wouldn't need to buy this item for the rest of his life. It was simply too much. At least before these items expire, they should remain untouched. Luo Geng had indeed underestimated the absurdity of Ning. Fan Juanzhe, standing behind Ning, wore an apologetic expression, his face a mask of helplessness. Luo Geng approached Fan Juanzhe, holding the box, and whispered, "Let us split it between us." Fan Juanzhe shook his head, replying, "No, brother, I have no use for it." With the gifts in hand, Luo Geng was unsure where to place them and ultimately decided to take them home before heading to the cafeteria with Qi Xiaoyu and the others for a meal. In the afternoon, Luo Geng received notification to temporarily part ways with Qi Xiaoyu and the others to prepare for the performance. Within the school's indoor hall, students had gathered, filling nearly every seat. The stage had been meticulously arranged, adorned with banners and curtains, in anticipation of the cultural festival showcase. Qi Xiaoyu and Ning settled into central seats, the distance from the stage perfectly balanced. "Ning, shouldn't we?" Qi Xiaoyu glanced at Ning. Worry etched on her face as she sensed the impending tension, struggling to maintain her composure in the setting. Ning, in an effort to soothe her, gently replied, Don't fret, we have ample time. Let Fan Junja keep Luo Geng occupied for a bit. If Luo Geng doesn't TC you, he'll be the one anxious. And that might affect his performance. That makes sense, Qi Xiaoyu conceded. Just then, Fan Junja leaned forward, inquiring, hey, by the way, what is Luo Geng going to perform? I forgot to ask, Qi Xiaoyu admitted, shaking her head. Her thoughts had been consumed by his upcoming birthday, leaving her oblivious to Luo Geng's performance plans. However, unbeknownst to them, a piano had been wheeled onto the stage. As the murmurs circulated, Qi Xiaoyu and the others noted the piano with curiosity. Ning turned to Qi Xiaoyu, her eyes wide with surprise. Is Luo Geng going to play the piano? I'm not sure, Qi Xiaoyu replied, equally astonished. She had never witnessed Luo Geng showcase any talents before, and she hadn't heard of him being skilled in such a way. It was entirely unfamiliar territory. She had believed she knew Luo Geng well, but in this moment, it became evident that she hardly understood him at all, not even regarding his birthday or any of his talents. As the lights dimmed, the host gracefully ascended the stage, clutching a script as he began the program. After a few opening remarks, he glanced at his notes and announced, the first performance is a piano solo by our freshman, Luo Geng. Applause erupted among the students as the host stepped down, and the spotlight fell upon Luo Geng as he made his entrance. With each step he took, the crisp sound of his polished shoes resonated through the hall. Clad in a tailored black suit that hugged his form, the fabric shimmered subtly under the lights, exuding an air of elegance and competence, perfectly accentuating his physique. Oh, he's rather handsome. Is there such a striking sophomore among us? One student remarked. I don't know. I've never noticed before. He must have been snatched up already. I'm late to the game, another replied. His demeanor hardly seems that of a student. He appears so much more mature than us, others whispered in awe, while some marveled at Luo Geng's appearance and poise. Many recognized his identity. Luo Geng? ISNT, he the comic artist? There was a signing event for him just a couple of days ago. And he is a freshman at our school? Yes, that is him. I've seen his promotional photos. I even have his comics. Is it true? He is not only a comic artist, but also plays the piano. What else can he do? I feel utterly inadequate in comparison. As Qi Xiaoyu listened to the chatter around her, a smile crept onto her lips, a sense of pride swelling within her. Regardless of the accolades and astonishment from others, he was undeniably hers. Her gaze remained fixed on Luo Geng, who was like a magnet drawing her in, leaving her utterly captivated, ensnared by her affection. Luo Geng reached the center of the stage, gently fastening the button of his suit, offering a slight smile as he bowed to the audience, eliciting a thunderous round of applause. He took his seat at the piano, briefly scanning the sheet music before the spotlight gradually enveloped him, making him the center of attention. As the music flowed from his fingertips, it enveloped the hall, the notes clear and pure like a babbling brook, gentle and graceful like a whispering breeze, bringing a hush over the audience. Even Qi Xiaoyu found herself entranced, her restless heart calming as she savored the melodious strains that filled the air. Suddenly, a flurry of notes erupted as Luo Geng transitioned from soft to intense, the music transforming from a tranquil stream to the roaring waves of the sea. A stark contrast that seemed to unleash suppressed emotions, infused with a powerful sense of release and catharsis. The audience's expressions shifted in tandem with the music. The moment the tone changed, astonished faces emerged, and had it not been a performance, they might have gasped in disbelief. Everyone was captivated, lingering in the aftermath of the performance long after Luo Geng concluded, unable to regain their composure. Luo Geng stood, moving to the front of the stage, bowing once more. The applause that erupted was nearly enough to lift the ceiling off the hall. If the earlier clapping was mere support, this ovation was a testament to his extraordinary talent. They felt as though they had experienced a private concert, a rare jewel of music in the realm of university performances. Some began to worry about how subsequent acts could possibly follow such a remarkable opening, the pressure on the performers behind him surely immense. During rehearsals, Luo Geng had showcased remarkable skill, and they had anticipated he would elevate the atmosphere, but the impact had exceeded all expectations. Luo Geng relished the applause, scanning the crowd until he finally spotted Qi Xiaoyu amidst the throng. In that moment, everyone else faded into the background, leaving only her in his vision. As he descended from the stage, the host returned to announce the next act, pulling everyone's thoughts back to the present, including Qi Xiaoyu. Let us go, Ning said, rising as she prepared to leave with Qi Xiaoyu. Having witnessed Luo Geng's performance, it was time to attend to their own matters. What about me? Fan Junja asked, looking at the two departing figures, pointing to himself. He had no interest in remaining, as his sole purpose for being there was to see Luo Geng perform. You go and keep Luo Geng occupied, Ning instructed. Huh, me? Fan Junja began, But before he could protest further, an Ing and Qi Xiaoyu had already exited. With a resigned sigh, he got to his feet and departed, heading towards the back door of the hall, where Luo Geng would likely emerge after the performance. Finally, after a lengthy wait, he saw Luo Geng step out through the back door, appearing somewhat surprised upon noticing Fan Juanjia. "Hey, what are you doing out here? Waiting for me?" Luo Geng asked, looking quizzically at Fan Juanjia, who was crouched by the door. "Yeah, since the performance is over, how about we grab a drink?" Fan Juanjia suggested, standing and smiling at Luo Geng. "Why?" Luo Geng inquired. "There's no particular reason. Isn't today your birthday? Consider it a celebration for both your birthday and the successful conclusion of your performance. Come on." With that, Fan Juanjia reached for Luo Geng to lead him away. "But what about Xiaoyu and the others?" Luo Geng pointed back into the hall, having seen Fan Juanjia alone, realizing that Qi Xiaoyu and the others must still be inside. Yet Fan Juanjia found himself at a loss for words, stammering, "They've gone to fetch something. They should be back shortly. We should head out first." "Oh, wait for me to change my clothes." "Don't change just yet." Fan Juanjia interrupted Luo Geng, startling him. At that moment, Luo Geng was still clad in the performance suit, which was rather conspicuous for a casual drink. Luo Geng blinked in surprise, gazing at Fan Juanjia, and queried, "Why not? This outfit looks so dapper. It will be a shame to change. It's your birthday today, and you're the star. Wear it." "But isn't it's strange to wear this?" "Not at all. Oh, by the way, it was Qi Xiaoyu who mentioned she likes seeing you in it. She thinks you look handsome." Suddenly, Fan Juanjia had a revelation, clapping his hands. "Really? Xiaoyu said that?" Luo Geng asked with a hint of skepticism, raising an eyebrow at Fan Juanjia, his face a canvas of doubt. However, seeing Fan Juanjia's resolute nod, he felt it unwise to press any further. "Fine then," Luo Geng sighed, and together they departed. They arrived at a restaurant where Fan Juanjia ordered a few bottles of wine, and they began to drink. However, after a lengthy wait, there was still no sign of Qi Xiaoyu and the others. "Hey, are you sure they're not planning a surprise?" Luo Geng questioned suspiciously, squinting at Fan Juanjia. "What? I have no idea. This has nothing to do with me." Fan Juanjia raised both hands, shaking his head vehemently. This time, he was indeed telling the truth. He was utterly clueless, merely following in Ying's instructions. "Really?" "Yes, really." Luo Geng took out his phone, ready to call Qi Xiaoyu. After several rings, the call was finally answered. "Hello, Xiaoyu." Before he could say much, the voice on the other end was not Qi Xiaoyu's. "Hello? It's me. Ning. Oh, where's Xiaoyu?" "She's right next to me." "What's the matter? Where are you? Weren't you supposed to come find us?" Luo Geng frowned, wondering why she could ask so casually when they hadn't yet arrived. After finishing his performance, he had rushed out. Yet 2 hours had passed without a sight of Qi Xiaoyu, and it was nearly dark outside. "Yes, where are you?" "We are at." Luo Geng relayed their location to Ning before hanging up, feeling perplexed. However, looking at Fan Juanjia's expression, he sensed that they were both equally bewildered by the situation. Moments later, the restaurant door swung open, and Ning stepped inside, but she was alone. "Where's Xiaoyu?" Luo Geng inquired, glancing behind Ning, only to find no sign of Qi Xiaoyu. "She's waiting for you. Come with me." Chapter 166. Shall we marry after graduation? "Wait, what does that mean?" Luo Geng stood up, his expression one of confusion as he regarded Ning. "Oh, you'll find out when you arrive. Come on." Ning beckoned, leading Luo Geng along. They nearly forgot to settle the bill in their haste. Following Ning, they left the campus and got into a car. "More driving? Where are you taking us?" Luo Geng's brow twitched. Hadn't they just been watching his performance? How could they have dashed off to another location in such a short time? Ning remained silent, seated in the passenger seat, a subtle smile playing on her lips. After a while, the taxi halted at its destination, a hotel. Luo Geng and Fan Juanjia followed Ning to the entrance of a grand hall. "Is this the banquet hall?" Luo Geng asked Ning, who slowly turned to him, inquiring, "What do you think is the best gift Qi Xiaoyu could give you?" "The best gift? I believe she herself is the greatest gift I could ever receive." Luo Geng's earnest gaze met in Ying's, his conviction eliciting a satisfied smile from her. "Very well, let us go inside." Gently, Luo Geng pushed open the grand doors, and with a creak, a sea of white unfolded before him. Qi Xiaoyu stood there, turning slowly at the sound, leaving Luo Geng momentarily speechless. She was adorned in a gown as pure as snow, her skin radiant as jade, accentuated by the wedding dress that rendered her figure even more delicate and graceful. The neckline of the dress was exquisitely adorned with lace, highlighting her alluring collarbone and neck, hinting at the beauty beneath. The silhouette of the gown was perfectly tailored, showcasing her slender figure and flawless curves, as though every inch of her skin was embraced tenderly by the fabric. Qi Xiaoyu lightly traced the edge of her gown with her fingers, savoring the soft texture that felt like a whisper of gossamer, weightless and transparent, reflecting the purest and most beautiful sentiments of her heart. Her makeup was flawless, the pristine whiteness of the gown harmonizing beautifully with her ethereal visage, radiating an angelic glow. Luo Geng, Qi Xiaoyu softly called out, her eyes betraying her unease, revealing her trepidation. Luo Geng had never witnessed such a sight. He was utterly captivated, unable to tear his gaze away, as if beholding the most exquisite scene. Come on. Ning prodded him from behind, snapping Luo Geng back to reality as he slowly approached Qi Xiaoyu. With her head bowed, Qi Xiaoyu began to speak. I didn't prepare a gift for you. I'm so sorry. Your birthday had me pondering for ages about how to celebrate and what to give you. However, I realized that no matter what I chose, it could never fully convey my feelings. Please don't worry. I'm not pressuring you to marry me. I just wanted to wear a wedding dress for you once. I believe it is the best way I can express my affection. Qi Xiaoyu felt that regardless of the birthday gift she chose, it could never stand out. Even friends could give gifts, yet, as his fiancée, she felt she had little to offer that was truly unique. Therefore, any gift that could be purchased, whether extravagant or handmade, seemed insufficient to convey her sentiments to Luo Geng. Her feelings were simple. She wished to be with Luo Geng, always, forever, to marry him from beginning to end. This was the most straightforward and direct way she could think of. Luo Geng stepped before Qi Xiaoyu, clasping her hands gently, and spoke softly. I don't need any gifts. Your presence is more than enough. Qi Xiaoyu's face flushed with a charming hue as she nodded. Though Luo Geng expressed this, his heart was anything but calm, for he regarded this as a gift more valuable than any other. When a girl is willing to don a wedding dress for you, is that not the most precious gift of all? Luo Geng gazed at Qi Xiaoyu, wishing he could freeze this moment in time, or perhaps linger in it indefinitely. The hall was devoid of people, the atmosphere lacking in festivity. The gown was not of exorbitant design, and Qi Xiaoyu's makeup could not compare to that of a true bride. Yet, to Luo Geng, this was the pinnacle of beauty he had ever witnessed, leaving him unable to fathom what sights awaited him on the day of their actual wedding. Shall we marry after graduation? Luo Geng blurted out involuntarily. Qi Xiaoyu paused, her eyes widening in astonishment. She stood motionless, her eyes wide, tears glistening like crystals at the corners. Is that true? How she longed for Luo Geng as promise. To hear a time when she could wed him, so she could eagerly anticipate that day's arrival. Yes, because I want to work harder in these coming years to provide you with the best life after we marry. Luo Geng longed for the moment to be the scene of his wedding with Qi Xiaoyu, wishing to transform her into his lawful wife. Yet, the reality remained that they were neither of the legal age to obtain a marriage certificate, nor did their circumstances meet Luo Geng's expectations for such a commitment. He understood that he could not afford to rest. Rather, he needed to strive even harder, all in anticipation of the day he could marry Qi Xiaoyu after graduation. To me, being with you represents the pinnacle of existence, but I comprehend your concerns. You must promise me, regardless of what transpires, that you will marry me upon graduation. Correct? Is this commitment something you can grant me? Tears cascaded from her still eyes like a spring as Qi Xiaoyu's emotions surged. Her voice tinged with a hint of sobs. They had previously discussed the issue of their arguments stemming from unfulfilled promises. Qi Xiaoyu did not wish for this commitment to go unfulfilled, fearing it would leave her despondent and defeated. Of course, no matter what happens, I will surely marry you when the time comes. Upon hearing Luo Geng's words, Qi Xiaoyu leaped into his arms, tears gently streaming down her cheeks. Although it was Luo Geng's birthday, she felt as though she had received the most precious gift. All right, look over here. Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu turned to see Ning holding a camera aimed at them. They exchanged a glance and smiled slightly, with Luo Geng wiping away Qi Xiaoyu's tears before both turned towards the lens. With a click, their first wedding photo was born. Ning examined the camera, nodded in satisfaction, and beamed at them, exclaiming, "Now the groom may kiss the bride." Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu exchanged a knowing glance, recognizing the love reflected in each other's eyes. Qi Xiaoyu wrapped her arms around Luo Geng's neck, and in that empty hall, they embraced and kissed. Moments later, they parted, and Luo Geng whispered in Qi Xiaoyu's ear, "This is the finest gift I have ever received, and the best birthday I have ever celebrated." Chapter 167. Most prefer to call him Dad. Qi Xiaoyu held in her hands the freshly developed photograph, which represented her in Luo Geng's first wedding picture. She gazed at it, a smile gracing her lips, her cheeks flushed. "All right, we've looked enough. Let us take our time to admire it back home," Ning said beside her, having assisted Qi Xiaoyu in walking throughout the journey, ensuring she wouldn't stumble. "Thank you, Sister Ning," Qi Xiaoyu replied. holding the photo close, grateful for Ying's suggestion and support, without which she could not have achieved this alone. When the idea first crossed her mind, Qi Xiaoyu felt nervous and somewhat uneasy. She feared that Luo Geng might find it off-putting, that he might perceive her as pressuring him into marriage. She had heard that some men resent being rushed into marriage before they feel ready, which heightened her anxiety. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. That evening, Luo Geng was in high spirits and invited friends to celebrate at a hotel, purchasing a large cake, truly experiencing the joy of a birthday. Ning shook her head. Glancing at Qi Xiaoyu, it's nothing to worry about. By the way, where's your husband? Working at home? Oh my husband? Qi Xiaoyu momentarily froze, then, realizing, a hint of panic flickered in her dark eyes as she looked at Ning, unsure of how to respond. Ning blinked in confusion, saying, is that strange? Aren't you just a step away from getting your marriage certificate? Isn't it quite normal to refer to him as your husband? Is it? Is that considered normal? This touched upon a blind spot in Qi Xiaoyu's knowledge. She had always thought such terms were reserved for after marriage, and she had never heard her mother refer to her father as husband. It's quite normal. Many couples use such terms, even those whose relationships have progressed slower than yours. Some middle schoolers in love do it too. Really? I had no idea. Qi Xiaoyu responded, surprised. She had never paid attention to such matters, having grown accustomed to calling Luo Geng by his name. The thought of changing it felt daunting, and she felt a bit embarrassed to voice it. Has he never called you wife? Ning inquired with a curious gaze. No. Qi Xiaoyu replied with certainty, nodding. If Luo Geng had ever called her that, she would surely remember. What if he asked just shy? Why not take the initiative? Try calling him husband? I can't bring myself to say it, Qi Xiaoyu said, shaking her head timidly. It felt too embarrassing for her. Besides, what if Luo Geng disliked it? What if it backfired? It's perfectly fine. It's a wonderful way to deepen your relationship. Simply changing how you address each other isn't a big deal, given how quickly things are progressing for you. This is nothing. Qi Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the idea of enhancing her bond with Luo Geng, eagerly asking Ning, really? There won't be any negative effects? Will you like it if I call him that? Ning nodded, assuring her, absolutely. Generally, men appreciate hearing their girlfriends call them husband. In fact, most prefer to be called that. No need to worry. I doubt Luo Geng is the type to like that. Ning waved her hand, signaling Qi Xiaoyu to disregard her previous comment. Leaning closer, Ning whispered in Qi Xiaoyu's ear, don't you wish for Luo Geng to call you wife? Qi Xiaoyu halted. Though her face bore no expression and she uttered no words, her heart was screaming, yes. So very much. Try it when you get home. Perhaps your relationship will flourish even more. Ning patted Qi Xiaoyu's shoulder before stepping ahead to find Fan Junjia, who was waiting for her. Qi Xiaoyu gazed down at the photograph in her hands, lost in thought, envisioning herself calling Luo Geng husband, though she found it difficult to articulate. In the afternoon, Qi Xiaoyu returned home and framed the photograph, placing it on her bedside table. No matter how many times she looked at it, she could never get enough. Her room with Luo Geng increasingly resembled a home. Subsequently, she went to the adjacent studio where Luo Geng was working. Upon entering, she saw Luo Geng engrossed in his drawing, while Su Mingnan watched in astonishment. Oh, Xiaoyu, you're back. Luo Geng looked up at the sound of her voice, offering a gentle smile as he paused his work. Qi Xiaoyu listened to Luo Geng calling her name, struggling to imagine what it would be like for him to call her wife. But she yearned to know, what would that feel like? Would merely changing a title really make a difference? Would it alter their relationship in some way? Qi Xiaoyu approached him, asking, are you hungry? Shall I make dinner for you, Luo Geng? The word caught in her throat, and she couldn't bring herself to say it, almost choking on her own hesitation. Old? Luo Geng raised an eyebrow, staring at her in confusion, as if he had misheard or she had misspoken. Meanwhile, Su Mingnan and Qin Xiao exchanged knowing glances, stifling laughter beside them. I'm fine. It's probably not worth cooking at home. How about we go out for dinner? Just the two of us? Luo Geng suggested, smiling at Qi Xiaoyu. After all, it had been quite some time since he and Qi Xiaoyu had dined together, and recently, outings had been crowded, leaving little opportunity for them to enjoy a meal in solitude. Well, I'm fine with whatever you decide, he replied. Yet, Qi Xiaoyu could barely articulate her response, managing only a single consonant, L, which was even less coherent than her earlier utterance. It dawned on her that perhaps this was a bit challenging, especially with others around. If it were just Luo Geng, she might have mustered the courage to try. Just wait a moment while I finish this drawing, and then we can head out, she said. Luo Geng blinked, observing Qi Xiaoyu's reaction, sensing something peculiar, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what was amiss. Meanwhile, Su Mingnan and Qin Xiao seemed to have discerned everything, returning to their seats, their heads bent over their drawings. Suppressing laughter. Chapter 168. What should I call her? Old Rain? That evening, Luo Geng took Qi Xiaoyu out for dinner. The places they had frequented before were rather mundane. But this time, he opted for a more upscale restaurant. He couldn't quite grasp the feeling. He felt a pang at the thought of spending money. Yet when it came to Qi Xiaoyu, he experienced none of that reluctance. Perhaps it was because he had recently sent a considerable sum to his father without any qualms. Luo Geng believed that spending his earnings on someone significant alleviated any sense of discomfort. Though the restaurant was more refined, it lacked the rigid formality he despised. Dining with cutlery felt somewhat awkward. Thus, he summoned a waiter to exchange the knife and fork for chopsticks, jesting to Qi Xiaoyu, "I suppose I lack the finesse. No matter how well-dressed I am, wielding a knife and fork hardly suits me." He chuckled, playfully mocking himself, as he felt that his demeanor did not align with such dining etiquette, making him uncomfortable and likely appearing odd to onlookers. "I feel the same," Qi Xiaoyu nodded, agreeing with Luo Geng's sentiment. She recognized a semblance of insecurity within herself, hesitating to present a facade of confidence. There's no escaping it. Neither of us hails from the big city, so we inevitably feel out of place in such locales. Luo Geng shrugged. Like Qi Xiaoyu, he resided in the suburban fringes, and he was unaware of her background, but his own family had received a house from rural relocation. Although they expressed their self-doubt in the restaurant, others perceived them quite differently. Patrons occasionally glanced in their direction, speculating if they were celebrities or models, while they themselves felt rather ordinary. Christmas was fast approaching, and this year, the snow seemed to arrive later than usual. Luo Geng gazed out the window, noting that despite the chill descending with the year-end, there was no snowfall yet. "Are you warm enough in that outfit? I could buy you some winter clothes soon," he remarked, noticing that Qi Xiaoyu's attire seemed less capable of warding off the cold compared to his own. He reached out to gently pat her head, saying, "You should prioritize your well-being. However, it is also my responsibility. I've been preoccupied with work, so let us go shopping tomorrow and get you some warmer clothing." A faint blush crept onto Qi Xiaoyu's cheeks as she shyly murmured, "Okay, dear husband." "Huh, old Geng?" Luo Geng failed to catch her words clearly, his curiosity piqued by the unfamiliarity of the term. Bewildered, he pondered whether he was indeed perceived as old or if she considered him a mere friend rather than a romantic partner. What should he even call her? Old Rain? Throughout the meal, Luo Geng remained perplexed, while Qi Xiaoyu felt a twinge of disappointment, despite her courageous attempt to address him. It seemed to have received no acknowledgement. Perhaps her approach was incorrect? Surely that had to be it. She resolved that since she had already referred to him as husband, she could not maintain the bashful demeanor reminiscent of a fledgling relationship. It required a more natural and intimate tone. After their meal, as they stepped outside, Luo Geng glanced at the time, realizing it was still early. "Shall we take a stroll?" he inquired. Qi Xiaoyu nodded gently, taking his hand and saying, "Sure, dear husband." This time, Luo Geng heard her clearly, his eyes widening in astonishment as his mind momentarily faltered, struggling to process her words. Did she truly just call me husband? Was this a mishearing? His mind raced with questions, but ultimately he settled on a conclusion. "Is there something on your mind?" "My dear wife." He had intended to call out Qi Xiaoyu's name, but abruptly corrected himself. Hearing him, Qi Xiaoyu felt her heart race, realizing the impact of simply changing a term of endearment could significantly close the gap in their relationship. Finally, she understood why couples cherished such titles. The sentiment it evoked was undeniably intoxicating. "And nothing's wrong. Why do you ask?" she replied slowly after a few moments of silence. Luo Geng, caught off guard by her sudden shift, wondered if she had something important to discuss, as such intimacy typically signaled a request. "Oh, are you short on cash? Just say the word." He hastily pulled out his wallet, ready to offer her money, but Qi Xiaoyu quickly interjected, "No, I have my own funds." This statement was truthful, as Luo Geng regularly bestowed her with ample money, and she wasn't extravagant in her spending. Each time, she found herself unable to exhaust it all. Even when she feigned refusal, he still stealthily slipped money into her possession. Thus, she had ceased to decline his generosity, choosing to save it for when he might need assistance. That isn't it. Luo Geng misinterpreted her, feeling somewhat awkward. He had assumed she was coyly requesting funds, but upon reflection, he realized that if she needed money, she could simply ask. "All right then, let us go for a walk." Qi Xiaoyu grasped Luo Geng's hand, strolling down the street, her head lowered, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She concluded that since she had decided to address him in such a manner, it was essential to be more natural and affectionate, abandoning the timid demeanor of before. Turning to him, she asked, "Dear husband, do you have any plans for Christmas?" "Of course, I'll be spending it with you, my wife," Luo Geng replied, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a gentle smile. Though he couldn't fathom the reason behind Qi Xiaoyu's sudden change, he chose not to question it. instead embracing the newfound dynamic, which felt rather pleasant. Chapter 169. Not particularly handsome, yet thoughts are quite beautiful. Dear husband, have some of this. In the cafeteria, Qi Xiaoyu affectionately served food to Luo Geng, their camaraderie evident, leaving Fan Juanjia with a tumult of emotions. He could only envy them, wishing to be addressed in such an endearing manner by his girlfriend. Yet, when he glanced at Ning beside him, he found himself unable to voice his feelings. Once Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu finished their meal and departed, preparing to head home for the afternoon without classes, Fan Juanjia turned to Ning and inquired, "Are you going to your part-time job today?" "No, I won't be going anymore. I need to give myself time to rest properly," Ning replied, shaking her head as she looked at Fan Juanjia. "Rest?" Fan Juanjia pondered, somewhat puzzled by her interpretation of rest. Did she mean to spend time out with him? "In that case, that sounds splendid. Do you have anything in mind? How about I take you out to have some fun?" he suggested, eager to seize the opportunity now that Ning was free from her job. With Christmas just a few days away and their plans still unmade, he hoped to invite her to spend that day together. After all, in about a month, the holiday break would commence. "Sure, wherever you wish to go. I will accompany you," Ning replied, resting her chin on her hand, her voice soft. "Accompanying me sounds as if it's no big deal. It's the same. Just tell me where you wish to go, and we shall go there." Ning nodded, saying, "I'm entirely at your disposal. After all, once the month is up, we want to see each other for a while." Fan Juanjia reflected for a moment before responding, "That is true, but we will see each other again once school resumes." "Ah, how could that be? Once school starts, I'll be off for my internship, and I won't be at school anymore." Internship. Fan Juanjia was momentarily stunned. Caught off guard. He had forgotten that Ning was nearing graduation, while he was merely a freshman. She was about to embark on her internship, and thereafter, she would directly enter the workforce, while he still had a long journey ahead before graduating. "Didn't I tell you?" Ning continued, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she touched Fan Juanjia's cheek, resembling a tender older sister. However, Fan Juanjia's mood began to dwindle. This revelation felt like a thunderous blow, one he struggled to accept. The next day in class, Luo Geng noticed Fan Juanjia's lack of spirit, his demeanor gloomy. After class, he approached Fan Juanjia and asked, "What is wrong? You look quite distressed. Is it about him returning?" Luo Geng's mind raced to a startling conclusion, referring to the long-absent oddity, Wan Qi. If he were to resurface, it would indeed vex Fan Juanjia. Yet, the reality was different. Fan Juanjia looked up at Luo Geng and replied, "No, it's about Ning. She is going to start her internship next semester." "Oh, it seems that's the case," Luo Geng acknowledged. "Wait, you knew?" Luo Geng nodded, saying, "Yes, Xiaoyu mentioned it to me," she told her. "But how come you? Her boyfriend, didn't he know?" This left Fan Juanjia momentarily speechless as he realized the oversight. Ning had mentioned it to Xiaoyu, but forgotten to inform him? Was he still her boyfriend? "Don't worry. Internships aren't too far away. When you're on break, you can go visit her." Luo Geng patted Fan Juanjia's shoulder in consolation. However, Fan Juanjia's concerns had shifted. He now questioned whether he still held significance in Ning's heart. Logically, such news should have been shared with her boyfriend first, and even if forgotten, shouldn't it have been mentioned occasionally? Did she not feel the same weight of concern? This line of thought left Fan Juanjia feeling disheartened, as if in their relationship, only one party was earnest and devoted, while the other might simply be playing along. After all, she was quite adept at such matters. Perhaps it was only natural for him to be just a passing phase. Was he perhaps taking things too seriously? With his chin resting on his hand, Fan Juanjia gazed ahead, his expression lost and dispirited. "Hey, I don't know what you're thinking, but you should really stop overthinking it. You know she is not that meticulous. Maybe she simply forgot to tell you," Luo Geng remarked, tapping Fan Juanjia's head to jolt him back to reality. "Ah, I know. Ning exited the restaurant where she had long been working, gathering her belongings as she would no longer be returning. Realizing the load was heavier than anticipated, she lamented silently that she should have called Fan Juanjia for assistance. As she walked ahead, two male students trailed behind her, their eyes roaming over her figure. "Is that her?" one whispered. "Yes, exactly her. Look at her curves. Her private life must be quite wild," the other responded with a smirk. "Let us go invite her out for drinks tonight. Doesn't she have a boyfriend? I saw her with a guy a few days ago. She is the kind of woman. Having a boyfriend only adds to her allure, right? Isn't it more thrilling?" The two exchanged lewd grins, their eyes gleaming with greed as they quickened their pace to catch up with Ning. "Hey, beautiful," they called out, blocking her path. Ning halted, a slight frown creasing her brow as she asked, "Do you need something? You look like you're struggling. Let's help you with those," one offered, reaching for her items. Ning stepped back, evading their grasp. "No, thank you," she replied, attempting to sidestep them and continue on her way. Unperturbed, they pursued her, insisting, "Come on, leave us your number. We'll take you out, it's on us." "What do you say?" Irritated, and Ying's brows furrowed tighter. She paused, slowly turning to face them with a smile, leading them to believe she might share a number. Just as they anticipated her phone number, she coolly retorted, "You're quite unattractive. Your thoughts are rather delusional." This statement left them momentarily speechless, and with no time to waste on their nonsense, Ying turned and walked away, burdened by her heavy load. After a few moments, the two boys regained their composure, glaring at Ying's departing figure. "Damn, that bitch just insulted us." Being snubbed by a woman with a questionable reputation stung their pride. Their anger simmered beneath the surface, consuming them. "What should we do? I can't let this slide. We can't just beat her up, can we? That's simple. Let us expose her secrets to the public. Let everyone know what she has done. But we don't even know what she has done. Idiot. Just make it up. As long as it sounds believable, who cares if it's true? You mean, fabricate rumors about her?" Fan Juanjia was on his way back to the dormitory, but as he walked through the streets, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. "Is it snowing?" he mused, extending his hand. The snow, delicate as smoke and pure as silver, danced softly from the heavens, blanketing the world in a serene white. In the first instance, his thoughts instinctively turned to Ying, and he yearned to experience the first snowfall with her. However, he found himself at a loss as to how to approach her. Should he pretend, as he had before, that he was unaware of their unspoken feelings? Throughout the day, Ying had not reached out to him, leaving him in the dark about her activities and whether she had given him a thought. As Fan Juanjia wallowed in his musings, the absence of communication only deepened his melancholy. Suddenly, as if summoned by his restless thoughts, his phone rang, revealing Ying's name on the screen. In an instant, his errant thoughts were yanked back to the present. "Perhaps I am overthinking," he mused as a smile crept to his lips while he answered the call. "Hello? Hey, Asia. Where are you? Would you like to join me for dinner?" An Ying's teasing tone echoed from the other end, and despite not seeing her face, Fan Juanjia could vividly picture her playful expression that often accompanied her banter. "Sure. Where are you? I'll come find you," he replied with enthusiasm. After ending the call, he made his way to the rendezvous point, the very location of their first date, beneath the same tree, albeit with Ying bundled up in thicker clothing. Upon spotting him, she waved cheerfully. "Hi. Over here." Fan Juanjia quickened his pace, reaching her side, although remnants of his earlier anxious thoughts lingered. Ying's immediate action of linking her arm through his dispelled any lingering doubts. "Why didn't you reach out to me today?" He wanted to inquire about her silence, even though he himself had refrained from contacting her. "Oh, don't even mention it. I had to retrieve some heavy items from my part-time job, and it was quite a struggle to bring them back," she replied, stretching her shoulders, a hint of soreness evident. Fan Juanjia instinctively began to massage her shoulders, asking, "Why didn't you ask me for help?" "Oops, I completely forgot." She chuckled, brushing off. Yet, as he murmured to himself, a shadow of doubt crept into his heart once more, leaving him to question whether he still held the title of her boyfriend. How could she forget such a thing? Was it possible that she might forget about their relationship altogether? "I tend to be forgetful, as you know. It's quite normal for me. I even forgot to mention that I'd be interning soon, thinking I had already told you," and Ying teased, playfully pinching his cheek, perhaps sensing his momentary lapse into insecurity. "Is that so?" Fan Juanjia nodded, feigning nonchalance while internally grappling with discomfort. He began to reflect on when precisely he had started to notice such details. In his past self, these matters would have seemed trivial. However, after a moment as contemplation, he realized he was envious of the bond share between Luo Geng and Qi Qianru, a relationship where the two seemed to exist solely for one another. No matter where Qi Qianru went, she constantly reassured Luo Geng, while he, in turn, shared every detail of his life with her. Fan Juanjia understood that such intimacy was rare, a feat few could achieve. Yet, witnessing it so closely stirred feelings of inadequacy within him, making him feel unworthy of demanding anything from Ying. "By the way, where will you be interning? Is it far from here?" He redirected his focus, inquiring about her upcoming opportunity. Probably in the southern part of Cheng'an, arranged by my family. I'm not entirely sure, but it shouldn't be too far from the city," she replied thoughtfully. "Ah, southern Cheng'an. Thank goodness," he acknowledged, feeling a slight sense of relief. As long as it remained within the city, it would be manageable. On weekends, he could easily travel a few hours to visit her, sparing them from the trials of a long-distance relationship. Upon arriving at the restaurant, it became evident that Ying was genuinely exhausted from her day. Her appetite was voracious. While Fan Juanjia found himself unable to eat much, his gaze often drifting towards her. "Are you not eating? Is something wrong?" she asked, concern lacing her voice. "No, I'm fine, he replied, shaking his head, though he merely took a few token bites, chewing them slowly without swallowing. Ning? What is it? She looked up, her expression curious, unsure of what he was about to say. It's not that I'm looking to stir up trouble, but I wanted to ask if you think I'm a satisfactory boyfriend. Is there anything about me that you find lacking? He stated earnestly, causing the atmosphere to shift into a heavy silence. Ning's eyes widened in surprise, her bewilderment evident as she processed his words. After a moment, she burst into laughter, catching Fan Juanjia off guard. What is so funny? He asked, perplexed. Ning giggled a few more times before rising to her feet and moving to sit beside him, leaning in closely, her voice softening. What is this? Are you feeling insecure? I thought you wanted assurance from me. Well, I'm here to provide it. I must admit, I lack confidence, Fan Juanjia confessed, realizing that there was little point in masking his vulnerability in front of Ning. Yet, it was only natural to feel insecure. After all, his girlfriend was not only beautiful, but also exuded an aura of confidence and experience that made him question his own worth. Indeed, you seem to lack confidence. So tell me, what have I done to make you feel this way? She teased, playfully pinching his cheek while gazing at him with an amused expression. It's nothing specific, really. I suppose it's just my overthinking. It's about the internship. I felt left out because you didn't inform me first. Luo Geng and the others knew before I did. And as your boyfriend, I was the last to find out. All right, that's my fault. I apologize. I'll find a way to make it up to you. Is there anything else? Ning admitted candidly, offering her apology without hesitation or excuses. Fan Juanjia found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by her straightforwardness. After a brief pause, he continued, I just feel that sometimes I'm not even as good as a regular friend, which contributes to my insecurity. Not as good as a regular friend? What does that even mean? What is your reasoning for that? Ning questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion, unable to comprehend his perspective. She felt she had treated him no differently than any other friend. Never mind, just forget I said anything, he sighed, shaking his head, realizing he might have been overly dramatic. However, Ning pondered for a moment before looking at him with a hint of seriousness in her expression. Are you sure it's not because I haven't allowed you to touch me yet? Huh? Of course not. Fan Juanjia was momentarily taken aback, quickly shaking his head. He was unsure why Ning had suddenly broached the subject, yet the reality remained that their relationship had not progressed to such a level. Even during their stay at the Hot Spring Hotel, they occupied separate beds in a double room, and nothing untoward had occurred. Fan Juanjia felt a mix of understanding and confusion. It was understandable that their brief acquaintance had not blossomed into something deeper. However, he found it perplexing that someone as adept and experienced as Ning would possess such insights. This led him to wonder if perhaps he was deemed unworthy of her affection, or if the timing simply was not right. Do you think that someone like me, who is so well-versed in risque banter, must have countless romantic encounters and be highly experienced? Fan Juanjia was astonished to discover that his thoughts had been so easily discerned, the embarrassment almost palpable on his face. Isn't that true? He retorted, not denying her accusation. Not all. I, too, lack any experience in that regard. So you need not worry. And Ning replied, a hint of surprise evident in his expression. He had assumed she was well acquainted with matters of intimacy, given her articulate and sophisticated discourse. Yet, hearing her claim of inexperience both shocked and delighted him. Then why do you perceive it that way? He inquired. And Ning pondered for a moment before responding. It's a means of self-protection. I've been in a few relationships, but each suitor seemed eager to escalate things quickly. They can be quite deceiving, pretending to be uninterested or portraying themselves as good men. However, the moment they sense any vulnerability, their true intentions become apparent. Fan Juanjia struggled to grasp her meaning and asked, what do you mean by that? If you appear too innocent, they will feign absolute restraint, assuring you that you need not fear them. Yet, if you engage in flirtatious banter, they will subconsciously label you as promiscuous, thinking, she plays around. I need not hide my true self any longer. Consequently, their true natures are revealed, she explained, recalling the two young men who had approached her earlier that day. She knew they were likely speaking ill of her behind her back, yet she remained unfazed by their judgment. That really is a clever strategy, Fan Juanjia admitted, nodding in agreement. Had he not heard it from Ning herself, he would have been oblivious to such underlying dynamics. So, does this mean Ning is not truly as she appears? Having spent considerable time together, I had never noticed this side of her, he mused. But is it wise for you to share this with me? Are you not concerned that I might be putting on a facade as well, only to reveal my true self later? Not at all, Ning replied confidently. I see that you're not that kind of person. Besides, she extended her finger to point playfully at his nose, smiling as she continued, you seem to lack confidence. Now that I've shared this with you, do you feel any better? Yes. No. Wait, that's not right. Fan Juanjia faltered, realizing that acknowledging his insecurity would imply that it stemmed from her unwillingness to let him get close, while denying it would make him seem stubborn. Despite feeling somewhat reassured after her words, Aning chuckled at his predicament, encouraging him, "It's all right to admit your insecurities to me. While I may not be as meticulous or gentle as Qi Qianru, I have my own strengths. My man shouldn't dwell in doubt. Lift your spirits." She placed her hands on his shoulders, her resolute gaze instilling a sense of resolve in him. At times, he felt his own masculinity paled in comparison to her assertiveness. With a sigh, Fan Junja lamented, "I always seem to lose to you. When will I ever manage to outshine you?" "Oh, you wish to overpower me? How would you do that?" Aning teased, playfully tugging at his chin. Witnessing a seemingly innocent person engaging in flirtation was indeed a peculiar experience. Chapter 172. I will find out who spread the rumors upon returning to his dormitory that evening. Having resolved his inner turmoil, Fan Junja enjoyed a restful sleep. The following days, his life gradually returned to its former rhythm, with Christmas just a day away. On the morning of Christmas Eve, his alarm clock rang, and he opened his eyes, preparing to rise for class. However, as he sat up, he noticed several individuals standing outside his dorm room, whispering amongst themselves. "Hey, what are you doing? Is there something you need?" he inquired, furrowing his brow at the group, who merely dispersed and returned to their own rooms without acknowledging him. Perplexed, he approached his roommate, asking, "What is going on?" Nothing, Jigu. It's nothing," his roommate replied awkwardly, furthering Fan Junja's confusion. As he stepped outside to head to class, he felt the weight of curious glances from fellow students in his major, accompanied by hushed conversations. The sensation of being in the dark left him quite unsettled. Upon arriving in the classroom, he hurried to Luo Geng and asked, "Luo Geng, is there something on my face? Or has something happened to me? Why is everyone staring?" Luo Geng exchanged a worried glance with Qi Xiaoyu before slowly replying. "While not entirely sure of the specifics, I've heard some rumors circulating deliberately tarnishing Aning S in your reputation." "Rumors?" Fan Junja's brow furrowed deeply. No wonder everyone who recognized him or Aning had been casting strange looks his way. He was oblivious to the scandal brewing around him. "What rumors?" "I advise you not to inquire further. It's certainly not anything good. I've asked several people, but no one knows who started them. They're merely passing along what they've heard." Luo Geng explained, his expression grave. He and Qi Xiaoyu had attempted to confront those spreading the rumors, but they simply claimed to be repeating what they had heard. "Have I offended anyone?" "I can't recall doing so," Fan Junja pondered, deliberating if he had any enemies. Surely, it couldn't be one Qi seeking revenge. That seemed rather far-fetched. If the rumors were solely aimed at him, he wouldn't mind. But if they implicated Aning, he would be compelled to take action. "I don't think it's you they're targeting. It's likely someone with a grudge against Aning," Qi Xiaoyu interjected softly. The rumors seemed to stem from her. And Fan Junja found himself caught in the crossfire as in Ying's boyfriend. Aning. During class, Fan Junja was persistently distracted, completely failing to absorb any information. With everyone's gaze fixed upon him, he felt particularly uncomfortable. Once the class concluded at noon, he exited the classroom, intending to call Aning. However, despite the call connecting, no one on the other end answered, regardless of how many rings echoed. What could be the matter? Fan Junja frowned at the no-answer notification on his phone, a foreboding sense of unease creeping into his mind. Qi Xiaoyu also attempted to reach Aning, but her call went unanswered as well. "Let us not panic. Let us first see if we can inquire with Aning's roommates," Luo Geng suggested, pointing in the direction of the cafeteria. In the past, whenever they had dined there together, and Ying's roommates would greet her, so they were familiar with their faces. The trio made their way to the cafeteria, searching within the vast hall until they finally spotted Aning's roommates in a corner. Fan Junja hurried over to them. "Hello, may I ask where Aning is?" he inquired cautiously. The roommates glanced up at him, their lips pressed together, appearing to bear unspoken burdens. "She's in her dorm. Hasn't he come out from under the covers? We're quite worried about her, but she insists on being alone for a while." One of them explained. The group exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Having shared a residence with Aning for 3 years, they knew her well and recognized that the rumors circulating were mere trivial gossip. Yet, they were astonished by how exaggerated these tales had become. This was the peril of rumor-mongering. What might have been a minor issue spiraled out of control, as some individuals, indifferent to the feelings of others, embellished the stories for amusement, leading to a cascade of falsehoods that some dared to believe. "All right, at least we know she is safe," Luo Geng said, unsure of how to console Fan Junja, merely giving his shoulder a gentle pat. Qi Xiaoyu stepped forward, adding, "She texted me, telling me not to worry. She is fine." She produced her phone, revealing Aning's brief message. Though it was only a few words, Fan Juanjia could sense the depth of an Ng's distress. He couldn't fathom the exact nature of the rumors, but he could easily surmise that they pertained to something scandalous. Such matters were particularly hard for an Ng to bear, especially since she had done nothing to deserve such slander. It was unfathomable how someone could tarnish a girl's reputation, reflecting the darkness within the heart of the rumor spreader. Luo Geng, you all should eat without me, Fan Juanjia said softly before turning to leave the cafeteria. Where are you going? Luo Geng grasped his wrist, perplexed. He didn't want Fan Juanjia to do anything rash that might exacerbate an Ng's worries. I'm going to find the source of the rumors and clear an Ng's name, Fan Juanjia replied, meeting Luo Geng's gaze before freeing himself and striding out of the cafeteria. Qi Qianru tugged at Luo Geng's sleeve anxiously, asking, darling, do you think he'll be all right? I'm not certain, but this is something only Fan Juanjia can resolve. And he needs him now. Don't worry. Spreading rumors is illegal. Once we find that person, they certainly won't escape unscathed. Luo Geng reassured her, encouraging her to eat. Let us finish our meal, and afterward, we'll investigate further. This is just a minor issue. It will be resolved soon. Chapter 173. And Ng shouldn't be aware, yet Christmas Eve was anything but peaceful, given the circumstances that had unfolded. That evening, Luo Geng and Qi Qianru returned home after spending the afternoon investigating the rumors. However, many seemed indifferent to who had spread them. They simply found the situation amusing. People tend to lack a sense of responsibility when it doesn't directly affect them. They hadn't seen Fan Juanjia either. But Luo Geng imagined he was diligently pursuing leads, so they refrained from disturbing him. How can Ning have any enemies? She is such a good person. Why would anyone resort to this kind of retaliation against her? Qi Qianru pondered, unable to comprehend. She and Ning were close friends, and Ning had always looked out for her, assisting her with numerous matters. Without Ning's support, her relationship with Luo Geng wouldn't have progressed so swiftly. Such a person, apart from occasionally being a bit awkward in conversation, should hardly attract animosity. Luo Geng contemplated, speculating, could it be that Su Qinglu? Doesn't she think you all have isolated her? Surely not. That makes no sense. Qi Qianru shook her head. She had considered it, but couldn't find a reasonable justification. Unless Su Qinglu was simply malevolent, there would be no benefit to her. Why engage in actions that harm others without any gain? But at that moment, Qi Qianru's phone rang. She glanced at it and saw that it was Ning calling. Hello, Ning, are you all right? She answered quickly. On the other end, Ning sounded anxious. Xiaoyu, have you seen Fan Juanjia? No, what is wrong? Qi Qianru turned to Luo Geng, who also shook his head, as they hadn't seen Fan Juanjia all afternoon. This afternoon, my roommate told me that the person who spread the rumors has come forward to apologize and clarify that it was all false. Really? Isn't that good news? Qi Xiaoyu's eyebrows lifted, a smile forming on her lips. This was indeed a positive development. Yet she couldn't discern why Ning didn't sound pleased. But I called Fan Juanjia, and he didn't answer sitting on her bed. Ning furrowed her brow. When her roommate excitedly relayed the news, she felt joy, yet she was puzzled by the sudden apology. Could it be connected to Fan Juanjia? She had attempted to call him repeatedly, but not a single call had been answered. Don't worry. Maybe his phone is on silent, and he just didn't see it. Perhaps if you wait a bit, he'll return your call. Qi Qianru consoled her, though she too felt a twinge of unease, sensing something was amiss. After all, the sudden apology and Fan Juanjia's silence seemed undeniably linked. Buzz as Qi Qianru conversed with Ning, Luo Geng's phone rang. Puzzled, he retrieved his phone and saw it was Fan Juanjia calling. Hello, Juanjia. Where are you? Qi Qianru exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Luo Geng as she still held the call with Ning. Ning too fell silent, listening intently to Luo Geng's side of the conversation. Wait, that is not you? Luo Geng's brow furrowed upon realizing the voice on the other end was not Fan Juanjia's. Just as he was about to question it, he heard something that left him stunned. Luo Geng stood rooted to the spot, listening intently, his expression growing increasingly grim, his brow knitting tighter. All right, I understand. I'll head over immediately. He hung up the phone, quickly grabbed his jacket, and rushed out. What is going on? Qi Qianru asked, perplexed by Luo Geng's urgency. I need to step out. That rascal Fan Juanjia has confronted the rumor spreader and is currently at the police station. What? Both Qi Qianru and Ning, still on the line, gasped in unison. Before they could say anything further, Luo Geng dashed out the door. Qi Qianru, still holding the phone, was about to express something to Ning when she heard the dial tone, signaling the call had ended. Ning? She called softly, but there was no response. The line had already been disconnected. Outside, gentle snowflakes danced in the breeze, falling softly like delicate tufts of cotton. On this Christmas Eve, numerous couples strolled together. playfully enjoying each other's company, bundled in warm coats and scarves, exhaling puffs of frosty breath, while beaming with joy. However, amidst this tranquil night, Luo Geng and his companions seemed far from serene. After approximately 2 hours, Luo Geng emerged from the police station with Fan Juanjia, expressing his gratitude to the officer. "Thank you, officer," he said, then took Fan Juanjia by the arm and departed. At that moment, Fan Juanjia wore a troubled expression, his fists tightly clenched, revealing bruises and dry blood. "You truly have guts. Look at those two you battered. They're trembling at just the thought of you," Luo Geng remarked with a sigh, shaking his head at Fan Juanjia. "They deserve it. If it weren't for the passerby who reported it, I would have silenced them for good," Fan Juanjia replied, furrowing his brow, still appearing unsatisfied. All right, their slander is also illegal. They wouldn't dare take action against you. As long as we settle this, that's what matters. The rumors are cleared up now. Isn't that good?" Fan Juanjia lowered his head, displaying a hint of remorse, although the matter was resolved. It was Luo Geng who had covered the mediation costs. "I'm sorry, brother. I will repay you as soon as possible," Fan Juanjia said apologetically. "Don't worry about it. Money is just money as long as you are all right," Luo Geng reassured him, patting him on the shoulder. It was certainly better than having him detained on Christmas Eve. In a hushed tone, Fan Juanjia leaned closer to Luo Geng and asked, "I wonder if Ning knows yet." He was particularly anxious about her discovering his reckless behavior and the fact that he had ended up at the police station, knowing he could have handled things differently, but had succumbed to impulse. I think she already knows," Luo Geng replied. "What? How come?" Fan Juanjia looked at Luo Geng, bewildered. Luo Geng merely pointed ahead, urging Fan Juanjia to look. Slowly, he turned to see Ning standing there, arms crossed, gazing at him. What a coincidence. "Ning, are you out for a walk?" Fan Juanjia greeted her, still clinging to a glimmer of hope, completely oblivious to how foolish he appeared. Sensing the awkwardness, Luo Geng declared, "I should take my leave," and promptly departed. Chapter 174. Do you prefer boys or girls? Fan Juanjia watched Luo Geng flee, feeling somewhat lost, left behind in the uncomfortable situation. He swallowed hard and turned to Ning, softly saying, "Ning, let me explain. It wasn't intentional. I was just upset." Ning took a few steps towards him, and Fan Juanjia cast his gaze down, fearing her reproach. Suddenly, Ning enveloped him in a warm embrace, leaving him wide-eyed and stunned. "Hey, you silly, are you hurt?" And Ying's gentle yet raspy voice whispered in his ear, causing his heart to race. "And no, I thought you would be mad at me for being impulsive." Fan Juanjia stammered, shaking his head. "Not at all. You were dragged into this. It has nothing to do with you. I should be the one feeling guilty," she replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. "What nonsense. You're my boyfriend, and anyone who dares to slander you should face my wrath," Fan Juanjia declared fiercely, raising his hands in indignation. Yet, Ning noticed the wounds on his hands and immediately grasped one of his hands. "Didn't you say you weren't hurt?" she scolded, her eyes narrowing at him. Fan Juanjia hesitated, shaking his head. "It's nothing serious. It was from hitting that guy. I'm fine." "No way. I'm going to avenge you. Give him a couple of kicks," Ning exclaimed, starting to head towards the police station, but Fan Juanjia quickly grabbed her arm. Hey. Let's not get too carried away. It takes a lot of guts to fight in a police station." Ning halted, turning to him with a smile. "I was just joking. But next time, you can't handle it alone. At least wait for me." Fan Juanjia scratched his head awkwardly, nodding slightly. "Okay, I got it." In the next moment, Ning leaned in, her crimson lips brushing against Fan Juanjia's in a fleeting kiss that made his heart flutter in surprise. "What's this? Is that not enough? Or do you?" she teased, noticing his astonished expression. No, I just didn't know how to respond," he stammered, waving his hands. That kiss felt like the best reward, and despite his earlier impulsiveness, he had no regrets now. "All right, let us not linger here. Are you hungry? Allow me to treat you to dinner?" Ning suggested as she approached him, adjusting his collar and brushing off the snowflakes from his shoulders. "Sound good, but I insist on treating you," he replied. "Oh, come on. You still owe Luo Geng money, right?" "Oh, right," Fan Juanjia chuckled, realizing he needed to figure out how to repay Luo Geng. Without his help, things could have gotten quite troublesome. He was immensely grateful for Luo Geng's support. "I still owe him a favor. I'll have to think of a way to repay that," he mumbled as he looked up at the sky. The two strolled through the softly falling snow, cherishing their Christmas Eve together. The following day, Christmas, coincided with a weekend, sparing them from classes. Luo Geng awoke, having returned home late the previous night, and hurried to bed after washing up. He turned to find Qi Qianru already awake, seated on the edge of the bed, meticulously combing her hair. "Good morning," Luo Geng croaked, his voice still hoarse. Qi Qianru glanced back at him, a gentle smile brightening her face. "Good morning, darling. Why are you up so early?" We don't have classes today. You could have slept in a little longer. Of course. I wanted to get up to make you breakfast, so you could eat right after waking up, she replied, casting a playful look over her shoulder as she continued to tend to her long, thick hair, which often shed quite a bit. I'll help you, Luo Geng offered. Suddenly intrigued, he sat up and moved behind her, ready to assist with her hair. Help me? Qi Xiaoyu looked surprised, but handed him the comb. Luo Geng took the comb, carefully working through her hair, cautious not to hurt her. Once finished, he picked up a hair tie, preparing to style her hair. That's not right. It shouldn't be tied like a curtain. Luo Geng frowned at his handiwork, feeling awkward as Qi Xiaoyu erupted into giggles at his clumsy attempt. Wait, let me have another go, Luo Geng said, removing the hair tie and trying again. He carefully gathered her hair, but failed once more. Despite being skilled with a brush, he couldn't seem to manage tying hair. Cough, cough. I think you look better with your hair down, he finally said, tossing the hair tie aside and letting her hair cascade freely. All right, I can do it myself. You really don't have to worry about hurting me. Qi Xiaoyu reassured him, picking up the hair tie and expertly securing her hair in place with remarkable efficiency. It seems I still need to practice more, Luo Geng admitted, watching her with admiration. Luo Geng glanced at his hands and remarked softly. Qi Xiaoyu, somewhat perplexed, turned to him and inquired, what purpose does this practice serve? Of course, it's essential to practice. If our future children happen to be girls, I must learn how to braid their hair, he replied. Our children? Qi Xiaoyu's tongue stumbled, her words sounding as though they were caught in a tape loop, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She had indeed pondered whether she might one day have a child with Luo Geng, envisioning the three of them as a family, a scene she longed for. Yet, she was uncertain of Luo Geng's feelings towards children, as many couples nowadays opted against having them. So, do you prefer boys or girls? Luo Geng asked, rolling onto his side and gazing at Qi Xiaoyu. I like both, she nodded, realizing that any child of theirs would hold her affection, preferably resembling Luo Geng more closely. After breakfast, Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu ventured to the adjacent studio, where Qin Xiao and Su Mengnian were already engrossed in their work. Upon seeing Luo Geng, Qin Xiao expressed surprise, asking, Teacher Luo, I thought you would be celebrating the holiday with Xiaoyu today. What brings you here? What is there to celebrate about Christmas? It's not even a public holiday, Luo Geng shook his head. Neither he nor Qi Xiaoyu had given much thought to the occasion, perhaps due to their uncertainty about what to do. Luo Geng felt he had not visited the studio in quite some time and believed it was high time he personally expedited the progress of his comic. Qi Xiaoyu took a seat beside Su Mengnian, observing her earnest dedication to studying comics, and could not help but ask, Mengnian, do you truly love comics this much? Don't you feel a sense of regret for not experiencing the social aspects of university life? Su Mengnian pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Not all. I find happiness in this pursuit. As for the typical university experiences, partying, dating, I don't mind missing out. Balancing my studies with my passion for comics is fulfilling enough for me. Qi Xiaoyu admired her fervor for her hobby, reflecting upon her own lack of pastimes. If she were to consider a former interest, it might have been following Luo Geng, scrutinizing his every move, but such pursuits now seemed unnecessary. Luo Geng settled down to work, suddenly recalling something, and turned to Qin Xiao, asking, by the way, the holiday is approaching. I plan to return home with Qi Xiaoyu. You'll work until the day before the New Year's Eve, and then take leave until the 7th day of the New Year. Is that acceptable? Yes, that works. Qin Xiao nodded in agreement. Su Mengnian raised a finger, inquiring, what about me, Teacher Luo? You can leave whenever you wish. I'm a bit puzzled as to why you're still here without a salary, Luo Geng replied. However, if she desired to stay and continue working, he had no objections. Is it really up to me? Can I stay here even during my break? Of course, Luo Geng was taken aback, having thought she was asking when she could leave, not if she could remain. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao wore a pained expression, appearing as if she had been silently suffering under Su Mengnian's influence. She found it hard to fathom that this was indeed a university student. Shouldn't someone her age be dining out, shopping, or enjoying leisure activities with friends? Instead, her days were dominated by drawing comics. Qin Xiao recalled her own university days, when she felt she could draw no more, wishing to tear her sketches apart and rush off to shop instead. She glanced at Su Mengnian, contemplating that the latter's future achievements in the realm of comics would likely surpass her own. At noon, Qi Xiaoyu prepared a meal in the studio, and everyone gathered at the dining table. Xiaoyu's cooking is indeed the best, Qin Xiao exclaimed, having not tasted her food in quite some time, and she praised it wholeheartedly. Su Mengnian, experiencing it for the first time, looked astonished and remarked, Wow, Xiaoyu, you're such a great cook. Luo Geng gets to eat such delicious meals every day? Luo Geng raised an eyebrow. his expression radiating pride, as if he were indulging in a rare delicacy that others could scarcely taste, which swelled his sense of superiority. By the way, we discussed an intriguing topic this morning, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. After finishing his meal and setting down his utensils, he looked at Qin Xiao and Su Mengnan, asking, "Do you prefer boys or girls?" Huh? Qin Xiao and Su Mengnan exchanged glances, bewildered by the question. Su Mengnan tentatively asked, "Teacher Luo, are you and Xiaoyu planning to have children?" After all, she hadn't attended their wedding yet. How could they suddenly be discussing preferences for boys or girls? Qin Xiao furrowed her brow, whispering, "Teacher Luo, you haven't accidentally won the lottery, have you?" "What nonsense!" I've said, "This was merely a topic of our morning conversation. Don't overthink it." Luo Geng waved his hand, exasperated by their assumptions. Qin Xiao contemplated seriously before declaring, "As for whether I prefer boys or girls, I honestly don't know. Regardless, I do not plan to have children." "What? Why?" Su Mengnan exclaimed, abruptly sitting upright, her expression one of disbelief. Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu exchanged glances, both surprised by Qin Xiao's stance. Why was Su Mengnan so agitated over Qin Xiao's decision not to have children? Why such a strong reaction? Qin Xiao asked, taken aback by Su Mengnan's intensity. Su Mengnan slowly resumed her seat, her tone grave. "Teacher Qin, if you don't have children, how will I ever teach them to draw comics? I wish to be their teacher." "Huh? Why would you want my child to draw comics? How cruel." Qin Xiao frowned, staring at Su Mengnan as if she were a demon. Even if she were to have children, she would never allow them to dabble in comics. Su Mengnan pointed to herself, her lips parting. "If I have children enough, we don't want to hear your dreams of raising a comic artist." Luo Geng interjected, realizing that further discussion on this topic was futile. After eating, I feel drowsy. I could use a nap." Qin Xiao yawned, rising to head toward her room. "Nope. You should hurry and speed up your progress, leaving time to finish the parts you can't work on during your break." Teacher Luo, just a short rest." "What? If you don't work hard, how can I achieve financial freedom sooner?" Wow, the ruthless boss oppressing her employees. What nonsense is this? They bantered playfully, while Qi Xiaoyu gazed out the window, watching the snowflakes beginning to swirl and dance. She wondered if it was snowing at home and if her mother was dressed warmly enough. Thoughts of Ren Lan, her mother, surfaced. This was the longest she had been away from her, and though Luo Geng was by her side, she felt a twinge of longing. In past years, it had been just she and her mother, devoid of any festive atmosphere, simplifying everything. Even during the liveliest holiday of the year, their home remained quiet. Qi Xiaoyu glanced at Luo Geng, a faint smile curling her lips as she murmured, "Perhaps this new year will be different." Chapter 176. Your room is filled with our things. Is everything packed up? Luo Geng observed the neatly arranged luggage, significantly less than what he had brought for school, as there was little that needed to be taken away. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the holiday, and Luo Geng has already purchased his plane tickets in advance, preparing to fly back with Qi Xiaoyu at the earliest opportunity. It feels as though the semester has swiftly passed by. Qi Xiaoyu gazes at the photograph of herself and Luo Geng placed on the bedside, murmuring softly, "Although time seems fleeting." A multitude of events have transpired between her and Luo Geng during this period. Most importantly, their bond has deepened once again. Every time Qi Xiaoyu feels their relationship is sufficiently strong, it invariably grows even more profound. Meanwhile, Luo Geng embraces her from behind, whispering gently in her ear, "That is because time flies when I am with you." Indeed, Qi Xiaoyu nods in agreement. She feels immense joy during the time spent with Luo Geng, which seems to pass in the blink of an eye. During high school, she never imagined such a day would come, as though living a dream. She caresses the photograph in her hand, sensing that everything feels somewhat surreal, yet undeniably tangible in her life. The person she cherishes the most has become her fiancé. Luo Geng softly inquires, "Have you informed Aunt Ren that we are returning?" "I have. She mentioned she would come and pick us up." "Oh, but it's really unnecessary for her to do so. We can manage on our own. How can I persuade her otherwise?" Qi Xiaoyu shrugs helplessly, clearly having tried and failed to convince her. At that moment, Luo Geng's phone rings, displaying a call from Fan Junja. "Hello, what is it?" "Luo Geng. You haven't left yet, have you? Could you step out for a moment? I need to return the money I owe you." The voice of Fan Junja comes through the phone, causing Luo Geng to pause momentarily, slightly taken aback. He hadn't realized that Fan Junja had been referring to the money owed to him, as it had slipped his mind. "Oh, you mean that? I nearly forgot about it. So, you've been working part-time all this time just to repay me?" Luo Geng queries, puzzled, since Fan Junja had rarely shown up after Christmas, primarily focusing on his part-time job, which involved exhausting tasks such as package sorting. Luo Geng had assumed Fan Junja was saving money to enjoy a holiday trip with an Ing. Yes, I finally accumulated enough before the break. Come out. I'll give you the money. Luo Geng asks, do you still have money left after you pay me back? That's not a concern. The holidays are here, and I'll be going home. Whether I have money or not doesn't matter. There will be food at home. I meant, aren't you planning to go out with an Ing during the break? Fan Juanjia falls silent for a few seconds before responding slowly. We'll see about that. All right. You don't need to rush to repay me. Keep the money for your outing with an Ing. You can return it whenever. But you surely wouldn't want to miss out on this holiday, would you? Fan Juanjia takes a deep breath, feeling an unexpected warmth swell within him. Hearing Luo Geng's words is genuinely heartening. He truly regards him as a brother. Since today is still before the holiday, I should take her out for a nice meal. I'll hang up now. After Luo Geng ends the call, he turns to Qi Qianru, who has been observing him intently. Is it all right if I make this decision? Luo Geng tentatively asks. Of course, you need not seek my approval. Qi Qianru is momentarily taken aback, surprised that Luo Geng would seek her opinion on a matter that fundamentally pertains to him. After all, I am listening to you. Even if I am the one deciding, I still value your input. Luo Geng wraps his arms around Qi Qianru, holding her close while softly saying, trust me. As Qi Qianru mumbles this, a faint blush rises on her cheeks, and a smile graces her lips. She has never worried about Luo Geng, for the sense of security he provides is undeniably profound. Even the smallest gesture or word from him makes her acutely aware of how much he cares for her. The next morning, the two prepare their luggage, ready to depart. Luo Geng first visits the neighboring room to inform Qin Xiao and the others before leaving. They take a taxi to the airport, waiting for their flight. Luo Geng gazes outside, murmuring softly, once we return, will we just go back to our respective homes? That feels a bit strange. Yes, Qi Xiaoyu nods in agreement. She too feels out of sorts, having grown accustomed to living with Luo Geng for such a long time. She can only sleep soundly at night when snuggled against him. Back home, she will have to settle for a pillow instead. No worries. We still have plenty of time to live together. Finally, the holiday has arrived, so let us spend more time with Aunt Ren. She must miss you dearly. Luo Geng reassures Qi Xiaoyu, stroking her head. Once they board the plane and transfer to the train, they emerge from the station in the evening, with snowflakes still falling. There are many people outside the train station waiting to greet arrivals. Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu step out, scanning the crowd for Renlan's figure. There she is. Son. Hearing a familiar call, Luo Geng turns to see Luo Yongfu and Renlan waving at them. Father, you came too. Luo Geng beams, noting how Luo Yongfu seems to have grown accustomed to his prosthetic leg, having not ventured out of their town for years. Mother. Qi Xiaoyu approaches Renlan, who appears to have been doing quite well, her spirits markedly improved since their last meeting. Renlan smiles, squinting as she reaches out to adjust Qi Xiaoyu's collar. Aren't you cold? Why are you dressed so lightly? In reality, they are not underdressed, but parents always worry their children might not be warm enough. The four of them hop into a taxi to head home. Luo Geng, sitting in the front passenger seat, turns to Luo Yongfu and asks, Father, are you managing well at home? It shouldn't be too burdensome, right? Luo Yongfu raises an eyebrow, responding, managing? No, Ren is living with us now. Oh, by the way, you'll be staying with Ren and Qiyu. Your room has been filled with our things. A what? Luo Geng is momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Luo Yongfu. Qi Xiaoyu, upon hearing that Luo Geng would be staying at her home, feels an immense joy within, although she conceals it from her expression. All right, after a moment of silence, Luo Geng nods, pondering what this means. Perhaps a trade of hostages? Chapter 177. Should I call you grandfather or maternal grandfather? He had been discussing this very question with Qi Xiaoyu at the airport, yet his father's comment suggests he does not want Luo Geng to return home. Renlan looks at Luo Geng and says, Xiao Geng, if you prefer not to stay, you can always come home. It's no trouble. Oh no, I want to stay. Luo Geng replies instantly. He simply hadn't processed it at that moment, but that does not imply he is unhappy. This unexpected exchange of hostages is quite amusing. The vehicle arrives at Luo Geng's home, and the four ascend the stairs together. Upon entering, Luo Geng finds himself in the familiar environment of his home, which appears to have undergone some changes, seemingly cleaner, a transformation that often occurs when a woman enters a household. The dining table is set with warm food. Cover to keep it hot. Put your things down. Let us eat, Luo Yongfu says, patting Luo Geng on the shoulder. MHM. The four gather around the dining table to share a meal, and both Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu are filled with sentiment, as it has been quite some time since they have dined together as a family. During their high school years, they often ate alone, and Qi Xiaoyu frequently dined by herself. Thus, the warmth of a bustling family meal allows them to feel the embrace of home. Father, are you still working? I hope the money I sent is sufficient for your needs. As Luo Geng savored his meal, he inquired about Luo Yongfu, who nodded in response, his mouth still full. Don't even mention it. We can't afford to spend so much, especially since we aren't buying cars or houses. We're saving it for you. You might not be aware of your expenses, and when you run out of money, just let me know, and I'll lend you some. Renlon playfully tapped Luo Yongfu and admonished, swallow your food before speaking. There's no need, you should just spend it. After all, you won't have to go to work. Luo Yongfu waved his hand dismissively. On that note, I must inform you, not only are we still working, but we're also at the factory in the city, earning significantly more than here. Really? How do you commute there every day? By bus? Indeed. Luo Geng was momentarily at a loss for words. He felt a surge of joy knowing his father was capable of traveling such distances daily, a testament to his good health and recovery. Yet he harbored concerns, well aware of his father's stubbornness. For a fleeting moment, Luo Geng considered buying him a car, but then realized his father could only drive a specific model like the C5. Moreover, trusting him behind the wheel was another matter. It was safer to stick with public transport. Aunt Ren, do you have a driver's license? Luo Geng turned to Renlon with curiosity. No, I don't. Why do you ask? Renlon replied, puzzled. However, Qi Xiaoyu quickly grasped Luo Geng's intention and interjected. Luo Geng wants to buy you a car for your convenience in commuting. We appreciate the thought, but there's no need to worry. Taking the bus is more convenient for us, Renlon reassured. Indeed, if you have spare money. It would be wiser for you to get a driver's license and buy a car for yourself, Luo Yongfu concurred. I've actually considered that. Luo Geng nodded. He had previously thought about obtaining a license, but never found the time. Now, whether before or after the new year, it seemed time was always lacking. It seems the only way forward is to throw money at the issue, he mused, recognizing that acquiring a license wasn't as arduous as it once was. Paying for it was quite common now, and perhaps it would expedite his own journey to obtaining one. Enough about us. Let's talk about you two, Luo Yongfu said, setting down his chopsticks and fixing his gaze on Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting their confusion. What about us? What's up? Luo Geng asked, intrigued. Luo Yongfu tilted his chin and pointed at the diamond ring adorning Qi Xiaoyu's finger. Were you planning to get married? This question caught both of them off guard, leaving them momentarily speechless. Discussing such matters in front of their parents felt somewhat overwhelming. It would have been easier to broach the topic in private. There's no rush. We aren't of legal age to obtain a marriage certificate yet, Luo Geng replied. Attempting to deflect, Luo Yongfu nodded, continuing, I understand, but why not have a wedding first? Your cousin got married at 17. You can always get the certificate later. Luo Geng was at a loss for words. The conversation was steering in a territory that made him feel as if he didn't want to marry at all. In reality, he was eager to marry Qi Xiaoyu, but with school and his comic drawing taking up most of his energy, he didn't want to enter marriage in his current state. After all, marriage required various necessities, such as a house and a car. Although Qi Xiaoyu insisted she needed none of those, he felt he must provide them. With this in mind, Luo Geng turned to Renlon and softly asked, Aunt Ren, how much is the bridal price? Silly child. Why would I want a bridal price? Eventually, everything will belong to you both. We're all family. There's no need for such formalities. Renlon waved her hand dismissively. Her words rang true. If she were to accept a bridal price, it would either go to Qi Xiaoyu or be saved for herself. Since Luo Geng had already sent them a considerable amount of money, if they counted that as a bridal price, it was more than sufficient. Therefore, unless it was simply for tradition, there was no need for it. Father, have you ever thought about getting a marriage certificate? Luo Geng asked Luo Yongfu. If they were to marry, it would complicate matters for him and Qi Xiaoyu, requiring additional paperwork. At our age, does it really matter? It's just a little red book. We aren't after property or wealth. Whether we have it or not is inconsequential, Luo Yongfu replied, shaking his head. He and Renlon had long decided against formalizing their union, considering it might complicate things for their children without providing any significant benefits. Luo Geng glanced at Qi Xiaoyu, who had been quietly looking down, not saying a word. He understood that, perhaps for her, whatever decision he made, she would support him wholeheartedly. He reached under the table, clasping Qi Xiaoyu's hand, and smiled gently at her. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he lifted his head to ask Luo Yongfu, Dad, I have a question. If we have children in the future, will they call you Grandpa or Maternal Grandfather? Renlon chuckled, looking at Luo Yongfu, eager to hear his response. As this was a question that intrigued her as well. Let the child call me whatever they like. As long as they don't call me Maternal Grandfather and refer to you as Grandma. As long as there is a unified title, it will be fine. Chapter 178. As long as it's you in the end, that is the best outcome. After dinner, Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu prepared to return her home. Luo Geng had never envisioned a day when he would walk out of his home to return to someone else's, feeling as though he were the one being married off. Luo Yongfu stood at the door, cautioning, "It's dark out. Be careful. Your Aunt Ren and I are busy with work. But you two can wander around the city and do some shopping for the new year." "Okay, don't worry," Luo Geng assured as he and Qi Xiaoyu clasped hands. Walking along the familiar street they had traversed countless times. Returning here felt as comfortable as ever. "Why are the streetlights out?" "No wonder Dad mentioned it being dark." Luo Geng observed the dimly lit path ahead, tightening his grip on Qi Xiaoyu's hand. "Slow down. Be careful not to fall," Qi Xiaoyu echoed, gripping Luo Geng's hand tightly as they walked cautiously. Despite Luo Geng's carefulness, the icy winter roads were treacherous, with particularly slippery spots. Suddenly, Luo Geng lost his footing and stumbled sideways, still holding tightly to Qi Xiaoyu's hand, inadvertently pulling her down with him. "Ah!" Qi Xiaoyu exclaimed as she lost her balance, landing directly on Luo Geng. "Honey, are you all right?" she asked anxiously, quickly retrieving her phone to illuminate the situation. As she turned on her phone's light and it shone on Luo Geng's face, she noticed he was covered in snow, his hair dusted with it too. With Luo Geng's bewildered expression, Qi Xiaoyu couldn't help but giggle. "Ugh!" Luo Geng spat out the snow from his mouth and helped Qi Xiaoyu up, grateful for the nearby snow that cushioned his fall. Otherwise, he might have truly hurt himself. He glanced at the pile of snow beside them, realizing that fate not favored him. He could have fallen onto the road. He brushed the snow off himself and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I fell onto you," Qi Xiaoyu replied, having landed safely in his embrace. Luo Geng checked his phone, looking at the snow mound, and murmured, "As long as the snow is clean and not yellow, we're good to go." "What do you mean?" Nothing. After a while, Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu successfully returned home. Upon arriving, Luo Geng immediately headed for the shower, as he felt quite cold after tumbling into the snowdrift. Once he finished bathing, it was Qi Xiaoyu's turn, and he stepped into her room. It had been quite some time since he last visited this space. As he looked around, everything seemed remarkably unchanged since his first visit. His gaze landed on the desk, where he recalled spotting his name in a notebook during a previous encounter. If only he had been bold enough to confess his feelings back then, he still vividly remembered the exhilarating sensation of discovering such a treasure, akin to winning a prize from a blind box. Seated once more at the desk, he examined the books scattered across its surface. Soon, his attention was drawn to a photograph seemingly tucked within the pages of one of the volumes. He extracted the image and took a closer look. It turned out to be a graduation photo from middle school. As he searched for his own likeness within the group, he found himself among the boys in the front row, all beaming with joy. He remembered that moment well, with his arms around someone. On his left was Wen Xiao, and on his right was Ho Penyuan, whom he hadn't seen in many years. The memory of their friendship flooded back. Ho Penyuan had been one of his closest companions, much like Wen Xiao. However, after entering high school, they lost touch, and he had no idea where Ho Penyuan had gone. Although it had only been about 4 years since their middle school graduation, it felt like a lifetime in Luo Geng's mind. He continued to scan the photo for Qi Xiaoyu's figure and ultimately spotted her among the girls in the row behind him. Oh, how striking the transformation! Luo Geng was taken aback. The Qi Xiaoyu in the photograph bore little resemblance to the one he knew now. While her features had not changed drastically, her aura was entirely different. He picked up the photo again, gazing intently at Qi Xiaoyu, and noticed that she had been looking directly at him in the picture. Her eyes were fixed on him, and although the photograph did not convey much emotion, he discerned the faintest hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth. "What are you looking at?" Just then, Qi Xiaoyu emerged from the bathroom, her hair damp and wrapped in a towel, dressed in her pajamas. "Honey, you were staring at me the whole time back then. If I had noticed that you liked me and confessed, what do you think would have happened?" Luo Geng pointed to the photograph of Qi Xiaoyu, his curiosity piqued. Qi Xiaoyu settled onto the bed, placing the towel aside, and pondered thoughtfully before replying. "I believe the outcome would certainly not be what we have now. Perhaps there wouldn't have been any result at all. Why not? If I had confessed, we could have been together much earlier, right?" Luo Geng blinked in confusion, unable to grasp her reasoning. "However, if we had gotten together so early, I think I would have struggled to focus on my studies. I would have been preoccupied with the desire to see you, to talk to you, to be with you. In the end, I certainly wouldn't have achieved the same academic success or gained admission to the same university as you," she explained. Luo Geng paused, contemplating her words. He realized she had a point. Had he not gone through certain experiences, such as his infatuation with Qi Qianru, he might not have had the opportunity to be reborn, achieve good grades, or develop a means of livelihood. If they had entered a relationship early on, it would have merely been a matter of timing. Without any real changes, if anything, it might have been less fulfilling than their current situation. "I believe you are right," Luo Geng nodded. initially lost in thought about how wonderful it would have been to discover Qi Xiaoyu's feelings sooner and respond in kind. Yet now, he felt as if everything had unfolded in the most perfect manner. He recognized that Qi Xiaoyu's feelings and their progression toward confession seemed to align beautifully with the right timing. Qi Xiaoyu smiled gently, her fingers brushing against Luo Geng's cheek as she whispered, "I don't mind whether we could have been together earlier. As long as the end result is you, that is the best outcome." Chapter 179. This truly shocked me for a whole year. The following morning, Luo Geng was still nestled in bed, while Qi Xiaoyu had risen early. Not only did she plan to prepare breakfast for Luo Geng, but she also intended to tidy up the house, as it appeared no one had lived there for quite some time. As she swept the floor, she soon heard Luo Geng's phone ringing from inside the house. "Hello. I just got home on the first day. All right, fine, I'll head over shortly." Hearing Luo Geng's voice, Qi Xiaoyu entered the room and asked, "Darling, what's the matter?" It was a call from old Jia. He said the publisher needs me to come by regarding the release of my previous work's paperback edition. Luo Geng replied, shielding his eyes with his hand. Still groggy from sleep. "Do you have to go today?" Qi Xiaoyu observed his condition and wished he could rest a bit longer. "It's fine. I'll get up right away. By the way, honey, why don't you come with me? We can conveniently shop in the city as well," Luo Geng suggested, recalling his father's request for them to look for New Year's goods. "Sure." Qi Xiaoyu nodded eagerly at the prospect of spending time with Luo Geng in the city. She hastened her preparations while Luo Geng began to rise. "Oh no, I forgot to bring my toiletries last night," Luo Geng exclaimed, realizing his belongings were still in his suitcase from when they returned home empty-handed. Qi Xiaoyu entered the bathroom and noticed her own toiletries still on the counter. She grabbed her toothbrush and, to Luo Geng's bewilderment, placed it in his mouth, saying, "Use mine." All right." Luo Geng nodded in a daze, holding Qi Xiaoyu's toothbrush. After they both finished getting ready and had breakfast, they set out. They hailed a taxi to the city, which stopped at the entrance of Luo Geng's publisher. After getting out, Luo Geng turned to Qi Xiaoyu and asked, "Do you want to come in with me? Or would you rather go shopping first?" He was concerned that she might find it boring to accompany him. Qi Xiaoyu thought for a moment and replied, "I'll go to the mall first. Call me when you're done." "Okay," Luo Geng agreed. Then entered the publisher's office while Qi Xiaoyu headed to the nearby shopping mall, planning to buy him a new set of toiletries. Oh, and he had mentioned preferring firmer pillows. "Ours are all soft, which might be uncomfortable for him. I should get a new one." As Qi Xiaoyu browsed the household section, the mall was bustling in anticipation of the new year. Just as she was focused on selecting items, she suddenly felt someone tap her shoulder. Startled, she turned around to find a girl standing there. "Qi Xiaoyu?" the girl asked softly, leaving Qi Xiaoyu momentarily speechless. "Who are you?" "I'm Yuan Xin. Don't you remember me? We were classmates in middle school." The girl exclaimed excitedly, pointing to herself. "Oh, Yuan Xin. I remember now. You've changed quite a bit. I almost didn't recognize you." Qi Xiaoyu recalled her. She was the first person to befriend her during middle school. However, after entering high school, they were no longer at the same school, and without mobile phones, they naturally lost contact. "Look at you. You've changed so much that I hardly recognized you. You're absolutely stunning now." Yuan Xin appraised Qi Xiaoyu with a look of astonishment. In her mind, Qi Xiaoyu was still the same girl from middle school, so seeing her now was quite hard to believe. "Yuan Xin." At that moment, a voice called out from the side, and both Yuan Xin and Qi Xiaoyu turned to look in the direction of the voice. A young man was approaching them, exclaiming, "Hey, come here quickly. Guess who I ran into?" Yuan Xin beckoned him over, urging him to hurry. Upon seeing Qi Xiaoyu, the young man paused momentarily, a look of surprise evident in his eyes. Qi Xiaoyu furrowed her brow for a moment, pondering, before relaxing as she recalled who he was. "You're Ho Pengyuan, right?" Qi Xiaoyu pointed at him, tentatively asking, for he had been good friends with Luo Geng and Wen Shao during middle school, and thus she remembered him. "And this is—" Ho Pengyuan approached and inquired about Yuan Xin. She playfully tapped him on the head and said, "Silly, this is Qi Xiaoyu. But I can't blame you for not recognizing her. She's changed so much that I almost didn't recognize her myself." "Qi Xiaoyu, the one who was our classmate in middle school? Is this real?" Ho Pengyuan's reaction was quite dramatic, nearly leaving him dumbfounded as he took a couple steps back. "My goodness, this is truly shocking. It's going to astonish me for an entire year." He still found it hard to believe that the Qi Xiaoyu in front of him bore no resemblance to the classmate he remembered from middle school. "Are you two dating?" Qi Xiaoyu casually inquired, noticing the closeness between Yuan Xin and Ho Pengyuan. Ho Pengyuan was initially taken aback, but then nodded in affirmation, saying yes. Yuan Xin quickly added, "Surprised, aren't you? I ended up dating a middle school classmate. We're at the same university and reconnected there, so we've only been together for a little over a month." "Ah yes, that is a bit unexpected." Qi Xiaoyu nodded. After all, she too was engaged to a middle school classmate, so she didn't react too strongly. However, She was slightly taken aback by the fact that her friend was with a friend of Luo Geng's, as they had never interacted during middle school. Yuan Xin then asked, "Which university are you attending?" "I'm at Cheng'an University." "Cheng'an? Is that true? How impressive of you to have gotten into Cheng'an University." Both Yuan Xin and Ho Pengyuan were visibly astonished. After encountering Qi Xiaoyu, they continued to feel a series of shocks. Had they not heard her confirm her identity as Qi Xiaoyu, they would never have believed that she was their middle school classmate. "Not too bad," Qi Xiaoyu responded modestly, forcing a smile. To be honest, she wanted to leave quickly. She was not adept at reminiscing, as she had little experience to draw from. Conversing with them felt awkward, as they asked one question and she answered with another. "Since we're all here, let's go have a meal together. It's been a long time. We should catch up." "No, that's unnecessary." Qi Xiaoyu waved her hand, attempting to decline the invitation. "I'm waiting for my husband." "What?" This was already the second time they had been astonished, but they noticed the dazzling diamond ring on Qi Xiaoyu's finger, gasping in awe. Yuan Xin stared at it, completely entranced. "You could invite your husband to join us. Let's get acquainted." Qi Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly, thinking they were already familiar with him, considering he was also a middle school classmate. If she called Luo Geng over, it would truly feel like a small reunion of middle school classmates. "I'll give him a call to see if he wants to come. If he is willing, I'll go." Qi Xiaoyu took out her phone to ask Luo Geng, as Ho Pengyuan was also a good friend from Luo Geng's middle school days, and they hadn't been in touch for a while. Perhaps Luo Geng would want to see him again. However, when she called Luo Geng, she found that the line was busy. Just a few minutes earlier, Luo Geng had left the publishing house, finally wrapping up everything. Luo Geng took out his phone, intending to call Qi Xiaoyu, but noticed he had received a call. "Hello, Wen Xiao." "Hey, Luo Geng, are you back? Why didn't you let me know?" Came Wen Xiao's voice from the other end. Luo Geng sighed and replied, "Sai, I just returned today. What's up?" "Of course. I'm looking for you to hang out. It's been so long since you were back. Let us go relax a bit, waiting for me to come back." "Let me guess. Has tea had a break yet?" Wen Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Come on. Are you coming out?" "I'm in a good mood today." "It's on me. I'm out with Xiaoyu now. If you want to join, come find us." "All right, where are you?" "I'll come to you." After hanging up, Luo Geng noticed that Qi Xiaoyu had just called him, but he was on the phone with Wen Xiao at the time, so he quickly called her back. "Hello, wife. What is up?" "Ah, really? You ran into Yuan Xin and Ho Pengyuan? What a coincidence. Oh, they want us to go eat together? Sure, you all go ahead. I'll wait for Wen Xiao. When he arrives, we'll head over." Luo Geng wondered what kind of day it was that all these middle school classmates had converged. Wen Xiao was one thing, but Yuan Xin and Ho Pengyuan? He recalled seeing Ho Pengyuan in the graduation photo just last night, not expecting to run into him today. A little while later, Wen Xiao approached Luo Geng, patting him on the shoulder. "Hey, did you miss me?" Luo Geng turned to him and replied, "Not too much. But the key is that you weren't thinking about me. Geez, you really know how to rain on my parade. By the way, where is Qi Xiaoyu? Aren't you with her?" Wen Xiao looked around, not seeing Qi Xiaoyu beside Luo Geng. She is waiting for us. Let us go. It feels like we've returned to 33 middle school." "What do you mean, 33 middle school?" "ISNT, that where we went to middle school." Wen Xiao did not quite understand what Luo Geng meant, but quickly followed him. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoyu had already arrived at a restaurant with Yuan Xin and Ho Pengyuan. My husband is coming, and he'll be bringing a friend you both know," Qi Xiaoyu softly said, glancing at the two across from her. "Your husband has friend? We know him? What do you mean?" "I'm not following." Yuan Xin and Ho Pengyuan exchanged puzzled looks, trying to comprehend Qi Xiaoyu's words. "Hey, they're here." Qi Xiaoyu turned towards the entrance, spotting Luo Geng and Wen Xiao walking in, and quickly waved them over. Yuan Xin and Ho Pengyuan turned to look as well, and upon seeing Luo Geng and Wen Xiao, they froze, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, filled with disbelief. "Hey, why do those two look so familiar?" Wen Xiao also halted in his tracks, blinking in confusion at the two. Luo Geng walked straight to Qi Xiaoyu, sitting beside her. They exchanged smiles, and Luo Geng naturally wrapped his arms around her. A moment later, Wen Xiao also took a seat, gradually realizing who they were, and it took Yuan Xin quite some time to grasp the situation, pointing at Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu across the table. "Oh, your husband is Luo Geng? I truly never anticipated this. To be honest, I am still somewhat in shock. You both have transformed so remarkably that I can't help but suspect you have secretly evolved behind our backs." Ho Pengyuan gave Luo Geng a thumbs up, his expression one of admiration. "Luo Ge, it has been quite some time since we last met, and you have truly impressed me." He then slowly turned his gaze towards Wen Xiao, teasingly inquiring, "Wen Ge, did you come alone?" "Of course, my girlfriend hasn't had her holiday yet. Otherwise, I would have certainly brought her along," Wen Xiao retorted, rolling his eyes. Yuan Xin's interest was piqued as she turned to Wen Xiao, asking, "Really? Your girlfriend ISNT, one of our middle school classmates? is she? Ah, no, that's not the case. The group ordered their meals, but none of them had any appetite. As Yuanxin persistently bombarded Luo Geng and the others with questions. Oh, so, Xiaoyu, you like Luo Geng since middle school? I had no idea. You should have told me sooner. I could have played matchmaker. Luo Geng also got into city and university? Really? That surprises me. So, you two are already engaged, but not yet married, correct? That's wonderful. I thought I had missed your wedding. Yuanxin's attention remained fixated on Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu, seemingly oblivious to Wen Xiao's presence. Wenge, how about we head to the internet cafe? Ho Pengyuan suggested, patting Wen Xiao on the shoulder with a hint of resignation. Wen Xiao glanced at Ho Pengyuan and Yuanxin, curious. Actually, I'm quite interested in knowing how you and Yuanxin got together. Ho Pengyuan hesitated for a moment, mumbling, we just got together, first this then that. Oh, Wen Xiao's brows furrowed, fixating on Ho Pengyuan as if trying to decipher some hidden truth from his expression. He had sensed something was amiss from the outset. Despite their claims of being in a relationship, there was no palpable chemistry. Yuanxin was entirely engrossed in conversation with Qi Xiaoyu and Luo Geng, neglecting even Ho Pengyuan. Chapter 181. This indicates that the ones being deceived are not us. Enough about us. What about you two? How did you get together? Luo Geng redirected the conversation to Yuanxin and Ho Pengyuan, as Qi Xiaoyu was struggling to keep up and had to defer to Luo Geng. When Luo Geng posed his question, it was evident that Ho Pengyuan was caught off guard. Wen Xiao, witnessing this, furrowed his brow as it mirrored his earlier suspicions. What was peculiar about Ho Pengyuan's demeanor? We're at the same university. One day, we bumped into each other on campus, then went out together and chatted, and gradually, we got together, Yuanxin answered, while Ho Pengyuan nodded in agreement. Yeah, right? Is it really that simple? You still can't articulate it. Yuanzi. You haven't changed in your inability to lie, Wen Xiao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ho Pengyuan, clicking his tongue. He had felt something was off from the beginning and was now more convinced of his suspicions. You don't know him well enough. He is not good with words. It's quite normal for him to struggle to express himself. He is probably trying to figure out how to embellish such a simple matter romantically. Yuanxin again came to Ho Pengyuan's rescue, addressing Wen Xiao. Seeing the situation, Wen Xiao decided to refrain from further questioning. After finishing their meal, Yuanxin found an excuse to leave with Ho Pengyuan. It's truly wonderful to see you all again. Now that we've exchanged numbers, let's hang out often. Oh, and Luo Geng, Xiaoyu, don't forget to invite me to your wedding. Yuanxin exclaimed, waving her phone in front of them. Luo Geng nodded affirmatively, yes. Of course. After saying this, he turned to Ho Pengyuan, saying, Yuanzi, just like before, if you encounter any difficulties, let me know. Give me a call. Ah, Luo Geng, what difficulties could I possibly have? I'm merely thrilled to see you all again. Next time, I'll invite you all out for a meal. Ho Pengyuan replied with a smile, absent-mindedly scratching his head. After bidding farewell, the two departed, and as they walked away, Ho Pengyuan took the initiative to grasp Yuanxin's hand, and they strolled hand in hand. However, it appeared somewhat contrived. Observing this, Wen Xiao turned to Luo Geng. It's definitely fake. There is no need to question it. Although I'm unsure why they're acting this way. They exhibit no signs of being in a genuine relationship. It feels like they're merely putting on a performance. Qi Xiaoyu, puzzled, muttered, why would they do that? When I met them, Ho Pengyuan explicitly stated they were dating. There is no reason for them to prearrange a deception. Luo Geng replied nonchalantly. That indicates the ones being deceived are not us. Encountering us is merely coincidental. Ho Pengyuan and Yuanxin walked quite a distance, turning a corner. Ho Pengyuan glanced back, seemingly checking for any followers. All right, how much longer are you going to hold my hand? Oh, I'm sorry. Ho Pengyuan quickly released his grip, offering an awkward smile. I understand you want Luo Geng and the others to believe it, but it's unnecessary. After all, we're not performing for their benefit. Besides, your improvisational skills are rather lacking. You couldn't even handle such a simple question? Yuanxin poked Ho Pengyuan on the forehead, feigning annoyance. Had she not intervened earlier, Ho Pengyuan would have revealed the truth. Though revealing the truth wouldn't have been a problem, it would have sufficed to clarify the situation. Yet, Ho Pengyuan had spoken too hastily, declaring in front of them that they were dating. Initially, it shouldn't have been a big deal, and they weren't putting on a show for anyone else. With his head bowed, Ho Pengyuan felt a pang of guilt, hesitant to speak. He recognized the slip of the tongue, but later realized he seemed utterly inept, incapable even of concocting a plausible fib. Noticing his demeanor, Yuanxin sighed in resignation. All right. Let us go. Ho Pengyuan lifted his head to see Yuanxin smiling gently at him. He nodded in agreement, responding, okay. The two arrived at a hospital, and upon entering, Ho Pengyuan navigated expertly to the inpatient ward, with Yuanxin following closely behind, tidying her hair and collar. He pushed open the door to the ward. finding an elderly woman lying in the innermost bed, appearing frail, with an oxygen tube in her nose and receiving in 4 drip. Her arms were particularly thin, seemingly devoid of flesh, as if her muscles had atrophied. Beside the elderly woman sat a man, his head bowed as he fiddled with his phone. "Grandma, I'm back," Ho Peng-yuan said as he approached her bedside. Before the elderly woman could respond, the man looked up at Ho Peng-yuan, stood up, and said, "Peng-yuan, I'll take my leave now." "Okay, Sanshu, you can go," Ho Peng-yuan nodded. The man then exited, yawning and casting a puzzled glance at Yuan Xin before leaving the room. The elderly woman turned her gaze to Ho Peng-yuan, her lips moving slightly, a faint smile gracing her face. "Xiao Yuan is back," she said in a very soft voice. Ho Peng-yuan nodded, then turned to Yuan Xin, introducing her grandma. "Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Yuan Xin. Yuan Xin, this is my grandma." "Hello, grandma. You could just call me Yuan Xin." Yuan Xin greeted the elderly woman with a smile. The elderly woman looked at her, her eyes squinting slightly, and her smile widened. It seemed that speaking was somewhat laborious for her. Each utterance required a deep breath, and she could only manage to say the word good. Ho Peng-yuan sat beside her, holding the elderly woman's hand, saying, "Grandmother, Yuan Xin treats me exceptionally well. She excels in her studies, is sensible, and displays great politeness. Much like the standards you once shared with me regarding finding a wife. What do you think?" As Ho Peng-yuan spoke, his voice grew increasingly hoarse, eventually breaking into a slight sob, and he felt the sting of tears welling in his eyes. "Good, good." The elderly woman breathed heavily, nodding her head ever so slightly in response. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuan Xin felt a pang of emotion in her heart. She crouched down to the elder's level and reassured her, "Grandmother, please rest easy. I will take good care of Peng-yuan and will not let you down." Ho Peng-yuan glanced at Yuan Xin, uncertain whether her words were merely part of their charade or if they held genuine sentiment. Yet to him, it mattered little. What was significant was that her words brought comfort to his grandmother, for which he was immensely grateful to Yuan Xin. Days later, when Yuan Xin stepped out of the hospital room, she spotted Ho Peng-yuan seated on a chair, his head bowed, lost in thought. She approached him and sat beside him, saying, "Grandmother is asleep." "Thank you for today," he replied, nodding. When he lifted his gaze, Yuan Xin noticed his tear-streaked face and reddened eyes. "Oh, right." He rummaged through his pocket and produced 200 yuan, extending it towards her. Yuan Xin glanced at it, shaking her head. "No need. But we had agreed that you would help me with this performance, and I would compensate you," he protested. "That was the arrangement, but I've changed my mind. Since I haven't done much, consider it a favor for an old classmate," Yuan Xin said lightly, shrugging. "You." Ho Peng-yuan was momentarily taken aback by her smile, feeling somewhat flustered. Accepting her kindness so suddenly, without having anything to offer in return, left him feeling guilty. "All right, keep it. Use it to buy some treats or supplements for your grandmother. It will be fine, don't overthink it," she comforted him, patting his shoulder. He nodded, holding on to the belief that his grandmother would be all right, though reality was less than ideal. His parents were both working out of town, and despite numerous calls, they always had excuses not to return. His uncles and aunts were unwilling to provide care, eager to leave the moment someone else could take their place. While the medical expenses were covered, the elder's ailments were not easily treatable. "Well, I should be going now. It's getting late. Call me if you need anything," Yuan Xin said as she stood up, noticing the darkening sky. "Thank you," he murmured as she turned to leave. Just as she took a step, he called out to her again. "What is it?" She paused, turning back. "You probably won't have time during the new year, right?" he asked, harboring a thought he deemed unreasonable. He wanted Yuan Xin to visit his grandmother during the new year to bring her joy. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. After all, she was already helping him without any payment. Such a request felt inappropriate. "I can't during the new year. I must be home," Yuan Xin replied after a moment's consideration. "All right," Ho Peng-yuan forced a smile, mumbling. "However, I could bring some dumplings when I visit. That shouldn't be a problem," she added with a slight lift of her brow. With that, she departed, and Ho Peng-yuan watched her retreating figure, pursing his lips, hands clasped tightly. At that moment, he felt fortunate to have found Yuan Xin for this task. Perhaps this decision was one of the best he had ever made. As he gazed into the hospital room, he felt increasingly uncertain about how to repay Yuan Xin. He had nothing to offer, let alone a means of gratitude. At the train station, bustling with people, Luo Geng turned to Wen Xiao, saying, "Finally, after waiting forever, your girlfriend is back." At that moment, Luo Geng and Qi Qianru accompanied Wen Xiao to the train station to welcome Bai Yi. The days without her had left Wen Xiao yearning for her presence. The anticipation felt as if time had slowed to a crawl. "There she is," Wen Xiao exclaimed, spotting a girl in a down jacket dragging a suitcase, emerging from the station. "Ah, hi." Bai Yi waved her hand as she spotted them, and dashed over with her suitcase. Wen Xiao opened his arms, ready to embrace Bai Yi, only for her to dash past him, tossing her suitcase into his arms and running straight towards Qi Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, long time no see, Bai Yi exclaimed joyfully, grasping her hands. Yes, long time no see. You look even more beautiful, Qi Xiaoyu replied softly, her face breaking into a sweet smile. Bai Yi turned to Luo Geng beside her. It's been a while for you too, Luo Geng. Indeed. Finally, the one who can handle that guy's back. Luo Geng chuckled, pointing at Wen Xiao, who stood bewildered, holding the suitcase. He stood there in the cold wind, bewildered, wondering why he wasn't the one to receive her first embrace, followed by a spin and a kiss, as he had imagined. Bai Yi turned to Wen Xiao, crossing her arms. Well, if it isn't young Master Wen, you seem a bit out of sorts after just a few days. Wen Xiao was a loss, pondering if he had said or done something wrong to upset her. Yet Bai Yi approached him, bursting into a playful laugh as she pinched his cheek. You're still the same silly giant. That reassures me. Wen Xiao awkwardly chuckled, realizing she was merely teasing him. Let us go grab a meal. It's quite chilly outside, she suggested as they moved ahead towards a restaurant, with Wen Xiao trailing behind, dragging her suitcase. Watching her chat and laugh with the others, a smile crept onto his face as he murmured, You haven't changed either. That puts me at ease. The four settled into a restaurant and ordered their meals. Xiaoyu, how is it at Cheng'an University? Is it as good as they say? Bai Yi inquired, glancing at Qi Xiaoyu and Luo Geng. Exchanging a glance, Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu shared an awkward smile. It's not bad. At least the teaching facilities and system are commendable, Luo Geng added. The only downside is that some students there are a bit unusual. Their primary expectation for Cheng'an University had been that with a larger student body, there would be a wider variety of personalities, but they hadn't anticipated encountering so many peculiar individuals. Oh, there are odd students everywhere. I have my fair share too. I often wonder what goes on in their minds. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. Wen Xiao sat quietly, unable to interject. As the conversation revolved around university matters he was unfamiliar with. Xiaoyu, with your beauty, you must have faced quite a bit of attention from those boys at university, right? Bai Yi asked, her brow furrowing with concern. However, Qi Xiaoyu shook her head and replied, No, not at all. I have always been by Luo Geng's side, and I have been wearing my engagement ring almost constantly, so I haven't been bothered by anyone. She raised her hand to showcase the diamond ring, which served as a symbol of her belonging, causing many to instinctively distance themselves, avoiding any unwelcome advances. Bai Yi rested her chin on her hand and sighed, how wonderful it is to have a boyfriend by your side, free from such troubles. Unlike me, I feel like I'm constantly being pestered by those people. What? Wen Xiao exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock, prompting Bai Yi to cover her ears and glare at him. Wen Xiao pondered. Didn't this imply that boys often harassed Bai Yi at school? His heart sank at the thought. Luo Geng looked at Bai Yi and said, They probably don't know you have a boyfriend. If you just mention it, it should be fine. I've mentioned it before, but it's utterly useless for some. As long as they know your boyfriend isn't at this school and isn't nearby, they still approach, pretending to be just friends, often inviting you for walks or meals. Isn't that just a ploy to develop feelings over time? Bai Yi shook her head, exasperated. She had lost count of how many times she had expressed this. Yet they always resorted to being mere friends first. Initially, she found it incomprehensible, as she didn't consider herself particularly attractive. If it were Qi Xiaoyu or Qi Qianru, she could understand, but why she was the target of such attention baffled her. However, after observing for a while, she realized that their standards were quite low. Even girls less attractive than herself often had boys around, as long as they were fun-loving. Dear, do you smell that? Luo Geng sniffed the air and inquired of Qi Xiaoyu. Huh? Smell what? There was a subtle hint of jealousy in the air. Luo Geng glanced at Wen Xiao, whose expression was difficult to decipher, but it radiated frustration, his nostrils flaring, clearly irritated yet feeling powerless. After all, his girlfriend was at a distant university, susceptible to harassment from other boys daily, which made it hard for him to feel at ease. There were undoubtedly many who were more capable and handsome than he was, especially in college, and he felt utterly helpless. Bai Yi, you should comfort him. He might just bite someone soon. Luo Geng observed that Wen Xiao was on the verge of exploding and shook his head in resignation. Bai Yi turned to Wen Xiao, gently patting his head, and said, All right, don't worry. Those people can't compare to you. Her soft words calmed Wen Xiao, who was about to lose his temper. Oh, it's all your fault. If you had studied hard and gotten into the same school as Bai Yi, would there even be these issues? Luo Geng shot a glare at Wen Xiao, reminding him to channel his frustration into motivation. Who told you to make such captivating comics? Wen Xiao muttered under his breath, though Luo Geng still caught it. What? You're blaming me for this? Classic. Clearly, it's your lack of self-discipline. Surely, there are those who can read my comics without neglecting their studies. I'm certain of it. Comics are great, but I'm greater, right? Bai Yi slightly furrowed her brows, pinching Wen Xiao's cheek and questioning him. Why you read, definitely the best. Wen Xiao stammered, rubbing his flushed face, unaware that he would soon be with Bai Yi. Had he known before the exams, he would have ensured not to become so engrossed in comics. The four of them chatted amiably, and after finishing their meal, prepared to head home. Standing at the door, they bid farewell. All right, buddy, if there's nothing urgent, don't contact me. I need to study hard. Wen Xiao waved at Luo Geng, speaking earnestly. Luo Geng's lips twitched in annoyance as he replied, don't worry. I certainly wanted to reach out to you. It was ironic, given that he had been the one seeking out Luo Geng over the past few days. Yet now he pretended otherwise in front of Bai Yi. However, Bai Yi seemed to understand him well enough without needing Luo Geng to elaborate, glaring at him as he spoke. Watching them depart, Luo Geng took Qi Xiaoyu's hand, turning to her softly. Shall we head home? Qi Xiaoyu nodded, leaning into Luo Geng's embrace affectionately. He wrapped his arm around her as they walked home together. What else do we need for the new year? We should get everything soon. The holiday is fast approaching. Luo Geng mused, realizing that despite their recent shopping for the festivities, some items were inevitably forgotten. They hadn't properly celebrated the new year in years, previously keeping things simple with just a couple of couplets and a meal of dumplings. However, this year felt different. Both were eager to spend the spring festival with their beloved partner. You haven't purchased your new clothes yet, have you? Qi Xiaoyu remembered something. Glancing at the outfit Luo Geng wore, which was still the one she had chosen for him during Su Qinglu's birthday party. Luo Geng was not particular about his clothing, accepting whatever was offered, so Qi Xiaoyu often bought him whatever she deemed fit, and he rarely thought to buy for himself. Luo Geng chuckled, saying, I think I'll pass. I still have clothes I haven't worn much. I can make do, but you let us go buy you some new clothes tomorrow. And we should also get a few for Aunt Ren and my dad. No way. Tomorrow, I'll supervise you. You must buy new clothes. No making do. Qi Xiaoyu stood before Luo Geng, hands on her hips, her sudden assertiveness catching him off guard. Previously, she had always seemed to dictate the conversation, so this new attitude felt particularly refreshing to Luo Geng. Luo Geng chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement. All right, I'll listen to you. That's more like it. Good husband. Qi Xiaoyu extended her hand, patting Luo Geng's head as if praising a child, then playfully pecked his lips. And you can't make do either. You must buy something tomorrow. Luo Geng couldn't resist teasing back, gently pinching Qi Xiaoyu's cheeks, a warm smile gracing his lips. The two continued their playful banter, making their way toward home along the brightly lit street. Chapter 184. I'm considering performing a skit for my grandmother. Moi. Luo Geng slowly opened his eyes, feeling his face as if he had been kissed while sleeping. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Qi Xiaoyu standing by the bed, smiling down at him. What's up, dear? Luo Geng turned over, closing his eyes again, mumbling softly. Nothing much, just thought you looked lovely while sleeping. Couldn't resist giving you a kiss. Qi Xiaoyu's lips formed a delicate curve, lightly tinted with lipstick, leaving a faint imprint on Luo Geng's cheek. A playful little prank from her. Today is New Year's Eve. We need to wake up early. Okay, husband? Qi Xiaoyu perched on the edge of the bed, gently shaking Luo Geng's arm, adding, we still need to go to your place later. Got it. Luo Geng turned over, lying flat on his back, then pouted. Opening one, I had to look at Qi Xiaoyu, hinting for her to continue. Qi Xiaoyu gently bit her lip, played with her hair, then leaned down to kiss him. Fully charged, Luo Geng dramatically stretched his arms wide open, sitting up and yawning, then effortlessly pulled Qi Xiaoyu into his embrace, bringing her onto the bed. Hey, what are you doing? Qi Xiaoyu was taken aback and gently patted Luo Geng's chest. Observing the delicate makeup adorning her face, Luo Geng inquired, have you put on makeup? Indeed. Qi Xiaoyu nodded, as she had decided to make an effort to look presentable today, a thought that had never crossed her mind before. All right, I shall rise at once. Luo Geng released Qi Xiaoyu and prepared to get out of bed. It was already past 10 in the morning. Although his father had yet to call, he couldn't afford to delay any longer. Once both Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu were nearly ready, they stepped outside, making their way to Luo Geng's home. The streets were alive with children playing in the snow, skating, and clutching candied hawthorns, bundled up warmly with rosy cheeks from the cold. Some were already dressed in new clothes for the new year, while others were saving theirs for the first day of the lunar calendar. Dad, we're here. Luo Geng called out from the doorway. Luo Yongfu, perched on the sofa, leaned forward and cheerfully replied, Ah, Uncle Luo. Qi Xiaoyu greeted him with a nod. Luo Yongfu's smile widened as he encouraged. Come in. Where's Aunt Ren? Luo Geng asked as he stepped inside, glancing at Luo Yongfu. Aunt Ren got up early to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. She's in the kitchen. I'll go help. Qi Xiaoyu said, setting down her belongings and heading toward the kitchen. Before Luo Geng could respond, she had already disappeared into the culinary realm. He exchanged a knowing smile with Luo Yongfu, both relishing the long-forgotten festive atmosphere. This is the advantage of having women in the family. Come here, son, and have a chat with your old man. Luo Yongfu beckoned, patting the space beside him on the sofa. Luo Geng settled down, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds to munch on. Luo Yongfu leaned closer and whispered, "Hey son, how much should I give Xiaoyu as a red envelope?" "That is up to you. I'm not sure what the going rate is these days," Luo Geng replied, momentarily forgetting what was customary in this era, recalling that back in his day it was already in the thousands. Clearly, giving such a sum now would be excessively extravagant. Alas, I've been pondering this since last night. If I ask Aunt Ren, she'll likely say it's unnecessary. But I know she has prepared a red envelope for you. Luo Yongfu sighed, troubled. In the past, he never had such concerns. A simple 30 or 50 would suffice for New Year's gifts. But things had changed. Now he was giving to not only the daughter of his new wife, but essentially his daughter-in-law. What would people think if he only gave her 30 or 50? While he understood that the more generous the gift, the better, there should be standards to consider. If all his money went towards red envelopes, wouldn't that be a bit absurd? Luo Yongfu looked to Luo Geng for advice. "It doesn't matter. Just give whatever you feel is right. If it's too tight, I can help," Luo Geng suggested quietly, glancing toward the kitchen and indicating his wallet. "Taking from you wouldn't makes sense. There's no logic in a younger person giving to an elder," Luo Yongfu retorted with a hint of annoyance, shaking his head. On the sofa, the father and son duo continued to chat while munching on sunflower seeds, while in the kitchen, Qi Xiaoyu and her mother, Renlan, busily prepared ingredients for the evening feast, sharing laughter and conversation. For all of them, this year felt particularly special. As evening descended, the nationwide live broadcast of the Spring Festival Gala captivated everyone, drawing their attention to the television. However, in the hospital, the atmosphere was starkly different. The ward lacked a television, and spending New Year's Eve there meant a rather solitary celebration. Yuanqing strolled through the hospital corridor, carrying a thermos filled with dumplings. She arrived at the ward she had only visited once before, feeling no need to inform Ho Pengyuan in advance. Just as she was about to knock, she heard his voice from inside the room. "Did you bring the enemy here?" "Captain, the Emperor's army asked me to convey a message to you." Yuanqing opened the door to find Ho Pengyuan standing in front of the bed, clad in clothes he had procured from somewhere and holding a toy gun. Upon seeing her enter, he froze, his earlier enthusiasm replaced by embarrassment. "Huh, what on earth are you doing?" Yuanqing burst into laughter at the sight of his comical pose. Well, I couldn't watch TV, so I thought I'd perform a skit for my grandmother," he explained, brandishing the toy gun and pointing it at his grandmother lying in bed. Seeing the thermos in Yuanqing's hands, a warm feeling washed over him. He was genuinely touched that she had taken his earlier comment seriously and had brought dumplings. Sensing his gaze, Yuanqing furrowed her brow and asked, "What is the matter? You're not expecting me to perform with you, are you? I can't do skits or crosstalk." No, I didn't mean that." Ho Pengyuan quickly waved his hands, grateful that Yuanqing had come to visit his grandmother. He certainly wouldn't dare to ask her to perform with him. Yuanqing shot him a glance before stepping inside. "Grandma, I'm here," she exclaimed with a bright smile. "Ah, come in," the elderly woman said, her eyes sparkling with joy as she raised her frail hand to gesture for Yuanqing to sit beside her. Yuanqing placed the thermos on the table and opened it, revealing the steaming dumplings inside. She picked one up with chopsticks, blew on it gently, and offered it to her grandmother. "Here, Grandma, let me feed you." The elderly lady carefully accepted the dumpling, her teeth no longer capable of chewing, but her face radiated satisfaction as she watched Yuanqing. "Let me help," Ho Pengyuan said, moving closer, intending to take the chopsticks from her. He felt it was only right that he assist, given how grateful he was for her visit and the dumplings. However, Yuanqing deftly dodged him, rolling her eyes and retorting, "Go perform your skit." Ho Pengyuan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Meanwhile, Yuanqing retrieved another pair of chopsticks from the bag and handed them to him. "Here, you should eat too." As Ho Pengyuan looked at the chopsticks she offered, he felt a pang of discomfort. He thought to himself how remarkable it was that Yuanqing, merely a classmate from middle school and university, could be so thoughtful. "Hurry and eat. They'll get cold and one tea taste as good," she urged, shoving the chopsticks into his hands before returning to care for the elderly woman. While Ho Pengyuan consumed the dumplings, he gazed out the window at the fireworks beginning to light up the night sky. In that moment, the once sterile hospital room felt warmer than his own home. It was curious how the mere presence of another person could evoke such a profound sense of comfort. As Ho Pengyuan observed Yuanqing, Bustling around to care for his grandmother, he felt a deep sense of gratitude for the serendipitous reunion with her at university. Mustering the courage to ask her to partake in this theatrical endeavor was undoubtedly one of his wisest decisions. However, he pondered whether it had inadvertently brought her a fair share of troubles. The qualities and characters she possessed were profoundly captivating to him. Yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Yuanxin did not harbor feelings for him. This realization was neither born of self-deprecation nor ignorance. It was simply the truth. One could only attribute it to Yuanxin's exceptional kindness. While he felt thankful, Ho Penyuan was also contemplating ways to repay the kindness he owed her. Thank you, Aunt Ren, Old E, and Xiao Yu for your hard work. Allow me to raise a glass in your honor. Luo Geng stood up, lifting his wine glass, his gaze resting on Runlan and Qi Xiaoyu, before downing the contents in one gulp. The table was adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes. A feast not only for Luo Geng, but also a rare delight for the other 3 attendees, who had not encountered such a situation in many years. Thus, their spirits were equally lifted. Renlan watched Luo Geng with a smile, nearly prompting him to call her wife before he swiftly corrected himself to Xiaoyu. She immediately caught on, but chose to remain silent, merely smiling. Luo Geng, uncertain of why he had faltered, speculated it might have been due to the presence of her mother and the fact that he and Qi Xiaoyu were not yet wed. Addressing her as wife in front of her mother seemed slightly awkward. Observing Luo Geng's hesitation, Luo Yongfu chuckled and said to Qi Xiaoyu, "Come on, Xiaoyu. Show him that there's nothing to be embarrassed about." Luo Geng shot a wry smile at his father, feeling as though he had never encountered a parent who could be so mischievous at his expense. Qi Xiaoyu bit her lip and nodded, raising her glass to look at Luo Geng, slowly speaking, "Darling, it's been a long time. You've worked hard." "Thank you." "Ah, no need to be polite. My dear." Luo Geng coughed lightly, covering his mouth with his hand, and quickly waved his hand, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Luo Yongfu and Runlan exchanged knowing smiles, with Luo Yongfu patting Luo Geng's back, exclaiming, "Good son, you will always be your father's pride. Keep up the good work." Dad. Luo Geng felt a lump in his throat. A lingering regret from his previous life had been not becoming Luo Yongfu's pride. Now, he had the chance to amend that regret. He understood that if he did not cherish such moments, he would pay a lifetime of cost. Had he not been reborn, he knew he would have had nothing. "Dig in, shout Geng. Make sure to eat more," Renlan urged as she beckoned the others to enjoy their meal, smiling gently at Luo Geng. "All right." Luo Geng picked up some food, took a bite, chewed thoughtfully, and then glanced at Qi Xiaoyu, murmuring, "It's still that familiar taste." He recognized instantly that it was her cooking. Although the ingredients were similar, it was the culinary technique that he could discern after all this time. While others might be accustomed to their mother-esque flavors, he was distinctly aware of his wife's culinary prowess. After the meal, as Renlan began to clear the table, Luo Yongfu settled down on the sofa to watch television. Despite Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu's eagerness to assist, they were shooed away by Renlan, who suggested, "If you don't want to watch TV, why not go outside and set off some fireworks?" Luo Geng glanced at the fireworks he had purchased, a sense of anticipation bubbling within him. It had been ages since he had last set any off. In the bustling metropolis where he now resided, the ban on fireworks had deprived him of that experience during the New Year celebrations. Yet now outside, the skies were ablaze with lights and the atmosphere was vibrant. "Let us go." Luo Geng took Qi Xiaoyu's hand, flashing her a smile. Qi Xiaoyu nodded, joining him as they both stepped outside, fireworks in hand. With a swift motion, Luo Geng ignited the fuse and hurried back to Qi Xiaoyu, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Whoosh! As the fireworks soared into the night sky, bursting into a kaleidoscope of colors, Luo Geng looked up, his eyes sparkling. This moment he had yearned for since childhood had finally returned, and he was sharing it with the person he cherished most. "Darling." "Yes." Luo Geng turned to Qi Xiaoyu, who gazed back at him, her eyes brimming with a love he could clearly perceive. "I feel so fortunate to have met you." "I feel the same." Luo Geng turned and embraced Qi Xiaoyu, the two of them enveloped in the splendor of the fireworks, the cacophony of explosions failing to drown out the rhythm of their hearts. Chapter 186. Now you're the head of the family. "Come, Xiaoyu. Here's your New Year's money." As the clock struck midnight, Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu extended their New Year's greetings to their elders. Luo Yongfu handed a red envelope to Qi Xiaoyu. Typically, she would have declined such a gift, but as it was New Year's money, refusing would seem rather impolite. "Thank you, Uncle Luo," Qi Xiaoyu said with a smile, accepting the envelope with both hands. Upon receiving it, she could feel its thickness, at least half an inch wide, suggesting it contained several thousand yuan. She had never received such a generous amount of New Year's money before. Xiao Gong, and he knows you aren't short on money. This is merely a token of affection. Take it. Rinlan also presented Luo Geng with an envelope, echoing her sentiment. Thank you, Aunt Rin. Luo Geng was pleasantly surprised to receive New Year's money. His last experience with such a gift was during his previous life, when his father had given him a few dozen yuan. Since then, he had not received any for over a decade. Son, come here. Luo Yongfu beckoned Luo Geng, indicating for him to follow him into another room. Luo Geng, puzzled, complied. Luo Yongfu rummaged through a cabinet until he finally produced an iron box. This is from your father, your last New Year's money. He looked up at Luo Geng, who had grown taller than him, and handed him the box. Last New Year's money? Luo Geng was taken aback. Upon opening the box, he discovered a stack of documents, a household registration book, a savings book, a medical card, and more. These items represented the essence of a family. Luo Geng raised his gaze to meet Luo Yongfu's, feeling somewhat bewildered. Luo Yongfu smiled gently, ruffling Luo Geng's hair as he said, "Before you know it, you've grown up. You can no longer be treated as a child. You are now capable of shouldering the responsibilities of this family. You're the head of the household now. The head of the household." Luo Geng comprehended the weight of Luo Yongfu's words and recognized the responsibilities these documents embodied. Rest assured, Dad, I will take on the responsibilities of this family. You and Aunt Run can enjoy your lives. Good son. Luo Yongfu was not one to indulge in flowery speech. A single affirming glance at Luo Geng conveyed everything, serving as the best response he could offer. On the first day of a new year, each household radiated joyous warmth. The streets were bustling with families visiting relatives and friends, while the hospital appeared unusually tranquil. In a patient room, Ho Punyuan slowly opened his eyes, having fallen asleep beside the bed the previous night. Happy New Year, Grandma. He rubbed his eyes and stretched, emitting a series of cracking sounds. Standing up, he turned to look at the elderly woman lying on the bed, yet his greeting went unanswered. Assuming she was merely asleep, he paid little mind to it. However, he soon noticed his grandmother's hands trembling and her head shaking incessantly. It was then that he realized the gravity of her condition, and in an instant, his eyes widened as he shouted, "Grandma! Grandma!" He called out several times, yet the elderly man continued to tremble, his eyes closed, and the situation was dire. Bang! Ho Punyuan turned and dashed towards the door to summon a doctor, his urgency causing him to kick against a nearby hospital bed. But at that moment, he felt no pain. Doctor! Doctor! Hurry! What's wrong with my grandmother?" The doctor and nurse swiftly entered the ward and wheeled the elderly woman away for emergency treatment. Ho Punyuan's heart raced violently, his expression one of sheer terror. He was engulfed by fear. He paced anxiously outside the emergency room, awaiting news. When the doctor finally emerged, he rushed forward, inquiring, "Doctor, what has happened to my grandmother? Is she all right?" There has been a cerebral hemorrhage accompanied by seizures and increased intracranial pressure. Immediate surgery is imperative. Otherwise, the situation may become even more perilous, the doctor stated gravely, though his words were already tempered with caution. The phrase "more perilous" implied that without the operation, death was imminent. "Then let us proceed quickly." Ho Punyuan nodded fervently. This is a cerebral hemorrhage caused by a ruptured aneurysm, requiring a stent-assisted coil embolization. The surgery will cost approximately 80,000 yuan. I've already informed the billing department. You can pay directly there. I can only do my best to stabilize her current condition. You must gather the surgery fee as soon as possible, or at least pay a deposit before we can proceed. All right. I will find a way to gather the surgery fee. Doctor, can you please start the surgery for my grandmother? I promise I will pay. I'm sorry, but hospital regulations are strict, the doctor replied, shaking his head before returning inside, leaving Ho Punyuan to ponder his next steps. Time was of the essence, and he understood the weight of 80,000 yuan all too well. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed his father. "Hello, Dad. Please come back quickly, Grandma." He relayed the situation regarding his grandmother and the exorbitant surgery fee. However, he did not receive the anxious response or the promise of a swift return that he had hoped for. After a few seconds of silence, his father spoke slowly. "Son, your grandmother is old." "What?" Ho Punyuan was momentarily stunned, his face paling, his eyes wide with horror. He could not fathom that his father would utter such words. This was his grandmother, his mother, and now he was simply surrendering. Clenching his lips tightly, he swallowed hard, refusing to engage further, and hung up to call his second and third uncles. In this critical moment, they all chose to remain silent, offering responses that indicated others would contribute, but not themselves. They could muster the funds, yet none wished to be the sole contributor or the one to contribute the most. Ho Punyuan understood that their lives were fraught with hardships. Each household bore its own burdens. being young and yet to establish a family or career. He lacked comprehension of their struggles. However, at this moment, must everyone become so cold-hearted? The grandmother who had cared for him all his life was now on the brink of being taken away by death. How could his feeble strength retrieve her? A bunch of heartless beings. After ending the last call to his aunt, he gritted his teeth and cursed, having completely abandoned concern for their familial ties. Even his own mother was of no consequence to them now, and he felt no need to harbor any kinship. Chapter 187. What can I do to serve you tirelessly? What to do? What to do? Ho Peng pounded his forehead with his hand, utterly overwhelmed. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind, and his heart raced anxiously. Despite the urgency of time, he felt utterly helpless, unsure of what to do. Frantic, he paced back and forth, repeatedly striking his head with his hand. Is there anyone who can help? As long as I can gather the surgery fee, I would do anything. Flipping through his contacts, he realized these individuals were not ones he typically reached out to. Asking them for 80,000 yuan seemed utterly implausible. He glanced at Yuanxin's phone number, knowing he should not burden her further, and dismissed the thought of borrowing such a sum from her. It's over. Leaning against the wall, he sank to the floor, tears streaming from his frozen eyes like a spring. His mind was flooded with memories of his grandmother caring for him in his youth. Her smiling face, now forever out of reach. Everyone had treated him with such kindness, yet he felt powerless to reciprocate. His grandmother, Yuanxin, and even his middle school friend Luo Geng, who he had often troubled. Raising his head, he recalled the recently saved number of Luo Geng. He remembered the words Luo Geng had shared with him when they last met. UNZ, just like before, if you encounter any difficulties, reach out to me. Give me a call. Desperate, he grasped at any glimmer of hope, willing to cling to even the faintest possibility. Without a second thought, he dialed Luo Geng's number. After a few rings, the call connected, and Luo Geng's voice came through. Hello, UNZ? Is it you? What is up? Are you calling to wish me a happy new year? Luo Geng's tone was lighthearted, perhaps thinking that Ho Peng was merely calling to extend New Year greetings. However, before he could utter any festive words, Ho Peng sobs filled the line. Luo Geng, please save my grandmother. Luo Geng's smile faltered, his brow furrowing in concern. What happened? What's wrong with your grandmother? Ho Peng hurriedly explained the situation. The cerebral hemorrhage, the urgent need for surgery, and the 80,000 yuan required. He had little hope, but felt that inaction would only lead to despair when the emergency room delivered bad news. Therefore, he clung to any possibility, however small. I'll be there shortly. Tell the doctors to prepare for the surgery. I'll arrange the surgery fee immediately. Beep. Luo Geng hung up, leaving Ho Peng holding the phone, his expression frozen in astonishment and disbelief. He could hardly believe that such a few words could prompt Luo Geng to lend him 80,000 yuan. He had never felt it was a possibility. After all, they were peers, and unless one came from considerable wealth, who at their age would have such a sum? Moreover, it had been so long since they had seen each other. Despite their close friendship in middle school, the passage of time had surely dulled their bond. Even borrowing 200 yuan would require careful consideration. Slowly rising to his feet, he sat on a nearby chair. Uncertain if the current situation was real or if Luo Geng would truly come through. Unsure if the surgery would be possible. Yet he had done his utmost. If this still could not save his grandmother, then all he could do was succumb to endless sorrow. Minutes later, he heard hurried footsteps in the corridor. He looked up and saw Luo Geng rushing towards him, a form in hand, urgency etched across his face. Luo Geng. Ho Peng rose to his feet, at that moment resembling someone who had finally discovered a pillar of support. For so long, he had been alone, and even his most heart-wrenching cries had proven futile. But now, with Luo Geng's arrival, tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably, a release he could no longer suppress. Quick, here's the receipt. It's settled. Let us expedite the surgery. Luo Geng handed the document to Ho Peng pointing to the details within. Upon receiving the receipt, Ho Peng eyes widened in disbelief. Over 80,000 yuan had indeed been paid in full. Luo Geng, hurry up, no time for chatter, just go. Luo Geng kicked him lightly, propelling him forward before he could utter another word. Without hesitation, Ho Peng dashed to the operating room, signing where required. It wasn't until the surgical lights illuminated that he finally exhaled, relieved that the procedure had commenced. Luo Geng settled into a chair, tugging at his clothing in a moment of realization, muttering, damn, I was so rushed I put my shirt on inside out. No wonder I felt a bit off. Ho Peng approached him slowly, and Luo Geng looked up, puzzled. Suddenly, with a thud, Ho Peng knelt before Luo Geng. Hey, what are you doing? Get up, get up. Luo Geng quickly grasped his arms, attempting to lift him. Luo Geng, I'm at a loss for words. This kindness, I will remember for a lifetime. I would gladly serve you like a beast of burden. Rest assured, I will repay this sum promptly. Ho Pingyuan's lips trembled as tears cascaded down his face. All right, enough of that. Let us just wait quietly for the surgery to conclude. The success of the operation is paramount, Luo Geng said, pulling him to sit beside him. With a serious expression, he gazed towards the operating room. As the atmosphere calmed, Luo Geng recalled Ho Pingyuan's predicament. It was evident now why he had enlisted Yu Wanxin to feign being his girlfriend. It all made a bit more sense. However, Luo Geng felt deep sympathy for Ho Pingyuan, who had been unable to care for his grandmother during his studies. After finally returning home, the burden had been thrust upon him by his uncles, aunts, and even his own father. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, such misfortune had befallen them. No one could possibly endure such a trial unscathed. Luo Geng gently patted Ho Pingyuan's back, offering comfort. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Chapter 188. I think you two are quite well matched. Yu Wanxin entered the hospital slowly, a food container in her hands holding warm millet porridge. She and T called Ho Pingyuan in advance. Instead, she willingly came to visit his grandmother. At that moment, she understood the depth of Ho Pingyuan's struggles. Perhaps it was kindness or compassion that drove her, but she simply could not turn a blind eye. Knock, knock. Yu Wanxin rapped on the ward door. But no response came. Odd. Normally, Ho Pingyuan would be there. It was too early for him to still be asleep. She mumbled to herself and opened the door. Upon stepping inside, she froze, for the room was empty. Even the bed had been wheeled away. Where is everyone? A sense of foreboding washed over her as she stepped back outside and approached the nurse's station. Nurse, may I ask what the patient in that ward is? This morning, the patient suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and is currently undergoing surgery. Cerebral hemorrhage? Yu Wanxin's eyes widened in shock, her face pale with fear. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and sprinted towards the surgical department. As she reached the surgery room, the red light signifying an ongoing operation flickered ominously, sending her heart racing. Luo Geng and Ho Pingyuan looked up to see Yu Wanxin rushing towards them, breathless. Ho Pingyuan blinked and softly called out Wanxin. She turned her gaze towards them, slightly bewildered by Luo Geng's presence, but quickly focused on Ho Pingyuan. What is happening? How did it escalate so suddenly? Ho Pingyuan shook his head gently. The doctor said, given her age and various underlying health issues, the likelihood of a cerebral hemorrhage was quite high. Now, we can only wait quietly. His tone was calm, as if he were detached from the situation, yet Yu Wanxin could see the turmoil beneath. The redness on his forehead from where he had struck himself, the swollen eyes, and the tear stains on his face spoke volumes of his distress. This was the calm that followed desperation, placing all hope in the surgery. Luo Geng noticed the warm porridge in Yu Wanxin's hands and concluded that their pretense of being a couple was not entirely a bad thing, merely a benevolent deception. He gestured towards a nearby chair. Take a seat. Everything will be all right. Yu Wanxin sat down, cradling the still warm container, yet her worries lingered. She wished to help as much as possible, but in such a dire situation, she felt powerless. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to Ho Pingyuan, asking, what about the surgery fee? Ho Pingyuan retrieved the receipt, biting his lip, on the verge of tears again as he rasped. The surgery fee was covered by Luo Geng, 80,000 yuan. 80,000? Yu Wanxin was taken aback. How had Luo Geng managed such a hefty sum? In the mere 10 hours since she had arrived, her own family would struggle to gather such an amount, likely taking days to do so. Yet here, in this short span, Luo Geng had managed to produce the money so swiftly. Yu Wanxin opened her mouth to inquire further, but just then, Luo Geng's phone rang. After glancing at the screen, he answered. Hello, honey. Yes, I'm fine. I made it in time. Everything should be okay. Don't come. There's no need. I've got this covered. After hanging up, Ho Pingyuan murmured, I'm sorry, Luo Geng, for making your wife worry. Don't call her wife. That feels too formal. We're just old classmates. You don't even know what Xiaoyu is like. She wanted to come with me this morning, but I thought I could get here faster on my own, so I didn't wait for her. Luo Geng patted Ho Pingyuan on the shoulder, reflecting on how Ho Pingyuan was unaware of his own financial resources. In such a moment of desperation, he had reached out for help, a sign of profound hopelessness. Ho Pingyuan glanced at Yu Wanxin, hastily adding, by the way, Luo Geng, Wanxin and I actually. Luo Geng raised his hand, interrupting him. I know. Who do you think you're fooling with your act? Luo Geng had long seen through Ho Pingyuan's charade of pretending to be in a relationship, and Ho Pingyuan was concerned about Luo Geng misunderstanding the situation. See, I told you, trying to deceive Luo Geng is futile, especially since you can't act to save your life, Yu Wanxin sighed, having noticed the cracks in their facade during their dinner together. Yet, Ho Pingyuan remained oblivious. Luo Geng looked between Ho Pingyuan and Yu Wanxin, nodding silently. I think you two are quite well matched. Why not get a real try? Before Yu Wanxin could respond, Ho Pingyuan quickly waved his hands dismissively. Let us not. I'm not the type to have anything to offer. Dating someone like me would only be a burden. Luo Geng shook his head at Yuanxin. Why is it always like this? You clearly have feelings for each other, yet you both wallow in self-doubt, convinced that no one could possibly like someone like you, undermining your own worth. Ho Pingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had neither spoken nor acted in any discernible way, yet how could Luo Geng perceive his feelings so swiftly? Luo Geng had made significant strides since their initial encounters, when he was a blank slate in matters of the heart, utterly oblivious to the nuances of emotion. Now, having witnessed the blossoming of his own affections and the myriad relationships of others, he could easily discern Ho Pingyuan's demeanor, reminiscent of his own former state. Although reluctant to admit it, I find myself in agreement with your perspective, Yuanxin interjected, nodding in affirmation. Even Yuanxin echoes this sentiment. Ho Pingyuan was thoroughly confounded, grappling with a profound lack of understanding regarding how these two had come to such conclusions. Could it be that they possessed the ability to read minds? Sighing, Luo Geng remarked, alas, I was once in your shoes. By the time you achieve clarity, it may be too late, like winning a lottery ticket only to discover it has expired. What does that mean? Ho Pingyuan scratched his head, struggling to grasp Luo Geng's cryptic words. He turned to Yuanxin, and they exchanged exasperated glances, both shaking their heads in mutual understanding that, with his current state of confusion, realization would likely be a long time coming. Chapter 189. How to earn money. Quickly time passed inexorably, and the hours of surgery stretched on. Despite Luo Geng and Yuanxin's best efforts to comfort Ho Pingyuan with lighter conversation, his heart remained heavy with apprehension. Unable to relax, it was only when the surgical lights dimmed that Ho Pingyuan sprang to his feet, hurrying to the front of the operating room, eager to receive news from within. Luo Geng and Yuanxin followed closely behind, anxiously awaiting the outcome. When the door swung open, the doctor emerged, perspiring profusely, removing his mask and gloves with a relieved exhale. The patient is no longer in danger, he announced. This succinct statement alleviated the trio's anxiety. They collectively released the breath they had been holding. Luo Geng's lips curled into a faint smile, relieved that calamity had been averted. Ho Pingyuan, motionless and wide-eyed, felt tears welling like crystal droplets, and upon blinking, they cascaded down his cheeks. Gripping the doctor's hand fervently, he exclaimed, "Thank you. Thank you. We merely did what was necessary. Please take good care of your grandmother," the doctor replied, patting his arm as the elderly patient was wheeled out, still unconscious. Back in the hospital room, Ho Pingyuan remained in a state of shock, his breathing gradually returning to normal as he gazed at his grandmother in bed, feeling as though he had just awakened from a harrowing nightmare. He turned to look behind him, expecting to see Luo Geng, but only finding Yuanxin's silhouette. "Where's Luo Geng?" he inquired. Yuanxin replied. He said that since everything is fine now, he would take his leave. He asked us to call if anything arises and promised to visit again soon. Having ensured that there was no immediate danger, Luo Geng quietly departed, leaving the remainder of the time for Ho Pingyuan to care for his grandmother. His presence would serve little purpose. Luo Geng. A sense of unease washed over Ho Pingyuan. Luo Geng had been like a beacon of hope, arriving in haste and leaving just as swiftly. He felt at a loss for how to express his gratitude or repay this profound kindness. It was a matter of life and death, though not his own. His grandmother's life was equally precious, and if she were to pass away, he would surely feel as though he had lost half of himself. Yuanxin, how can I earn money quickly? He pondered, consumed with the urgency of amassing the 80,000 yuan to repay Luo Geng. With no clear notion of how to repay this kindness, the most logical course of action was to settle his debts. Focus on working diligently. Avoid the temptation of overnight wealth or dubious means. Yuanxin advised as she poured a glass of water and handed it to him. He understood the futility of resorting to illegal actions for profit, yet the question loomed. When would he amass enough to repay Luo Geng? Considering his future prospects along with the need to care for his grandmother meant setting aside funds for unforeseen circumstances. Calculating all these factors, it seemed he might take a decade to repay Luo Geng. Didn't he mention that Luo Geng was now a moderately successful comic artist, financially stable? She recalled their discussion about how he had advised against rushing to repay the debt, emphasizing that the money should first be spent on his grandmother's needs. When Yuanxin inquired about Luo Geng's financial success, she learned about his popular comic, a fact that astonished her. She had heard of it, but had never paid attention to the author. Only now did she realize that the talented creator was indeed Luo Geng. Perhaps she should have deduced his wealth when she noticed the exquisite diamond ring on Qi Qianru's finger. I know he is not in a hurry for repayment, but I must. Ho Pingyuan trailed off, deep in thought about how to earn money. Yuanxin playfully tapped his head, saying, all right, focus on caring for your grandmother. Do you want to waste Luo Geng's goodwill? Darling, I'm home, Luo Geng announced as he returned home. The first day of a new year, which should have been filled with joy, had turned into a source of anxiety. Upon hearing his voice, Qi Xiaoyu hurried out of the room and asked, "How did it go?" "It's all fine, don't worry," Luo Geng replied, smiling as he gently ruffled her hair. "You must be hungry. You didn't eat breakfast before heading out." Now that she knew he was all right, Qi Xiaoyu began to worry about Luo Geng. It was already afternoon, and he hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch, so he must be starving. Though he had been tense earlier, he now felt the pangs of hunger as his body relaxed. "Are you hungry? Have you eaten?" she asked. "I haven't eaten either. I was waiting for you," he admitted. "None of the restaurants are open today, so could you please whip something up?" Luo Geng suggested with a playful kiss on her forehead. "Sure. You take a rest," she replied, smiling as she headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. As Luo Geng sat on the couch, watching Qi Xiaoyu bustle about in the kitchen, he reflected on her kindness. Despite his substantial financial outlay, she made no objections. Although they were not yet married, her understanding of his circumstances was remarkable. A typical person would likely express concern over such a significant loan. He thought of his parents. Had they not divorced, his father would have surely faced severe repercussions for lending such a large sum of money. Luo Geng recognized that he would not see that money returned anytime soon, as it was unreasonable to expect Ho Pengyuan to repay him quickly. However, he remained unconcerned, for he was not in dire financial straits. His previous manuscript's royalties were still coming in, and profits from new works, along with the rights for adaptations and publication fees, were steadily augmenting his income. For Ho Pengyuan, the sum was astronomical, yet for Luo Geng, it was merely a fraction of his wealth. After a while, Qi Xiaoyu emerged with a meal, setting it on the table and removing her apron. "Honey, it's time to eat." "Coming," he replied. Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu sat across from each other at the dining table. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Geng spoke. "Darling, I plan to acquire my driver's license and purchase a car. When school starts, we can drive back together. What do you think?" Qi Xiaoyu, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. "I trust your judgment." Chapter 190, What Uses Money When One Is No Longer Alive. In the hospital room, the doctor was examining the elderly patient. While Ho Pengyuan appeared somewhat anxious, yet he dared not voice his concerns, opting instead to wait in silence. The doctor nodded knowingly and addressed the worried Ho Pengyuan, saying, "Rest assured, your grandmother's condition is gradually improving. Ensure she receives ample nutritious food and proper care. This will expedite her discharge." "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, doctor." Ho Pengyuan's face lit up with a smile as he nodded repeatedly. He glanced at his grandmother, who had been recovering for several days following her surgery, and indeed, her condition seemed to be slowly but surely improving, akin to the vitality that returns with the arrival of spring. Once the doctor departed, Ho Pengyuan gently helped his grandmother sit up against the headboard, then took a bowl of congee, blowing on it to cool it down before offering it to her. "Come, Grandma, have some food. Wanqing couldn't make it today, but she'll come to see you when she has the time." The elderly woman still experienced some residual effects from the surgery, trembling slightly as she sipped the congee, though her condition had improved significantly compared to a few days prior. Despite this, Ho Pengyuan had refrained from contacting his father or any of his uncles and aunts. They would not care, and unless the hospital informed them of a dire situation, they would not reach out. He truly found it baffling how deep-seated animosity could render them so heartless. "Where did the funds for Xiao Yuan's surgery come from?" the elderly woman suddenly inquired, her voice strained. During their conversations over the past few days, she had learned the cost of her surgery and realized that her ungrateful children would never contribute. Hence, she suspected that it was Ho Pengyuan who had found a way to foot the bill. Yet, she was fully aware that he could not possibly afford such an amount. "Oh, it was my good brother, Luo Geng. He is a kind soul and a classmate from middle school. I just made a call, and he came to the hospital and settled the expenses. You needn't worry about it, Grandma. I will find a way to repay him. You just focus on your recovery, and soon we'll be back home." Ho Pengyuan smiled as he recounted Luo Geng's generosity. Although Luo Geng had not visited in recent days, Ho Pengyuan understood that he must be quite busy. Borrowing such a significant sum from him left Ho Pengyuan feeling uneasy. He hesitated even to initiate a conversation, feeling shy about broaching the topic. After listening to him, the elderly woman leaned against the headboard, gazing up at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Even as Ho Pengyuan continued to feed her, she remained unresponsive to the congee. Concerned that she was uncomfortable, he stood and asked, "Grandma, would you like to lie down?" She shook her head, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Xiao Yuan, am I home?" In the cabinet at the foot of the Kong, beneath the last layer, there's a wooden board. "Remove it, and you'll find a pouch containing 100,000 yuan. Take it out and return it to him." 100,000 yuan? Grandma, where did such a sum come from?" Ho Pengyuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Having spent much of his childhood at his grandmother's modest rural home, which had a wood-fired kong and an outhouse, he found it hard to believe that such wealth could be hidden there. Before your grandfather passed, he left me a burial fund, which your father and the others have long coveted. If I hadn't hidden away, they would have taken it. The elderly woman replied, her voice trembling with sadness. In the presence of her children, she felt compelled to conceal her meager savings for old age, perpetually fearful of losing it to their greed. Her words were tinged with bitterness, as if to say that had her husband still been alive, they would not have dared to mistreat her. At that moment, Ho Pengyuan understood that since his grandfather's death, his father, uncles, and aunt had increasingly neglected his grandmother, driven by their desire for her money, which she steadfastly refused to relinquish. Lowering his head, he remained silent for a while before finally saying, Grandma, you should keep that money for yourself after you're discharged. I will find a way to repay Luo Geng. You needn't worry about it. Ho Pengyuan felt an overwhelming reluctance to take the money his grandmother had hidden away for so long, money that his grandfather had saved throughout his life. He felt it would be wrong to simply take it. Xiaoyuan, had it not been for the money they provided, I would not have survived. I have come to realize that when one is gone, what use is money? After experiencing a life-altering illness, it seemed as though the elderly woman had gained newfound clarity. Even in her bedridden state, she had never considered using the hidden funds, fearing her children's predatory eyes. Were they to discover where her money was concealed, they would undoubtedly hasten to seize it, leading to further neglect of her care. But now, she understood how the money should be spent and where it ought to go. Go ahead and take the money to repay him. The rest, you can use for school and share with Wan Xin. The elderly woman gazed at Ho Pengyuan, her eyes narrowing slightly as her frail hand trembled in the air. To her, this grandson was her only remaining kin. She recognized that even if she were to be discharged, how many more years could she possibly live? Though she had reclaimed her life, the limits of her lifespan were an immutable reality. Her children had given up on her, deeming the expenditure unnecessary, viewing it as a waste. Yet, her young grandson, not long into adulthood, stepped forward to ensure she could regain her life. Regardless of his naivety or youthful kindness, to her, his presence outweighed any monetary concerns. Ho Pengyuan remained silent for a moment. Although he felt guilty about taking his grandmother's money, he was also eager to return the funds to Luo Geng. After all, his gesture was one of goodwill. While he had promised to repay him as soon as possible, he understood that under legal and honest circumstances, it would take a considerable time before he could settle the debt. The remaining 2,000 would also be spent on his grandmother's needs, continuing to feed her the kanji. He softly reassured her, I understand, Grandma. Please eat for now. I will go and retrieve the money when the time comes. Chapter 191 Indeed. How fortunate it is to have such serendipity. It seems that resolving matters with money is the swiftest approach. Luo Geng held his newly issued driver's license in hand. It had taken merely a week to obtain it through financial means, making every process appear effortlessly simple. Just as he was preparing to check out the car, his phone rang. It was a call from Ho Pengyuan. Upon seeing the name, Luo Geng furrowed his brow. He had hoped to give Ho Pengyuan space to focus on caring for his grandmother without the burden of repayment looming over him, which was why he had refrained from visiting. Now, seeing Ho Pengyuan's call, he felt puzzled. Typically, after lending money, one would avoid contact with the debtor. Hello, UNZ. What is the matter? Luo Geng tucked the driver's license into his pocket and answered the call. Luo Geng, do you have time to come to the hospital? I can't leave right now. The voice of Ho Pengyuan resonated from the other end of the line, prompting Luo Geng to reply without a moment's hesitation. All right. I shall be there shortly. He mused that perhaps there was a matter requiring his assistance, and so he did not dwell on it further. Subsequently, Luo Geng procured some consolation gifts, such as fruits, and made his way to the hospital. Knock, knock. Gently, Luo Geng tapped on the door before entering. Upon seeing Luo Geng, Ho Pengyuan immediately rose and called out, Luo Geng, you're here. However, upon noticing the gifts Luo Geng had brought, he paused momentarily. Luo Geng nodded and turned his attention to the elderly woman lying in bed. Hello, Grandma. I am a friend of Ho Pengyuan's. My name is Luo Geng. I have been quite busy lately, and Haven Tea had the chance to visit you. He placed the gifts on the table and smiled at the elderly woman. She smiled back, nodding in acknowledgement, for her life had been saved by this young man, who was akin to her grandson. Without his intervention, her life, along with the savings she had hidden away, would have been forfeit. How fortunate it is for Xiao Yuan to have a friend like you, she remarked. Oh, Grandma, that has too much praise. Yuan and I have been good friends since school. Now that he is facing difficulties, it is only natural for me to help. Rest assured, I will not impose any pressure on him regarding repayment. It is far more important that he retains his money to care for you. Luo Geng quickly interjected. signaling his understanding to Ho Punyuan that he was in no rush for repayment. He was acutely aware that Ho Punyuan would surely find a way to repay him, but he hoped it would not lead him down a path of illegality. Luo, go. Actually, I called you here today to return the money, Ho Punyuan stated, retrieving a card from his pocket and handing it to Luo Geng. Luo Geng was momentarily taken aback, staring at the card in Ho Punyuan's hand, unable to comprehend. Repay me? Yes, this card contains 80,000 yuan, which I deposited this morning. Please take it, Ho Punyuan affirmed, nudging the card toward Luo Geng. With utmost care, Luo Geng accepted the card and looked up, inquiring, where did you acquire this? Although the source of the funds was not his concern. After all, the money had already been returned. He felt compelled as a friend to understand. If it were borrowed money or obtained through dubious means, he would refuse to accept it. Ho Punyuan, understanding Luo Geng's apprehensions, replied, Luo Ge, rest assured, this is my grandmother's savings. It is neither borrowed nor ill-gotten. Luo Geng turned to the elderly woman, who nodded in affirmation. I see, but do you have any funds remaining? It would not be prudent to deplete your resources entirely after repaying me, especially with the considerable expenses following the surgery, he remarked, willing to allow Ho Punyuan to utilize the funds for the time being. Feeling deeply touched, Ho Punyuan appreciated that even in this moment, Luo Geng was concerned about his ability to care for his grandmother. Don't worry, Luo Ge, I still have some left. If it turns out to be insufficient later, I may need to trouble you for a little more, he said, attempting to reassure Luo Geng. However, he knew that he could no longer ask Luo Geng for financial assistance. The debt was settled, yet the debt of gratitude remained unrepayable. That will suffice. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. There's no need for formality between us, Luo Geng replied, nodding and giving Ho Punyuan a pat on the back. Despite the passage of time, he could sense that Ho Punyuan remained unchanged, still the earnest individual who would strive to repay any borrowed funds. Luo Geng knew that in a decade or so, it would be the borrower who held the upper hand. It would be difficult even to get a phone call returned, let alone demand repayment. After spending a little more time in the hospital, reminiscing with Ho Punyuan, Luo Geng finally stood up to leave. All right, I shall take my leave now. If anything arises, give me a call. I will return to visit Grandma in a few days. Accompanying Luo Geng to the doorway, Ho Punyuan said, All right, Luo Ge, next time just come. There is no need to bring anything. Your presence alone brings joy to my grandmother. Indeed, Ho Punyuan spoke the truth. For the elderly, having visitors was the greatest comfort, a sign that someone cared, especially in contrast to the absence of their own children. After bidding farewell, Luo Geng exited the hospital. Prior to his visit, he had informed Qi Qianru in now. After concluding his visit, he sent her a message to update her that he would be home shortly. Just then, as Luo Geng was composing the message, another call came in, this one from an unfamiliar number. The format suggested it was neither local nor even domestic. Hello, who is this? Luo Geng initially hesitated to answer, as he knew that 8 out of 10 calls from unknown numbers were scams. However, he reasoned that such scams were not as rampant as they once were and decided to answer. Hello, Luo Geng, it's you, right? I got your number from Guan Wenxiao, as I had not saved it before. The voice on the other end was male, and upon hearing it, Luo Geng was momentarily stunned. The voice sounded familiar, but he could not quite place it. After a brief silence, a name surfaced in his mind that matched the voice. Deng Yuxuan? Yes, buddy, I hope you haven't forgotten me. The confirmation took Luo Geng by surprise. He hadn't anticipated receiving a call from Deng Yuxuan. He recalled the last time they had met. He had not yet begun his relationship with Qi Qianru, and he had left without even a proper farewell, vanishing from the realm of acquaintances. You are more unforgettable than others. It must be quite challenging to forget you. Luo Geng chuckled lightly, teasingly. All right, jokes aside, I'm heading home for the new year and will return shortly. Do you have time? Let us grab a meal together. With me? Luo Geng asked, puzzled. He could not fathom why Deng Yuxuan would want to dine with him, as he sensed a lingering gap in their relationship. In the past, if Deng Yuxuan had sought him out for a meal, it would surely have involved Qi Qianru. However, now Luo Geng was uncertain whether Deng Yuxuan still harbored feelings for her. Even if he did, it would be peculiar for him to consult Luo Geng about it. Yes, I know you're quite renowned now and must be busy. Just thought I'd ask for a favor, Deng Yuxuan responded. Luo Geng fell silent for a moment before gradually saying, let me consult with my wife. I cannot be certain if she would permit me to hang out with you. Deng Yuxuan expressed his confusion with an ah and remarked, Hey, can you just be straightforward with me? If you refuse after asking her, wouldn't that mean I've already been blacklisted by you? Of course. It's better than making excuses to deceive you. Luo Geng laughed, fully aware that Qi Xiaoyu would never restrict him. She had never shown concern about his associations, nor about potential influences. Since she always inquired about his whereabouts, he felt it only fair to do the same. If he simply agreed without consulting her first, it would seem unfair. All right, I believe I don't have a bad reputation with Qi Qianru, right? I remember I even played matchmaker for you too. You still recall that? Your intentions were selfish. It doesn't count as genuine matchmaking, Deng Yuxuan replied. Touché, I cannot refute that. After Luo Geng hung up the phone, he called Qi Qianru to discuss the matter, while also inquiring if she would like to accompany him. Qi Qianru, being remarkably understanding, did not impose any restrictions on Luo Geng. In fact, the mere act of him informing her beforehand brought her immense joy, providing her with the sense of security she desired. As for joining him, Qi Qianru opted to decline, as she believed they would have certain matters of their own to discuss. Her presence would simply mean sitting quietly by, with little to say. Upon receiving her response, Luo Geng returned the call to Deng Yuxuan. Hello, how'd it go? Did I pass the test? Deng Yuxuan inquired eagerly. Well, barely. I can only say I just scraped through, Luo Geng teased, feigning seriousness after a moment's thought. All right, passing is sufficient. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Pick me up? After a few minutes, Luo Geng stood at the designated spot, squinting as a sedan approached and halted before him. The window slowly descended, revealing Deng Yuxuan's face behind the wheel. He waved and called out, "Get in." Luo Geng glanced at the car, a latest model Accord, quite popular this year with impressive sales. It had crossed his mind as a potential purchase when contemplating which car to buy. Luo Geng opened the door and settled into the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt. So, you've been studying abroad and even managed to get your driver's license sorted out. Although Luo Geng said this, he himself had completed the process in just about a week. Yes, the university there is quite liberal, granting ample free time. However, upon returning home, I will need to transfer my license. Otherwise, I won't be able to drive. Deng Yuxuan nodded as he drove. Luo Geng stole a glance at him, noticing what seemed to be subtle changes. You seem thinner? Oh, observing so closely, it appears you genuinely care about me. Deng Yuxuan grinned, glancing at Luo Geng, who feigned a look of disdain. I've simply not seen you in quite some time. My impression is merely of the last time I laid eyes on you. Indeed, he appeared to have lost quite a bit of weight, having engaged in various activities like swimming and parkour while abroad, cultivating new interests. Well, that's quite good. Your demeanor seems different as well. You could be considered a quintessential returnee. Deng Yuxuan scoffed, shaking his head. I'm more like a marine creature than a returnee. If it weren't for my family's arrangements, someone like me wouldn't even qualify for a second-tier university here. Family background is a form of personal strength. Some individuals are born with such advantages. Why downplay it? Luo Geng shrugged. He found Deng Yuxuan's approach rather subtle for someone from a family like his. Hearing such statement from Deng Yuxuan felt a bit irritating. He would rather he flaunted it boldly. Deng Yuxuan clicked his tongue and said, "Come on. Could I dare to be ostentatious in front of you? My family's circumstances are the result of my parents' hard work over the years. As for you, you prodigy, it hasn't been long, and you've already achieved a modest success in your career. Your future is boundless. I ought to ingratiate myself with you." Ingratiate yourself with me? Isn't that something you should say directly to my face? Well, it's better than concocting excuses to deceive you, right? Deng Yuxuan glanced at Luo Geng with a light laugh, and Luo Geng couldn't help but chuckle in return. As he reminisced about their time in high school, Luo Geng recalled that he had once been quite close with Deng Yuxuan, even surpassing his bond with Wen Xiao. Had he not learned of Deng Yuxuan's true feelings back then, or if he hadn't experienced the events of his past life, perhaps they could have been good friends. However, at present, Luo Geng did not regard Deng Yuxuan as a friend he could let his guard down around, even if he would no longer insult him. Once bitten, twice shy, Deng Yuxuan drove to a rather upscale restaurant and parked. Let us go. Today, yes on me. Eat and drink whatever you wish. If it comes to it, I'll just walk home. Drinking and driving is a no-go. He unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the car. You could always hire a designated driver, Luo Geng was about to say, but he suddenly remembered that while there are a few designated driving services now, they have yet to become a formally legalized industry, making it unlikely to find one. Not a problem. I won't be drinking. A simple meal is all I need. Luo Geng also got out of the car and walked with him into the restaurant. He recalled that it was his first time dining alone with Deng Yuxuan. The sensation felt somewhat peculiar, evoking a fear of being caught in a scam. He even contemplated hiding a brick for self-defense. As they settled down, ordered some dishes without alcohol, and while waiting for the food, Luo Geng rested his chin on his hands, looking at Deng Yuxuan. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Otherwise, why suddenly invite me out for a meal? Huh? What kind of talk is that? Of course. It's been ages since we've seen each other. I just want to catch up and chat. What else with the suspicion? We're no longer classmates. And you still fear I might harm you? Deng Yuxuan appeared slightly taken aback, reflecting on whether he had done anything to wrong Luo Geng. Their relationship had been quite good in high school, but he had started distancing himself from Luo Geng ever since he began to pull away from Qi Qianru, subsequently growing closer to Wen Xiao. No, I'm not suspicious of you. I don't think you would do me any harm. Luo Geng shook his head, genuinely not believing Deng Yuxuan would harm him, yet feeling uneasy about the disparity between the man's exterior and interior. Deng Yuxuan sighed, gazing out the window. I admit, when I liked Qi Qianru, I was quite envious of your close relationship with her. I may have even harbored a touch of resentment towards you. But that is all in the past now. Oh, you're willing to acknowledge all of that? Luo Geng was somewhat surprised. His acceptance indicated he bore no ill will towards him. Luo Geng furrowed his brow slightly, leaning forward to ask in a hushed tone. You wouldn't still have feelings for Qi Qianru, would you? Deng Yuxuan fell silent for a moment, not turning his head, but continuing to gaze out the window. Eventually, he gently shook his head and replied, No, I can assure you, I completely let go of those feelings that night. I can definitively say that it was not love. Then what feelings do you have left? Instead of answering immediately, Deng Yuxuan countered, Actually, I wanted to ask you, what do you feel for Qi Qianru? Is it hatred? Disgust? Luo Geng was taken aback, pointing at himself. Me? I hardly have any impression of her now. Forget about disgust. I've almost forgotten that person entirely. What is there to discuss about being vexed? He was speaking the truth. During his university years, when he was with Qi Xiaoyu, he had completely forgotten about Qi Qianru and had no interest in her. So how could he even entertain the notion of feeling vexed? Deng Yuxuan smiled and nodded, murmuring, Indeed, you are very happy now. Regardless of the phase or aspect, I envy you. It's as if you have always lived the life I yearn for. Yet I have never been able to attain. He then fixed his gaze on Luo Geng, slowly continuing, My feelings are quite peculiar. For instance, if life is a game and Qi Qianru is one of the levels, I chose to skip that level without completing it. Afterward, I passed all the other levels. When I look back, that level remains uncompleted. In reality, I could have entirely disregarded it. Skipping levels has no real impact. But what is this feeling? Is it reluctance? No, it's not. I am quite content. Do I still wish to be with her? Certainly not. I am quite certain that I do not want to be with her. Deng Yuxuan once pondered a question with great care. He had come to the realization that his affections for Qi Qianru had waned, and instead, he found himself drawn not to her, but to the vibrant life he shared with Luo Geng. He often contemplated what it would be like to exist in a world akin to that of the campus belle. Even the thought of whether Qi Qianru still held feelings for Luo Geng or she had already found solace in another's arms no longer stirred any concern within him, indicating that his feelings for her had truly dissipated. Luo Geng inhaled sharply, furrowing his brow, then pointed at Deng Yuxuan and said, Are you suggesting that during your high school years, upon encountering a girl whom you believed you liked, you felt an imperative to possess her? Even if the outcome was not a union, you felt compelled to have shared a moment together, lest you look back and feel a sense of regret? Deng Yuxuan's eyes brightened, and he clapped his hands together in astonishment. Indeed, that is precisely the nature of such emotions. How do you understand this so well? Luo Geng nodded in response. Well, to phrase it more eloquently, this is what you perceive as the regrets of youth. Yet in truth, such notions ought not to exist. To put it bluntly, it's foolishness. Having heard you articulate that, it feels as though my dilemma has been resolved. Deng Yuxuan managed a smile, albeit one laced with helplessness. He recognized, perhaps he had always known, that this sentiment was indeed foolish. All it required was an outsider to illuminate the truth. And Luo Geng seemed to be the perfect candidate. So, do you have any other inquiries? Actually, I've developed feelings for a girl at university, then what was all that preceding chatter for? Does it not strike you as contradictory to profess your affections for another girl afterward? Luo Geng regarded him with a sardonic smile, an urge to strangle him bubbling beneath the surface. Why was it that every conversation they had revolved around women, love, and relationships? Was he truly such a romantic? The earlier discourse is inconsequential, merely an attempt to lighten the mood. The crux of the matter lies ahead. I wish to know how to pursue her. I believe the methods I employed to court Qi Qianru will not suffice. Hence, I seek your wisdom as a successful individual. Me, a successful individual? Hardly. Your current romantic bliss certainly qualifies as success in my eyes. I wish to glean some insight from you. Deng Yuxuan's gaze was resolute, his demeanor earnest. He was blissfully unaware that Qi Xiaoyu had long harbored feelings for Luo Geng. In his mind, Luo Geng had merely succeeded in winning Qi Xiaoyu's heart. Thus he believed Luo Geng possessed a remarkable charm, capable of leaving Qi Qianru entranced and winning Qi Xiaoyu's unwavering devotion. Success in matters of the heart comes at a considerable cost. Luo Geng replied with a wry smile, reflecting on the price he had paid, a lifetime's worth. I have sacrificed dearly. How could love not flourish? Deng Yuxuan assumed Luo Geng was referring to financial costs and lowered his voice, asking, "Really? How much did it cost?" Luo Geng shot him an incredulous look, clicking his tongue. Ah, that line of thinking is flawed. If one were to rely solely on monetary means to forge a relationship, it would only lead to superficiality. To win a girl's heart, one must exert personal effort. Deng Yuxuan clasped his hands in supplication. Please enlighten me. Firstly, you must possess an appearance that aligns with her preferences. She must find you appealing. Furthermore, integrity is paramount. One cannot be disingenuous. Your character should radiate positivity and optimism. One ought to be commendably competent. Not necessarily a master of all trades, but possessing a distinct talent is crucial. Drive and ambition are essential. You must strive to provide her with the life she desires. And as for the rest, perhaps it would be best if I refrain from further elaboration. I still believe that money is the simplest solution. Chapter 194. Wealth and foolishness are distinct concepts. After their meal, Deng Yuxuan drove Luo Geng home, or more accurately, to Qi Xiaoyu's residence. It was Deng Yuxuan's inaugural visit to Luo Geng's home, and he initially suspected that Luo Geng was jesting. Although he was unaware of Luo Geng's familial circumstances, he never imagined they were less than favorable. As Deng Yuxuan watched Luo Geng prepare to exit the vehicle, he remarked, I assumed that since you showered Qi Qianru with gifts during high school, your family must be quite affluent. Wealth and foolishness are two entirely different matters. Luo Geng replied calmly as he exited the car and closed the door behind him. Deng Yuxuan waved at Luo Geng, saying farewell. Remember to invite me to the wedding. Should you and Qi Xiaoyu decide to tie the knot? Luo Geng chuckled lightly. More blessings mean more gifts. Who would refuse such an offer? Indeed. Deng Yuxuan rolled up the car window and departed, while Luo Geng stood watching the retreating taillights, lost in contemplation. Although they had shared much conversation over dinner, they had both tacitly avoided discussing the past, as if the presence of Qi Qianru lingered in their shared history, a topic neither wished to broach. Perhaps in the future, they could truly become good friends. Luo Geng murmured to himself before ascending the stairs. It was already past 10 at night when he quietly climbed the stairs and unlocked the door. To his surprise, the lights in the house were still aglow. Honey? I'm home, he called softly, receiving no reply. Puzzled, he ventured inside, only to find Qi Xiaoyu asleep on the sofa. Witnessing this scene filled Luo Geng with a profound sense of domestic bliss, to have a girlfriend who awaited him, even to the point of falling asleep. Transformed his mood entirely upon returning home. He approached her gently and lifted her in his arms. However, Qi Xiaoyu was a light sleeper. As he cradled her, she opened her drowsy eyes. Darling, you're back, she murmured, her voice soft and dreamy, as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Next time, can we go eat somewhere together? Luo Geng disliked leaving Qi Xiaoyu alone at home, as it made him uneasy. Of course, Qi Xiaoyu nestled her head against Luo Geng's chest, listening to the rhythmic beat of his heart, a sound that brought her comfort. She snuggled closer into his embrace. Despite having cohabitated for quite some time, such gestures still evoked a quickening of Luo Geng's heart. He now acknowledged the truth in Deng Yuxuan's words. In matters of love, he had indeed succeeded, with Qi Xiaoyu as the cornerstone of that success. To this day, he believed that within their relationship, Qi Xiaoyu had invested the most emotionally. As the countdown to the new semester commenced, Ho Penyuan had scarcely left the hospital, devoting himself to caring for the elderly, while Yuanxin frequently visited the hospital to assist him, bringing along sustenance for the elderly as well. With the school year approaching, Yuanxin made one final visit to the hospital. Grandma, you're feeling better, right? She entered the ward, her face adorned with a bright smile. The elderly woman had regained enough strength to sit up slowly, propped against the bed. Though she could not yet walk, her recovery was progressing swiftly. Ho Penyuan emerged from the restroom, a freshly laundered towel in hand. Upon seeing Yuanxin, he smiled and said, Yuanxin, you're here. Every time you visit, my grandmother is especially joyful. Yuanxin turned to look at Ho Penyuan, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Is that so? And what of you? Aren't you happy? Of course I am, Ho Penyuan replied after a brief pause, nodding earnestly. He was indeed happy. The only companion he could converse with here was his grandmother. Unable to engage in normal conversation, Yuanxin's visits brought him joy, allowing him to chat and brighten his day simply by her presence. Yuanxin sat down beside him and inquired, with school starting soon, what about you? I've taken a leave of absence. No one is available to care for my grandmother, so I must stay. Ho Penyuan lowered his head and spoke softly, expressing his desire to return to his university life. However, his concerns for his grandmother weighed heavily on his mind. Even though someone would be watching over her, he doubted their ability to fulfill their responsibilities. Merely being able to call a doctor in a critical moment would be a stroke of luck, having come so far in her recovery. Ho Yuan was reluctant to see it all undone. Yuanqi nodded in understanding and said, I see. Well then, I will wait for your return. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Ho Yuan interpreted Yuanqi's words with great depth, feeling compelled to inquire even about such a simple statement. Yuanqi blinked, shrugged, and replied, nothing much. Aren't we a couple? Shouldn't I wait for you? Oh, right. Ho Yuan glanced at his grandmother on the bed, feeling awkward as he scratched his head, nearly forgetting that they were playing the roles of a couple in her presence. However, he noticed a glimmer of suspicion in his grandmother's eyes, as if she had uncovered something. The elderly woman squinted, scrutinizing Ho Yuan with a doubtful gaze. This was not the first time she had questioned their relationship, even though Yuanqi frequently visited her and chatted normally with Ho Yuan. The young man's demeanor often raised her suspicions. Despite their conversations, there was a distinct lack of intimacy in their interactions. I thought you wanted me to bring something for you. Haha. Ho Yuan chuckled, attempting to mend the situation, having sensed his grandmother's doubts. He realized he was not adept at feigning affection. A person who had never been in a romantic relationship could hardly know how to interact with a girl, let alone what to say in such situations. Well, I shall take my leave now. I need to pack my belongings. After a brief conversation, Yuanqi stood up, preparing to depart. Take care, Ho Yuan said, casting a glance at his grandmother, bracing himself for the imminent interrogation once Yuanqi had left. Yet, instead of departing immediately, Yuanqi approached Ho Yuan, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek, her lips curling into a smile. Ho Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished, unable to close his mouth. He stared blankly at Yuanqi, who smiled at him and said, I will wait for your return to school. Goodbye. She then turned to the elderly woman, continuing, Goodbye, Grandma. I will visit you again during the next holiday. All right. Once Yuanqi had left, Ho Yuan still dared not turn back, not out of fear of facing his grandmother, but rather out of concern that she might witness his astonished expression. He understood that this act was meant to convince his grandmother of their relationship. Yet, even if it was merely an act, it felt excessively demanding. After all, they were not actors, and there was no monetary reward for this performance. What should I do? I can hardly wait to return to school. Chapter 195. Yet, it can become addictive. Dad, why are you buying so many vegetables? Luo Geng looked perplexedly at his father, who was loading bags of vegetables into the trunk of his car. The prices over there are certainly high. Buying good vegetables here and taking them with you will save quite a bit of money. This is enough for you to eat for a month. Remember the eggplants from Aunt Lee's place? You loved them as a child. Luo Yongfu continued to stuff the vegetables into the trunk, leaving Luo Geng and Qi Xiaoyu's luggage in disarray. Renlon chuckled helplessly, patting Luo Yongfu on the shoulder. All right now, young people prefer eating out. If you bring so many vegetables, they won't be able to eat them all. Occasional dining out is fine, but don't make it a habit. It's always cleaner and healthier to cook at home. Right, Xiaoyu? Luo Yongfu glanced at Qi Xiaoyu, who felt warmth at such familial affection, a sentiment she was particularly lacking. Yes. Uncle Luo, don't worry. I will cook for Luo Geng and ensure that nothing goes to waste, Qi Xiaoyu affirmed, nodding in agreement with Luo Yongfu's perspective. Luo Yongfu squinted and smiled, revealing crow's feet, while Luo Geng realized that his father was aging, and rapidly at that. Dad, I have something for you too. You know I don't have many means to give you much, but I can offer material support. Luo Geng produced a newly acquired bank card from his pocket, designated specifically for his father. More money? You should keep it for yourself. You've already given me enough. Your aunt run, and I don't spend much. You have plenty of places where you need to use money. Luo Yongfu waved his hand, trying to refuse, but Luo Geng firmly placed it into his father's hand. Luo Yongfu looked up to see his son's earnest expression. He understood that this was Luo Geng's way of conveying his feelings, just as he himself rarely spoke sweet words to Luo Geng. Luo Geng seemed to have grown up knowing the value of money. Having earned it, he wanted to share it generously, as if it were the best gift he could offer. There is plenty of money here. You and Aunt Ren can choose not to work, living comfortably without any worries. If you want to live in the city, buy a house. If you wish to go on a road trip, get a car. This should be sufficient, and if it's not, just let me know. Luo Geng was determined to improve his father's living conditions, yet his parents had never held grand aspirations. Even now, Luo Yongfu occasionally told Luo Geng that buying a house in the city was unnecessary. It would be better to build one in the countryside, away from the city's chaos, where at night, the only sounds would be the gentle breeze. He longed for a small yard with large trees for shade, a bit of farmland to grow vegetables, and perhaps even some chickens, ducks, dogs, and cats, possibly pigs too. Such a way of life had always been Luo Yongfu's dream. Thus, even with newfound wealth, he was uncertain how to spend it, preferring to save it for Luo Geng. Luo Geng seemed to anticipate his father's reaction and turned to Rinlan, saying, "Aunt Rin, my dad will definitely hesitate to spend, so feel free to use it as you wish. Buy whatever you want, don't hold back. Money is earned, not saved." All right, I understand, Xiao Geng. I will make sure to keep an eye on him, ensuring he doesn't overspend, but also doesn't become too frugal, Rinlan nodded. Though she shared Luo Yongfu's sentiment of not needing Luo Geng's money, she also recognized that refusing their children's goodwill would create unease for them. Well then, we shall take our leave, Luo Geng concluded, settling into the driver's seat, with Qi Xiaoyu in the passenger seat. They were set to drive back to Cheng'an, which would take approximately 7 to 8 hours. As it was morning, they would arrive in the evening. Drive carefully, and if you're tired, stop at a service area to rest. Don't drive fatigued, Luo Yongfu and Rinlan advised as they saw the two off. After acknowledging their parents' words, Luo Geng started the car and drove away. Watching the car gradually disappear from view, Luo Yongfu and Rinlan kept their gaze fixed on it. This was not their first time parting ways, yet each departure tugged at their hearts. Although they had returned just 2 months prior, it felt as if it had only been yesterday, the vibrant celebration of the spring festival still fresh in their memories, making Luo Yongfu already look forward to next year's festivities. All right, enough watching. Let us get back to work, Rinlan said, patting Luo Yongfu's shoulder. Deep down, she too was reluctant to part with the two children, yet she recognized that they had grown up. As Luo Geng drove onto the highway, he instinctively rummaged through the armrest compartment, seemingly searching for something. "What are you looking for? I can help you find it." Qi Xiaoyu observed Luo Geng's hands rummaging through something. Her desire to assist him ignited. Yet, in that moment, Luo Geng became aware that his mind had momentarily wandered, as if he had been transported back to a previous life. In that past existence, he always drove alone, subconsciously searching for a cigarette. Glancing at Qi Xiaoyu beside him, a smile graced his lips. He no longer needed cigarettes, for there was someone seated in the passenger seat. He found nothing of importance, closed the armrest box, and took Qi Xiaoyu's hand in his. Although driving with one hand posed a risk, it brought her a flicker of joy, intertwined with a hint of concern. Such habits were perilous yet undeniably addictive. Luo Geng cast a fleeting glance at Qi Xiaoyu, his cool gaze shimmering with gentle light. He had often fantasized about this very scene, having the person he cherished most beside him in the passenger seat. Now, that dream was finally manifesting. Their journey was filled with laughter and conversation, and after several hours of driving, although Luo Geng felt capable of continuing directly to their destination, Qi Xiaoyu insisted he stop at a service area for a break. They enjoyed a meal there, rested for a while, and then resumed their journey. This time Luo Geng accelerating, eager to return home. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with vibrant hues of dusk, Luo Geng gradually parked the car downstairs. Just as he came to a stop, he spotted two familiar figures. "Teacher Qin, Teacher Luo, you must be back soon," Su Mengnan remarked to Qin Xiao, both appearing as if they had just returned from a casual meal. Qin Xiao resumed work after the 7th day of the new year, and it seems Su Mengnan had synchronously returned at the same time, despite no prior arrangement between them. Luo Geng stepped out of the car, calling out to the two women as they prepared to enter the building. "Where have you two been?" Upon hearing his voice, they turned in unison, surprised to see Luo Geng, along with Qi Xiaoyu, descending from the vehicle. "Teacher Luo, you're back," Qin Xiao exclaimed, her astonishment amplified by the presence of the car beside Luo Geng. "Wow, I thought a luxury vehicle had appeared from nowhere. It turns out it's Teacher Luo's." Su Mengnan gasped, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the laden trunk. They assisted in carrying the items upstairs, and upon seeing the abundance of groceries, curiosity arose. Was he planning to set up a vegetable stall here? Luo Geng, pulling a suitcase behind him, reached the upstairs door, preparing to retrieve the keys, when he suddenly noticed a bouquet of fresh flowers placed at the entrance of the adjacent studio. Luo Geng approached with intrigue. The bouquet bore a tag, and upon inspecting it, he discovered it was addressed to Qin Xiao. As the others approached and beheld the flowers, Qin Xiao's expression immediately soured, revealing her irritation. More flowers have arrived." Su Mengnan appeared unfazed, shaking her head in resignation. "Who sent the flowers?" Qi Xiaoyu queried, pointing at the bouquet and regarding the two women. "Probably a mistake. Let us not concern ourselves with it." Qin Xiao attempted to change the subject, but Luo Geng directly picked up the tag, declaring, "It's addressed to you." Qin Xiao's lips twitched, her brows knitting into a tight frown. The group felt a surge of curiosity regarding the situation, and before Qin Xiao could respond, Su Mengnan chimed in, "Not long ago, Teacher Qin and I went out to eat, and a man took a liking to her, wanting to pursue her." Su Mengnan clicked her tongue, glancing at the visibly uncomfortable Qin Xiao. Luo Geng raised an eyebrow, feigning enlightenment, and remarked, "That's a good thing. Having someone pursue, you could resolve your boyfriend dilemma. But he is not all my type," Qin Xiao retorted, her face contorting in disdain, as if the man were utterly unappealing. Qi Xiaoyu blinked in confusion, while Luo Geng pondered for a moment, softly inquiring, "You mean he is clingy?" Qin Xiao instantly shook her head, exclaiming, "Clingy? I can assure you, he is stickier than glue. Teacher Luo, he is just like the character in your work, absolutely greasy." Luo Geng recalled he had indeed incorporated elements from the future into his writing, yet he hadn't anticipated encountering a man so soon who could be described as greasy. "How old is he? What does he do?" Qi Xiaoyu asked, seemingly intrigued by the peculiar man. "He should be 2 years older than me. A dining hall manager at a restaurant." "A dining hall manager? That sounds respectable. What about his appearance? He must look decent, right?" Luo Geng envisioned a dining hall manager as someone polished and refined, entirely at odds with the notion of greasiness. However, as the conversation continued, Qin Xiao's expression darkened further, prompting Su Mingnan to erupt in laughter. "Huh. Teacher Luo, have you ever seen a rotten eggplant? Though I feel it's somewhat impolite. I couldn't help but think of that the first time I saw him." Luo Geng's mouth fell slightly agape as he imagined a decayed eggplant, soft, limp, and wrinkled. Could a person truly resemble that? He glanced at the beloved eggplants from his childhood, now feeling a sudden aversion to them. Unfazed by the bouquet, Qin Xiao opened the door and stepped inside, only to spot a letter lying on the ground just before her foot could touch the floor. "Oh dear, another letter slipped in through the door," Su Mingnan remarked, retrieving the envelope from the floor. Luo Geng, puzzled, inquired, "How did he know our location?" Qin Xiao, agitated, asserted, "Of course, he must have been stalking me. Can you believe someone would do that? Such a person must be deranged. I guarantee he has no good intentions. If he dares to stalk today, he'll dare to trespass tomorrow." At the mention of stalking, Luo Geng cast a glance at Qi Xiaoyu beside him, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, uncertainly stating, "Well, it might not be the case. Perhaps he genuinely likes you and is just worried." "Forget it, Teacher Luo, just read the letter. It will clarify everything." Su Mingnan handed the letter to Luo Geng, who frowned in confusion as he opened the envelope and extracted the contents. "What is this smell? Did someone spray perfume on this?" As Luo Geng inhaled deeply, the overpowering scent of perfume assaulted his senses, and he instantly feared that the letter's contents would be equally dreadful. "Dear Xiao, I am still savoring our serendipitous encounter. It seems to foreshadow our future together upon reading the first line." Luo Geng promptly discarded the letter as if it were a cursed object. He gasped for breath, as though emerging from an unimaginable ordeal, feeling a sharp pain in his eyes, as if they were about to burst. How could a human possibly write such a thing? Pointing at the letter on the floor, Luo Geng looked at the exasperated Qin Xiao, seemingly gaining a deeper understanding of her plight. "There is much more inside. Would you like to read it? I can assure you, the previous letter titled hand in hand with Qin Xiao in the future deserves to be enshrined. For I couldn't eat a single bite that entire day." Su Mingnan recalled that dreadful day, which had initially begun with such promise, only to collapse entirely the moment that letter appeared before her. Enough of this individual. Dwelling on him would surely invite nightmares. Qin Xiao retreated to her room, knowing that lingering any longer would inevitably subject her to the torment of unsettling dreams. The flowers at the doorway lay discarded, and the letter had been carelessly kicked aside by Luo Geng. Such an object was utterly unacceptable in this space. Should he dare to exhibit any further outrageous behavior, it would suffice to notify the authorities. Luo Geng cautioned Su Mingnan, for in truth, it was due to his return with Qi Xiaoyu, who resided next door. Should that individual become intolerably bothersome, they would be in a dire predicament.